I have just concluded a year of studying abroad in Italy and am returning home to enroll at Kyoto University, preparing to embark on my sophomore year. Although the educational environment overseas was commendable, my family's business has suffered considerable losses, and my parents' circumstances have deteriorated compared to the past, which prompted my decision to return. On the day of enrollment, my father instructed me to take the flight independently, choosing not to accompany me. He remarked that the ethos of Kyoto University promotes humility and composure, discouraging the ostentation of affluent parents arriving in luxury vehicles. I couldn't help but think that he had recently sold his SUV, and now, even the cost of luxury tires would be beyond reach. Nevertheless, since he insisted on not escorting me, I chose not to linger, for I have never indulged myself in such luxuries. I resolved to forge my own path. After all, having returned to my homeland, I must exert effort. During my time abroad, I managed to sustain myself through diligent work, and I have adapted to modest means since childhood. That morning at 9, just before boarding the plane, I was holding a cup of unfinished soy milk when I was jostled by someone, nearly spilling it all over myself. Turning around, I discovered two young men adorned in outrageously expensive streetwear, who, upon colliding with me, offered no apology. Instinctively, I glanced back, and upon meeting my gaze, they froze in astonishment. Clad in a flowing white gown, my long, straight hair cascades like ink, and my unadorned visage radiates a pure and enchanting beauty, with a faint blush gracing my cheeks. My demeanor exudes an ethereal quality, reminiscent of a celestial being descended to earth. I can only imagine the myriad of youthful cinematic moments that flitted through their minds in that instant. To my astonishment, one of them boldly called out, "Sister, I believe we accidentally bumped into you. My sincerest apologies. It was unintentional." Humph. Only now do they choose to express regret. I paid them no mind as I boarded the plane and settled into my seat at the back. In front of me sat a man and a woman. The girl was chattering incessantly while the boy remained silent. Just as I placed my backpack in the overhead compartment, I realized that the two boys who had bumped into me were seated right behind me. I could hear their hushed whispers. "You go ask for her, we chat." "No, you do it. I'm too shy." What a coward. It seemed I had unwittingly fallen into a whimsical infatuation, captivated by their youthful innocence and appealing figures. One of them shot a glance at the other, remarking, "Every guy is interested. Why don't you just ask for her, we chat?" I listened quietly, donning my headphones to tune them out. Suddenly, an exuberant voice pierced the air. Hua Xiaoyang exclaimed, Hey, I've got it." He leaped up and scurried to the boy in front of me, crouching beside him and whispering a few words with a forlorn expression, hands clasped together as if beseeching a higher power. I couldn't help but let out a soft chuckle. The girl in front turned to scrutinize me after hearing Hua Xiaoyang's words, her gaze decidedly unfriendly. She returned her attention to him, saying, "Hua Xiaoyang, you should ask yourself. Why bother you?" He grew anxious, pleading, "You, I'm begging you. Mingyu and I will be heading back to Los Angeles for school soon. Aside from going to the racing track, this is my only request. I sincerely beseech you." Chiyu glanced at him, and Hua Xiaoyang immediately shrank back, clearly intimidated. Then, Chiyu turned his icy gaze towards me, and for a fleeting moment, I was taken aback, thinking to myself, this person must surely be handsome. From behind, his figure appeared tall and refreshing, with smooth lines extending from the nape of his neck to his shoulders, his skin glowing with a fair radiance. However, upon facing him directly, I was utterly stunned by his striking features. His short black hair was neatly styled, with a few strands falling just above his brows, enough to suggest an aura without obscuring his eyes. His facial contours were sharp and elegant, with features so defined they seemed chiseled, exuding an air of intensity and aggression. His narrow, almond-shaped eyes held a frosty demeanor, and his thin lips remained tightly sealed, offering no warmth. His expression was inscrutable, and his gaze was so flat that it was hard to decipher his thoughts. Yet instinctively, I sensed he was not one to be trifled with. Perhaps it was a woman's intuition. In the next moment, his voice sliced through the silence. "Could I have your contact information?" The atmosphere felt as though it had frozen in that instant. Hua Xiaoyang was taken aback, astonished that Yu had indeed asked the girl for her WeChat. He felt a rush of excitement, secretly reveling in the thought. It seems I hold some significance in Yu's eyes. On this flight, there were quite a few students from Peking University, and everyone was stealing glances our way. Who didn't recognize Yu? Upon realizing he was seated at the back, an air of tension enveloped the cabin. As everyone became acutely aware of their behavior, fearing embarrassment in the presence of a celebrity, the already quiet atmosphere became so still that one could almost hear the collective heartbeat of the passengers. Curiosity simmered beneath the surface as they wondered about the identity of this enigmatic figure who had prompted Yu to speak. Yu is the acknowledged heartthrob of Peking University, hailing from an affluent family, yet no one seemed to know the true nature of their business. I recall during military training when he stood there, so striking that he left the senior girls breathless. Within just a few days of the semester, his candid photos had flooded the forums, with girls from other schools banding together just to catch a glimpse of him. Our campus heartthrob, today, unexpectedly initiated a conversation with a stunningly attractive woman. This is truly a first. When has he ever shown interest in the opposite sex? The news spread like wildfire. I regained my composure, endeavoring to avoid his gaze. After all, his eyes were devoid of emotion, yet I found myself blushing uncontrollably. This was an unprecedented experience. Typically, it is men who induce blushes in women, but this time the roles were reversed. I nodded in agreement, and just as I reached for my phone, Hua Xiaoyang eagerly presented a QR code, exclaiming, "Sister, please scan this." Meanwhile, Yu had already turned and departed without my noticing. Oof. Does he truly regard me as something insignificant? I raised my eyes and smiled at Hua Xiaoyang, a smile so captivating that it could electrify him. He immediately turned as red as a ripe shrimp. Su Yanshi beside me let out a disdainful hum, remarking on his lack of ambition. In a gentle tone, I shifted the conversation, adding, "However, the condition is that this handsome gentleman in front of me must share a photo showcasing his abdominal muscles." Chapter 2. Don't forget me again, all right? Hua Xiaoyang was momentarily taken aback. The university students aboard the flight were momentarily stunned, followed by whispered gasps of astonishment. The allure of a stunning beauty was unmistakable, unlike anyone from their university who would dare to act in such a manner. Su Yanshi was the first to regain her composure, casting a cold glare at Xia Shuran. "Are you out of your mind?" Xia Shuran chuckled lightly. "If he is your boyfriend, then I apologize." But if not, her eyes sparkled with mischief, her innocent appearance augmented by a hint of vulnerability. The teasing moniker of a green tea girl had been bestowed upon her by her friends for years, not without reason. She smiled sweetly, pondering that it was unlikely anyone would ask for another's contact information in front of their significant other. Foolishly enchanted by green tea girl? No. We grew up together as neighbors. Yuga doesn't fancy someone like Su Yanshi. Hua Xiaoyang realized he had misspoken and quickly covered his mouth. Su Yanshi's expression froze, her face maintaining a stoic facade, yet her eyes betrayed a sense of despondency. Indeed, Hua Xiaoyang had spoken the truth. She had confessed her feelings, only to be rejected by Yu, a fact well known among their peers. However, Su Yanshi soon regained her usual demeanor. Yu remained engrossed in his phone, oblivious to the conversation surrounding him, his face betraying no emotion, as if the discussions did not pertain to him at all. Xia Shuran continued her gentle inquiry toward Hua Xiaoyang. What type does he like? Hua Xiaoyang mused internally. How would he know? Yu had never been in a relationship. Just as Xia Shuran was about to speak again, Yu's indifferent voice suddenly broke through. It's difficult to photograph abs now. I'll send it to you when we're back. Xia Shuran was taken aback, having only intended to tease him, never expecting a genuine response. What a clever boy. Indeed. All right, I shall wait for it, she replied softly. Upon hearing Yu's words, Su Yanshi's eyes flickered with disbelief. She struggled to maintain her composure, carefully controlling her expression. Minutes later, she resumed her conversation with Yu as if nothing had happened. Xia Shuran added Hua Xiaoyang on WeChat, and the oblivious Hua Xiaoyang promptly forwarded Yu's WeChat ID to her. Before she could add him, the flight was about to take off, and the flight attendant reminded her to turn off the Wi-Fi. The journey from the prosperous coastal city to the capital, where the university was located, would take a little over 2 hours. Xia Shuran dozed off briefly before they arrived. As soon as the plane landed, She stood up on her tiptoes to retrieve her backpack, which was pressed underneath a small suitcase. Concerned about damaging her tablet inside, she hurried to move it aside. Chiyu finished gathering his belongings and stood up, dressed in a black short-sleeve shirt and matching loose denim jeans. His slender yet athletic physique was striking, with his sharp collarbone visible at the neckline. The definition of his arm muscles was sleek and appealing, highlighted by the pale skin revealing a network of veins beneath. His tall stature created an overwhelming presence for Xia Shuran. Standing at 168 centimeters, she barely reached his shoulder as he was nearly 190 centimeters tall. While she continued to shift the suitcase, her focus remained entirely on him. He appeared to stand still, his lashes lowered, his gaze fixed upon her. Xia Shuran took a breath, her face slightly flushed, becoming somewhat awkward. Is this what the books describe, that being stared at makes one feel foolish? At that moment, Su Yinshi, somewhat puzzled, spoke up. Chiyu, why aren't you leaving? He did not respond. Xia Shuran, feeling a surge of anxiety, dragged out the suitcase. However, the black case was heavier than she had anticipated. Upon noticing the luxurious logo emblazoned on it, her hand trembled, and it came crashing down towards her head. To her surprise, it did not hurt as she had imagined. When Xia Shuran opened her eyes, she beheld Chiyu's long, porcelain-white hand, with pronounced joints and slightly raised veins on the back, exuding a raw, untamed strength. He effortlessly supported the suitcase, lowering it gently. Thank you. Xia Shuran finally met his gaze openly, smiling as she tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. Su Yinshi observed the entire scene, her face betraying no emotion, but inwardly scoffing. Countless women had yearned to throw themselves at Chiyu. This tactic had been employed by others long before. Su Yinshi recalled the fate of those who had attempted similar advances. Chiyu did not spare her a glance, his stride unwavering, treating her as though she were invisible. In truth, Su Yinshi believed that being ignored was the most damaging to one's pride, a skill at which Chiyu excelled. Thus, when his voice finally broke the silence, she thought she must be imagining it. With his lashes lowered, his dark eyes fixed on Xia Shuran. His expression remained indifferent as he slowly remarked, "No need to thank me." Those who knew Chiyu well would recognize this as an unusual display. He had never acknowledged women who attempted to flirt with him. He reached out and took Xia Shuran's bag as well, saying, "Sorry, I pressed down on your backpack." So the suitcase belonged to him. Xia Shuran struggled to contain her racing heart, her face growing even redder, warmth creeping to her ears and neck. She clutched her backpack to her chest, suddenly feeling a wave of embarrassment try to shield her bosom. Chiyu maintained his cool demeanor, his dark eyes sweeping over her, and he leaned slightly closer, whispering near her ear. Xia Shuran fought the instinct to retreat, every hair on her body standing on end. She heard his clear, low-toned voice leisurely saying, "Kiara, remember to add me as a friend. Don't forget me again." Xia Shuran's mind went blank. Chiara. That was the name she had used while studying in Italy. How could he possibly know Chapter 3? The wolf dog-type Chiyu effortlessly lifted the box from the ground, rising with an air of nonchalance. His demeanor remained cold and austere, with sharp brows and eyes that bore a hint of wildness, as if he were inherently fierce. At that moment, he mused within himself, having captured you here in the homeland. There is no escape for you now. Like a man unfazed by the world around him, Chiyu strode past the nearly dazed Xia Shuran and exited the cabin. Xia Shuran clutched her backpack tightly, feeling the warmth of the youth's breath lingering near her ear, a heat that crawled from her ear to her heart in a flurry. Her cheeks, along with her neck, flushed a deep crimson. Although she found herself captivated by the young man, his words instilled a sense of dread within her. How did he know her name when she had never uttered it? Even if Hua Xiaoyang had added her on WeChat and hypothetically shared her messages with Chiyu, it still made no sense. There was nothing on her WeChat that could reveal her Italian name. In an instant, a myriad of thoughts raced through her mind, transforming her initial blush of infatuation into a pallor of fear. She even contemplated the horrifying possibility of having been photographed in Italy. Her image and name disseminated on obscure websites. She could not remain passive. She needed to confront Chiyu for clarity. Within a mere minute, her fervor had cooled, and she now felt a growing aversion toward him. no matter how handsome or well-built he was, or how much he aligned with her preferences. He could not infringe upon her privacy. At that moment, Hu Xiaoyang bounded over, exclaiming, "Sister, what did you good just say to you? I've never seen him so proactive." Xia Shuran, preoccupied with her own turmoil, had little time to entertain him. She managed a forced smile and turned to leave. "Hey, sister, don't you get it? He has his eyes on Ayu, and now he seems to be interested in her too." Hu Xiaoyang paused, a flicker of disbelief crossing his face as he thought. Just moments ago, Yugo had sent me a message asking me to introduce him to the beautiful sister. Could it be that Yugo truly fancies this type? His mood plummeted, and he glanced back at Su Yinshi, who was equally stunned. Hu Xiaoyang approached her, saying, "Yinshi, Yugo has never spoken so much to a stranger before." He even got close to her. "Does he fancy the beautiful sister type? Is that even a question? Are you as a man, after all, with a figure like that little white rabbit? Who wouldn't be enchanted? And who told you she was an older sister?" Hu Xiaoyang playfully nudged him. "She has the figure of a sister, but the face of a younger sister." The two resumed their playful banter. "Su Den Li, Su Dan Si Gun Li In De Zet. Don't think Chi Yu is like you all." She dashed off the plane in pursuit of him. "Hey, aren't they all the same? They're both men." She laughed heartily, but her own heart felt heavy. Why did Yinshi insist on hanging her hopes on Ayu? If Ayu truly preferred the strikingly beautiful type, they would have been together long ago, rather than remaining single to this day. Hu Xiaoyang's eyes sparkled as if he had recalled something. "Do you remember our last yacht trip around Europe? The morning before we left Italy, Yuga had a hickey on his neck? Certainly back then, we secretly speculated that Ayu might have a fondness for foreign girls." Suddenly, Hu Xiaoyang's mood lightened. "That is splendid. Now I can pursue the beautiful older sister without worry. She is actually the beautiful younger sister. Hu Xiaoyang and old Lu linked arms. Everything is fine. After we race in the western suburbs tonight, I'll ask her out tomorrow. Ah, I genuinely feel like I've encountered my first love. Come on, you just returned from a wild night, and now you're acting all lovesick. You know nothing. This time, I truly like her. I'm serious about this." As Xia Shuran disembarked from the plane, she spotted Chi Yu's silhouette in the distance. He had not ventured far. She quickened her pace to catch up, but gradually slowed down. Taking a deep breath, she collected her thoughts, realizing it was not the right moment to question him. On the other hand, she felt somewhat intimidated by him, so she decided it would be safer to inquire through WeChat. Upon reaching the baggage claim area, there was only one path, and Xia Shuran had no choice but to follow Chi Yu from behind, maintaining a considerable distance. Then, she noticed Su Yinshi catching up with him. The airport was bustling with people, and she was unnoticed by Su Yinshi. Xia Shuran intentionally used the crowd as a shield, quietly observing Chi Yu and Su Yinshi, who were now walking side by side. Despite the distance, it was evident that Chi Yu's demeanor towards Su Yinshi was quite indifferent. He hardly responded to her. Numerous women cast furtive glances at Chi Yu along the way, yet none dared to approach him. No one would dare to entertain any notions about him. This reaffirmed Xia Shuran's feelings in the eyes of the public. Chi Yu indeed exuded a cold and aloof aura. She continued to observe their silhouettes. Su Yinshi donned a striking red dress, a limited edition from Chanel featuring a V-neckline, the hem resting a few centimeters above her knees. It complemented her radiant features beautifully, her figure being slender and graceful. Xia Shuran felt a tinge of embarrassment. She thought to herself that if she were to wear that dress, her spine would likely be pierced by the gazes of passers-by. She would be mercilessly scorned for her lack of propriety. Thus, her usual attire consisted solely of light-colored long skirts paired with white shoes. Fortunately, her innocent visage allowed her to adopt a pure style, which somewhat masked any overt vibrancy. As for the brand of Chi Yu's clothing, Xia Shuran was unfamiliar, as her fashion knowledge did not extend to men's apparel. He wore a simple ensemble, a short-sleeved shirt paired with loose-fitting trousers, all in black. From a back, his pale, slender neck connected to well-defined shoulders. The slight curve of his shoulder blades hinted at the strength of his youthful physique, and the movement of his clothing subtly revealed a taut waist. The online descriptions of a broad-shouldered, narrow-waisted wolfdog physique were indeed embodied in reality. His form was undeniably appealing, making any attire appear stylish while exuding a hint of youthful, untamed allure. However, As she continued to gaze, a peculiar familiarity with that physique washed over her. Xia Shuran felt as though she had seen it before, perhaps even touched it or kissed it. Chapter for the delicate moonlight poured through the hotel's floor-to-ceiling windows, filling the room with the intoxicating sounds of a passionate kiss between a man and a woman. The man, bare-chested, wore only loose-fitting dark work pants. He had undone his waist, revealing a hint of black underwear, while the sinewy muscles of his abdomen bulged alluringly. He pressed the girl against the wall, one hand clasping her slender waist, the other gripping her chin as he kissed her with fervent intensity. The girl, her eyes closed, returned his kiss with a shy hesitance. The man nibbled at her neck, trailing his lips downwards as he slightly bent forward, burying his face before her, whispering in a husky voice, "Is this your first time?" The girl, lost in thought, nodded slowly and tenderly embraced him, planting a chaste kiss on the corner of his lips. In the dim light, she could only discern the taut, wild contours of his muscles and the playful glimmer in his ebony eyes. Her obedient demeanor seemed to please him. He tightened his hold on her, his lashes lowered as he gazed at her flushed earlobes, leaning down to plant a gentle kiss, murmuring lazily against her ear, "I will make it pleasurable for you." Suddenly, a rush of memories overwhelmed Xia Shuran, causing her to halt abruptly. A couple behind her nearly collided with her, and the man barked, "Watch where you're going." I'm sorry. Xia Shuran quickly apologized, stepping aside. At that moment, her mind was flooded with suggestive imagery. Faced with the current situation, she could not think clearly, relying instead on instinctive reflexes to navigate. Upon seeing Xia Shuran's face, the man could not utter the curse he had intended. Clearing his throat, his tone softened. "It's all right, just be careful next time." The man was pulled away by the woman beside him, muttering curses. "Damn it, if I see you again, I'll gouge your eyes out." Leaning against the wall, Xia Shuran sought to calm the tumultuous thoughts racing through her mind. It had been far too long since that incident. Reflecting on it now, she admired her own audacity. After losing a game, her friends had teased her, prompting her to take a shot of strong liquor, which was quite common in Italy, though Xia Shuran had never tried it before and reacted more strongly than others. Not long after, she felt her body heat up, becoming drowsy. Subsequently, she found herself in a suite above the nightclub. Although she regretted it later, upon reflection, she felt she had not been at a loss. That man had an impressive physique and a captivating personality, though one might wonder how one could gauge character in a single night. Regardless, Xia Shuran had been willing at the time. Apart from the pain, the experience had been quite pleasurable, and the following morning, she left a generous sum of money before departing. At that time, her family was experiencing financial difficulties, so leaving nearly half a month's living expenses was quite generous. She had contemplated lifting the covers to see the man's face, but as soon as she moved, she sensed him stirring awake, which frightened her into fleeing, leaving the money behind. Forgive a girl who had never even been in a relationship for her panicked escape. She thought to herself that, at the very least, she could consider it a lesson in romantic experience, especially since her friends never believed her when she said she had never dated. Due to her slightly alluring figure, the label of a femme fatale had been firmly affixed to her since high school. Oh, how unfair. She was, in truth, quite innocent. Xia Shuran inhaled deeply and continued onward, having lost sight of Chi Yu and Su Yanxi. Upon exiting the airport with her luggage, she boarded a bus to Jing University. The architecture of Jing University, predominantly antique yet majestic, exuded a timeless elegance. Today marked the first day of the semester, and the campus buzzed with excitement. Banners welcoming newcomers hung high, while fresh students, dragging their suitcases, exhibited an air of naivety, their eyes sparkling with dreams of university life. Untouched by the harsh realities of the world, Xia Shuran felt that she hadn't packed much, yet her suitcase felt surprisingly heavy. However, as she stepped through the school gates, she was immediately surrounded by upperclassmen eager to assist her with her luggage. Gratefully, she thanked them as they escorted her to the entrance of her dormitory, where they could go no further. They kindly warned her about the strict dormitory matron and advised her to avoid returning after curfew. Finally, in a customary gesture, they requested her WeChat, to which she complied. Grateful for their help, the upperclassmen watched her ascend the stairs, remarking that the list of campus beauties would soon be updated. As Xia Shuran pushed open the door to her dormitory, the previously boisterous atmosphere fell silent. Inside were three girls, one with black-rimmed glasses, another with short hair, and the last possessing a hint of beauty. They were Su Yao, Jiang Xiaoya, and Chen Feifei, respectively. The first two were huddled together, perusing photos on the school forum of a girl who had caught Chiyu's attention while on flight. Chen Feifei was busy grooming herself in front of a mirror, though she was also eavesdropping on their conversation. At that moment, all three pairs of eyes turned in unison to Xia Shuran, who smiled confidently and introduced herself. "Hi, I'm Xia Shuran." Chen Feifei lifted her chin slightly, scrutinizing Xia Shuran with a familiar gaze. After a thorough examination, she chose not to greet her and turned back to her mirror. Xia Shuran suppressed a scoff internally, thinking, "Let them be." She dragged her suitcase inside, eager to inspect her bed. The other two, slightly delayed in their reactions, gasped in unison. They alternated their gaze between Xia Shuran and their phones, repeating the motion several times in an eerily synchronized manner. Chen Feifei, puzzled, furrowed her brow and asked, "What are you two doing?" Jiang Xiaoya, with wide eyes, stared intently at Xia Shuran, exclaiming, "You look so much like." Su Yao, adjusting her glasses nervously, stammered, "The white long dress." Jiang Xiao nodded vigorously, "Yes." "The canvas shoes." "Yes." "The canvas backpack." "Yes." "And you look so pure, like a little white rabbit." "Yes." "With a curvaceous figure." "Yes." The two girls, now supporting each other, stood up in shock, pointing at Xia Shuran. "How did you step out of the photo? Are you a ghost?" Chapter 5. A meeting to show you the sound. If a glass were placed before them at that moment, it would likely shatter into 1,000 pieces. Xia Shuran was taken aback, standing frozen in place. "Are you implying that she is the one in the photograph?" Chen Feifei exclaimed, snatching their phones away and lifting her gaze to compare, falling silent. After a tense silence of several seconds, reason returned. Jiang Xiaoya approached Xia Shuran, her eyes sparkling. "Wow, she's indeed beautiful." Su Yao chimed in, "Did you really get Chiyu's contact information?" Xia Shuan hesitated. Jiang Xia eagerly leaned in closer. "Did Chiyu send you a picture of his abs?" Su Yao joined in, yes, did he send it or not?" The two circled around Xia Shuran, examining her from every angle. It seems Chiyu has a preference for this type, a pure and innocent little rabbit, or perhaps a wild little cat. Alas, it appears even the idol is not immune to cliches. Our dormitory has struck gold. Chiyu's girlfriend resides with us. How coincidental that she has taken the place of Su Yinshi. If I were Su Yinshi, I would be utterly furious. After years of childhood friendship, a mere plain ride leads to abs pictures. Hee, look at how Su Yinshi usually acts, as if Chiyu were her possession. Well, how about this? I can't help but feel a bit schadenfreude, haha. Su Yao couldn't catch up to the wild and spirited Jiang Xiaoya. "Hey, Xiaoya, don't say that," Chen Feifei interjected. "Jiang Xiaoya, I will tell Yinshi, just wait." Chen Feifei continued to gaze into the mirror. Playing the role of Chiyu's girlfriend must be quite satisfying for her vanity. Only a fool would believe the nonsensical posts circulating on the school forum. What a passive-aggressive remark. Xia Shuran sighed as she entered. She was immediately labeled as the girlfriend, without a chance to speak. Xia Shuran chuckled softly. "I never claimed to be Chiyu's girlfriend." Chen Feifei smirked triumphantly. "See, I told you both are fools." Chen Feifei tested the temperature of the curling iron, twisting her hair around it. Yinshi mentioned she and Chiyu had a childhood pact. Some people should stop pretending. Perhaps the posts on the forum were authored by her own hand. Quite the performer. Jiang Xiao interjected, "I don't believe it. Chiyu hardly pays attention to Su Yinshi." This sparked an argument between Chen Feifei and Jiang Xiaoya. Xia Shuran felt compelled to intervene, calling for a halt. Chiyu indeed asked for my contact information. She glanced at Chen Feifei, right in front of the childhood friend. Chen Feifei accused her of being shameless. Xia Shuran, not want to back down, approached Chen Feifei and knocked her mirror over. Chen Feifei shouted, "What are you doing?" "To make you see clearly, lest you accuse me of pretending again." Xia Shuran pulled out her phone, opening the WeChat request Chiyu had sent through Hu Xiaoyang. She sent the friend request and placed her phone on Chen Feifei's desk, while Jiang Xiaoya and Su Yao gathered around, all waiting for Qiyu to accept the request. The response was instantaneous, almost as if it occurred in a heartbeat. Jiang Xiaoya exclaimed with enthusiasm, "This avatar must belong to Qiyu." Someone on the forum had previously sold his WeChat ID, and this was indeed it. Qiyu's avatar depicted a gray-blue expanse of sea, which looked somewhat familiar to Xia Shuran, reminiscent of the shores of Italy. Chun Fei pursed her lips, suggesting it might be a counterfeit, perhaps simply an identical image. Su Yao chimed in, Fei, you have Qiyu's WeChat, don't you? Just scan this QR code, and you'll find out. Without any hesitation, Xia Shuran opened the QR code for Chun Fei to scan. Upon scanning, it confirmed that it was indeed Qiyu's WeChat. Xia Shuran, with keen eyes, noticed that the chat window between Chun Fei and Qiyu displayed the status of "You have been verified." Chun Fei had sent him a message, which went unanswered. The content of her message hinted that she had added him after losing a drinking game. They had never conversed before. The phone remained on the table, untouched by Xia Shuran, who leaned forward, typing with a focused intensity. The phone faced Chun Fei, who was closest, allowing her to clearly see what Xia Shuran was sending. Abdominal muscle photo. Hurry up, Jiang Xiao exclaimed. How direct. He must be so shy. Do you think he'll reply? Chun Fei, already feeling embarrassed from the earlier verification, scoffed, as if, who does Qiyu think he is? Just as she finished her thought, a message from Qiyu arrived. I'm out right now, he replied. I've never seen a living response before. His message is so cool. Xia Shuran thought to herself. This infatuation has reached an irreversible stage. Can't you take a picture while you're out? Oh my goddess, how cheeky. Unable to contain herself, Xia Shuran wished to silence Jiang Xiaoya. You seem quite anxious. Of course I am. You just call me Kiara. My goddess, what does Kiara mean? I don't understand. Xia Shuran remained silent, patiently awaiting Qiyu's next words. Let us meet in person. Oh my goodness, Qiyu wants to meet you. Xia Shuran maintained a stoic expression, yet her heart raced with uncertainty. Why did he want to meet? Instinctively, she felt a wave of apprehension. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, she typed back, first, send an abdominal muscle picture. After a few seconds, Qiyu replied, I'll show you in person. With that, the conversation abruptly ended. The atmosphere in the dormitory felt surreal, as if they had all just awoken from a dream. Only the thunderous excitement of Jiang Xiaoya served as a reminder that it was all very real. Chapter 6. Xia Shuran was perplexed by Qiyu's intentions and was reluctant to accept his invitation. She forcefully suppressed the turmoil within her heart and, maintaining a composed demeanor, retrieved her phone. With a casual gesture, she upright Chun Fei's mirror. Xia Shuran playfully winked at her, adopting a tone dripping with sarcasm, conveying to her betrothed that her future husband had invited her to admire his abs. Chun Fei remained immersed in astonishment, struggling to comprehend why Qiyu would take the initiative to send such messages to a woman. Upon hearing Xia Shuran's words, disbelief washed over her. Yet the reality was undeniable. Faced with Xia Shuran's provocation, she found herself at a loss for words, resorting to a sulky expression to maintain some semblance of dignity. She silently wished for Xia Shuran to cease her remarks, as the day's events had already left her feeling humiliated. Though she felt she could not measure up to Su Yanxi, the affluent girl, she still held a sense of superiority over ordinary girls like Jiang Xiaoya and Su Yao. Today, however, she felt like a laughingstock in front of them. As Xia Shuran departed to sort through her belongings, Jiang Xiao, the sycophant, fawned over her, calling her a goddess and eagerly assisting her with her bed. Chun Fei exhaled a sigh of relief, turning off her curling iron and feigning interest in her phone, while her thoughts swirled incessantly. Her earlier unkindness towards Xia Shuran stemmed from an immediate dislike, finding the girl insufferable and unpleasant. Additionally, the matter involved Qiyu, stirring her vanity. She could not hope to attain Qiyu herself, but she was a friend of Su Yanxi, who was, in turn, a friend of Qiyu. Wasn't that a connection worth having? However, she stumbled in her aspirations, never anticipating that Qiyu would exhibit such kindness towards Xia Shuran, a realization that would catch anyone off guard. Through her association with Su Yanxi, Chun Fei had numerous opportunities to partake in their social circle's events. She was more familiar with Chi Yu than most girls, who merely recognized that he came from a well-off family without grasping the full extent of his wealth. Chi Yu himself was remarkably discreet, adhering to the low-profile demeanor characteristic of a Chi family. Truly wealthy individuals seldom flaunt their riches or seek the limelight, which is why his family had closed off forums discussing them. The school's recently established platform was nowhere near the scale of the previous one, and the administration had prohibited conversations about Chi Yu, instituting a ban on specific terms. Nevertheless, today, as sensational news was an exception. Despite any attempts to silence discussions, the audience continued to grow. Chun Feifei had encountered Chi Yu more frequently than the average girl. She was well aware that he was dismissive of those who pursued him, even towards Su Yinshi, with whom he had grown up. He had turned her down long ago during her first confession, and thereafter, Su Yinshi had maintained a friendship with him. Of course, these revelations were shared with Chun Feifei during Su Yinshi's drunken, tearful confessions. Chi was indeed interested in Xia Shuran. This was the conclusion Chun Feifei arrived at after much contemplation. It was evident to even the most naive that a man would not extend kindness to a stranger without reason. A wave of jealousy surged through her, but it quickly dissipated. She admired Chi Yu, handsome and from a prestigious family. Huunti. Yet, she possesses a degree of self-awareness. Upon reflection, the fact that Su Yinshi was also rejected provided her with a sense of solace. Nevertheless, affection and marriage are two distinct matters. In any case, Su Yinshi had previously informed Chun Feifei that their families had arranged a childhood betrothal, albeit kept under wraps. With such an arrangement in place, could he possibly renege? After being spurned, Su Yinshi sought a graceful exit, suggesting that they remain friends, which was, in truth, a calculated strategy. Chi Yu does not dismiss the notion of a platonic friendship. However, who among women truly desires to be mere friends with him? They all aspire for romance. Thus, Chi Yu's sole female companion is Su Yinshi. If she perseveres, she shall eventually witness the clouds parting to reveal the moon. Moreover, Chun Feifei had overheard that Qi Dong's health was deteriorating, having spent a prolonged period in a sanatorium. This invisible magnate possesses assets scattered across the globe. His only son, Chi Yu, bears the formidable responsibility of managing a colossal fortune, even while still pursuing his university education. Such critical information is known only within the inner circle. Chun Feifei, upon hearing this, was so exhilarated that she could not sleep the entire night, counting the zeros on her fingers, nearly losing her grasp on the concept of money. Yet, she divulged this to no one, as it would be a jest to think an ordinary person could be privy to such matters. Of course, the more pressing concern was her fear of gossiping indiscreetly. This also explains why Chi Yu received offers from Ivy League institutions, yet opted to remain in the country for university. He needed to swiftly familiarize himself with the family business. His uncles are not to be trifled with, each eager to seize a portion of the assets, while Chi Yu remains inexperienced. Chun Feifei mused that should Qi Dong suddenly pass away, it might compel Chi Yu to marry Su Yinshi. As for Xia Shuran, aside from her appealing appearance, she lacks any other qualifications to rival Su Yinshi. Upon this realization, Chun Feifei covertly cast a glance at Xia Shuran, who was bent over retrieving her clothing. Chun Feifei silently marveled at her figure. Damn it, why is her physique so obedient, all the flesh perfectly distributed? After arranging her bed, Xia Shuran did not linger in the dormitory. Jiang Xiaoya wished to accompany her outside, but was declined. Xia Shuran needed to contemplate her situation with Chi Yu, whether to accept his invitation, and had yet to reach a conclusion. She discovered a secluded path on campus and sat on a bench, furrowing her brow. Suddenly, a message arrived on her phone. It was the address from Chi Yu. With trepidation, she opened the chat window, discovering the location was a villa atop a mountain in the western suburbs. Xia Shuran pondered. What villa is situated on a mountaintop? 10 o'clock tonight. Upon reading Chi Yu's message, she decided against attending. A remote villa at night felt akin to a crime scene. Chi Yu sent another message. Kiara, you'll come, won't you? Please, don't leave me waiting alone. Xia Shuran was taken aback. To claim she was not surprised would be disingenuous. Despite his seemingly aloof demeanor, he could utter such words. Yet, the next statement sent a chill down her spine. I find that little mole of yours quite endearing. Chapter 7. Do not act foolishly. Xia Shiran nearly dropped her phone in fright. On her lower back, she bore a birthmark the size of a green bean. As she matured, it faded, leaving only a tiny speck reminiscent of a small mole. Even her mother was unaware of it as she grew older. Xia Shiran bit her pale lips tightly, her heart sinking into an abyss of terror. Her nerves twisted, sharpening her thoughts. She recalled her Italian classmate once warning her that some landlords would install cameras in tenants' rooms and advised her to be cautious. At that time, everyone was reveling at a party, and she had dismissed it as a typical drunken jest of Southern Europeans. In retrospect, her landlord in Italy had an unsavory demeanor and often shared the cramped elevator with Xia Shiran. His portly figure had nearly made her retch on multiple occasions. He had installed a camera in her room, uploading the footage to a small website, which Chiyu had stumbled upon. So that was the truth. As she pieced together the events, her fear transformed from the unknown to a settled dread. The latter was more profound, for she felt powerless to alter her plight. Those who had seen it had already done so. Following her furious outrage came an overwhelming sense of humiliation and helplessness that filled her chest. Xia Shiran's face turned ashen. How could any girl accept being secretly filmed, only to have it viewed by thousands online? Taking a deep breath, she endeavored to soothe herself internally, resolving to address the immediate situation step by step. Trembling, Xia Shiran typed a message to Chiyu. All right, wait for me. Slowly, she rose to her feet, determined to procure a knife. In the dormitory, Jiang Xiaoye, feeling dejected for not being included by her goddess, channeled her sorrow into hunger, devouring nearly 5 bags of duck feet. Just as she was about to open the 6th bag, it was snatched away by Chen Feifei. Before Jiang Xiaoye could protest, Chen Feifei spoke up. I told you this morning, I have a very, very important party this afternoon. Don't eat smelly snacks in the dorm. Even my perfume smells like duck feet now. Jiang Xiaoye scratched her head, finally remembering that Chen Feifei had indeed come to the dorm early. Setting up her bed, while incessantly chattering about something related to a racing club, Jiang Xiaoye internally raged. Oh heavens, please distinguish the loyal from the unworthy. Not even food is allowed now. Is there no law? The next moment, she conceded, fine, I'll go eat outside. With that, she stealthily grabbed a bag of chicken and duck feet and slipped out. All you know is eating, you pig. Suyao Chekil. All right, Feifei, you know Xiaoye well. It's strange if she doesn't eat for a day. Where are you headed this afternoon? Aren't you attending the class meeting? Chen Feifei waved her hand dismissively and returned to the mirror to apply foundation. Oh, I'm not going. An afternoon gathering is worth 10 class meetings. No, 100 times. Su Yao continued to inquire about the gathering. Of course, Chen Feifei would not divulge that she had pleaded with Su Yanhui for permission to attend. Apart from those in their circle, very few were aware, and no rumors had circulated. Chen Feifei had only learned from Su Yanhui that Chiyu had established a sports car club in the western suburbs of Kyoto. It is said that plans were set in motion a long time ago. Last month, the mountain in the western suburbs was finally completed, and today marks the grand opening of the club. Rumor has it that the winding mountain road has been closed off, repurposed as a racing track, and the entire mountain has been acquired by Chiyu. In other words, he has claimed the mountain as his own, constructed the road, and even built luxurious villas upon it. Wealthy individuals indeed possess an extravagant nature. To the ordinary person, the seemingly aloof and serene male deity is, in private, lavishly squandering his wealth. At times, Chen Feifei feels a sense of disconnection upon seeing Chiyu. This afternoon, she plans to join them for a thrilling race, followed by a pool party in the evening. It is said that all the extravagant second-generation rich kids will be attending, and she is determined to present herself beautifully, hoping to catch someone's eye. Xia Shiran visited a large supermarket, spending considerable time in the kitchenware section. She meticulously selected a sharp, elongated meat cleaver. The supermarket attendant eagerly promoted the knife, exclaiming, "Miss, you have exquisite taste. This knife is unlike any other. It is imported from Germany, with a razor-sharp edge that can effortlessly chop any meat into fine pieces. You'll find that using it feels utterly smooth. And human flesh? Ah." Xia Shuran clutched the plastic bag containing the knife as she headed back to her dormitory, scaring off countless young men who approached her along the way. Upon ascending the staircase, she happened upon Chun Feifei, who was on the phone. Yinchi, I'll wait for you at the school gate. Okay? Yem truly touched, darling. You even came to pick me up in person. Huh? I can't get in? Ah, haha. She laughed awkwardly. All right, I'll be there shortly. Once the call ended, Chun Feifei put away her phone and, upon glancing up, was startled to see Xia Shuran, cold and indifferent, carrying the knife. Her face drained of color, and she recoiled against the wall, trembling. In that moment, she felt as if Xia Shuran resembled a Texas serial killer. Goodness, she had merely made some sarcastic remarks. Surely, that did not warrant such a fate. What are you doing? Chun Feifei stammered. Xia Shuran remained silent, continuing her ascent with the knife in hand, the distance between them diminishing. Chun Feifei pressed her back against the wall, her carefully styled hair and makeup now disheveled. Her legs weakened in fear as she hurriedly uttered a string of apologies. I am sorry. I'm so sorry. I was wrong. I shouldn't have spoken carelessly. The betrothal business? In truth, Su Yinchi's confession was swiftly rejected. I'm not even a friend of Mrs. Qi. It was all an act on my part. And I promise I will never do it again. I shouldn't have provoked you. I regret it deeply. If you had told me earlier that Qi Yu had feelings for you, I would have treated you with utmost respect. Please, I beg you, don't do anything rash. A life for a life. This isn't a typo. She was simply too frightened to articulate her words clearly. Oh, woe is me. My life is so hard. I'm young, yet I have elders to care for. As Xia Shuran approached her, Chun Feifei's face went pale, and she dared not breathe. Her face contorted in despair as she shook her head slightly, pleading with Xia Shuran. Xia Shuran cast her a cold glance before brushing past her, leaving her trembling in fear. Chun Feifei slid down the wall to the floor, her heart racing as she fixated on Xia Shuran's retreating figure, terrified that she might return and deliver a fatal blow. It was not until Xia Shuran vanished into the staircase that Chun Feifei took a deep breath and gradually regained her composure. Wasting not a moment, she sprang to her feet, descending the stairs with a fervor akin to that of a sprinter racing 800 meters, as if a ghost were in pursuit. Chun Feifei lamented inwardly, resolving that from that moment on, she would tread carefully in the presence of the fearsome Xia Shuran. Chapter 8. The Quest for Abdominal Muscles. Xia Shuran pushed open the dormitory door. Jiang Xiaoya, upon seeing her, immediately rushed over, exclaiming, Goddess, you're back. Su Yao hesitated before approaching, sensing that Xia Shuran appeared troubled. Shuran, what is wrong? Goddess, are you going to cook? Oh, are you cutting fruit? Jiang Xiaoya cheerfully placed a knife on the table, adding, My mom just bought a watermelon. Let us cut it and eat together. Xia Shuran forced a smile, nodding in response. The three of them gathered to enjoy the watermelon, while Jiang Xiaoya chattered excitedly about life in her hometown, the water towns of Jiangnan. Her words were primarily directed at Xia Shuran, as she hoped to invite the goddess to her home, eager to flaunt her beautiful friend to her childhood companions. However, Xia Shuran was preoccupied, scarcely absorbing her words. After taking just a small bite of watermelon, her appetite waned. Amid the laughter of the other two, Xia Shuran sat in a state of anxiety, feeling increasingly troubled. Today was supposed to be a joyful day of enrollment. Rising, she took the knife to wash it. As she diligently wiped the blade, its smooth surface reflected her worried expression. Remembering what Chun Feifei had said, taking a life means paying with your own, she understood all too well. On one hand, it was for her own protection. In a remote villa, if Qi were to do something to her, facing a tall and robust man, she would have no means to defend herself and would need to rely on a tool. On the other hand, the knife could serve as a deterrent to Qi. She needed to extract from the name of that website. During the afternoon class meeting, the teacher introduced Xia Shuran to everyone. Can one really transfer into a university? Murmured the students, as they had not heard the class director mention that she had returned from studying abroad for a year. However, the primary focus remained on her appearance. The boys were clearly intrigued, while the girls also turned their attention to her, admiring and surveying her with various gazes. Xia Shuran accepted all the attention with composure. She was long accustomed to being observed. My name is Xia Shuran, and I am delighted to join Class XX in design. I hope we can have a pleasant time together." A warm round of applause erupted, with Jiang Xiaoya vocally declaring, "She is simply a goddess." Laughter ensued, and many echoed her sentiment. The teacher smiled and managed the order, softly instructing Xia Shuran, "Go on, find seat." "Thank you, teacher." Jiang Xia eagerly patted the space beside her, having reserved a seat for the goddess. As Xia Shuran sat down, she listened as the teacher delivered a motivational speech for over 20 minutes. The content was largely about the semester's arrangements and the significance of the sophomore year, which would undoubtedly be echoed next year regarding the importance of the junior year. Xia Shuran maintained her usual demeanor, appearing attentive, while her thoughts drifted elsewhere. The teacher mentioned that 2 students had taken leave. Xia Shuran speculated it was Chun Feifei and Su Yanqi. Currently, her bed had belonged to Su Yanqi, according to Jiang Xiaoya, had moved out due to the cramped conditions of the dormitory. Did their absence have something to do with the west suburb? Xia Shuran could only catch fragments of Chun Feifei's conversation over the phone, leaving her uncertain. After class, a few audacious boys approached her, seeking her WeChat. Girls with a demure and innocent appearance often find themselves at a disadvantage, as they appear more approachable. But she possessed a more striking and assertive visage. These boys might have hesitated to initiate conversation. Maintaining her smile, Xia Shuran adeptly dismissed them with the finesse characteristic of a typical charming girl. "You're incredible, goddess!" Jiang Xiaoya and Su Yao exclaimed, wide-eyed at the spectacle. Although the boys left without acquiring her WeChat, they wore smiles on their faces. Was this the allure of a stunning beauty? Xia Shuran longed to retort, "It's merely a matter of practice," yet remained silent, choosing humility instead. Earlier, she had subtly inquired with several boys about the happenings in the western suburbs, but they all shook their heads in ignorance. Jiang Xiaoya and Su Yao mirrored their confusion, admitting they had never heard of it. Even thorough searches on the school forum yielded no information. After extensive inquiries, Xia Shuran nearly recognized her entire class, all of whom claimed ignorance. Only one boy, donning limited edition sneakers, mentioned that the western suburbs were private property and that the mountain had undergone renovations a few years prior. Blushing under her gaze, he scratched his head, adding, "That's all I know." "Wow, how do you know so much? Are you just saying this because the goddess asked you?" Jiang Xiaoya exclaimed. "A mountain being renovated surely would be newsworthy." He chuckled. "In this world, some people prefer to remain unseen. You might think all wealthy individuals are listed among the elite, but many choose to conceal their affluence." "Thank you," Xia Shuran replied with a smile, causing the boy's face to redden further. "No need for thanks." Jiang Xiaoya whispered to Su Yao, "What are they talking about? What does it mean?" "I have no idea," came a response. Upon returning to her dormitory to change and prepare for her outing to the western suburbs, she noted that it was still early, allowing her ample time to apply her makeup. With a delicate and enchanting visage, she transformed into a vision of beauty. After adorning herself in a lovely, fitted spaghetti-strap dress, its upper section hugging her figure gracefully, accentuating her curves, while the flowing A-line skirt revealed a glimpse of her slender, fair calves, she struck a perfect balance between elegance and allure. Her choice of footwear comprised a pair of renowned brand pointed flats embellished with sparkling rhinestones, paired with a trendy tote bag from a luxury brand that had gained immense popularity in recent years. The ensemble radiated both fashion and youthful charm. Her long, silky black hair cascaded down to just below her chest, completing the look with an air of irresistible charm. Jiang Xiaoya gazed in awe, hesitant to approach. "Goddess, are you heading out?" Xia Shuran smiled coyly, half mocking herself. "Indeed, I'm off to see the campus heartthrob and admire his abs." Chapter 9. The paramour of Chi Yu at 9:30 in the evening, Xia Shuran arrived at the western suburbs via taxi. After traversing a winding road, she finally reached the foot of the mountain. However, the driver informed her that vehicles were not permitted beyond that point. Xia Shuran rolled down the window, gazing upward at the majestic mountain. The Serpentine Mountain Road was particularly prominent, and from the summit, she could faintly discern the dazzling lights. It was a jest to think she could hike up such a height. "Miss, I truly have no choice. Unfamiliar license plates are not allowed here." The driver grumbled to himself. Moreover, He was wary of the two convertible sports cars that had just passed, fearing a collision. Late at night, it was evident that this was a gathering place for the affluent. It seems that students from Peking University are no different. Beautiful girls easily stray into dubious paths. Driver, please stay here. I will negotiate with the security at the booth. They will permit us entry, Xia Shuran declared as she prepared to exit the vehicle. However, she was halted by the driver's voice. Miss, you need to pay first. How am I to know you want to run off? The driver's demeanor had shifted since arriving in the western suburbs. The abundance of luxury cars made it clear that this was an area for the wealthy. Initially, he had been impressed by Xia Shuran's demure nature as a Peking University student, but now, regardless of her purity or beauty, she appeared to be merely another woman seeking the favor of the powerful. With a sigh, Xia Shuran handed over the fare. As she stepped out of the car and walked toward the security booth, the engine of the taxi roared to life behind her. She turned abruptly, watching the taxi speed away, suppressing all negative emotions. Anger, grievance, unease. She forced herself to maintain a calm demeanor. When the storm within her finally erupted, it would manifest with a vengeance. She approached the glass window of the security booth and tapped gently. Yet the guard inside paid her no heed. He was languidly fixated on the monitor displaying footage from the highway surveillance cameras. His chiseled profile bore a scar, his skin a deep tone, and his robust physique suggested that he had been formidable in his youth. However, at that moment, his posture was relaxed, indicating a lack of imminent danger, which led to his complacency. Xia Shuran bit her lip and said, Sir, could you please allow me entry? He did not even glance her way, stifling a yawn. The club has registered. The barrier will lift automatically. If you cannot enter, it means you're trying to sneak in. Move along. I've dealt with too many nuisances today. Miss, I advise you to stay away from those second-generation wealthy individuals. They'll leave you with nothing but bones. Besides, you haven't even managed to catch their attention, as they haven't even sent a car for you. Xia Shuran clenched her fists, her voice steady. Chi sent for me. The guard, Hishu, was momentarily taken aback, his expression shifting as his weariness vanished. Only then did he turn to fully regard her. The first time he had truly looked at her. Slowly rising, he surveyed her from head to toe. She was strikingly beautiful, an elegance that was far from commonplace. However, her physique was unexpectedly at odds with her delicate features, possessing a sensuality that was undeniably captivating. He found himself uncertain. He had not heard of Chi Yu having a paramour. Even if it were possible, how could Chi Yu allow her to trek on foot? Yet, this girl undeniably possesses beauty that stands out even in a crowd of stunning women. What if Chi Yu is fond of purity? Are you Mr. Cheese? He inquired tentatively, his tone lacking the previous indifference, now laced with a hint of respect. Truly, one could discern the astuteness of someone accustomed to serving the affluent. Uncle He mused silently, overseeing the construction of this mountain. His brother had once been Mr. Chi's personal bodyguard, and the brothers had garnered the Chi family's trust. Their personal safety and developmental interests were deeply intertwined with the Chi family. The entire construction of this mountain, along with the car club, served merely as a FAAD. The construction company required funds to facilitate a bridge. Chi was the overall supervisor of this project, indicating that Mr. Chi had entirely entrusted the construction company to him. The construction company was the core asset of the Chi family, arguably its most significant source. It was merely a matter of time before Chi Yu assumed control of the entire Chi estate. If she were indeed his lover, she could not afford to offend him. Xia Shuran was at a loss for words. She and Chi Yu had only met once as strangers. Noticing her silence, Uncle He said, You may contact Mr. Chi. With a mere word from him, I shall open the door immediately. Xia Shuran opened her phone and saw Chi Yu's chat box. Instinctively, she brushed against the knife in her bag, finding a semblance of security. She feigned calmness as she typed, sending, I have arrived at the foot of the mountain, but I cannot enter. 1 second, 2 seconds, 1 minute. No reply. Under Uncle He's scrutinizing gaze, Xia Shuran felt somewhat embarrassed. After a moment's hesitation, she initiated a voice call. The wait was excruciating, the ringing tone synchronizing with her increasingly rapid heartbeat. A large, water-dropped hand picked up the phone, the screen's bright light illuminating his refined features. He lowered his gaze, the the corners of his eyes slightly raised. Xia Shuran held her breath upon hearing the call connect. Then, she heard his voice, casual and indifferent hello. Weariness laced his low, magnetic tone, and through the phone, she could almost discern the texture of his voice. Xia Shuran was momentarily speechless. He seemed to chuckle lightly. Why so quiet? It was not a question, but rather a languid statement delivered with a commanding ease. Xia Shuran's heart jolted, swiftly regaining her composure as she endeavored to respond in neutral tone. I have arrived, but I cannot enter. He replied slowly. Is that so? His tone was nearly identical to the previous one. Xia Shuran felt a wave of irritation. It made her feel as if she were under his control. Unable to contain her volume any longer and teetering on the brink of collapse, she exclaimed, What do you want from me? Uncle He was momentarily stunned. To speak to Chiyu in such a manner, she must indeed be his little lover. It seemed they had quarreled. Chiyu was rather harsh with women, prompting her to confront him directly. Chapter 10. Sister-in-law. Lu Qian sat in the passenger seat of a flamboyant sports car. The engine roared in a crescendo, exuding an air of grandeur on the road. At a glance, he spotted a figure standing by the security booth, who also turned to look at the car. The moment he caught sight of her slightly flushed face, Lu Qian couldn't help but exclaim, Isn't that the girl from the plane? The driver, a fellow with yellow hair, was Chiyu's cousin, Qi Mingyu. Both he and Hua Xiaoyang attended the same school in Los Angeles. They were quintessential idle rich kids, even hiring others to attend classes for them. Qi Mingyu's gaze towards women was particularly discerning. He lowered the window and whistled, Lost Little Bunny. Lu Qian felt incapable of reining him in, thinking, You little rascal, just wait until your brother teaches you a lesson. After Xia Shuran vented her frustration with that single exclamation, the sports car came to a halt in front of her. Without waiting for Chiyu's response, she hung up the phone amidst Qi Mingyu's teasing remarks. It seemed that a handsome man like Chiyu, accustomed to being adored by women, was experiencing the rare occurrence of being hung up on. Xia Shuran immediately felt a wave of relief wash over her. The sports car stopped right at her feet. Qi Mingyu's gaze, laden with mischief, felt excessively brazen, as if beautiful women were mere objects in their eyes. Xia Shuran's expression turned sour. Yet she found herself compelled to ride with these two, unable to afford a confrontation, and thus remained awkwardly standing there. Lu Qian covered Qi Mingyu's eyes, exclaiming, Have you lost your mind? He glared at him. Seeing Qi Mingyu struggling and still attempting to flirt, Lu Qian leaned in and whispered something in his ear. Instantly, Qi Mingyu went still, regarding Xia Shuran with curiosity rather than the earlier lewdness. Lu Qian tentatively asked Xia Shuran, Shall we take you up? Xia Shuran nodded, expressing her gratitude. Qi Mingyu remained momentarily stunned in the driver's seat. Lu Qian exited the car and opened the back door. Xia Shuran thanked him once more before taking a seat. It took a nudge from Lu Qian for Qi Mingyu to regain his senses, and he quickly averted his gaze from Xia Shuran, announcing to the outside, Uncle He, we're heading up. All right, Uncle He replied as he watched the sports car speed away. On their way, they encountered a limited edition pink Ferrari. The driver, a young man in uniform, was said by Qi Mingyu to be Chiyu's assistant. It was now 9:40, and the car had descended the mountain just 20 minutes ago. Xia Shuran, lowering her gaze, suddenly realized something. She had arrived too early. It turned out Chiyu had already arranged transportation for her. Xia Shuran bit her lip, feeling she had misjudged him. During the journey, Xia Shuran exchanged names with them. When Lu Qian inquired about her age, he chuckled upon learning it, saying, I'll just call you my sister, since we're the same age. You were born in early October, while both of you and I were born in July, just a few days apart. He's a Leo, and I'm a Cancer. Xia Shuran silently thought. Who asked about Chiyu? She also learned that this yellow-haired fellow was Chiyu's cousin, with one born in December and the other in November. It turned out they were all of the same generation. They all eagerly called him Brother Yu, and those unaware might assume he held a significant status among them. Qi Mingyu harbored an insatiable curiosity about Xia Shuran, wondering what means she had employed to win over his brother. Impressive indeed. However, he refrained from voicing his thoughts, opting instead to maintain a favorable image before her. Only when the road took a particularly treacherous turn did he boast about his afternoon victory in a street race. Xia Shuran found it utterly perplexing why they chose to race on the mountains. Was there some unattainable standard they were trying to meet? Were they truly courting danger? She pondered whether Chi Yu had participated in the racing. Hesitantly, she opened her mouth, eager to glean the mindset of these affluent heirs. The only response she received was that during a turn, one could glimpse the cliff, a sensation exceeding the pleasures of bed by 100-fold. Before Qi Mingyu could finish, he was playfully interrupted by Lu Qian, who turned to Xia Shuran and remarked that he was not with them. Xia Shuran responded, bewildered, questioning who had inquired about Qi Yu. Indeed, her brother was not with them. He preferred shooting games, which sounded even more perilous. Xia Shuran was rendered speechless. Subsequently, Qi Mingyu sheepishly apologized for his earlier crude comments, addressing her as sister-in-law. Who is your sister-in-law? Xia Shuran retorted softly, emphasizing her lack of connection with Qi Yu. Oh, come on, don't be shy. My brother is quite wonderful. I envy him immensely. Whenever he appears, the ladies treat us like air. From childhood, my father has compared me to him, berating me for my shortcomings. The most exasperating part is that while we still ask our family for money, my brother has already ascended from prince to emperor. Who can endure that? At times, I wish my father and uncle were like him. Lu Qian interjected with a glance. Mingyu, you're finished. I won TB retrieving your body. Puffed. Haha, I said too much, right? As the car navigated the winding mountain road, they finally reached the summit. The villa was so expansive that even from the car, Xia Shuran could not fully comprehend its grandeur. It resembled a private castle. The vehicle halted in the underground garage. Before a multitude of luxury cars, even the worldly wise Xia Shuran felt a wave of astonishment. She composed herself and followed the two down, taking the elevator to the villa's first floor. Upon entry, she beheld exquisite carpets covering pale gray marble, a grand spiral staircase, and an ornate dome. Through the towering floor-to-ceiling windows, Xia Shuran noticed the raucous backyard, which was as vast as a football field, featuring a gigantic swimming pool at its center. Directly ahead, a popular new generation band was performing electronic music akin to a live house concert. Numerous bikini-clad beauties frolicked by the poolside. Colorful lights danced in the water as bunny girls weaved through the crowd, offering champagne. Xia Shuran recognized several faces: Xiaoyang, Su Yanxi, and Chen Feifei, among others, all engrossed in various games, most appearing intoxicated. Yet, Qi was nowhere to be seen. Sister-in-law, are you looking for my brother? P.S. on the top floor. You should go find him. Chapter 11. A kiss. Perhaps Xia Shuran returned to the elevator alone. The buttons indicating a journey from the 5th floor to the basement level, a total of 8 floors. She pressed the button for the 5th floor, only to find the elevator unmoving. For a moment, she was taken aback, realizing that the issue lay not with the elevator itself. It was likely that the elevator had been programmed to access specific floors, requiring a magnetic card for entry. Thus, Xia Shuran had no choice but to exit the elevator. There, she spotted Qi Mingyu and several other wealthy young men gathered around a sofa, engaged in a game of cards, accompanied by a number of alluring models. After a brief hesitation, she approached them. Qi Mingyu noticed her and immediately stood up, inquiring, "What's wrong, sister-in-law?" with the eyes of the entire table upon her. Xia Shuran could only manage a slight smile and replied, "I can't go up." As if recalling the rules, Qi Mingyu exclaimed, Right. You need a card to access the 5th floor, but only my brother has it. He doesn't allow anyone else up there. Sister-in-law, just get in touch with my brother." Xia Shuran pursed her lips, realizing that Qi Yu had not entrusted the card to anyone. Only he held the means to reach the 5th floor. After she left, the conversation at the table shifted entirely to her. In no time, the entire party was abuzz with the news that Yu Gu had actually found a girlfriend. "Goodness, this is explosive news," they exclaimed. "If Qi Yu doesn't find a girlfriend soon, people might start to question his preferences." Xia Shuran positioned herself by the elevator, preparing to call Qi Yu. If he continued to complain, she would certainly give him a piece of her mind, as she was already filled with frustration. At that moment, the elevator descended to the basement garage, and shortly thereafter, it stopped on the 1st floor. The doors chimed open. Stepping out was a familiar figure, the driver of the pink sports car. He appeared quite handsome, likely in his 20s, not exceeding 25. Upon seeing Xia Shuran, he paused for a moment, his demeanor shifting instantly. Kiara. Xia Shuran furrowed her brow. It was unsettling how easily he had recognized her. Something felt amiss. You said you arrived in Qi Mingyu's car, which put my mind at ease. This is the card for accessing the 5th floor. I didn't manage to pick you up on time, so I couldn't give it to you promptly. He smiled, adding, don't blame you. He really did wait for you quite a while. Since that night in Italy, it's been long enough to drive one to distraction. Xia Shuran stood there, bewildered as she accepted the card. She harbored many questions, such as why this assistant felt comfortable calling his boss by name. Moreover, his last statement seemed oddly peculiar to her. He gestured for her to enter the elevator, saying, please, go up. Ayu is waiting for you. Taking a deep breath, Xia Shuran closed the elevator door. She pressed the button for the 5th floor again and brushed the card against the sensor, prompting the elevator to ascend. With each passing moment, her anxiety intensified. She clutched the shoulder strap of her tote bag tightly, within which lay a sharp knife, concealed and silent. Upon reaching the 5th floor, the elevator doors opened. Xia Shuran stepped out cautiously, approaching the corridor ahead. To her left was the lounge area, dimly lit, with only the balcony at the far end casting a faint glow. Moving with the stealth of a highly alert feline, her footsteps fell as softly as a feather, merging seamlessly into the atmosphere around her. As she slowly approached the balcony, she could already see the shimmering indoor swimming pool through the glass. Gently, she pushed open the tall glass door. The lighting remained dim, and the sounds of laughter from the backyard below seemed muffled, as though separated by a thick layer of cotton, creating a soothing ambience rather than a disturbance. The moment she stepped into this space, she spotted a tall, robust figure standing by the pool. Her heart raced, beating like a rapid drum, making her body sway in response. She felt like a rabbit entering the territory of wolves. Instinctively sans signe danger. Near the handrail, Chiyu was drying himself off, droplets of water still clinging to the tousled hair on his forehead. Beads of water glistened on his cool, chiseled face, his sharp features faintly visible. He lifted his gaze to meet hers, an eyebrow slightly raised. A casual tone reached her ears, come closer. Summer Shuran stepped back, as if ready to flee at any moment. The man stood bare-chested, clad only in black swim trunks, accentuating his fair skin. Water droplets cascaded down his body, his broad shoulders tapering to a narrow waist, muscles flowing with natural grace, a pronounced V-line extending downward, and his long, slender legs appearing perfectly sculpted. She had come to see the abs, and now she was confronted with the reality of them. Her face flushed suddenly, and she quickly averted her gaze. She seemed to take a keen interest in her for a moment before languidly speaking again. Come here. Summer Shuran stiffened, her feet frozen in place. After a brief silence, she suddenly heard his deep voice imbued with a hint of longing. Kiara, you were quite obedient that night. The taut string of memory in her mind snapped. Vague shadows from her recollections began to merge with the man before her. Those pitch-black, elongated eyes. Is it you? Summer Shuran trembled as she spoke. Chiyu approached her with a leisurely gait, a predator with an assured sense of possession. She watched helplessly as he drew nearer, ultimately enveloping her entirely. Chiyu leaned slightly closer, his eyes fixed intently on her, tilting his head slightly. Yes, it's me. Was he trying to be endearing? Summer Shuran pressed her lips together, convinced she was hallucinating. His gaze bore into her, his tone seemingly indifferent, yet it carried an eerie calmness. It's a pity you've forgotten me, leaving me all alone in that hotel. His expression darkened. I despise you. Summer Shuran stood frozen, her previously rehearsed responses evaporating. Fear gripped her. She longed to retreat, but found herself ensnared by the boy before her. He lowered his gaze, meticulously tracing every detail of her, his lips parting slightly. You haven't changed much. Seeing you on the plane made me a bit happy. Summer Shuran replied. Could you please remove your hand? He leaned in slightly, his expression obscure, his eyes locked onto hers. Do you remember me? Seeing the girl remain silent, Chiyu's face fell, a mask of disappointment shadowing his features. After a moment, he seemed to gather his composure. He leaned closer to Xia Shuran's ear and softly uttered, I miss you. His husky yet fervent tone, accompanied by the freshness of youthful breath, entwined itself within her ear, coursing through her entire being. Xiaoshu Ran's legs weakened, rendering her unable to stand as a shiver of goosebumps erupted along her neck. It felt as though countless tiny insects were crawling up her spine, her blood igniting with heat. Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson as she, in a fit of embarrassment and anger, pushed Qiyu away. Yet, she soon realized that despite summoning all her strength, it was no more than a kitten's gentle pawing against him. Qiyu seemingly found it amusing, his eyes slightly raised. The delicate skin of his eyelids, coupled with the upward tilt at the corners, revealed a hint of mischief. What? Are you not going to admit it? Qiyu teased, fixing his gaze on her. You left without a word in Italy, and now you wish to evade responsibility? He recalled how this girl had disrupted his thoughts and hindered his studies for so long. Emotions he had never encountered before left him feeling bewildered and lost. Suddenly, Qiyu's expression turned cold. If you don't take responsibility. The words hung unspoken in the air. He merely declared, even in death, I won't let you go. Xiaoshu Ran's complexion reddened further. Damn it. It felt as if she had provoked some damp, sinister creature. His gaze resembled that of a cold snake, capable of ensnaring her when she least expected it. Steadying her nerves, she asserted, I'm going home. Step aside. She needed to contemplate how to resolve this situation, which had grown undeniably complicated. Yet, Qiyu held her firmly in place, rendering her immobile. Xiaoshu Ran shot him a glare. Have you lost your mind? Let me go. Qiyu's lips curled into a relaxed smile as he replied, Indeed, I have. Xiaoshu Ran found herself at a loss against him, resorting to hitting him. Move aside. Did you hear me? Qiyu gazed at her with an almost melancholic expression. I didn't hear you. The strength in the young girl's hands was nearly negligible. Qiyu seized her hands, gripping her slender wrists, seemingly capable of snapping them with the slightest twist. You hung up on me, and now you hit me. How do you intend to compensate for this? Xiaoshu Ran, her hands restrained, resembled a futilely struggling little rabbit. Her eyes reddened, but her voice remained defiant. What do you want from me? Qiyu's expression was a mix of coldness and mischief. My demands are not extravagant. Just kiss me voluntarily. Chapter 12. Do not bite. So hard Xiaoshu Ran was overwhelmed with shame and anger, her lips trembling slightly as she muttered, You shameless. Qiyu gazed at her with a look akin to a net, fearful that she might escape. He replied nonchalantly, It's not as if we haven't kissed before. Xiaoshu Ran stammered, but that was different. Back then, she had been intoxicated and emboldened, unafraid of embarrassment. Now, the mere thought of kissing him made her flush deeply, feeling as if she might perish from mortification. I won't kiss you. Xiaoshu Ran cast a glance at the window behind the swimming pool, her cheeks aflame as she whispered, Even if I were to jump off here today, I still wouldn't give you a single kiss. Qiyu responded, What sort of nonsensical things does Kiara usually watch? Xiaoshu Ran struggled against the grip he had on her wrist, yet she remained utterly still. His hand was defined with prominent knuckles and long fingers, with neatly trimmed nails that conveyed a sense of cleanliness. However, the prominent veins and sharp wrist bones added a wild strength to his otherwise cold demeanor. With one hand, he held her wrist, and where their skin touched, Xiaoshu Ran suddenly felt a warmth that seeped into her heart. Let go, you little rabbit. He found her adorable and, suppressing a smile, released her. Xiaoshu Ran immediately rubbed her wrist, casting him an accusatory glance. Qiyu feigned innocence, saying, I didn't use much strength. Xiaoshu Ran huffed, but remained silent. That still hurts. Wait for me outside for a moment. I'll be right back, Qiyu stated. Yet he made no move to leave, seemingly intent on awaiting her agreement. Xiaoshu Ran hesitated, but eventually nodded. She knew that even if she wished to flee, she would not be able to escape. Qiyu squinted slightly, confirming once more, You promised not to deceive me. Xiaoshu Ran repeated yes. 3 times before he finally turned to go, he strode toward the side of the pool, while Xiaoshu Ran remained motionless, knowing that if she attempted to run, she would surely be caught. Instead, she chose to observe what he was about to do. It dawned on her suddenly that he intended to shower after swimming. As she witnessed him preparing to remove his swim trunks, her body stiffened, and she could not suppress a startled cry. Qiyu halted his movements, straightened up, and turned back to find Xia Shuran still there. Unable to contain his laughter, his low voice echoed softly in the quiet space. "Want to take a look?" "Who wants to look?" Xia Shuran exclaimed, covering her face as she turned and fled. Xia Shuran awkwardly perched on the edge of a low-luxury black leather sofa, her legs together and hands resting on her knees. Her tote bag lay beside her, a sight she wished to avoid for the moment. The knife within felt like a ticking time bomb, its purpose now rendered moot. With no one spying on her, the burden that had weighed heavily on Xia Shuran's heart finally lifted. She felt a profound sense of relief wash over her. The man from that night had been Chiyu. Although reluctant to admit it, she felt no aversion toward him. Occasionally, in the depths of night, she pondered what that man truly looked like. What if he turned out to be unattractive? Every time she thought of this, she would immediately comfort herself, reasoning that his physique must be complemented by a handsome face. Now that she knew it was Chiyu, to be honest, it completely exceeded her expectations. Objectively speaking, Chiyu was a top-tier handsome man who could still astonish her even after encountering many European heartthrobs. Moreover, his refined and understated facial contours were actually more to her taste than the rugged features of Caucasians. "What are you thinking?" Chiyu's nonchalant voice suddenly broke the silence, startling Xia Shuran. She lifted her gaze, catching a glimpse of him in the dim light. He had changed into a simple white t-shirt and loose black pants. This attire accentuated his youthful charm, with a hint of playful swagger in his brows and eyes. Water still dripped from his damp hair as he casually raised a hand to dry it with a towel, some strands partially obscuring his brow and eyes. Xia Shuran felt her cheeks flush and lowered her gaze, muttering that it was nothing. Chiyu turned and walked into a room along the corridor, leaving Xia Shuran puzzled about his intentions. The corridor was lined with countless rooms, and she mused that anyone visiting might easily get lost. Xia Shuran did not wait long before Chiyu emerged from the room, holding a bottle of wine. He approached the central coffee table in front of the sofa and placed the wine down. The tabletop was composed of various geometric metal shapes, a style that Xia Shuran recognized. It seemed to be one her father adored but could not afford. He retrieved 2 square glass wine glasses and asked, "Care for a drink?" Xia Shuran glanced at the bottle, but before she could recall the type of wine from her memory, she had already opened it and poured into the 2 glasses. The glasses showcased a brilliant ruby-red hue, and the rich aroma of the wine gradually filled the air. Chiyu lifted one of the glasses and offered it to her, suggesting, "Try it." Xia Shuran pressed her lips together, refraining from taking it. The unspoken implication was clear. She was wary of what a shameless person might have added to it. Chiyu raised an eyebrow, took a sip from his own glass, and looked at her with a playful smile. Seeing him drink without any ill effects eased Xia Shuran's anxiety. They locked eyes for a few seconds, and, unable to resist the temptation, she leaned forward to grab the glass from the table and took a sip. Unfortunately, she poured too much and began coughing urgently, her face turning bright red. Chiyu chuckled and steadied her shoulder, helping her place the glass back down, then sat beside her and gently rubbed her back. In a low, husky voice, he said, "Kiara." As Xia Shuran's breathing gradually steadied, she realized how close they were sitting. The dim light cast shadows on his profile, and she looked up to find a tender emotion dancing on his sharp, wild features. His originally fierce brows and cold eyes, along with his strong nose, thin lips, and pale, chiseled jawline, seemed to be enveloped in a soft glow, tempering his aloof demeanor. In that moment, Xia Shuran understood the feeling of being captivated. His deep, dark eyes possessed a magnetic pull that seemed to draw her in. Her cheeks flushed a deeper shade of crimson, and she quietly shifted slightly away, creating a bit of distance. Chiyu suppressed a light chuckle in his eyes, but said nothing. He offered her the wine glass once more, urging her to take her time. Xia Shuran cradled it carefully in both hands, nodding obediently. She took a sip, finding it less potent than she had imagined. Upon entry, the wine exudes a pure and rich fragrance, with a hint of bitterness intertwined with a refreshing citrus sweetness, its body light and airy. Xia Shuran discerned it to be the esteemed Italian Grillo, an ancient and precious varietal. He inquired softly, "Is it good?" Unable to restrain herself, Xia Shuran met his gaze, and in the warmth of his tranquil and affectionate eyes, she lowered her guard and replied gently, "It is delightful." True spirits do not reveal their potency immediately. The initial sweetness gives way to a crescendo of desire as the alcohol's strength unfolds. A rosy hue adorned her eyes, the tip of her nose, and her cheeks. Although she retained some semblance of reason, she observed as Chi-Yu drew closer, yet remained still. He reached up to tuck a stray lock of hair behind her ear and cradled her face in his hands. Chi-Yu's gaze was deep and alluring as he leaned in slowly, pausing just as Xia Shuren's nose brushed against his. Their breaths mingled, enveloping them in warmth. She could detect the fresh scent of his post-shower aroma. Her eyes traveled from his broad, muscular shoulders to his fair neck, finally resting upon his lips. Xia Shuren's breath quickened, accompanied by the rapid beating of her heart. Admittedly, she had found herself quite taken with Chi-Yu since their time on the plane. She was drawn to his cool demeanor, tinged with a hint of mischief. As her gaze became increasingly dazed in the enchanting light of his eyes, she gently pressed her lips against his. A flicker of amusement danced in Chi-Yu's eyes as he swiftly took control, reciprocating her innocent kiss. He enveloped her in his embrace, kissing her deeply, his voice low and husky between their lips. "Darling, don't bite so hard." He then grasped her chin, coaxing her to part her lips, further invading her personal space as they entwined. Xia Shuren found herself pinned against the back of the sofa, her lips tender from his kisses. Blushing, she blinked open her eyes to find Chi-Yu gazing at her, a playful smile barely contained in his eyes. "You may leap now, my dear." Chapter 13. Grateful for the mercy of the heroine, Xia Shuren felt an overwhelming urge to evaporate from embarrassment. The kiss they had just shared left her body languid and weak. Struggling to sit up from the sofa, she shyly avoided Chi-Yu's outstretched hand. The teasing smile on his face made her want to slap him. "That scoundrel." Chi-Yu spoke lazily, exuding a sensual lethargy, as if his desires had been satisfied. "Care for another drink?" "No, I won't," she retorted, blaming the infernal alcohol, vowing to abstain from it henceforth. Chi-Yu leaned back against the sofa, idly playing with a strand of her long hair that had fallen behind her. "This drink is on you," he announced. Xia Shuren pouted and snatched her hair back, fuming. "No way. You bought it with your money." She shot him an incredulous glare. Chi-Yu teased her further, feigning innocence. "The first time I received my fee from a guest." Suddenly, Xia Shuren recalled the money she had left that morning, as she felt her face flush crimson. Chi-Yu chuckled softly. Annoyed, she swatted his arm and warned, "Shut up, or I'll—" With a huff, Xia Shuren stood up, grabbed her bag, and prepared to leave, only to be halted by Chi-Yu behind her. His smile remained unyielding as he reached for her hand. "Are you upset?" Xia Shuren struggled to free herself, but it was like an ant trying to shake a tree. Her unsteady body caused her shoulder bag to slip off, spilling its contents onto the floor. Among the scattered items, a glinting knife stood out ominously. Xia Shuren cast a guilty glance at Chi-Yu. His attention was solely on her, and it wasn't until she looked down that he noticed the knife. He raised an eyebrow. Reclining on the sofa and gazing up at her, she slowly turned to face him, and he still held her wrist, gently tugging at her skirt to bring her closer. Standing between his legs, Xia Shuren hung her head, unable to meet his eyes. His tall and athletic frame, even while seated, cast an oppressive presence over her. She stammered, eager to explain, "It's for self-defense." Chi-Yu picked up the knife and remarked, "Thank you for your mercy, heroine." Xia Shuren blushed, stuttering. "I'm sorry, I misunderstood you, so." Sincerely apologizing, she added, "I shouldn't have brought a weapon." She recognized her mistake. The knife was a perilous tool that could harm someone if mishandled. Chi-Yu's eyes sparkled with amusement at her earnestness. "It's all right, but this is rather dangerous for you. It's best not to carry it around." Xia Shuren obediently nodded yes. Chi-Yu casually placed the knife aside and turned to her. "So, will you stay tonight?" Xia Shuren's mind froze. His words sounded strikingly like an invitation. Her face flushed crimson. "No," she stammered. Chi-Yu rose, his figure completely overshadowing her. Xia Shuren felt a tremor in her heart and quietly stepped back. In consideration of her feelings, Chi-Yu distanced himself slightly, stating that it was too late, and she could stay the night. he would escort her back to school in the morning. He added that she could choose any room she desired. The party downstairs seemed to have quieted considerably, nearing its conclusion. Some guests had departed, while others remained in the villa. However, no one dared to approach the top floor. Likely unable to do so, Xia Shuren picked up her phone, initially intending to message her dorm mates, inquiring if the dormitory supervisor could make an exception. But upon reflection, she realized that it was late, and her roommates were surely asleep. Thus, she decided against disturbing them. Alone on the sofa, she waited. When Chiyu left, he finally turned on the lights in the hall, allowing her to see the furnishings more clearly. The colors were predominantly subdued and wild dark tones, with a strong sense of design that perfectly matched Chiyu's aura. She had no idea where he had gone. The entire 5-story building resembled a labyrinth, and even if she wished to find him, it would be impossible. He had left her with a remark, suggesting she choose a room on either side of the corridor if she decided to stay, and to message him if she wanted to return to school. Xia Shuren sighed, realizing that returning to school at this hour would likely mean she couldn't enter the dormitory. She slowly walked toward the depths of the corridor and selected a nearby room. Cautiously pushing the door open, she found the interior reminiscent of a luxury hotel. It had all the essentials, yet lacked warmth, exuding an eerie sense of abandonment. Xia Shuren set down her bag and sat on the bed for a brief rest. What a tumultuous day it had been, but her greatest concern had dissipated, and the outcome was finally favorable. After calming her emotions, she rose to the shower, removed her makeup, and bathed. Snuggling under the covers, she closed her eyes, her mind filled with images of Chiyu, the fragrance that enveloped him, the warmth of his lips, the veins in his arms. Xia Shuren blushed and covered her face, forcing herself to divert her thoughts. The girl, caught in the innocent fluttering of her heart, gradually drifted into slumber. Little did she know that 10 minutes later, the door to her room was gently opened. Chiyu leaned against the doorframe, brushing his teeth, gazing at the slumbering girl. He silently smiled and whispered, "Good night, my dear." Then, with utmost care, he closed the door and left the room. Chapter 14. After the party. The remnants of revelry were swiftly cleared away by the cleaning crew. Some guests had opted to stay overnight at the villa, and it was nearly noon when they finally emerged from their slumber. Chiyu had arranged a sumptuous lunch on the first floor, though he was absent himself. The exquisite elongated dining table was graced by the presence of Hua, Xiaoyang, Lu Qian, Chimingyu, Su Yinshi, Chun Fei, along with several female companions. Having enjoyed a night of merriment, the atmosphere was buoyant as they indulged in their meal, engaging in light-hearted banter. Chimingyu turned to Lu Qian and remarked, "My brother and sister-in-law didn't come down all night, did they?" Hua Xiaoyang, taken aback, replied, "What sister-in-law?" Su Yinshi also paused to look at Chimingyu. With a teasing grin, replied, "You all follow my brother around so much, yet you don't even know this?" He relished the moment, allowing the suspense to build, until Lu Qian interjected, "It's Xia Shuren." He cast his gaze around the table, speaking slowly. "She hasn't come down from the 5th floor all night." A palpable tension filled the air as expressions shifted. Everyone was aware that aside from the cleaning staff and Chiyu's most trusted aide, Aiming, Chiyu had never permitted anyone to ascend to the 5th floor. Chimingyu raised his eyebrows with a grin. "My sister-in-law. Huh, now she truly is my sister-in-law." Hua Xiaoyang, still a bit tipsy, took a moment to process Xia Shuren. Lu Qian, with a hint of sarcasm, added, "Your beautiful sister." In an instant, Hua Xiaoyang leapt to his feet in shock. Lu Qian delivered another blow. "By the way, she also saw you last night, being rather affectionate." Hua Xiaoyang lamented, "No way." The scene erupted into chaos, each individual reacting with a mix of curiosity, jealousy, and anxiety. Chun Fei, keeping her head down, nibbled her food slowly, feeling unworthy to speak at the table. Internally, she was astounded that Xia Shuren had truly captivated Chiyu. Impressive. She resolved never to provoke her again. This was a formidable woman. Xia Shuren was roused by the clamoring sounds from outside her door. "Do you require room service?" Chiyu's teasing voice echoed persistently. Irritated, Xia Shuren sat up in bed, her voice still laced with morning drowsiness. No. Chiyu responded with a languid chuckle. "Oh, you're awake. Hurry and come out. I'm waiting for you outside." Like anyone abruptly awakened, She found it difficult to return to sleep, and with a belly full of frustration, she got out of bed. In her room-esque shower, she brushed her teeth and washed her face, preparing to apply her makeup when she heard Chiyu knocking at the door. "Still asleep?" he called. "No, I'm just washing my face. I'll be out shortly." When silence followed, she retrieved her makeup bag, ensuring all her tools were in place, and crafted an exquisite appearance. Grabbing her bag, she stepped out into the hall, where Chiyu lounged on the central sofa. With legs apart and a slight lean forward, he rested his elbows on his knees, engrossed in his phone. Upon hearing her approach, he lifted his gaze. Xia Shuran offered an awkward smile as their eyes met. Chiyu raised an eyebrow, pocketing his phone as he stood up. "Ready?" Xia Shuran tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and nodded softly. "Shall we go down for lunch?" Chiyu inquired, stepping closer. Xia Shuran followed behind him, stealing glances at his silhouette. His proportions were strikingly superior, with a well-groomed, short hairstyle that appeared effortlessly neat. It was evident that he took care of his appearance, as he always looked impeccably tidy each day. Today, he opted for simplicity, donning a black short-sleeve shirt and dark cargo pants. With broad shoulders and a narrow waist, his long legs made him a natural model for clothing. The cargo pants. They seemed to resemble what he wore that night. Xia Shuran felt her cheeks flush suddenly. She vowed it was not due to any improper thoughts. Was it possible that Chiyu was doing this on purpose? Such a rogue, she could hardly dismiss her suspicions. Upon entering the elevator, Chiyu stood by the buttons, casting a casual glance at Xia Shuran as she stepped inside. His gaze was indifferent yet audacious. After years of mastering the art of ignoring stares, Xia Shuran found herself faltering today. She felt self-conscious, reflecting on her makeup, wondering if there was anything amiss. Was her lipstick smudged? Lost in thought, she was abruptly interrupted by Chiyu's nonchalant voice. "Why are you blushing?" Xia Shuran quickly averted her gaze, pouting slightly as she murmured, "I'm not." "Is that so?" Chiyu stepped forward, his long legs covering the distance with ease. In the spacious elevator, they had initially occupied opposite sides, but now he encroached upon her space. His presence loomed over her, his eyelids lowered as he studied her averted face. The distance between them was charged with ambiguity, as if a wall kiss was imminent. "Look at me," he said, his tone languid. Xia Shuran felt her cheeks burn hotter, her face undoubtedly flushed to the point where foundation could no longer conceal it. She refused to meet his gaze. But in the next moment, Chiyu grasped her chin, effortlessly compelling her to lift her head and meet his eyes. His expression darkened, leaving her with no choice but to gaze at him. Xia Shuran frowned. What was this annoying habit of his, always pinching her? She recalled that night when he had gripped her neck, leaving a mark that took days to fade, earning her ridicule from friends who teased her about joining the letter circle. With a teasing tone, Chiyu asked, "Are you feeling feverish?" "No," she retorted, attempting to pry his hands away. Chiyu, undeterred, playfully shook her face from side to side, as a master would with a pet, evoking a sense of control. His eyes sparkled with mischief as he spoke in a husky voice, laced with hidden meanings. "Why are you so red and warm, my dear?" Chapter 15. In an instant, Xia Shuran found herself transported back to that evening in Italy. Within the hazy recesses of her memory, a voice imbued with the same carnal undertones emerged. The youth claimed it was his first time, yet he exhibited a surprising proficiency. He held complete dominion over her emotions, manipulating them at will. Xia Shuran feigned ferocity, exclaiming, "Let go of me." He chuckled softly. "What do you wish to do?" Despite her futile struggle, she resorted to her last defense, her teeth. She opened her mouth to nip at Chiyu's hand. He laughed, intentionally allowing her to bite him twice, then affectionately ruffled her hair. A mischievous smile playing on his lips. "You were like a little puppy." Xia Shuran, rising on her toes to bite him again, retorted, "Indeed, I am a dog, and I will bite you." Chiyu continued to laugh at her antics. She knew she must retaliate. With all her might, she finally seized one of his hands, seizing the perfect moment to bite down. Yet, how fierce could she truly be towards someone she cherished? Xia Shuran restrained her strength, delivering a gentle bite. A faint imprint lingered on the back of Chiyu's hand, destined to fade within minutes. While she playfully wreaked havoc, Chiyu remained still, merely chuckling as he teased her. "Go on, keep biting," he urged. I refuse, Xia Shuran replied, lightly smacking his hand before preparing to release it. Just as the elevator doors opened, the restaurant lay directly across from the elevator, and everyone observed their intimate exchange. Most notably, Chi wore a smile. If there were any skeptics moments before, the sight was now akin to a thunderclap. Xia Shuran immediately relinquished his hand, exhaling deeply as she hurried out of the elevator, with Chi trailing closely behind her. Upon reaching the dining table, Xia Shuran froze, uncertain of where to sit. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, she could only maintain a faint smile. Chi promptly found an available seat nearby, pulling out a chair and gesturing to Xia Shuran, "Please take a seat." Once she settled down, he occupied the adjacent chair. Chi Mingyu cheerfully called out, "Sister-in-law." Xia Shuran glanced at Chi, noticing his lack of reaction, and chose to remain silent. The conversation resumed, filled with laughter, while Chi occasionally chimed in with his own quips. Hua Xiaoyang, looking disheartened, resembled a child bereft of candy, his face twisted in despair. Lu Qian teased him, "You look like a bitter melon," called her sister-in-law. Hua Xiaoza, confronted by Xia Shuran's smiling visage, found it impossible to muster a smile of his own. Yet, under the imposing presence of Yuge, he could only feebly acknowledge her with, "Hello, sister-in-law." From a young age, his parents had held Chi Yu as a paragon, instilling in him a sense of aspiration. In Hua Xiao's eyes, Chi Yu was akin to a deity. He excelled in every endeavor, academics, athletics, socializing. Now, while his peers indulged in leisure, he had already taken the reins of his father's company, wielding significant influence within the family. Despite the glamorous exterior of their affluent lifestyle within the confines of their homes, all were subject to their father's admonitions. This illustrated the adage about the power dynamics of dependency. Without financial independence, one had no authority. Consequently, Chi Yu had ascended to a different echelon, akin to their forebears, commanding the family's financial resources. Though envy lingered, it was clear that Yugu possessed remarkable capabilities. Were it not for his father's abandonment of responsibilities, leaving the entire family for him to steer, Hua Xiaoyang would have squandered everything long ago. This elucidates why most second-generation affluent individuals rely on their family's financial resources for sustenance. They simply lack the competence. In matters of courtship, Hua Xiaoyang dared not contend with Yugu, nor could he prevail. After addressing her as sister-in-law, he fell silent, nearly burying his head in his plate. Lu Qian and others teased him, wondering if he was on the verge of tears. Hua Xiaoyang's heart bled. He yearned for the beautiful sister. It was utterly unfair. This world was unjust. The atmosphere was remarkably relaxed, with the ladies discussing cosmetics while the young gentlemen engaged in casual banter. Chi Yu inquired of Chi Mingyu about his father's availability. He required certain data that necessitated his uncle's corroboration. "My father is likely imbibing at Jiangbin CG with some officials. Probably passed out now, brother. Perhaps you should try calling him in a few hours," Chi Mingyu suggested. Qiyu nodded, his peripheral vision catching sight of a girl who had just been gazing at him. A subtle smile flickered in his eyes. Qiyu deftly used the serving chopsticks to offer summer bluefin tuna to Xia Shuran, stating nonchalantly, "I enjoy this. You should give it a try." Xia Shuran tasted a bite, nodding slightly in approval. Meanwhile, Su Yinshi, seated nearby, gripped her spoon tightly, her fingers turning pale as she remained silent, disengaged from the table's light-hearted chatter. In contrast, Chun Feifei, seated beside her, kept stealing glances at Xia Shuran, eagerly watching for any inclination of her lifting her gaze. Like a thief, she hoped to exchange a discreet glance with Xia Shuran without Su Yinshi noticing, attempting to establish rapport. After several back-and-forth glances, Xia Shuran finally acknowledged her. Chun Feifei quickly flashed a flattering smile. Xia Shuran raised an eyebrow, nodding in response. Chun Feifei felt a sense of relief. It was essential to maintain a good relationship with the woman beside Chi Yu. While it was highly probable that Chi Yu would marry Su Yinshi due to familial expectations, one could never be certain. What if Xia Shuran became Chi Yu's mistress after marriage? In today's world, being a third party could guarantee a child's right to inheritance. As lunch concluded, the group began to disperse. Chi Yu exchanged a knowing glance with Xia Shuran, and she understood, remaining seated. Su Yinshi attempted to voice something, but Lu Qian intercepted her. Su Yinshi wriggled free of his grasp. Lu Qian suddenly chuckled, whispering to her, Yinshi, do you truly believe you can deter Yu if he genuinely has feelings for that woman? Su Yinshi clutched the chain of her bag tightly, taking several deep breaths before turning to follow Lu Qian and the others. Lu Qian was still carrying a seemingly despairing Hua Xiaoyang, who appeared ready to leap into the river. Qi Yu retained Qi Mingyu for a private conversation. Qi Mingyu was overjoyed, thinking he was about to be entrusted with some significant matter. As Lu Qian exited the villa, suppressing laughter, he remarked to Hua Xiaoyang, you've outdone yourself today. I must tell you, Qi Mingyu has quite the spectacle to enjoy. What spectacle? Hua Xiaoyang inquired. Teasing sister-in-law, and facing the consequences, Lu Qian replied with a grin. Chapter 16. I will buy you anything you desire. As soon as the person departed, the villa instantly felt desolate. Qi remained seated at the dining chair, unmoving. Xia Shuran was at a loss for words. She had no inkling of his intentions. A cleaning staff approached to inquire whether the dining table needed tidying up. Qi Yu politely smiled at the cleaning lady, asking her to wait a moment. The corners of Xia Shuran's lips curled slightly. Qi Yu was quite courteous to the staff. All right, we will return shortly, the lady replied respectfully, yet her tone carried a hint of amusement. It was evident that the employees were quite satisfied with their employer. It seemed that Qi Yu excelled in socializing with those beneath him. Qi Mingyu, grinning broadly, remarked, brother, I knew they were unreliable. Whatever needs doing should be left to me. Speak up, brother, what is it? I assure you I will handle it flawlessly. Qi Yu glanced at him with an unreadable expression, his face devoid of emotion. Qi Mingyu's smile abruptly froze. He understood his brother too well, realizing that Qi Yu was undoubtedly displeased. Brother? He quickly softened his tone, laced with an air of pleading, even though he had no idea what had provoked his brother's ire. Qi Yu spoke in a measured tone. I heard you have a pet rabbit. Huh? Qi Mingyu, momentarily dumbfounded, shook his head. No, how could I possibly have a pet? Suddenly, he halted mid-sentence. A rabbit? Oh no, the little white rabbit. Qi Mingyu, having developed a habit of reacting instantly, began to cry. Brother, I was wrong. I didn't know it was sister-in-law at the time. It's all my fault for my loose tongue. He patted his mouth a few times, casting a pitiful gaze at Qi Yu. Qi Yu averted his eyes, raising them to meet Xia Shuran's. You should apologize, not to me, but to Kiara. Yes, sister-in-law, I am truly sorry. I was in the wrong. Qi Yu looked at Xia Shuran, who pressed her lips together. His implication was clear. He was seeking her forgiveness. Sighing inwardly, Xia Shuran smiled at Qi Mingyu. It's fine. Qi Mingyu finally smiled, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, sister-in-law. Yet Qi Yu interjected, you need not sacrifice your own feelings. It is acceptable not to forgive. I can arrange for him to compensate you. Qi Mingyu quickly nodded. Yes. Sister-in-law, whatever you desire, I shall procure for you. Qi Yu cast a frosty glance at him. Internally musing, I haven't even suggested that yet. Xia Shuran smiled gently. It's all right. I've already said it's unnecessary. Qi Yu, with an air of impatience, began to usher him away. All right, you may leave now. Qi Mingyu dashed off in a flash, disappearing in an instant. The hall was left with only Qi Yu and Xia Shuran. Xia Shuran spoke first. I must return to school as well. I have a class in the afternoon. I will see you off, Qi Yu replied, his gaze fixed on his phone. His tone languid. Observing his nonchalant demeanor, Xia Shuran felt a strong urge to ask him, aren't you attending classes? She recalled Jiang Xiao mentioning that Qi Yu was also a sophomore. It appeared that what her roommate had said about Qi Yu rarely being present at school referred to his absences. Qi Yu seemed to discern her thoughts through the shifting expressions on her face. He suppressed a chuckle, his voice low. I have no classes today. Xia Shuran gazed at him with a soft glare. Goodness, you have no classes, but I do. Qi Yu teased her. I am a punctual student, unlike you. He pretended to check the time on his phone, leisurely stating, even if I took a rocket, I would still be late now. This is all your fault. Xia Shuran lowered her eyes, feeling the weight of her truancy on the very first day of school. She would undoubtedly face criticism. It's still my fault? Who slept until noon? You did too. I have no classes. Xia Shuran decided to ignore him and prepare to leave for school on her own. Qi Yu chuckled helplessly. Can you wait a moment? No sooner had he spoken than the elevator doors slid open. The young driver from yesterday appeared, holding a car key. With utmost respect, he handed the key to Chi-Yu and then departed. Xia Shuran stood frozen in place. Chi-Yu gently took hold of her wrist, his voice softening. Please don't be in such a hurry. Xia Shuran felt her cheeks flush at his nonchalant demeanor as he pulled her back down to sit. He placed the car key in front of her, leisurely stating, "This is for you." Xia Shuran recognized it as the key to a Ferrari, the very one she had seen the night before. She was not particularly knowledgeable about cars, let alone the limited editions of luxury vehicles. Hearing Qi Mingyu and Lu Qian discuss the price of that car had left her astounded. This gift was far too extravagant. She could not accept it. Xia Shuran lowered her gaze and shook her head. Qiyu smiled, but chose not to pursue the topic further, simply asking, "Can you drive?" Xia Shuran nodded. Qiyu, with a playful smile, ruffled her hair and said, "All right then, let's head back to school. You shall drive." Chapter 17. The driver's hardship fee before departing. Qiyu paused, expressing his desire to change attire. As he turned towards the elevator, he inquired if she would like a card for the 5th floor. Xia Shuran had already discerned from the reactions of others that the 5th floor was Chi-Yu's private domain. Aside from a few cleaning personnel and his subordinates, she would likely be the first to ascend. Without hesitation, Xia Shuran replied affirmatively. Approximately 10 minutes later, Chi-Yu reappeared, clad in a tailored suit, though lacking a jacket, donning only a crisp white shirt. The collar was left unbuttoned at 2 points, revealing his sharply defined collarbones, complemented by a dark metallic necklace that lent him an air of refined nonchalance. His shirt sleeves were rolled up to his forearms, which were slender, the pale skin beneath exhibiting a network of veins. His trousers were standard dark suit pants, tailored in a slightly loose style that, if worn improperly, could appear cumbersome. However, Chi-Yu's long and straight legs held them up effortlessly. He extended the card towards her, which Xia Shuran accepted and placed in her bag. Chi-Yu also offered her a bottle of last night's wine, stating that he had exchanged the euros she had given him for lira at an elderly vendor on Sisi Island to procure it. Xia Shuran mused inwardly about the slightly playful tone in his voice, deciding to accept it graciously. Chi-Yu then leisurely remarked, "The knife is here with me." Xia Shuran nodded awkwardly. His gaze was deep as he looked at her, almost as if speaking to himself. He said in a near whisper, "You seem particularly agreeable today. Will you acquiesce to anything I propose?" Xia Shuran did not catch his words clearly. "What?" Chi-Yu chuckled lightly. "I asked if you'd be my girlfriend. How about it?" Xia Shuran stood frozen, speechless. It seemed Chi-Yu had anticipated her reaction, as he raised an eyebrow casually. "It's fine if you don't agree. I've already vowed to haunt you like a ghost." "Don't be absurd," Xia Shuran retorted, her face flushed. "Let me think it over." As they descended to the underground parking lot, Xia Shuran immediately spotted the pale pink Ferrari convertible. She looked down at her and softly urged, "Go ahead." Biting her lip, Xia Shuran took the car keys and approached the vehicle. Taking a deep breath, she nervously opened the door. The interior was adorned with light-colored leather seats and sparkling, youthful accents. It was hard to imagine the seemingly aloof Chi-Yu owning such a car. Xia Shuran cautiously took her seat in the driver's position, while Chi-Yu opened the passenger door and elegantly slid in. He reclined leisurely against the seat back. "Let us go." In stark contrast to his relaxed demeanor, Xia Shuran was already sweating from nerves. She inhaled deeply. "Are you sure you trust me to drive?" The descent was perilous in her estimation. Xia Shuran expected Chi-Yu to tease her, but he spoke in a calm tone. "I'm here. Don't be afraid." Summoning her courage, Xia Shuran pressed the accelerator as they began their descent. The afternoon sun cast a golden hue over the lush mountains and along the route. Remnants of the racing flags from the previous day were still visible. At this moment, Chi-Yu interjected, "It's been 10 minutes, have you agreed?" Xia Shuran replied, "Be quiet." She focused intently on driving, fully immersing herself in the task. The winding mountain road demanded her utmost attention, presenting a challenge even greater than her driving test's second subject. Chi-Yu found her amusing as he observed her tense demeanor, reminding her to maintain silence for safety while driving. He chuckled softly, placing his fist against his lips. All right, quiet it is." The journey along the mountain road could take less than half an hour at high speed, while a normal pace would suffice in just over an hour. Yet, Xia Shuran stubbornly took 2 hours to reach the base of the mountain. Upon spotting the security booth nearby, she exhaled heavily, finally leaning back against the seat. At last. Finally, she murmured wearily. Qiyu affectionately ruffled her hair, commending her effort. Xia Shuran softly protested. You know what that means? You must treat me to a meal. Qiyu readily agreed, of course. Xia Shuran pressed her lips together, eagerly suggesting, tonight. Qiyu responded, I have work tonight, unfortunately. How about in a few days? Noticing her silence, he added in a gentler tone, I really have to work, but if you invite me, I would crawl over if necessary. Xia Shuran's lips twitched. That won't be necessary. All right then, just don't stand me up. As they passed the security booth, Qiyu lowered the window, calling out, Uncle He, we're leaving. Uncle He promptly stood, replying, all right, Mr. Qi, take care. He noticed Xia Shuran in the driver's seat and slightly bowed to greet her. Xia Shuran responded with a somewhat shy smile. Once the window was closed, Qiyu murmured, I dislike being called Mr. Qi. It sounds unpleasant. His tone bore a hint of playful complaint, akin to a child. Xia Shuran couldn't help but chuckle. It was fascinating how multidimensional he was, this seemingly cold individual revealing such a side. As they drove out of the western suburbs, their vehicle attracted countless glances, though, thankfully, the windows were tinted for privacy. On the way to Peking University, Qiyu needed to disembark at the Jiangbin Four Seasons. The car halted at the entrance of the clubhouse. Qiyu unfastened his seatbelt, but remained seated, fixating his gaze on Xia Shuran, causing her cheeks to flush. Have you agreed? Here we go again. I'll pursue you then. Qiyu lowered his gaze, but I've never pursued a girl before. So please don't find me lacking. Xia Shuran was silent for a moment. Qiyu awaited her response, feeling increasingly anxious. His palms were sweaty. Finally, Xia Shuran's lips moved, her voice barely audible, I agree. The girl's face turned crimson, avoiding his gaze. Qiyu's mind buzzed, and after a long pause, he remarked, Don't deceive me. Xia Shuran felt exasperated. Was her brief absence in Italy so impactful that it left him with doubts? Rest assured, I won't deceive you. She looked at him, but you must explain your relationship with Su Yinshi. Su Yinshi? What does she have to do with this? Qiyu was perplexed, as this matter was between the two of them. Xia Shuran, no longer concealing her thoughts, directly stated that someone had claimed he had engaged in a betrothal with her. Qiyu was genuinely taken aback, exclaiming, What? When did this happen? A betrothal? I was not informed. Xia Shuran was surprised by his reaction. She suddenly realized that ever since their encounter last night, he had consistently exceeded her expectations. Kiara, I do not have any betrothal. Su Yinshi is merely a friend, akin to Hua Qian and the others. You know whom I truly fancy. Xia Shuran remained silent, yet she believed Qiyu. He planted a kiss on his girlfriend before stepping out of the car. The attendant at the club's entrance, upon seeing him, bowed and opened the door. Xia Shuran's face flushed crimson. Seated in the driver's seat, she called out to him, Qiyu, the car. What about this car? It's yours. Hey, a little something for the trouble of driving, he said with a smile, and his figure vanished at the entrance of the club. Stealing herself. Xia Shuran drove the car to an area near Beijing University. She lacked the courage to park it in the school lot, as this vehicle attracted far too much attention. Xia Shuran was plagued by rumors, having had countless fabricated romances since high school. With this car added to the mix, she feared her time at Beijing University would be exceedingly challenging. She took out her phone to search for nearby upscale parking facilities, ultimately discovering one with the highest safety ratings, albeit the most expensive as well, 500 RMB for a single night. As she gazed at her bank account balance, she noted that she had only enough for one night's parking. Despite her current appearance adorned in luxury brands, all were purchases from a time long past. Her family's circumstances had now become comparable to those of an ordinary person. Xia Shuran took the bus to Beijing University. Pondering how 500 yuan for a night made her wonder why she didn't simply rob a bank. Unfortunately, the delicate Ferrari was far too precious, and ordinary parking lots could not accommodate such a magnificent vehicle. Those who owned such luxury cars surely had their own parking spaces. Alas, Qiyu's gift of this car was beyond her means to maintain. Just parking it was a daunting task, let alone the subsequent costs for fuel, upkeep, and repairs. It felt less like a gift and more like an ancestral burden bestowed upon her. Chapter 18. Xia Shuran returned to her dormitory, a bottle of wine in hand. It was around 3 or 4 in the afternoon, and her roommates had just returned from class. Even Chun Feifei and Su Yinshi made it back, albeit with a tardy note. Jiang Xiaoye approached Xia Shuran with a mournful expression, recounting what had transpired during class. When the teacher called the roll, Jiang Xiaoye had mistakenly answered for Xia Shuran, nearly securing her a pass. Who would have known? Jiang Xiaoye glanced at Chun Feifei and huffed in irritation. Chun Feifei, startled, quickly stood up, exclaiming it wasn't me. Why are you looking at me? She confessed everything, stating it was Yinshi. She raised her hand when you weren't here. Jiang Xiaoye pouted, nodding in agreement. Su Yinshi did it on purpose. Boo-hoo, I got scolded by the teacher too. Xia Shuran gently patted her back in a gesture of comfort, contemplating that it was Jiang Xiaoye's own fault for being late, and she couldn't blame others. She resolved to practice her driving skills diligently next time, as she always faltered at critical moments. Sigh. Skipping the first class of the semester would surely land her on the teacher's blacklist. Jiang Xiaoye's keen eyes spotted the wine bottle in Xia Shuran's hand. Goddess, what kind of wine is that? It looks so beautiful. Chun Feifei had also noticed it earlier, recognizing its apparent value. Undoubtedly a gift from Qiyu. Xia Shuran smiled faintly, choosing to keep the wine well preserved. This marked the first gift Qiyu had ever given her, holding sentimental significance. After a long pause, Su Yao finally inquired, Shuran, did you see Qiyu yesterday? The answer was already evident. She and Jiang Xiaoye had excitedly discussed it all night. After all, Xia Shuran had not returned home at all. Yes, goddess, don't be shy, do tell. Xia Shuran nodded gently. So did you see his abs? They pressed eagerly. Xia Shuran struggled to maintain her composure, replying, let's not talk about that. Her tacit admission nearly sent Su Yao and Jiang Xiaoye into a frenzy. Goddess, you are incredible. Do you realize how hard it is to win over Qiyu? Our school's beauty, Jiang Ruoxue from the dance department, is exceptionally stunning. Yet she was also rejected by him. Although she later claimed she never pursued him, a photo of the rejection was leaked. Chun Feifei wanted to interject, what's that? Even childhood sweethearts can be turned down. The photo depicted her in the moment of rejection, her face turning a shade of deep crimson. Yet, when that image was posted on the forum, the comments were filled with derision towards Qiyu, accusing him of lacking appreciation for beauty. Those otaku had quite the foul mouths. Xia Shuran could completely empathize. They viewed the pure and ethereal goddess as someone who would stoop to confessing her feelings, only to be rejected. Had she been in their shoes, she would have felt anger, wishing to punch the instigator. Shuran, you have no idea. She was almost beaten up that day. Ha! It seems offending a school beauty can be quite dangerous. Xia Shuran, feeling anxious, asked, so, did he actually get beaten? Jiang Xiaoye remarked that she had heard several individuals had attempted to besiege Qiyu, yet none succeeded. Ultimately, they were all hospitalized due to the confrontation, with Qiyu covering their medical expenses. Xia Shuran could not suppress a laugh, taken aback by the unfortunate turn of events that had befallen him. Jiang Xiaoye continued, of course, goddess, you're no less than Jiang Ruoxue. It is simply a matter of differing styles. She embodies the delicate grace of a refined lady. Upon hearing this, Xia Shuran understood immediately. While the former was akin to the gentle, willowy Dayu, she herself was affectionately dubbed by her roommates as the innocent little wildcat. Goodness, the disparity in levels was astonishing. Through their conversation about the campus beauty, Xia Shuran became aware of the forum's voting for the campus beauty rankings. Later that evening, she finally found the time to register an account on the forum. Upon opening the list, she was taken aback to see her own photograph, taken the previous day when someone had discreetly captured it at the school gate. Clicking on her avatar, she watched as the comments continually refreshed. It was remarkable to see how many votes had already accumulated for a photo uploaded today. Ha ha ha, I relish this. I am but an ordinary person. She muttered in frustration, WSN, could you kindly leave? Do not fantasize about my goddess. Feeling increasingly irritable, Xia Shuran exited the forum, tossing her phone aside, regretting her decision to visit the wretched site that had only served to aggravate her. Chapter 19. The Perils of Comparison in the Late Hours of the Night. Within an opulent apartment situated in a prime area of the capital, Chiyu reclined on the sofa, slightly inebriated after an evening of socializing with several elderly gentlemen. Beside him stood a refined young man, Ming, the assistant whom Xia Shuran had encountered on a previous occasion. He handed a document to Chiyu, detailing the entirety of Xia Shuran's life history. Initially, during their time in Italy, the lack of connections had rendered them unable to unearth more than the name Chiara. However, now that they were in the country, the task had become considerably easier. Chiyu, his thoughts somewhat sluggish, nodded absently, indicating for Ming to continue, though he admitted, "I cannot discern the words clearly at the moment." Ming began to relay. Xia Shuran was born in Haicheng. During her childhood, she resided with her parents in a modest tenement building, but after primary school, they relocated to an affluent villa district. Her father established his career in pharmaceutical sales, and at the peak of his company, it boasted assets in the hundreds of millions. In recent years, however, her company has ceased public bidding, and upon investigation, it appears to be on the brink of delisting, teetering on the edge of bankruptcy. Chiyu nodded lightly, signaling that he was listening. Yet, as Ming continued to delve into Xia Shuran's father's rise to success, Chiyu shook his head, interrupting, "That's enough. I wish to hear about her directly. Has she ever been in a romantic relationship? If so, what is her type?" His gaze, dulled by the effects of alcohol, reflected his genuine curiosity. "I am eager to learn what she prefers," he mused, contemplating how to approach her. Ming, understanding the unspoken implications, responded, "Well, although Xia Shuran lacks romantic experiences, her only encounter was with you in Italy. Her daily activities are rather monotonous, with frequent visits to beauty salons, while her other interests remain somewhat ambiguous. She excelled in design studies in Italy, and her contributions to spatial modeling have earned international acclaim." As Ming concluded his lengthy discourse, he could not help but internally lament. This girl seemingly had no secrets left before Chiyu. He had even managed to uncover her height, weight, measurements, and even shoe size. Chiyu listened intently, then remarked, "All right, you may leave now." As Ming turned to exit, he heard Chiyu's voice call out, "What is generally considered an appropriate gift for a first date?" Ming, a workaholic with scant romantic experience, pondered deeply. Primarily, he was preoccupied with keeping pace with Chiyu amidst the burgeoning demands of their family business. He was Chiyu's direct subordinate, and with Chiyu poised to take over the family enterprise, Ming often found himself so busy that he would forget to eat. While his boss was now embarking on a romantic endeavor, after much contemplation, he finally ventured, perhaps a necklace? Chiyu considered the suggestion and deemed it viable. Once Ming departed, he observed Chiyu's weary form leaning against the sofa. Alas, it is indeed a challenge for Chiyu to balance the demands of work with the pursuit of a romantic interest, he mused. Meanwhile, the sun climbed high in the sky, and not a soul stirred within the dormitory. Remarkably, Xia Shuran was the first to awaken. She retrieved her facial cleanser and an array of lotions and serums from her bag, placing them neatly on the washstand in the dormitory bathroom. As she lathered the facial cleanser and applied it to her face, the sound of a door creaking open echoed behind her. It was Chun Fei who had risen. With a hint of embarrassment, she greeted Xia Shuran with a simple good morning. Xia Shuran responded briefly, continuing her cleansing routine. Meanwhile, Chun Fei, while brushing her teeth, discreetly observed her. Chun Fei's gaze swept over Xia Shuran's collection of luxurious skincare products, leaving her astonished. The dress Xia Shuran wore yesterday had piqued Chun Fei's curiosity, prompting her to search online while tucked under her covers the previous night. The official price of that dress was several thousand euros, equivalent to over 20,000 yuan. Goodness! Chun Fei had nearly dropped her phone in disbelief. It was evident that this woman hailed from affluence. Envy was a futile emotion. Comparing oneself to others was exasperating. Chun Fei felt her eyes welling up, lamenting the injustices of the world. Once Xia Shuran finished her preparations and turned around, she was met with Chun Fei's sorrowful expression. Initially inclined to ignore her, she reconsidered, sensing that Chun Fei might be on the verge of despair. Xia Shuran inquired, "What's wrong?" Chun Fei, suppressing a sob, asked, "Xia Shuran, once you are with Chiyu, you want to speak ill of me, will you?" Surely you're not that petty. Xia Shuran replied, you're being ridiculous. As she attempted to leave, Chun Feifei called out, just a friendly reminder, you should avoid leaving your things in common areas. I'm letting you know in advance. If they go missing, don't blame me. Xia Shuran glanced back at the array of skincare products, all purchased during her time in Italy, now beyond her financial reach. Her roommate in Italy had also come from a well-off family, and at that time, cosmetics and skincare could be shared without concern. Yet now, Xia Shuran pondered, recognizing the validity of Chun Feifei's advice. It wasn't that she distrusted her roommates, but losing her belongings could lead to unnecessary complications and perhaps even a breach of trust. With a newfound resolve, Xia Shuran gathered all her items and expressed her gratitude to Chun Feifei. Later, as Chun Feifei prepared to leave, she mentioned her plans to volunteer for the freshman military training. In truth, her intention was to scout for promising new students, aiming to seize any opportunity. Xia Shuran, while applying a face mask and standing by the window, idly watched the verdant branches outside until she spotted Chun Feifei reaching the ground floor. Chun Feifei wore a cheerful smile, leaving Xia Shuran wondering what joy could be found in volunteering under the blazing sun. Chapter 20. Zhang Ruoxue and Xia Shuran wandered through the school, with Xia Shuran engrossed in her phone, searching for upscale restaurants, all of which indicated that they did not offer delivery services. Xia Shuran pouted. She was aware that these establishments did provide delivery, albeit exclusively to their members. She had once enjoyed this privilege, but her membership had lapsed last year. Feeling dejected, Xia Shuran half-heartedly engaged with a few individuals who approached her to chat. Her gaze then fell upon the freshers standing at attention on the playground. Indeed, one's circumstances are often revealed through comparison. In contrast to them, Xia Shuran suddenly felt a bit less miserable. In a shaded area of the playground's podium, the student council had erected a canopy. Few upperclassmen volunteered. Thus, the student council had no choice but to recruit members from various functional departments to fill the gaps. Chun Feifei from the publicity department was present, alongside her deputy, Zhang Ruoxue. The moment the renowned campus beauty arrived, Chun Feifei's presence faded into the background, sulking in a corner as she observed everyone, both boys and girls, vying for Zhang Ruoxue's attention. Ruoxue, thank you for supporting me today. I've been overwhelmed with this task, and I truly appreciate your help, Chun Feifei expressed. With Zhang Ruoxue's arrival, the crowd spontaneously gravitated toward her without needing to be called. Zhang Ruoxue offered a gentle smile, her voice soft. It's no problem. I happen to be free today. With the welcome party approaching and you juggling multiple performances as well as hosting duties, you've certainly had a lot on your plate. She shook her head with a smile, downplaying her own efforts. Ruoxue, here is some water for you. Ruoxue, would you like some ice cream? I can get it for you. Ruoxue, are you feeling hot over there? Why not come sit beside me? Chun Feifei rolled her eyes dramatically. A girl beside her, also ostracized, could not abide Zhang Ruoxue's presence and initiated a conversation about Chiyu, intending to deflate her charm. They spoke loudly, playing off one another. Hey, Feifei, I heard your department has a newcomer? Yes, her looks and figure are unparalleled among the students here, came the reply. Curious glances turned toward Zhang Ruoxue, who also caught wind of the conversation. Someone asked, who is it? It's Xia Shuran. I haven't seen her on the school forum, another chimed in. A follower of Zhang Ruoxue remarked, oh, the one with the ample bosom. Laughter erupted in response. Zhang Ruoxue's eyes sparkled with amusement. Yet she gently admonished the others not to mock the girl's figure. Let us not do that. It's not right. Chun Feifei, perplexed by the laughter, thought to herself that Xia Shuran had a stunning figure. Some people just can't appreciate fine things, she muttered. Oh, certain individuals, lacking her physique, pretend to be aloof while secretly envying her. Her words, however, reached the ears of the group, inciting a collective backlash. What are you saying? Chun Feifei, you're just jealous that Zhang Ruoxue is more beautiful than you. A few girls who followed Zhang Ruoxue chimed in. Who is worthy of our Ruoxue's jealousy? Who would even like someone so common? Chun Feifei retorted, oh, my apologies. It seems that the esteemed Chiyu, the campus heartthrob, is quite fond of her. A young woman immediately spoke up, exclaiming, you're talking nonsense. Chun Feifei, Do not presume that your connection with Su Yanqi holds any significance. It is well known that Qiyu pays no heed to Su Yanqi. So what are you boasting about? You insult Ruoxue, and now you resort to slandering Qiyu. How shameless you are! Chen Feifei seemed to have heard the greatest jest, responding, slander? I would never dare to slander Qiyu. Have you not seen the posts on the forum? Qiyu proactively sought her contact information. Chen Feifei did not mention what she had seen in Shijiao, believing that the mere fact of the contact information was sufficient to strike a blow to their credibility. Wow. What era are we in where people still believe in the fabricated tales on forums? Chen Feifei continued, damn it, this statement sounds so familiar. Qiyu certainly would not be inclined towards someone so common. I've always believed that Qiyu's feelings for our Ruoxue are genuinely unique. The ethereal male deity and the ethereal female goddess. What a perfect match. Jiang Ruoxue smiled gently. All right, let us not dwell on this. I'm not very familiar with him. Ruoxue, don't be shy. At the last financial seminar, you were the host, and Qiyu even requested your WeChat, but our Ruoxue simply did not give it. Jiang Ruoxue's cheeks flushed, and she remained silent. Chen Feifei stood up, incredulous. How could that be? As if I haven't seen the photos. That pig liver face of yours. Jiang Ruoxue's sycophants reacted as if triggered, incessantly reiterating, "We said it countless times. That photo was taken when our Ruoxue was unwell, and Qiyu was merely showing concern for her." Chen Feifei was rendered speechless by anger. If Qiyu truly held special feelings for Jiang Ruoxue, Su Yanqi would not remain entirely unresponsive. Observing Su Yanqi's disregard towards Jiang Ruoxue, Chen Feifei realized that Jiang Ruoxue had spun quite a few tales in front of her sycophants. Just as Chen Feifei was preparing for a verbal battle, she caught sight of Xia Shuren's silhouette as she was heading towards the dormitory. Excellent. The heavens are aiding me. Chen Feifei dashed towards her, calling out, Xia Shuren. Chapter 21. The green tea girl Xia Shuren was troubled about breakfast when a message suddenly popped up on her phone. The parking fee was due. Oh no! She had forgotten about her car. Without hesitation, she sent a message to Qiyu, informing him that she could no longer afford to maintain his car. She also lamented the exorbitant prices of high-end parking lots. Qiyu replied with 2 messages. I will transfer some money to you. Let me know if it's insufficient. And I may be busy these days, but I can video call you at night just to see you. Don't refuse me. Before Xia Shuren could respond, she received a notification from her bank. 100,000 had been deposited. Her card had a daily limit of 100,000. What on earth was Qiyu up to? Why did you only transfer that amount? Is your cash flow that poor? Xia Shuren truly did not wish to converse with this wealthy young man any further. All right, you go ahead and be busy. I'm fine now, she replied. Xia Shuren stood there, lost in thought. How did Qiyu know her bank account number? Had he conducted a background check on her? The more she pondered, the more it seemed plausible. She was curious about what he might have discovered. However, she had nothing to hide, so she decided to let it go. The heat was overwhelming, and Xia Shuren's mind felt foggy. She didn't even notice someone calling her several times, until Chen Feifei rushed up to her, breathless. Xia Shuren, what's wrong? She asked, raising her gaze. With a smile, Chen Feifei said, Shuren. Xia Shuren felt a shiver run down her spine. Why was she being so overly affectionate? There was definitely something amiss. She pouted. What do you want? Cleared her throat. Chen Feifei replied, Our student council is over there. Why not take a look? By the way, we are recruiting new members this year, and I can offer you an internal spot. The student council? Yes. Our president is there too. Why not go and see? Chen Feifei pressed on. However, Xia Shuren was only concerned about one thing. Had Qiyu joined the student council? Chen Feifei was taken aback, wondering if Xia Shuren was truly infatuated. Given her aloof demeanor and striking figure, she had assumed Xia Shuren to be a seasoned seductress. Well, he hasn't. Qiyu is too busy. You hardly see him on campus, and the finance department has few main courses. Oh, all right then. Xia Shuren's interest waned instantly. Wait. Chen Feifei quickly grabbed her arm. Shuren, just come with me for a moment. I beg you. No, I want to go back to the dormitory. With no other option, Chen Feifei spoke up. It's about Qiyu. What? Xia Shuren turned back abruptly. Chen Feifei found it amusing. Mentioning Chi Yu seemed to ignite her enthusiasm. Come on, just follow me for a moment, and you'll find out. From a distance, the members of the student council noticed Chun Feifei leading a girl over. As they drew closer, they could finally see the girl's features. Her skin was as smooth and white as snow. Her long hair cascaded down, framing a delicate, youthful face with pure and enchanting eyes. Who could claim she was ordinary? With a face reminiscent of first love, she was anything but commonplace. The photo on the forum had failed to capture her beauty, focusing solely on her figure. Everyone was momentarily captivated, left in awe. Jiang Ruoxue also rose to her feet. Feeling her status threatened, her expression gradually turned cold. Xia Shuren greeted everyone with a smile. Hello, everyone. The president of the student council responded, casting a glance at Chun Feifei. And who might this be? Chun Feifei, brimming with self-satisfaction, directed her words at the others. This is Xia Shuren. Our campus heartthrob has a penchant for this type. The few girls who had previously objected fell silent, their hearts racing at the sight of Xia Shuren. Perhaps Chi Yu truly favors this kind. Chun Feifei, ever eager to push her advantage, fixated on Jiang Ruoxue, saying, some people constantly craft a persona of an artistic goddess while spreading rumors. Chi Yu would never want your WeChat. He detests your pretentiousness, you know? Jiang Ruoxue's eyes suddenly glistened with tears. Xia Shuren, astonished, thought to herself, she acts even better than I do. Impressive. Those surrounding Jiang Ruoxue rallied to protect her. Chun Feifei, are you out of your mind? Ruoxue is crying. What do you two mean by ganging up on Ruoxue? Xia Shuren interjected. Don't drag her down with you. Chun Feifei felt exasperated, having been outmaneuvered by the scheming girl. She turned to Xia Shuren, silently questioning. Aren't you also playing the same game? Go on. Frustrated, she thought, am I to fight this battle alone? Xia Shuren's brow twitched. She sighed. In the next moment, she transformed her expression, her voice sweet and soft. I believe Ruoxue should not suffer this injustice in silence. Exactly. She should not endure this without recourse. Indeed, it appeared that beautiful women were also reasonable. Xia Shuren smiled gently. Retrieving her phone, let me contact Chi Yu to clarify what transpired. She looked at Jiang Ruoxue, her eyes sparkling with mirth, as if to assure her that she could also set the record straight. Really? You can reach Chi Yu? Xia Shuren nodded with a smile. I can call him on speaker. Jiang Ruoxue's expression froze momentarily. Then she lowered her gaze, gently sobbing. It's all right. No need to trouble him. I believe Feifei didn't mean any harm. Chun Feifei was infuriated. You. Xia Shuren maintained her smile, while discreetly tugging at the back of Chun Feifei's shirt. Chun Feifei glared at Jiang Ruoxue, her mouth obediently closing at Xia Shuren's behest. With a particularly understanding expression, Xia Shuren insisted, it's no trouble at all. I can call him right now. Without giving Jiang Ruoxue a chance to respond, she swiftly tapped the screen, dialing Chi Yu's voice call. Chapter 22. The good husband. While the others were conversing, Xia Shuren discreetly sent a message to Chi Yu. In a moment, I will call you. Please answer on speakerphone for others to hear. Mind your tone, if you please. Chi Yu, what is the purpose? Xia Shuren. For the sake of protecting the dignity of the good husband Chi Yu. Chi Yu, huh? Everyone turned their attention to Xia Shuren's phone. And within 3 seconds of the call connecting, it was answered. Whispers filled the air. No way, he really picked up? Are we sure it's Chi Yu? Sure. We'll know once we listen. Xia Shuren took the lead, anxious that Chi Yu might inadvertently say something inappropriate. Chi Yu came a low, resonant voice from the other end. He then fell silent, waiting for Xia Shuren to speak, not uttering another word. Xia Shuren sighed in relief, fearing he might speak out of turn. In the meantime, Chun Feifei observed the crowd, their expressions mirroring her own disbelief from before. Yet they could not deny that Xia Shuren shared a profound connection with Chi Yu. Suddenly, Chun Feifei felt a sense of relief. She was not the last to learn of this. Xia Shuren cleared her throat and glanced at Jiang Ruoxue, ignoring her anxious demeanor, and smiled warmly at her. Maintaining her gaze, Xia Shuren spoke into the phone. Chi Yu, have you ever actively sought Jiang Ruoxue's WeChat? An eerie silence enveloped the atmosphere. After a moment of contemplation, Chi Yu's voice came through. Who is this? I don't recognize her. The silence deepened, akin to the stillness of a bottomless abyss. Jiang Ruoxiu tightly shut her eyes, unwilling to confront the gazes of those around her. Xia Shuran pressed on, the host of that financial seminar. Did you try to add her on WeChat, and she didn't give it to you? Is that true? Qiyu chuckled softly, seemingly amused. No, I only wanted yours. Faced with the myriad of inquisitive, envious, and jealous glances from the crowd, Xia Shuran cleared her throat. Brother, there's no need to say that last part. With a hint of embarrassment coloring her cheeks, Xia Shuran quickly added, All right, I'll hang up now. As she ended the call, she noticed Jiang Ruoxiu fleeing in tears. Her entourage shot a fierce glare at Xia Shuran and Chun Feifei before rushing after Jiang Ruoxiu, calling out Ruoxiu. Chun Feifei concluded the dramatic scene. Did you all hear that? Qiyu doesn't even know her. The crowd fell into a stunned silence, left with no words to respond. After a pause of 5 or 6 seconds, the group resumed their tasks, some fetching water, others rifling through materials. Indeed, people tend to keep busy when feeling awkward. Seeing that her involvement had come to an end, Xia Shuran turned to Chun Feifei. I'm leaving. I'm leaving too. Chun Feifei replied, eager to exit. Feeling it was a sheer waste of time. It's so hot. Why endure this? Furthermore, she mused, this year's newcomers had no handsome faces to speak of. Perhaps they were merely too sunburned to be noticed. None could compare to Qiyu, who, during military training, stood out like a beacon among the crowd, radiant and fair. After all, how could he not be deemed a top-tier handsome man, even excelling in sun protection? Together, Chun Feifei and Xia Shuran departed. She followed closely behind Xia Shuran, observing as Xia Shuran retrieved her phone. In just a few fleeting seconds, she caught a glimpse of the screen, her curiosity piqued by Chun Feifei, who had been eagerly waiting to sneak a look. She discovered the WeChat conversation between Xia Shuran and Qiyu. To her astonishment, he had already transferred her money. Had they not known each other for merely 3 days? Is it customary in a budding romance to be so generous? Qiyu, despite his wealth, would not squander his resources in such a manner. Chun Feifei had encountered numerous affluent young men, many of whom were quite frugal. They often presented a glamorous facade, yet their liquidity paled in comparison to hers. Furthermore, the wealthy are notoriously astute. They may lavish money upon you, but they invariably expect something in return. With a sigh, Chun Feifei shook her head. Alas, it seems Xia Shuran has succumbed. She has become Qiyu's mistress. Chapter 23. Seizing the opportunity, Chun Feifei let out a sigh, startling Xia Shuran, who had been oblivious to her presence. Xia Shuran halted in her tracks, furrowing her brow in confusion. Why are you following me stealthily? Stealthy? I have been quite forthright. Thank you very much, Chun Feifei retorted softly. It's not my fault you were so engrossed in conversation with Qiyu. Xia Shuran, having not caught the latter part of her statement, raised an eyebrow. Did you look at my phone? Chun Feifei slowly replied, I did not, rest assured. A moment of hesitation washed over Chun Feifei as she contemplated whether to caution Xia Shuran. Qiyu, being the son of a wealthy family, surely held no noble intentions among their kind. Furthermore, he was betrothed to Su Yanxi, with their families already acquainted. A marriage seemed inevitable. Surely Xia Shuran wasn't foolish enough to pursue a man already promised to another. It would simply be a matter of extracting some financial gain, not a naive endeavor of the heart. After closing her eyes and steeling herself, Chun Feifei resolved to offer a word of warning. Perhaps she could save a misguided girl, thus performing a good deed. Hey, Xia Shuran. Yes? With an unusually earnest expression, Chun Feifei stated, I have mentioned before that Qiyu is engaged. Xia Shuran appeared unfazed, merely responding with a nonchalant Oh, Chun Feifei exhaled. Is that all you have to say? Don't you feel a twinge of discomfort knowing he is promised to someone else? With a light laugh, Xia Shuran replied, What of it? He has a betrothal, but I like him, and I intend to claim him for myself. Chun Feifei was momentarily speechless, taken aback by her boldness. Such audacity and fierce determination. Afterward, Xia Shuran turned and left. Upon returning to the dormitory, Jiang Xiaoye rushed over excitedly. Goddess, you've climbed to 3rd place. The rankings for school beauty are accumulated over years by others. Your photo was only uploaded yesterday, a blurry candid, no less, and already you are in third place. Xia Shuran felt a wave of irritation wash over her. Please, spare me the talk of beauty rankings. It only vexes me further. Who even invented such a juvenile list? It's utterly embarrassing. Noticing Xia Shuran's displeasure, Jiang Xiaoya said, Did you see the comment from last night? Don't worry. I reported them all. She raised her phone. And look, today many are saying they saw you in person, remarking that you have the face of a demure girl. The comments are far less chaotic than yesterday. Xia Shuran cast a fleeting glance at the screen before quickly averting her gaze. Yet she inquired, Is there a list for the most handsome boys? Jiang Xiaoya chuckled. There used to be one, but it was predictable. Chi Yu dominated, with the second place being the student council president, who some say resembles a charming rogue. There are those who find that appealing, as he is quite handsome. As for the others, they're merely unknown pretty boys. Don't concern yourself with them. Ultimately, Chi Yu had the school shut down that ranking. Xia Shuran mused inwardly, well done. Now, if only they would abolish the beauty rankings as well. That would truly bring joy to all. In the afternoon, there were 2 classes, one of which was taught by the counselor, the same instructor whom Xia Shuran had skipped class with yesterday. Before the lesson commenced, the counselor took attendance and specifically called upon Xia Shuran to stand. So, you decided to attend class today? You missed the first class. I thought you might not return this semester. Xia Shuran displayed a commendable attitude of contrition, apologizing. I'm sorry, teacher. I won't do that again. All right, take your seat. The counselor responded. I must remind everyone that attendance points contribute to your final grades. Don't come to me in tears later, seeking to make up for a failed exam. Indeed, being beautiful is an advantage, but one must not neglect their studies. A pretty face alone cannot take one far in life. Most of the classmates directed their gazes towards Xia Shuran, who sat in her chair, maintaining a smile, disregarding the stares as though they were mere air, and treating the teacher's veiled remarks as trivial nonsense. Apologies, teacher, but beauty can indeed be a currency. After class, the counselor summoned Xia Shuran to the office. On one hand, she addressed the seriousness of her absence, stating that her final grade would be penalized. Xia Shuran accepted this calmly, without objection. On the other hand, the counselor spoke about the upcoming welcome party, mentioning that their department still lacked sufficient participants. Noticing in Xia Shuran's profile that she had achieved a level 10 in playing the pipa, the counselor inquired whether she could participate. While Xia Shuran could indeed play the pipa, her skills were not of a professional caliber. Although level 10 sounds impressive, it is not particularly challenging within the realm of pipa examinations. Chapter 24. Better to die than to be unattractive. Xia Shuran began her journey with the pipa in middle school, a time when her family had already ascended into the upper echelons of the income bracket. In their upscale neighborhood, the children of her neighbors were all engaged in a myriad of activities. To keep up with the trend, her parents enrolled her in music lessons, choosing the pipa as her instrument. She practiced for 7 years, but thereafter, her performances became infrequent, especially during her time in Italy, where she had not touched the instrument at all. Upon meeting the expectant gaze of her counselor, Xia Shuran initially hesitated to acquiesce. Yet, considering that she still had 2 years of university ahead, she felt it prudent not to sour her relationship with the counselor. After all, playing a piece on the pipa was not a daunting task for her. With a resigned sigh, she replied, All right, I shall sign up. The military training for the freshmen concluded after 5 days, leaving little time before the welcome party. Xia Shuran barely touched her lunch, opting for a light salad without dressing, which she consumed in her dormitory. Her mind was preoccupied with the thought of borrowing a pipa from the school's music room. Beside her, Jiang Xia devoured 2 large bowls of spicy hot pot and marveled internally at the sight of her goddess delicately nibbling on leaves. She mused that not everyone could be a stunning beauty. If she had to eat such bland food every day, it would be better to end her life. Goddess, aren't you tempted? My hot pot smells divine, she inquired. Xia Shuran replied, I've grown accustomed to it. In truth, she had never had a taste for strong flavors, despising anything spicy or salty. Even during her childhood in the communal dormitory, where her peers indulged in spicy snacks, she stood out by munching on cucumbers as her choice of treat. In the afternoon, Jiang Xiaoya accompanied Xia Shuran to the music room. The person in charge initially intended to merely open the door and leave them to their own devices. However, upon seeing Xia Shuran, he changed his mind. He ushered them inside, suggested that Xia Shuran take a seat and rest while he searched for an instrument, even offering to fetch her a soda if she were thirsty. Jiang Xiaoya was taken aback. When had she ever received such treatment? She glanced at the calmly smiling Xia Shuran and thought to herself that the life of a goddess must indeed be filled with such privileges. Ultimately, after much effort and perspiration, the attendant found only a worn pipa. Xia Shuran picked it up and strummed a few notes, discovering that its tuning was far from satisfactory. It seemed that she would need to ask her parents to send her family's pipa to the capital. On the way back to the dormitory, Jiang Xiaoya kept stealing glances at Xia Shuran's hands. She had been astonished to see that the hands of someone who played the pipa were so smooth and unblemished, lacking any calluses. Xia Shuran noticed her surprise and smiled. I always wear finger cots, thick ones, and I've never missed a single day. Her devotion to beauty was evident. If learning the pipa resulted in calloused hands, she would rather forego the instrument altogether. Xia Shuran's beauty regimen encompassed her entire being, from the tips of her hair to the soles of her feet, with no detail overlooked. She regularly visited beauty salons for treatments and massages. She also prioritized dietary health, maintaining a bland diet while indulging in beauty-enhancing tonics. In essence, since middle school, her life had revolved around her studies and her pursuit of beauty. By the age of 16, she had become a member of a high-end beauty salon. Even now, when financial constraints made it difficult, she would grit her teeth and renew her membership, as maintaining her beauty was her passion. In this world, there indeed exist individuals with such extraordinary interests. Upon returning to her dormitory, Xia Shuran reached out to her parents regarding the matter of the shipment. However, they informed her that even with expedited shipping, it would take at least 2 days. If the instrument were to arrive only after 2 days, it would undoubtedly be insufficient time for practice. Xia Shuran found herself in a quandary. Instinctively, she thought of Qiyu. She could use the money from Qiyu to purchase a pipa immediately. Perhaps she should consult him about it. Chapter 25. Brother. After much deliberation, Xia Shuran decided to keep her message concise. She texted, "May I purchase a pipa?" "Of course. Next time I'll lend you my spare card, and you can just swipe it," came the reply. Xia Shuran responded with an adorable emoji, unsure of how else to reply. The entire afternoon was consumed by her quest to select a piece of music. The challenging ones were difficult to play, while the easier pieces lacked charm. Furrowing her brow, she sat before her laptop until dusk, when she finally settled on a piece that satisfied her, a gentle and lyrical composition. Jiang Xiaoya brought her dinner, which was once again a light meal. She remarked that the salads in the cafeteria could not compare to those made outside. This prompted Xia Shuran to realize that despite the school year having commenced several days prior, she had yet to visit the cafeteria at Jing University. She resolved to do so soon. While she was eating, a sudden message popped up on her phone, a half-nude photo from Qiyu, set against the backdrop of his apartment's dressing room as he tried on clothes. Which shirt should I choose, the black or the white? Xia Shuran nearly choked. Jiang Xiaoya, oblivious, asked, "Is everything all right, goddess?" Xia Shuran, her breath quickened, managed to smile and assure her, "I'm fine, really." Noticing that Xia Shuran seemed a bit off, Jiang Xiaoya decided to focus on her meal, as food is paramount. With Jiang Xiaoya distracted by her food, Xia Shuran surreptitiously scrolled through Qiyu's photos again. His pale skin and smooth, athletic physique were striking in the natural light. A black arm cuff hugged his bicep tightly. How bold! Xia Shuran felt her cheeks flush. Why was he trying on clothes without a shirt? At that moment, Qiyu sent another message. Which one? "Hurry up, I need to leave soon." Xia Shuran truly didn't know how to respond. She leaned back in her chair and closed her eyes. After a few moments, she replied, "Brother," or the black one. Qiyu, seated on the long bench in the fitting room, raised an eyebrow at her response. "I like it when you call me that. Would you mind sending a voice message and calling me that?" Xia Shuran's face turned crimson. Seeking to change the subject, she asked, "Aren't you curious why I want to buy pipa? Why do you want to buy one? Just call me first." Xia Shuran hesitated, then said, "I'm participating in the welcome party. Will you come see me?" "When is it?" The day after tomorrow. There was a moment of silence before he replied. I have something else that day. Xia Shuran felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. She lost the desire to perform. She would be all dressed up on stage. Yet the person she admired would not be there. Frustrated, she fell silent. Noticing her lack of response, Chiyu quickly typed, When we meet, you must play for me. All right? Xia Shuran replied, It depends on your performance. I will get my all. Xia Shuran bit her lip. There was something oddly unsettling about his words. Their conversation came to an end, and Xia Shuran resumed her meal, only realizing several minutes later what Chiyu truly meant. That shameless boy. Her ears turned bright red. Jiang Xia quietly observed from the side, puzzled by the sudden transformation of the goddess into a delicate creature. The following day, Xia Shuran planned to purchase a pipa. Although she wished for Chiyu to accompany her, she refrained from voicing her desire, deciding not to disturb him in his busyness. Jiang Xia expressed her wish to accompany Xia Shuran, while Su Yao mentioned she had 2 garments she wished to buy, intending to browse a bit. Chen Feifei realized she was the only one left out and thought it unacceptable not to include her in their dormitory outing. Thus, the 4 of them set out together. The pipa shop was located in a bustling area of the city center, and the quartet naturally meandered through this vibrant locale. While they claimed to be merely browsing, once they entered the mall, it was as if they were irresistibly drawn into a shopping spree. Fortunately, the mall, situated in the CBD, boasted exorbitant prices that somewhat curbed their impulsive desires to splurge. Xia Shuran meticulously selected a pipa with a fine touch, crafted from superior sandalwood, adorned with precious silk strings. The sound it produced was rich and gentle, imbued with an ancient charm akin to the one she owned at home, priced similarly at around 30,000. Both Su Yao and Jiang Xiaoya marveled at Xia Shuran's ability to produce such a sum effortlessly. Only Chen Feifei questioned why Xia Shuran did not opt for a more expensive model, given that there were people priced at 50 or even 100,000. After all, it was Chiyu's money. There was no need to economize. Ah, how love can cloud a woman's judgment. Even a green tea girl like Xia Shuran could appear foolish. Upon exiting the mall, aside from Xia Shuran who carried her pipa, the others had scarcely made any purchases. The prices in such prime locations were exorbitant, far beyond the means of a few university students. Of course, Xia Shuran could afford such luxuries in the past, but now she could not. The group needed to traverse to the other side to catch a bus back to school. While waiting at the traffic light, Jiang Xiaoya suddenly exclaimed, Hey, isn't that Chiyu? Pointing across the street. Xia Shuran quickly turned to look, spotting an elegant figure amidst a group of middle-aged individuals at the entrance of a high-end club. It was indeed Chiyu. He had just exited the establishment, dressed in formal attire, significantly more polished than the last time she had seen him, complete with a shirt, vest, and jacket. He wore a black shirt, and the dark suit he donned exuded a sense of maturity without losing youthful vigor. His sharp, cool profile deterred any curious onlookers. The middle-aged individuals nodded towards Chiyu, who regarded them with a somewhat aloof smile as he watched them depart in their vehicle. Sensing something, Chiyu's gaze casually drifted toward the other side of the street. His expression, initially indifferent, softened upon glimpsing what appeared to be Xia Shuran. Jiang Xiaoya attempted to cross the street alongside the older couple, eager to draw closer for a better view of Chiyu. She initially thought the goddess would stop her, considering the impropriety of crossing against the red light. To her surprise, the goddess was even more enthusiastic, joining the elderly couple in the crossing. Jiang Xiaoya. Chen Feifei sighed, grasping Jiang Xiaoya and Su Yao by their collars, forcibly keeping them in place. These 2 were eager to play the role of third wheels. Let us not intrude. Let us allow the couple their intimate world. Chapter 26. Fond of you, Xia Shuran rushed toward Chiyu, calling out his name with a sweet, melodic voice that stirred something within. Chiyu stood still, his eyes slightly narrowed, waiting for her to approach. As she halted just beyond the social distance, the girl glanced up at him, a faint blush adorning her cheeks and her eyes sparkling. Chiyu reached out to gently ruffle her hair and smooth the strands behind her ear. Take your time. I will always wait for you, he assured her. Having hurried over, Xia Shuran was now slightly breathless. In an unexpected moment, she affectionately wrapped her arms around his neck. Caught off guard, Chiyu blushed slightly. maintaining an air of calm as he asked, "What's this?" With her eyelashes lowered, Xia Shuran softly kissed his cheek and whispered, "I like you, brother." For a brief instant, Qiyu was taken aback, a warm flush creeping from his ears down his neck. The gentle rhythm of her breath was tantalizingly close, igniting a rare flutter of youthful emotion within him, reminiscent of that night in Italy. In the past, he had always adopted a dismissive attitude toward girls. Yet in moments spent with Xia Shuran, he found himself behaving like an inexperienced youth. Was this the effect of budding affection? However, Qiyu was not one to shy away. He quickly regained his composure and took the reins of the situation. In a low, husky voice, he inquired, "Do you want me to kiss you here?" Xia Shuran, upon hearing his words, suddenly felt as if awakening from a dream. The cacophony of bustling traffic surged around her as she stood on the street, embracing Qiyu and having kissed him. Startled, she stepped back several paces, distancing herself from him. Qiyu, still processing the sudden push, remarked, "There's no need to stand so far away." At that moment, Xia Shuran noticed 3 individuals across the street. Their curiosity piqued. Oh no, she thought they've seen everything. Qiyu observed her pouting expression, resembling a wronged little wife, and couldn't he help but chuckle. After all, it was he who had been playfully teased. With other commitments awaiting him, he said, "I cannot accompany you any longer today. Shall I take you back to school?" Xia Shuran nodded, then glanced back at the trio across the street. What should we do about them? Should we take them with us? Following her gaze, Qiyu noticed the 3 girls who had been stealthily observing them, suddenly freezing when he looked their way. With a smile, he teased Xia Shuran, "Am I truly that frightening?" She stifled a laugh, replying, "Yes, indeed. When I first saw you on the plane, your gaze was so cold it could freeze." "Is that so?" Qiyu replied leisurely, recalling the audacity of someone who had boldly asked him for a photo of his abs. Xia Shuran stumbled over her words, her cheeks flushing as she shyly admitted, "Well, you ignored me. I only wanted to give you my WeChat." Qiyu raised an eyebrow, tousling her hair affectionately. "Well, that was very obedient of you." Xia Shuran pouted in response. Qiyu contacted the driver, instructing him to bring the car out from the parking lot of the club. Noticing that Xia Shuran's gaze had drifted across the street once more, Qiyu inquired, "Do you wish to bring them along? Is that permissible?" Xia Shuran's eyes softened as she replied, "We came together. It would not be proper to leave first." Qiyu casually acknowledged her, saying, "I am amenable. It is entirely up to you." Approximately 5 minutes later, a luxurious Bentley pulled up before them. A gentleman, appearing somewhat elder, drove the car over and respectfully handed the keys to Qiyu, bowing slightly to Xia Shuran in the process. Xia Shuran stood momentarily stunned, and by the time she gathered her thoughts, the driver had already departed. Given that the vehicle could not accommodate the additional 3 individuals from the dormitory, Xia Shuran had just messaged them to come over. After a brief pause of half a minute, the 3 of them hurriedly made their way across the street. By the time they arrived, Qiyu was already seated in the driver's seat while Xia Shuran waited outside for them. Each of them appeared increasingly anxious, avoiding the driver's seat's gaze. They quickly grasped Xia Shuran's hands and inquired, "Is Qiyu driving?" "Indeed. Isn't that rather concerning? What is there to be concerned about?" Su Yao swallowed nervously, expressing, "I feel a bit frightened, as if the legendary figure has suddenly materialized before me. I truly feel a sense of trepidation, not of returning home, but of being near Qiyu." Jiangxia clutched her chest tightly, earnestly stating, "No, this cannot be. I have a handsome guy phobia, and a person of Qiyu's caliber could potentially lead to my suffocation. Perhaps I should take the bus back." Su Yao immediately concurred. Yes, I shall take the bus back as well." Although Chun Fei had encountered Qiyu more frequently than the other 2, her heart was no less unsettled. Qiyu is serving as their driver. Goodness, this is enough to fuel her ego for a year. Chapter 27. The 3 individuals were unceremoniously thrust into the vehicle by Xia Shuran. Qiyu was engrossed in his phone, and upon hearing their entrance, casually glanced up before averting his gaze once more. He politely greeted them with a simple hello. The trio, resembling 3 startled quails, seemed to lose their ability to respond in his presence, stammering a hesitant greeting while only managing to nod in acknowledgement. As the car began to move, it was the first time Xia Shuran witnessed Qiyu driving. She discreetly observed his long, fair hand resting on the sleek black steering wheel, an inexplicable allure emanating from the sight. This hand had once caressed her. Noticing her gaze, Chiyu raised an eyebrow, his voice languid. "What is the matter?" Startled, Xiaoshuran hastily dismissed the alluring images flooding her mind, her cheeks and the nape of her neck flushing a deep crimson. She quickly lowered her head and stammered, "In nothing." Chiyu, recognizing her shyness, was left to ponder what thoughts occupied her mind daily. Under normal circumstances, he would have teased her, but with others present, he refrained from probing further. Instead, he inquired, "Is it hot? Should I turn up the air conditioning?" Xiaoshuran nodded, but then recalled the three in the back seat. She swiftly turned to them and asked, "Are you cold?" The trio sat rigidly in their seats, legs straight and hands on their knees, their posture impeccably arranged. They resembled model students, exhibiting a level of decorum that even elementary school young pioneers would envy. Like synchronized robots, they nodded in unison before shaking their heads. Xiaoshuran sighed internally. They could be so boisterous in the dormitory, yet now they were utterly mute. She offered Chiyu an awkward smile, suggesting, "Then let us increase it a bit more." As they passed the first traffic light, Chiyu glanced at the rearview mirror and noticed that the passengers had not fastened their seatbelts. He turned to them with a calm demeanor, stating, "Seatbelts." The three had been in a state of extreme tension since entering the vehicle, and Chiyu's voice, directed at them, struck with the force of a nuclear explosion. They froze, Su Yao, Jiang Xiaoya, and Chun Feifei, from left to right, each turning beet red. Xiaoshuran sighed inwardly, thinking, what fools they are truly. However, she felt a bit reassured. At least she could still manage to speak in Chiyu's presence. As for these three, "Oh, dear, time to go home, children. Time to go home." She echoed Chiyu's earlier remark, "You haven't fastened your seatbelts." Finally, the trio snapped out of their stupor, resulting in a flurry of activity, two of them mistakenly fastening their seatbelts incorrectly. Xiaoshuran felt a twitch at her temple, stealing a glance at Chiyu's reaction. She noted that his expression remained largely unchanged. He observed them through the rearview mirror, confirming they had secured their seatbelts before returning his focus to the road. Xiaoshuran quietly exhaled. Indeed, a male deity is a male deity. He remained unfazed by the fluster of the girls around him, likely accustomed to such chaos, having long since built an immunity to it. The journey lasted approximately half an hour, and Chiyu's driving style was remarkably steady, neither aggressive nor overly cautious. It is often said that one's driving reveals their character. Xiaoshuran perceived that although Chiyu possessed a strikingly fierce appearance and an air of aggression, he often exuded a sense of cold detachment in his interactions with others. This demeanor likely contributed to the fear that Jiang Xiaoya and her friends harbored towards him. However, the essence of Chiyu's character encompasses more than mere aloofness. He also embodies a calm and mature side. If Ming were to hear Xiaoshuran's thoughts, he would undoubtedly rise to applaud her insight. It is worth mentioning that Yu is not just composed. He is formidable in his own right. In the realm of business, Chiyu has inherited his father's shrewd tactics, surpassing the master. He has adeptly assimilated his father's ruthless and unyielding methods. Coupled with his inherently sharp and icy disposition, he is likely even more suited to the treacherous world of commerce than his father. Ming is acutely aware of Chiyu's true nature and feels immensely fortunate to be aligned with him. However, he is uncertain about what Chiyu's approach to romance entails. Perhaps it is surprisingly tender? Yu is remarkably devoted, not one to indulge in a chaotic personal life. His adherence to propriety makes him an anomaly among the affluent. Kiara is the first woman to grace his side. Chapter 28. A farewell kiss. The car halted at the side gate of Kyoto University. The three in the back seat hurriedly disembarked, tactfully positioning themselves at a distance to await Xiaoshuran. Inside the vehicle, Xiaoshuran bit her lip and softly uttered, "I will step out first." Chiyu lowered his gaze upon her, his voice a low, velvety murmur. Xiaoshuran avoided his eyes, fearing the spell he could cast upon her once more. After a brief moment of hesitation, she succumbed to the temptation and glanced at him. He wore a languid smile, his fingers gently brushing through her hair. "Darling, may I have a farewell kiss?" He resembled an enchanting siren, alluring yet perilous, and Xia Shuran, fully aware of the risks, found herself willingly drawn in. Slowly, she unfastened her seatbelt and leaned toward the driver's seat, tenderly wrapping her arms around his neck, all under his watchful gaze. Chi Yu's eyes sparkled with mischief as he caressed her lower back, applying just the right amount of pressure, awaiting her next move with ease. Xia Shuran felt a rush of warmth course through her, her gaze becoming increasingly hazy as her hands rested on his broad shoulders, their breaths mingling. She leaned closer, pressing her lips against his. The young girl awkwardly connected her lips with his, unsure of what to do next. Chi Yu pulled her closer, his other hand securing the nape of her neck, enveloping her tightly in his embrace, and parted his lips to kiss her deeply. The air filled with the sounds of their intimate kiss, the confined space amplifying the shyness of the moment. The sound enveloped every corner, eroding Xia Shuran's rationality. She craved more, her affection for him blossoming. She tenderly caressed his shoulder, feeling the smooth, resilient contours of his muscles. She inched even closer, wearing a fitted top that accentuated her figure. Their bodies pressed tightly together. Chi Yu distinctly sensed her softness. As he opened his eyes, his gaze darkened, while the girl before him, eyes shut, appeared both bashful and entranced. He continued to watch her succumb to the moment, his kisses unwavering. Their upper bodies melded, and the girl involuntarily trembled, prompting Chi Yu's eyes to deepen with desire. It was time to halt, otherwise things could spiral out of control. With a firm yet gentle pat on her lower back, Chi Yu murmured, "All right, be good." Xia Shuran, dazed, looked at him, her voice a soft whisper, "Brother." Chi Yu reached out to wipe the moisture from her lips, grasping her chin with a faint smile. "Yes, you did wonderfully." Jiang Xiaoya and her friends had been waiting for what felt like an eternity when they finally spotted Xia Shuran emerging from the car. They watched as she subtly adjusted her disheveled attire before making her way toward them. Her hair was tousled, and her cheeks bore an unusual flush. Jiang Xiaoya and Su Yao exchanged puzzled glances, suspecting that Chi Yu might have been unkind to Xia Shuran. Chun Fei, unable to contain herself upon overhearing their naive discussion, burst into laughter. "You two fools, this kind of bullying is entirely different. Do you not understand?" Jiang Xiaoya pouted. "What do you mean? Please clarify." Chun Fei, with a knowing smile, chose not to elaborate further. These two innocents, she thought, would remain oblivious regardless. Xia Shuran joined her friends, and together they headed back to their dormitory. Upon returning to her dormitory, Xia Shuran seated herself in chair, attempting to regain her composure after a prolonged period of distraction. It was only when the organizer of the welcome soiree, he sent her a WeChat message, reminding her of the rehearsal scheduled for the day after tomorrow, that she suddenly remembered her need to practice the piano. The allure of male companionship had proven to be a distraction. In the remaining time leading up to the rehearsal, Xia Shuran immersed herself in the practice room. After a long absence, she donned her finger cots once more, and as her fingers danced upon the strings, the ethereal tones of ancient melodies filled the air. On the day of the rehearsal, she had already memorized the piece, having performed it previously, and felt a sense of calm rather than anxiety. The venue for the welcome soiree was the grand auditorium of the school, with a spacious and exquisite stage beneath which lay an audience capable of accommodating the entire faculty and student body. Rows of deep crimson retractable chairs extended into the dimly lit space, seemingly endless. The performers attending the rehearsal were seated below the stage, with several school leaders positioned at the front. Among the four hosts, 2 men and 2 women, 3 were from the broadcasting department, while Jiang Ruoxue from the dance department was the only one presenting 2 acts, a group dance featuring all students from her department and a solo performance. By a twist of fate, Xia Shuran's act was scheduled right before Jiang Ruoxue's, placing her as the third-to-last performer of the evening. On the day of the rehearsal, everyone was in casual attire, and Xia Shuran had anticipated a rather relaxed atmosphere. After all, it was merely a piano performance for her, and she had not placed much significance on it. However, after observing numerous performances from her vantage point, her perspective shifted. Each participant had evidently put considerable effort into their preparations, resulting in remarkable presentations. There were choral performances, male and female dance troupes, ethnic dances from the dance department, rapid-fire storytelling, traditional comic dialogue, and even stand-up comedy. Some performers, dissatisfied with their rehearsal, requested to repeat their segments. As language-based acts were performed multiple times, the school leaders selected one based on its rehearsal performance. Initially reclining leisurely in her chair, Xia Shuran now sat upright, realizing that there was indeed a competitive element involved. She belatedly recognized the significance the school placed on this soir, casting her gaze downwards at her attire. She noted her hasty departure, merely donning a sweatshirt and sporting disheveled hair. Understanding the importance of the event now, she fretted about the possibility of her performance being cut. Resolutely, she decided to tidy her hair, determined to style it in a manner that exuded an air of antiquity. Chapter 29. Xia Shuran found a dressing room and gazed at her reflection in the mirror, letting out a silent sigh. Resigned, she removed her sweatshirt to reveal a delicate slip dress beneath. Her slender back and long, fair neck, coupled with her delicate arms, rendered her well-suited for such attire. The dress hugged her curves perfectly, yet there remained the matter of her hair. From her bag, Xia Shuran retrieved a hair tie and several black U-shaped clips. Previously, during a solo performance on the pipa, a makeup artist had fashioned a hairstyle for her reminiscent of an elegant, ancient style. Xia Shuran found this hairstyle graceful and befitting the classical instrument. Thus she learned to replicate it. Standing before the mirror, she gathered a portion of her hair and styled it into an elegant updo at the back of her head. From the front, the hair at her temples was artfully voluminous, lending a sense of fullness and dimension. A single strand of hair cascaded down from the side, reaching just below her chest. After rummaging through her bag, she finally unearthed a dark wooden hairpin. With a final flourish, she inserted the hairpin into the side of her updo as an embellishment, completing the hairstyle. At last, she looked the part of the pipa performer. Upon returning to the audience area, she realized the rehearsal had progressed to her segment. Xia Shuran felt a rush of relief that she had not missed her turn. A member of the arts department, responsible for the evening's rehearsal, approached her with the program. Following her, Xia Shuran entered the backstage preparation area. The girl cast a few admiring glances at her and remarked, "Indeed, you are beautiful." Xia Shuran, aren't you? Yes, Xia Shuran replied. Next is your turn. Please check the program. Xia Shuran accepted the paper, confirming that her pipa piece was correctly listed. She glanced up to see a girl performing a lyrical solo ahead of her, a renowned talent from the music department who had even released her own songs. Following her performance was Jiang Ruoxue, who would present a modern dance as the grand finale, undoubtedly drawing the audience's attention. Xia Shuran felt a pang of discomfort at her position sandwiched awkwardly between two prominent acts. Should her performance falter, it would be difficult to follow the preceding acts. She steeled herself, suddenly feeling a wave of nervousness wash over her, prompting her to take deep breaths. The girl from the arts department, listening to the endless folk songs emanating from the stage, sensed that there was still time before Xia Shuran's turn. At this moment, she suggested, "Let us add each other on WeChat. I'm Ruan Yang, the head of the arts department, a junior and your senior." Xia Shuran initially thought this senior was requesting her WeChat for the sake of the event. However, she was taken aback when Ruan Yang continued, "This year, our student council is recruiting new members from various departments. Are you interested?" Xia Shuran had not given much thought to the student council. Yet, she recognized that it typically held valuable information about the school and maintained better relations with the administration than ordinary students. Joining could potentially benefit her future internships. Sensing Xia Shuran's hesitation, Ruan Yang elaborated, "Our arts department is responsible for organizing and planning various campus cultural activities, including the welcoming gala for new students, last year's trending campus top 10 singers competition, and theatrical performances, all orchestrated by our department." She pointed her chin towards the stage, indicating that the one currently singing was the champion of the singing competition. Following that exposure, a record company sought to sign her. What do you think? Would you like to join our arts department? There are numerous opportunities within our team, and if you agree, I could use my influence to secure a position for you. Ruan Yang hastily corrected herself after inadvertently letting slip her excitement. No, I would reserve a spot for you." Xia Shuran felt a wave of confusion. Did the senior truly wish for her to join the arts department? Ruan Yang had long been following Xia Shuran on the forum. Ever since the stunning senior graduated, the arts department had struggled to organize activities, finding it quite challenging to motivate members. In contrast, with Jiang Ruoxue in the promotions department, the student council meeting had seen the president allocate most resources to her team. The arts department was in dire need of a captivating beauty who could command attention. Another beauty, Su Yanxi, never participated in school activities, often disappearing just like Chiyu, making her nearly impossible to locate. Moreover, Su Yanxi's striking appearance suggested a rather formidable temperament, making collaboration a daunting prospect. Amidst her worries, Ruan Yang stumbled upon a series of clear photographs of Xia Shuran on the forum. She was astonished. The delicate and seemingly fragile beauty was indeed eye-catching, rivaling those with more pronounced features. More importantly, Xia Shuran possessed a captivating charm that suggested she would be easy to manage, and the department head favored obedient subordinates. However, it was clear that other departments might have similar intentions. If they waited until club recruitment, Xia Shuran would surely be snatched away. For the future of the arts department, Ruan Yang understood the necessity of acting swiftly. Additionally, the head of the external relations department was her long-standing rival. That scoundrel claimed he had already reserved Xia Shuran for his team, and she could not allow that to happen. Join the arts department. Truly, we are a wonderful team. Once you enter, I assure you the best treatment. Ruan Yang felt as though she might kneel in her eagerness. Xia Shuran, however, found herself somewhat overwhelmed by the senior's enthusiasm. She smiled gently and replied, "Senior, let me add you on WeChat first. We can discuss recruitment when the time comes, all right?" Ruan Yang wished to press further, but with the beautiful girl speaking so softly, she could only nod in acquiescence. In that moment, she truly felt the difference. When a beauty spoke, one couldn't help but be drawn in. Finally, the performance concluded. Xia Shuran heard the host call her name and took a deep breath, clutching her pipa as she stepped onto the stage. Chapter 30. Xia Shuran gracefully strolled to the center of the stage, where a wooden stool awaited her, a request she had made in advance. She elegantly bowed to the audience before taking her seat with the pipa cradled in her arms. The melodious and delicate strains of her music resonated throughout the venue. In the audience, many were already aware of Xia Shuran's reputation. Is this really Xia Shuran? I didn't expect her to play so well. I thought she was merely a pretty face. Could it be a fade? A young man raised an eyebrow, pondering the authenticity of her performance. Yet he conceded her beauty overshadowed such doubts. I can believe that Chiyu likes her. He must find it quite thrilling, he chuckled. Huh, spare me, another voice chimed in. Chiyu rejects this one and that one. He's practically turned down every girl in our school. Who would have thought he favors someone like her? A girl in the front row interjected with a scoff. What man isn't a little lecherous? Here comes yet another girl rejected by Chiyu. Are you angry now? I've long lost interest in him. Okay, you want to die, huh? The crude remarks from the audience's corner did not reach Xia Shuran's ears. She focused entirely on completing the final note, bringing her solo performance to a flawless conclusion. The school leaders in the front row applauded with satisfaction. Xia Shuran held the pipa and bowed again before the audience, exhaling a breath of relief as she descended the stage at a measured pace. As she passed backstage, Ruan Yang smiled and praised. Impressive. You played beautifully. Thank you, Xia Shuran replied. Jiang Ruoxue was also nearby, laughing with a few girls. She glanced at Xia Shuran, her expression slightly frosty, and did not greet her. Xia Shuran chose to ignore her and turned to leave the backstage area. Seated in the audience, she idly awaited the conclusion of the rehearsal. Jiang Ruoxue's modern dance was set to a somewhat melancholic tune. Although Xia Shuran held little fondness for Jiang Ruoxue, she had to admit she danced exceptionally well. With her slender and elongated figure, Jiang Ruoxue was indeed well suited for dance. Xia Shuran's earlier praise seemed premature. At the climax of the music, during a right leg extension, Jiang Ruoxue suddenly lost her balance and nearly fell. Her complexion shifted dramatically as she abruptly halted the music, demanding a redo. The school leaders consented. However, in the second attempt, her performance lacked the fluidity of the first, as she became overly cautious, fearful of making another mistake. Consequently, her dance movements appeared incomplete, and the overall stage effect was significantly diminished. After the final program concluded, Xia Shuran initially believed the event was coming to a close. To her surprise, after a brief discussion, the school leaders announced a change in the lineup, moving Xia Shuran's performance to the penultimate position, elevating her to the role of the grand finale. Xia Shuran accepted this alteration with composure. It was only natural. After all, Jiang Ruoxue faltered at a critical moment and did not perform well. With red-rimmed eyes, Jiang Ruoxue's entourage could hardly contain their agitation, questioning the rationale behind the decision. The school leaders, wishing to preserve the dignity of the young lady, were compelled to state the truth. Jiang Ruoxue's performance was not as commendable as that of Xia Shuran. Xia Shuran glanced at her little follower and couldn't help but smile. "Are you satisfied? Are you happy? I punish you to copy this sentence 100 times. After the auditorium emptied, Xia Shuran was once again approached by a group of boys. Some of the boys, seeing her soft and delicate appearance, became increasingly audacious. Xia Shuran was at a loss, feeling an urge to kick them away. In the past, when faced with such situations, she would call her father to have him scold them. Now, should she call Chiyu for help? As soon as Xia Shuran mentioned that her boyfriend was Chiyu, the boys before her exclaimed in astonishment, "No way. You're actually dating Chiyu? Forget it. We can't mess with you." Before they could finish, they fled. Xia Shuran raised her phone, only to lower it once more, perplexed. What is going on? Chiyu is the campus heartthrob, not a bully, right? Upon returning to her dormitory, she shared this incident with her roommate. Chun Feifei remarked that although Chiyu is not often present at school, the boys actually respected him quite a bit. He excels academically and is also a skilled basketball player. Furthermore, he has organized several short-term projects in the finance department, allowing students to earn some extra money. Later, when Xia Shuran inquired about this matter with Chiyu, he casually replied, "I have found affordable high-caliber labor. They are grateful to me. A win-win situation." Xia Shuran thought to herself, what a heartless capitalist. Chapter 31. On the day of the welcome party's formal performance on the day of the welcome party, Xia Shuran did not go out of her way to rent a performance outfit. Instead, she rummaged through her belongings and found an old dress suitable for playing the pipa. It was a new-style qipao with a white base adorned with pale blue floral patterns, tailored to fit her figure. When Xia Shuran tried it on in the dormitory, the other three girls gasped in awe. Xia Shuran bit her lip, scrutinizing her silhouette. A twinge of embarrassment washed over her. Was it perhaps too revealing? Chun Feifei circled around Xia Shuran, insisting that this ensemble was perfect, exclaiming that a good figure should be showcased, rather than hidden away. "Indeed, goddess. It seems you never wear form-fitting pants," she remarked. Xia Shuran internally scoffed. That would indeed be too ostentatious. She then unearthed a white sheer jacket from her box, planning to tie it around her waist for modesty. No. The goddess looks splendid just as she is. Don't be shy," Jiang Xiaoye exclaimed, already reaching for the jacket. Chun Feifei concurred and swiftly snatched the jacket from Xia Shuran's hands. With a resigned sigh, Xia Shuran pleaded, "Please don't. Fear not, goddess. We shall escort you safely to the auditorium. No vile creatures shall dare approach." Her roommates reassured her. "Everyone at school has heard of you. Most know of your close relationship with Chiyu. Just mention him, and any unwanted advances will be thwarted." One by one, her roommates pleaded with her, and after a reluctant sigh, Xia Shuran finally acquiesced. "All right then, I shall wear this." She styled her hair in the same manner as during the rehearsal, and Chun Feifei suggested replacing her hairpin with something more exquisite. Yet, Xia Shuran opted for the dark wooden pin, believing that the simple and understated style possessed a certain elegance that would balance the qipao-esque vividness. Chun Feifei scoffed, "Hey, that doesn't team match the delicate charm of a qipao at all." Once her hairstyle was complete, Xia Shuran applied a subtle and refined makeup look, adorning her lips with a soft pink hue. She paired her outfit with understated white heels embedded with tiny diamonds. Standing tall, the long qipao accentuated her graceful figure. A tendril of hair cascaded softly down to her waist, complementing her fair and innocent visage, rendering her a beautiful blend of allure and purity. As she stepped out of the dormitory, The modest surroundings transformed to resemble a banquet hall. Jiang Xiaoye, her eyes sparkling, finally spoke after a moment of infatuation. "Goddess, let us go. We'll surround you and ensure you reach the auditorium safely." On the way to the auditorium, the crowd swelled, and more eyes turned towards Xia Shuran. Some recognized her and whispered among themselves, "Isn't that Xia Shuran? Her figure is remarkable. Is this what Qi Yu is into? Because I certainly am." Jiang Xiaoye beamed with pride. "Goddess, see? Your fame is already considerable." Xia Shuran had initially intended to complete her university life quietly. Chen Feifei seemed to perceive her thoughts. Snorting, "When one is as beautiful as you, tranquility is a rare luxury. What good fortune do you expect to come your way?" Xia Shuran stammered. "But I suppose I'm also benefiting from Qi Yu's influence, aren't I?" Chen Feifei expressed her agreement, recalling that last year, when Qi Yu was a newcomer, his reputation had spread to several nearby universities. Chen Feifei sighed, remarking that it is quite normal. After all, there are far too few handsome men in this world. When one emerges, he is truly a rare gem. Undoubtedly, beautiful women outnumber handsome men. Otherwise, how could there be so many lovely ladies paired with Kappa? I see them, and my heart breaks for the beauty. What could they possibly desire? When asked, I can only reply that I am not a beauty myself, so I cannot comprehend. What do you think, goddess? Xia Shuren chuckled. I don't know either. I just like handsome men. Upon arriving at the auditorium, Xia Shuren parted ways with them and made her way backstage alone. Jiang Xiaoye and her friends arrived at the bustling audience area, found their designated seats, and sat down with eager anticipation. The goddess is the grand finale. I am feeling a bit nervous. Don't worry, she will surely perform splendidly, overshadowing Jiang Ruoxue, that scheming beauty. I wanted to ask why Jiang Ruoxue had two performances. Their dance department is presenting a group dance, while she has a solo. It seems rather special treatment, doesn't it? Who knows? Xia Shuran entered the backstage area, navigating through the crowded corridors and bustling makeup rooms. Everyone appeared hurried, with staff coordinating the event weaving through the throng. A member of the theater troupe passed by, dragging a large bag filled with colorful, extravagant costumes. He instructed her to step aside, but halted in his tracks upon catching his first glimpse of her. His face suddenly flushed. Truly beautiful. Xia Shuren brushed past him and took her seat in the waiting area. She felt fortunate to have prepared her outfit and done her makeup, avoiding the need to share a makeup room with others. Chapter 32. As the waiting area grew increasingly crowded, Xia Shuren caught sight of four hosts, resplendently attired for the Royal Song Gala. Each one of them was more extravagant than the last, with Jiang Ruoxue's voluminous skirt seemingly adorned with jewels. She donned a V-neck gown, her hair elegantly styled in cascading curls that framed her chest, her makeup impeccably refined and exuding grace and beauty. The hosts took to the stage, and after delivering a few poetic introductory lines, they declared the commencement of the evening's festivities. Time slipped away, and as performers continued to take the stage, Xia Shuran remained in quiet anticipation. A few girls approached her, engaging her in conversation, to which she responded with a gentle smile. They chattered away, inquiring about her lipstick shade and complimenting her skin's condition, but inevitably, the conversation gravitated toward the same question. Are you really with Qi Yu? This query, Xia Shuran had heard countless times. Feeling a twinge of embarrassment, she chose silence, prompting their response of, "Oh, well, congratulations." Their disappointment was palpable, leaving Xia Shuran to sigh inwardly, lamenting Qi Yu's undeniable culpability in the scenario. The melodious voice of a talented music student finally drew Xia Shuran back into the tense atmosphere. Next up was Jiang Ruoxue, with Xia Shuran following closely behind. Having changed into a performance outfit and styled her hair into a high bun, Jiang Ruoxue seemed to cast a fleeting glance at Xia Shuran as she took the stage. Xia Shuran met her gaze with an inscrutable expression until Jiang Ruoxue turned to exit the backstage. As a familiar modern dance piece began to play, Xia Shuran took a deep breath while clutching her pipa, attempting to alleviate her anxiety. From the moment Jiang Ruoxue appeared, the audience's enthusiasm surged. The campus belle undeniably possessed a magnetic charm, With every daring move, she executed eliciting applause and cheers from the crowd. Time appeared to drag on interminably as Xia Shuran stood at the side of the stage, frowning in impatience. When would her turn arrive? In the audience, Jiang Xiaoya grew increasingly restless, questioning the length of the performance. What is so captivating about this dance? How much longer must we wait? It feels like an eternity. Jiang Ruoxue's performance seemed to stretch on indefinitely. Xia Shuren's heart raced with a gnawing sense of urgency. She realized that if the performance exceeded its allotted time, her own might be cut. The music on stage had ceased, yet Jiang Ruoxue continued to dance, prolonged in her final sequence, leaving no room for doubt that it was intentional. Xia Shuren's eyes darkened with cold realization. At that moment, someone approached her with an apologetic tone. "I'm sorry, classmate, but time is running short. The next performance will continue with the same song. You may take a rest." The host announced the final act. The vice principal and various teachers took the stage to a round of applause, everything proceeding as expected. However, in the corner where Jiang Xiaoya and her companions sat, a wave of astonishment erupted. Where is the goddess's performance? What does this mean? Chen Feifei's eyes narrowed. It must be Jiang Ruoxue's doing. Rising from her seat, she declared, "I will check backstage." Jiang Xiaoya and her companion wished to accompany the group, but Chen Feifei waved them to remain in place, believing their presence would only create chaos. In the backstage waiting area, Jiang Ruoxue, having just completed her performance, greeted others with a radiant smile. "Ruoxue is marvelous. Ruoxue dances splendidly." Jiang Ruoxue graciously acknowledged each compliment, responding with a warm, "Thank you." She cast a sidelong glance at Xia Shuran, a glimmer of pride in her eyes, yet her tone remained gentle and kind. "I apologize for the delay. I took a bit longer than expected." The individual responsible for managing the event quickly chimed in. "Oh, it's merely a trivial matter." Beautiful Xia, with her kind heart, would never hold a grudge. Indeed, there will be another opportunity," others echoed. Xia Shuran sat silently on a chair, her fingers gripping the head of her pipa, knuckles turning pale. She remained mute. Even a scathing tirade directed at Jiang Ruoxue would prove futile. The performance was over, and she risked being labeled as a bully, unjustly harassing a weaker individual. Striving to maintain her composure, she recalled the considerable effort she had invested in preparing for this event, feeling it would all go to waste. A sense of despondency washed over her, and her eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. As Chen Feifei hurried backstage, she unexpectedly spotted two figures emerging from the front door of the auditorium. Both young men were tall and striking, engaged in light-hearted banter. The one in the white shirt was instantly recognizable to Chen Feifei as Luo Wen, the president of the student council. The other, dressed casually in black attire and sneakers, topped with a dark baseball cap, bore a striking resemblance. As they stepped into the light, Chen Feifei discerned his profile. It was Qiyu. Chapter 33. Obediently in the backstage. A discussion was underway regarding the plan for the performers to venture to the pedestrian street behind Kyoto University for a late-night snack after the conclusion of the evening's festivities. With a chorus of agreement, the group remained in their stage makeup and costumes, eagerly awaiting the end of the teacher's performance to capture a group photograph. Xia Shuran sat quietly in her chair for a moment, preparing to take her pipa and leave. As she stood to gather her belongings, her mind was preoccupied with thoughts on how to deal with Jiang Ruoxue and where to begin. Suddenly, someone called out from a distance, "Luo Wen, is the chairman here?" Hadn't he gone out with the External Relations Department to gather sponsorship? It was commendable that the chairman, despite his considerable efforts for the event, had come back to join for a photograph. But wait, who was that beside him? Qiyu and Luo Wen were approaching the backstage entrance. Upon hearing Qiyu's name, Xia Shuran felt a jolt in her heart and quickly turned to look towards the entrance. As they neared, she noticed that Qiyu's baseball cap slightly obscured his brow, revealing his sharp, fair jawline. The girls who had intended to speak with Luo Wen hesitated, daunted by Qiyu's presence. Nevertheless, Luo Wen, with his affable demeanor, inquired about the evening's proceedings and any amusing anecdotes. The girls flocked around him, chattering excitedly, while Qiyu remained an enigma, his aloofness prompting only furtive glances from girls. Upon entering, Chiyu spotted Xia Shuran in the corner. He had initially hoped to surprise her, but as he arrived with Luo 1, he heard the teacher's chorus on stage, realizing it was the final act. A pang of regret washed over him for not arriving sooner and missing her performance. Their eyes met, and Xia Shuran's gaze momentarily glistened with unshed tears, her lips quivering as she fought back emotion. Had she been wronged? Chiyu approached her corner, drawing the attention of the crowd. With a gentle gaze, he leaned down to her, asking softly what's wrong. His attire today leaned towards street style, his sharp features exuding a rebellious aura. Yet his voice was a soothing balm. Xia Shuran's long lashes were damp, her nose tinged with red, a picture of vulnerability. Chiyu reached out, brushing away the tear that lingered at the corner of her eye, murmuring, "Did I come too late?" "I apologize." Xia Shuran shook her head, gripping the hem of his shirt, her eyes cast down as she attempted to convey the events that led to her absence from the stage in a calm tone. As she recounted how Jiang Ruoshue's performance had extended excessively, Jiang Ruoshue quickly interjected, insisting it was unintentional. Upon hearing this, Chiyu's expression turned serious. He first patted Xia Shuran's head affectionately before shifting his gaze to Luo 1. Luo 1, understanding the situation, addressed a male host, instructing him to announce an additional act after the teachers finished. However, a girl standing behind Jiang Ruoshue gently protested, but they said that was the final act. It might not be appropriate. Xia Shuran recognized her as the one who had confronted the school leaders during rehearsals. Luo 1 smiled reassuringly. "It's fine. I'll announce it myself when the time comes." Before he could finish speaking, the teachers concluded their performance and bowed on stage. Luo 1 turned to the male host, asking, "Is it all right for me to go on stage in this outfit?" "Absolutely, Chairman. You look quite dashing," the host replied. Luo 1 then glanced at Chiyu, teasingly reminding him to prepare his little girlfriend. With a decisive stride, he approached the stage. Chiyu gazed at Xia Shuran, playfully pinching her cheek, promising delectable treats once her performance concluded. Xia Shuran, her voice tinged with a hint of tears, obediently acknowledged him. On stage, Luo 1 was eloquently captivating. Even Jiang Xiaoyu was taken aback. The chairman truly possessed an extraordinary eloquence that was almost alarming. Su Yao remarked, "Didn't they say it would be the last performance? Why is Luo 1 here?" Jiang Xiaoyu shook her head, expressing her uncertainty. "I don't know, but when our goddess arrives, I must comfort her." Just then, they spotted Chun Fei sauntering back. The two anxiously inquired, "What happened?" Chun Fei raised an eyebrow. Smiling, "Don't worry, we have hope now." She gestured towards the stage, indicating it was undoubtedly Luo when summoned by Chiyu. Thanks to Luo 1's humorous speech, the atmosphere in the audience was joyful and relaxed. Amidst this ambience, Luo 1 announced an unexpected surprise performance for everyone. In the shadows, Xia Shuran stood at the side of the stage, clutching her pipa, taking deep breaths one after another. Chiyu quietly remained by her side, his dark eyes glinting as he tucked a stray hair behind her ear, reassuring her not to be nervous. Before stepping onto the stage, Xia Shuran hugged him, finding solace in his warm embrace, easing her anxious emotions considerably. Chiyu gently kissed her forehead, encouraging her to go forth, promising to watch from the audience. Xia Shuran looked up, and Chiyu chuckled. "Shall I take a picture of you?" Feeling a sudden wave of shyness, Xia Shuran quickly dismissed the idea. "All right, enough talk. I'm going on stage now." After Luo 1 exited, Jiang Xiaoyu noticed the stage lights abruptly dimmed, leaving a single beam illuminating an ornate wooden chair. She then beheld the goddess gracefully seated on that chair, cradling the pipa with delicate movements. Bathed in light, she plucked the strings, and a melodious, elegant tune filled the air. The enchanting figure, adorned in a refined hairstyle and attire, resonated with the ancient charm of the music, prompting Jiang Xiaoyu to marvel. She is simply ethereal. Many in the audience were spellbound, completely entranced by the exquisite and elegant melody emanating from the stage. Once Xia Shuran completed her performance and descended from the stage, she navigated through the backstage, politely responding to a flurry of compliments, both flattering and sincere. At that moment, she yearned to see Chiyu. Finally, in the shadows by the side door of the auditorium, she spotted him. Chiyu leaned slightly against the wall, his languid gaze settling on the breathless Xia Shu Ran as she hurried towards him. He raised an eyebrow, his voice soft and tender. Good girl. Chapter 34. His gentle kiss upon encountering Chiyu, Xia Shuran felt a wave of shyness wash over her, her steps slowing as she approached him. Before she could steady herself, Chiyu grasped her and pressed her against the wall. His hand cradled the back of her head, preventing her from colliding against it. They stood in a dimly lit corridor that led to the backstage of the auditorium. For now, it was deserted, as the performers were still tidying up behind the scenes. But that would soon change. Xia Shuran squirmed slightly in embarrassment, yet Chiyu seemed oblivious to her discomfort. He lowered his gaze, a playful smile gracing his lips as he teased. Do you miss me? It's been several days since we last met. Xia Shuran found it impossible to fabricate a lie. Her feelings for him surged in her eyes like a tumultuous wave. She gazed at his striking features beneath the brim of his hat, longing to reach out and touch him, thinking how handsome he looked today. In the midst of Xia Shuran's tender gaze, Chiyu's kiss descended upon her unexpectedly. The cool sensation spread as he held her face in his hands, kissing her as if she were the very essence of his heart, with an exquisite tenderness. When the brief kiss concluded, Chiyu concealed the fervent emotion in his eyes and retrieved an elegantly wrapped gift box from his pocket, opening it with anticipation. Xia Shuran recognized the logo on the box. It belonged to a brand she had frequently purchased from, a pinnacle of luxury in the realm of jewelry. She looked up at Chiyu, who indicated for her to open it. Inside lay a diamond necklace, sparkling brilliantly even in the dim light. Do you like it? He inquired. Xia Shuran bit her lip and nodded, her heart brimming with affection. Chiyu delicately removed the necklace, asking, Shall I put it on for you? Yes, she replied. As his warm fingertips glided along her neck, Xia Shuran admired his profile as he leaned closer, stealing a brief kiss. Chiyu seemed to smile at her boldness. It took him nearly half a minute to fasten the necklace around her, and Xia Shuran found herself nearly overwhelmed by his beauty as she watched him. Is it done yet? She teased. Chiyu cleared his throat and replied, Almost. I never anticipated that putting a necklace on a woman would be so intricate. After a few more seconds, he finally announced, It's all set. Xia Shuran touched the pendant resting on her chest, embracing Chiyu and murmuring her gratitude in his ear. Amidst the bustling footsteps of the performers, she gracefully withdrew from his embrace. With little time to escape, Xia Shuran discreetly hid behind Chiyu's tall figure. He casually placed his baseball cap on her head, the refreshing scent of it enveloping her. It was oversized, resembling a helmet atop her head. She adjusted it, pulling it down to shield her face entirely. As a throng of performers flooded into the corridor, the motion sensor lights flickered on, immediately drawing their attention to Chiyu, who maintained an indifferent expression. No one dared to approach him, though they all noticed the girl hidden behind him. Following this encounter, it was clear to everyone with whom he was associated. Goodbye, Xia Shuran. Shuran, we're leaving. Friendly acquaintances waved as they passed by. Xia Shuran, realizing she had been spotted, ceased her concealment and allowed Chiyu to wrap his arm around her. His car was parked outside the school, necessitating a walk to reach it, on a tranquil path of the campus under the night sky. If Xia Shuran were alone, she would undoubtedly hesitate to tread there. However, with Chiyu by her side, she felt a sense of invincibility, even in the face of potential robbers. Initially walking side by side, Xia Shuran yearned for closer proximity and discreetly stole glances at him. With a playful bite of her lower lip, she boldly took his hand, nestling her delicate fingers into his palm. Chiyu remained silent, tightening his grip, their fingers entwined, forming a perfect union. His long, broad hand, warm and dry, exuded a sense of security. A smile illuminated Xia Shuran's eyes. Even such a simple act of holding hands filled her heart with joy. As they traversed a bumpy dirt path, she noticed her modest high heels, adorned with rhinestones, made walking a tad cumbersome. Noticing her stumble, Chiyu glanced down at her shoes, asking if she needed to be carried. Xia Shuran scanned their surroundings. It was eerily quiet, devoid of anyone. Embarrassed, she nodded, requesting to be carried just for this stretch, vowing to be let down afterward. She rose on her toes, wrapping her arms around Chi-Yu's neck. He effortlessly lifted her, cradling her in a manner akin to a child, one hand supporting her back. The thin fabric of her chi-pao clung to his chest, and warmth quickly enveloped them. Her hand rested gently on the nape of his neck, unable to resist the urge to tousle his tousled hair. Chi-Yu tilted his head slightly, wondering if she was uncomfortable. "Is everything all right?" he inquired. "I'm fine," she replied, her cheeks flushed and lips pursed. In the cozy atmosphere that enveloped them, Xia Shuran found herself instinctively engaging in little gestures of affection toward Chi-Yu. Feeling a bit shy, she broached another topic that weighed on her mind. "Am I heavy?" "Not at all," Chi-Yu replied in a calm tone, and Xia Shuran felt reassured by his sincerity. Upon reaching the end of the muddy path, he continued to hold her securely. In fact, one could say he cradled her effortlessly, as she was wholly lifted in his embrace. Her small head nestled into the crook of his shoulder, a hint of shyness washing over her as she felt the firmness of his arm against her back. Inside, her heart burst forth like a display of fireworks, a warmth of embarrassment enveloping her. Yet, her body's response was unmistakably clear. She relished the closeness. She showed no intention of setting her down, casually stating, "The car is just ahead. I'll carry you there." No, there are too many people," she protested. "If I'm seen like this, it's no different than." "Well, you know." She pushed against his shoulders, attempting to extricate herself, but Chi-Yu's grip remained steadfast. Xia Shuran thought to herself, "Is he really not going to let go?" Chapter 35. The puppy of an older brother. Xia Shuran playfully struck his arm. Chi-Yu's muscular arms were well-defined and firm, leaving Xia Shuran to feel the pain alone. She pursed her lips and declared, "Chi-Yu, I shall grant you one more opportunity. Will you set me down or not?" Chi-Yu lifted his gaze and chose not to comply. With a deep breath, Xia Shuran gritted her teeth and bit down on his shoulder. The exclamation came from Xia. Chi-Yu delivered a sharp slap to her backside. Xia Shuran's legs flailed, and she finally leapt down from him, calling out, "Chi-Yu." He had anticipated her bite and chuckled softly, so eager to be the little puppy of an older brother. "I shall indulge you." Xia Shuran glared at him with indignation. "It hurts." Chi-Yu, noticing her pitiful expression, casually remarked, "I recall you seem to be enjoying it quite a bit, judging by your cries." "Do not speak." Xia Shuran wished fervently to seal his lips. She continued to lament, "It hurts." Chi-Yu, with a mischievous smile, said, "Let me take a look." Xia Shuran struck him again and, spotting the approaching light, decided she would no longer engage in play. She quickly scurried to the car door, turning back with tear-filled eyes to admonish him. "Hurry up." Chi-Yu chuckled lightly as he leisurely pressed the car key, and Xia Shuran pouted as she climbed to the passenger seat. Before driving off, Chi-Yu planted a kiss on her cheek, soothing her. Their dining destination was a premier Japanese restaurant. Xia Shuran had dined at its branch in Haicheng, but this was her first visit to the capital's location. With a smile, she declared it her favorite place, mentioning she could reserve a private room with her VIP card. "This private room is not easily attainable," she asserted. Chi-Yu affectionately ruffled her hair. "All right, thanks to my dear." Later, when Xia Shuran excused herself to the restroom, she overheard the staff wondering why a luxurious private room had been exchanged for a smaller one. It dawned on her that Chi-Yu had already made reservations. Xia Shuran opted for lighter dishes, unsure if Chi-Yu was mirroring her choices. Throughout the meal, she noticed Chi-Yu had far greater experience with rare, expensive seafood than she did. She had thought herself somewhat seasoned, yet he exhibited even more finesse. He peeled the shells for her and dipped them in sauce, and they sat to one side, creating an atmosphere of intimacy. He even handed her a napkin to wipe the corners of her mouth. When a server came to refill their dishes, she was taken aback to see the strikingly handsome man, whose attire and demeanor exuded a cold, sharp elegance, tenderly assisting his girlfriend. Xia Shuran felt a bit flustered by the unexpected attention, her cheeks flushing. During the meal, Xia Shuran observed that Chi-Yu seemed to prefer high-protein foods, and, like her, avoided spicy dishes. He had not touched the wasabi. When she inquired if he disliked spicy food, Chi-Yu nodded, admitting he could not handle it well. He recounted a childhood incident involving a spicy dish made by his grandmother, who hailed from Sichuan, which had led to bronchitis prompting him to avoid spicy food thereafter. Yet, it was also a reflection of his innate aversion to spice. His grandmother went to the hospital to care for him, joking that he resembled a delicate young lady, needing hospitalization even for a simple home-cooked meal. The pinnacle of his culinary tolerance was merely a hint of pepper sprinkled over boiled meats. If Ming were to summarize Chi Yu's eating habits, he would say they closely mirrored those of the girl he fancied, avoiding strong flavors, shunning excessive salt and spice, with the sole distinction being that the boss also abstained from overly sweet foods. Since entering adolescence, Chi Yu has embarked on a fitness journey, enrolling in gym classes. His family arranged for a nutritionist to craft a tailored meal plan, predominantly featuring high-protein dishes such as milk, eggs, chicken, beef, and salmon, accompanied by a variety of vegetables. Seasonings were minimal, consisting of a dash of olive oil, a pinch of salt, and some basic spices akin to pepper. This dietary regimen has persisted into his adulthood. As he matured, the need for such nutritional complexity diminished, prompting the nutritionist to revise the plan to a more simplistic and mild approach. Ming remarked that although the boss never studied abroad, his diet appeared more international than that of many expatriates, embodying a distinct simplicity. A typical meal might consist of 2 steaks, 2 slices of bread, an egg, and a few strips of bacon alongside leafy greens. It remains a mystery how the boss has managed to sustain himself over the years. Moreover, his personal life is notably bland. His encounter in Italy with Chiara marked what seemed to be his first foray into indulgence. Yet upon returning home, he reverted to a life of asceticism. It would not be an exaggeration to call him a saint. From a young age, Chairman Xi imposed a strict paternal education, introducing concepts of finance, futures, bonds, and candlestick charts early on. Despite this immense pressure, Xi did not suffer from mental or physical exhaustion, largely due to the vivacious nature of his mother, which contrasted starkly with his father's stern demeanor. This dynamic, with one parent playing the role of the bad cop and the other the good cop, fostered a healthy upbringing for Chi Yu. Furthermore, his parents shared a deep love for each other and for him, which is a considerable advantage for any child. The sense of worthiness, security, communication skills, teamwork abilities, and emotional regulation present in Chi Yu's character were all nurtured in a loving environment. Thus, although he may appear aloof, he possesses an admirable social charm, with most individuals speaking highly of him. Unlike many second-generation individuals, Chi Yu did not delve into calligraphy, painting, or piano. Instead, his parents enrolled him in extracurricular activities focused on sports, archery, swimming, and skiing, pursuits he continued until high school. He also developed a passion for basketball, which, aside from his academic commitments, consumed much of his time. Nevertheless, Chi Yu cultivated a spirit of dedication and diligence in his career. To attribute this outcome solely to Chairman Chi's strict upbringing would be a misrepresentation. It also required an intrinsic drive within the child's character, a potential for ambition. In contrast, should it have been Chi Mingyu, no amount of paternal strictness or ancestral influence would have altered his path. The increased emphasis on ambition within Chi Yu's character can be traced back to an unforeseen event, the passing of his mother. Chi Yu's mother passed away during his second year of high school due to a tragic car accident, leaving his grandparents to mourn the loss of their child. Ming is somewhat related to the Chi family, as his father served for many years as the chief financial officer, a vital figure within the Chi family's enterprise. At that time, Ming returned to his homeland to attend Chi's mother's funeral. In the hall, he beheld the cold yet dignified youth clad in black, cradling a picture frame of his mother. His gaze was tranquil, yet the corners of his eyes were tinged with crimson. This was the first and last occasion Ming witnessed Chi Yu weep. Following this, Chi Dong chose not to remarry. His method of alleviating sorrow was to immerse himself in work, ultimately exhausting himself in the process. The traits bequeathed by parents are undeniable. The pursuit of career and unwavering dedication are hereditary. Chapter 36. You look beautiful in the Chi Pao. The meal was yet unfinished when a call came through for Chi Yu, who hastily departed for an urgent meeting. Xia Shuran, feeling somewhat helpless, reluctantly acquiesced to his departure with a hint of displeasure. Chi Yu, not wishing to leave prematurely, insisted on waiting until she had finished eating, promising to escort her back to school before heading to the office. However, Xia Shuran could not allow him to wait any longer, recognizing his urgency. After a few bites, she declared herself done, and in a blink, they transitioned from the restaurant to the car. At parting, Chiyu tenderly kissed her brow and instructed her to message him upon reaching her dormitory. He handed her a bank card, stating, "This is my supplementary card. You may use it," without explicitly stating his intent to lend her money. He acknowledged her card's limitations and simply pressed his own into her hand. Xia Shuran, momentarily stunned, attempted to refuse, but Chiyu silenced her with a gentle kiss. He then draped an arm around her shoulder, opened the passenger door, and urged her to step out. With a carefree smile, he remarked, "You look exquisite in the qipao. Until we meet again, be good." Xia Shuran stood dazed at the school gate, mechanically waving as the car faded into the distance, its emblem gradually disappearing into the stream of traffic. She grasped the bank card tightly, its presence searing in her palm like a branding iron, leaving her hand clammy with perspiration. As night descended, Xia Shuran lingered in place, watching the traffic lights change rhythmically in the distance. The warm summer breeze tousled her skirt, prompting her to come to a quiet realization. She reassured herself that accepting the money was nothing to feel embarrassed about. Appearing overly modest would only dampen Chiyu's spirits, creating an uncomfortable dynamic between them. In the ensuing days, Xia Shuran led a typical university life, attending classes when required and enjoying meals, shopping, and bubble tea with her roommates during her free time. She gradually adapted to the rhythm of peaking university, finding social interactions increasingly effortless, and her worries diminished. For instance, the frivolous campus beauty contest was abruptly shut down without warning. At the time, Jiang Xiaoya had excitedly raised her phone, congratulating Xia Shuran for claiming the top spot, largely due to her Peepa performance video gaining traction. In the dead of night, an anonymous image surfaced online, allegedly depicting Chiyu kissing another girl. The photograph only revealed a blurry profile of Chiyu alongside a glimpse of the girl's qipao. Coincidentally, just as Xia Shuran's Peepa video had gained popularity, this new development stirred the waters. A comparison revealed that the qipao in question was indeed the one Xia Shuran had worn, leading to her identification. The backstage performers from that day added fuel to the fire, prompting onlookers to exclaim that Chiyu had been captivated by a pure and alluring beauty. Consequently, Xia Shuran's notoriety soared, propelling her to the pinnacle of the rankings. However, Jiang Xiaoya's jubilation was short-lived. Within a minute, the entire page faded to gray, and the leaderboard vanished. Both the video and the candid photograph disappeared without a trace. Later, when Jiang Xiaoya lamented this turn of events to Xia Shuran, she felt a sense of relief. At long last, the school forum administrators had proven effective. Yet, she harbored a faint suspicion that Chiyu might have had a hand in it. Xia Shuran refrained from questioning him, as he seemed busier than ever. He had even skipped the classes of the esteemed professor from the finance department, while still proclaiming himself a diligent student. Nevertheless, Chiyu excelled academically, earning the professor's favor to the extent that he might as well be considered a closed-door disciple. The professor turned a blind eye to Chiyu's absences, as long as he performed well in exams. Xia Shuran was taken aback. When she skipped classes, she faced deductions in her final grades and mockery from her teachers. How could Chiyu evade such consequences? It was truly a matter of fate. He seemed to monopolize all the good fortune. Xia Shuran's leisurely days were numbered. One day, after finishing their morning class with Jiang Xiaoya, they encountered a throng of people crowding the narrow path on campus. Desks were nearly overflowing along the sides of the road, adorned with banners. The recruitment drive for student organizations had commenced. Xia Shuran was soon bombarded with messages from Ruanyang on WeChat, as if the literary club would collapse if they failed to recruit her. Shortly thereafter, she was unexpectedly halted by a young man who handed her a business card. Dazed, Xia Shuran glanced at the impeccably dressed young man, then down at the neatly formatted and pristine card. He was the head of the External Relations Department. In this day and age, student organizations printed business cards. He then spoke in a voice as rigid as his appearance, welcoming her to join the External Relations Department, insisting that she would make the right choice. With that, He departed as abruptly and swiftly as he had arrived, leaving Xia Shuran only with his retreating figure. Xia Shuran was left bewildered. After hesitating for a while, she sought Qi Yu's opinion. His perspective was undoubtedly more refined than that of his peers, bolstered by his experience in dealing with influential figures, making him the perfect person to consult. However, one had to wonder, did joining a university club truly require outside experience? Xia Shuran dismissed the thought. Perhaps she was merely seeking an excuse to converse with Qi Yu, as she missed him dearly. Qi Yu, seemingly pressed for time, replied succinctly, "The External Relations Department is responsible for external communication, collaboration, and networking. It offers numerous opportunities to engage with outside enterprises, which is beneficial for expanding one's connections and aids in securing internships." Xia Shuran found herself increasingly inclined toward joining the External Relations Department. She pouted, wishing he could elaborate further. Why? To convey her subtle intentions, she sent a cute bunny emoji in response. Chapter 37. The Crown Prince arrives after a few minutes. Qi finally responded with a message saying, "I'll talk later." Xia Shuran did not expect that this later would come at 3 in the morning. She discovered the message the following morning. Was he busy until such a late hour? At 7 o'clock, she sent him a message, and to her astonishment, Qi Yu replied. Surprised, she typed, "You didn't stay up all night, did you?" He answered, "I managed a few hours of sleep, but I still have some matters to attend to." Xia Shuran instinctively felt that these matters were not trivial. Perhaps he was gathering evidence against old employees involved in kickbacks. The last time they met, she had inadvertently glimpsed his phone screen, and he had not bothered to hide it. After a few exchanges, Qi Yu ended the conversation. Xia Shuran sighed. Was it fair for a sophomore to be this busy? She could not fathom how Qi Yu could remain alert after only a few hours of sleep. If it were her, she would have long since fainted. Without a full 8 hours of sleep, she would find herself half dead, either physically or spiritually. Entering the External Relations Department, Xia Shuran rejected Wang Yang and Chun Feifei's advances decisively, handing her information to the recruitment team and being accepted on the spot. They held meetings weekly, responsible for various school activities, soliciting investments and sponsorships. When foreign delegations visited, or when scholars and celebrities came to give lectures, or when stars promoted their films, it was the External Relations Department that facilitated these events. This department was the most effective avenue for expanding one's network. If Xia Shuran could find a design company within this framework and familiarize herself with it, she might secure an internship. Jiang Xiaoya caught sight of her goddess earnestly jotting down her internship plans and was taken aback. Was she preparing for an internship as a sophomore? Wasn't it better to wait until the second semester of junior year? Xia Shuran felt she might be overly anxious. Yet, the thought kept nagging her. Qi Yu was already a boss, and she could not simply remain a frivolous college student, reliant on others. She needed to carve out her own path. She did not want to lag behind him. For their relationship to thrive, they needed to be on the same wavelength. Xia Shuran pondered this for several evenings. Currently, large companies would not consider a student who had yet to graduate. She could only seek design platforms for side income. Interior and landscape design require a portfolio, which she would not pursue. Nevertheless, she had won awards in modeling competitions in Italy. Thus, she could only hope to sell her 3D models on these platforms. With renewed focus, she dedicated herself to modeling, attending classes more diligently than before. In one significant modeling assignment, she achieved first place. The class monitor, who had always been the top student, found it hard to accept that he had been surpassed by someone he deemed merely ornamental. However, upon seeing her model, he could not help but acknowledge her exceptional talent. Xia Shuran possessed a natural flair for design, and her innovative ideas were beyond his imagination. Her enthusiasm for learning grew exponentially, yielding remarkable results. She ranked third in her entire department during the final exams. When her roommate checked the official website for grades, she nearly choked on her milk tea. Xia Shuran, it seemed, had embarked on a relentless pursuit of academic excellence. On the platform, Xia Shuran's account amassed over 100,000 followers. Most merely peruse her models, showering her with flattery, exclaiming how impressive she is. However, for each model that sells, it translates into substantial income for Xia Shuran. With each creation, She gains more experience in crafting 3D models. By accumulating resources, her designs are not only more affordable than those of renowned designers, but also deliver an equally high-quality effect. She has garnered a considerable number of repeat customers, earning her living expenses and amassing savings. Chi Yu, too, has been busy. He made a trip to the United States and returned even more occupied, taking a few months off from the department. Initially, he believed he would lack time to accompany Xia Shuran and worried about how to appease her. However, upon discovering her flourishing sales on the platform, he chuckled, realizing this little dynamo was quite formidable. In the days leading up to the long holiday, the External Relations Department prepared tasks for the upcoming school anniversary celebrations. Xia Shuran and another girl were assigned to liaise with outside companies. In truth, the school had already negotiated most of the arrangements. Their task was merely to finalize some details. The department head inquired if anyone from the student council owned a car, suggesting that driving themselves would lend them more confidence, avoiding any semblance of timidity upon visiting the company. Xia Shuran hesitantly replied, "None." The flashy Ferrari was already with Chi Yu, and such ostentation was ill-suited for a business setting. Ultimately, they borrowed a vehicle from school, which Xia Shuran drove to the company's premises. As Zhang Yu stepped out of the car, she looked up in awe at the towering building. The 49-story skyscraper dazzled Xia Shuran as the sunlight reflected off its faade, situated in the heart of the capital, surrounded by numerous high-end institutions in business, finance, and consulting, akin to Manhattan, a truly valuable piece of real estate. They proceeded to the 39th floor. The department head informed them that this was a small internet finance company, reportedly just a subsidiary. Their investment in the school anniversary aimed to enhance their social image and visibility through the prestigious Jing University, strengthening school enterprise collaboration and attracting exceptional talent. Thus, both parties stood to benefit from this partnership. This alleviated some pressure for Xia Shuran and Zhang Yu, as they merely needed to verify the details without having to overly solicit investment. Before stepping out of the elevator, they both glanced down at their attire to ensure it was appropriate. They wore the school's designated black business blouses paired with professional white skirts, their hair neatly styled. Were it not for their looks, they might resemble insurance salespeople. Zhang Yu, a member of the school's debate association and a senior to Xia Shuran, had participated in various competitions and seen much of the world, yet still felt a twinge of anxiety. Xia Shuran was somewhat more at ease, having experienced larger companies than this. Upon reaching the company reception, they stated their purpose. The layout of the company and the demeanor of the reception staff reflected the organization's strength. Xia Shuran surveyed the staff's professionalism and felt reassured, sensing that this company was quite profitable, thankfully not a scam. The receptionist escorted them to the waiting room. The two individuals savored their tea for several minutes until their interlocutor arrived, a young assistant to the manager, appearing to be under 30. He seemed to be of similar age to them. The fact that only a junior assistant was sent indicated a lack of seriousness regarding their meeting. Xia Shuran understood this, and she and Zhang Yu proceeded to communicate and verify details as required by their school, working efficiently. Suddenly, outside the glass door, a cacophony of footsteps echoed, a group approaching with great momentum. However, the surroundings remained quite tranquil, with only a few whispers from the tea room, barely discernible. The young prince has arrived. TSK, TSK. He is about to ascend to the throne. His charm is almost overwhelming. I might just indulge in a night out at the club this evening. If I can find someone resembling Chi Yu, I would consider myself fortunate. Interestingly, I did encounter someone last time. Although his features fell short, his aura was commendable. He even called me Andy, which was quite amusing. The assistant smiled at Xia Shuran and her companion, reassuring them that their leader had come to collect some data today, and there was no need for concern as they would continue. Chapter 38. After graciously expressing their gratitude, Xia Shuran and her companion departed. As the elevator doors were about to close, Xia Shuran hurriedly pressed the button to reopen them. A slight gap revealed the occupants within, but without even glancing their way. A middle-aged man instructed, "You should wait for the next one." Frowning, Xia Shuran thought it best to let it go. They had mentioned that a leader was arriving. Perhaps it was indeed them. Allowing the group of middle-aged men to pass, she felt no inclination to jostle for space. Zhang Yu, a stalwart of the school's debate team, was quick to unleash her fiery temperament and would not let the moment slip by. She pressed the button again. "The elevator is shared. Thank you," she declared, and the doors swung open fully. Inside, the occupants were laid bare. At the forefront was the leader, Qiyu. Xia Shuran stood frozen in place, while Zhang Yu exclaimed in astonishment, Qiyu. Qiyu's expression was inscrutable, yet a barely perceptible smile lingered in his eyes as he addressed Xia Shuran. "Please come in," he said. Xia Shuran found herself nudged towards Qiyu by Zhang Yu, and she could not resist whispering, "He's your boyfriend, isn't he? Aren't you going to greet him?" Xia Shuran merely responded with a silent acknowledgement. It appeared that the penchant for gossip was a universal trait among humanity, even among the otherwise serious and exemplary senior students. In truth, she had already exchanged pleasantries with Qiyu. As their gazes intertwined, Xia Shuran struggled to withstand the light-hearted, yet piercing look he cast upon her, causing her ears to flush crimson as she averted her gaze. The group disembarked on the 30th floor, and Xia Shuran silently mouthed a goodbye to him. His gaze lingered on her face, and his once sharp demeanor softened momentarily before he stepped forward. A handful of middle-aged men in suits followed closely behind him, leaving the elevator suddenly empty. Zhang Yu, having held her curiosity in check, could no longer contain herself. "That was Qiyu, right? I was seeing things, was I?" Goodness, those portly middle-aged men were clearly seasoned professionals, and they actually listened to him. Qiyu is a second-generation rich kid. No, wait, could he be first-generation wealthy? Xia Shuran, too, was taken aback. Qiyu's family owned a corporate building, albeit not in the city center. It was surprising to learn that his subsidiary occupied 2 floors in the CBD. Wasn't he that somewhat contradictory? Xia Shuran found herself puzzled, sensing there might be deeper significance. Having successfully completed the external liaison department's task, the student council arranged a gathering on the eve of the holiday. Xia Shuran first organized her belongings for the trip home before heading to the dining venue alongside Chen Feifei. By the time they arrived, most of the attendees were already present. The private room was lively, and President Luo took the initiative to greet Xia Shuran, prompting her and Chen Feifei to find a vacant spot to sit. The establishment was a barbecue restaurant, but Xia Shuran lacked appetite and nibbled on leafy greens instead. Chen Feifei, unable to bear the sight, indulged in meat and wine, filling Xia Shuran's glass to the brim. "Sister, we're out to have fun. Why not let loose a little?" she urged. Xia Shuran declined the grilled meat Chen Feifei offered, opting instead to toast with her and share a drink. Before long, an entire bottle of liquor had vanished. Chen Feifei praised Xia Shuran for her impressive alcohol tolerance. The second gathering took place at a KTV venue, where only a handful of individuals exhibited a genuine enthusiasm for singing, while the majority succumbed to the allure of drinking games. Xia Shuran, along with her acquaintances from the student union, Chen Feifei, Ruan Yang, and Zhang Yu, engaged in a game of dice. They lost round after round, their faces becoming increasingly flushed. It appeared that the boastful claims had been premature. How could they falter so soon? Xia Shuran raised a white flag, requesting a 10-minute respite. Once granted, she leaned back in her chair, feeling only slightly tipsy, not entirely inebriated. Jiang Ruoxue, adorned in a fluffy white dress, serenaded the room, abstaining from any alcohol. Meanwhile, the boys organized a game involving a finger-grabbing contest, a common pastime in nightclubs, characterized by its somewhat flirtatious interactions between the genders. Xia Shuran had no intention of participating. Just as she was about to voice her thoughts, Luo, when intervened, advising her to remain seated, insisting that if she chose to partake, Qiyu would surely have his skin flayed. Amused, Xia Shuran opted to watch them play, only to her surprise, Jiang Ruoxue had decided to join in. The rules of the finger-grabbing game dictated that the last person unable to catch a finger not only had to consume alcohol, but also draw a card and perform the task inscribed upon it, be a hug, a peck on the cheek, or passing an ice cube with one's mouth. As the game progressed, the dares became increasingly audacious, with everyone becoming more inebriated. The atmosphere grew ever more liberated, leaving Xia Shuran with little desire to witness the unfolding spectacle. She found herself to be the most sober among the group, stealing a few candid shots of her intoxicated acquaintances, she decided to take her leave prematurely. Upon stepping out into the chill of the evening air, she tightened her coat around herself and rubbed her increasingly cold hands together. Shivering slightly, she stood beside the entrance of the KTV, awaiting Chi-Yu's arrival. Having sent him a message rather late, she anticipated a prolonged wait. The pale moon in the night sky was overshadowed by the vibrant lights of the capital. A biting wind, mingled with a light drizzle, brushed against her face, prompting her realization that it had begun to rain. The rain intensified, with droplets that had initially been as fine as needles quickly swelling to the size of mung beans, pelting down upon pedestrians who hurriedly sought shelter. By the time Xia Shuran dashed indoors, her clothing was thoroughly soaked, and a few damp strands of hair clung to her temples. As car headlights flickered through the curtain of rain, Xia Shuran glanced up to see a sleek black Maybach. It looked familiar, reminiscent of one she had seen in Chi-Yu's garage. The car door swung open, and Chi-Yu emerged, holding an umbrella as he approached her. Ignoring the dampness of her attire, she rushed forward and enveloped him in an embrace, refusing to let go. Chi-Yu chuckled softly, resigned yet affectionate, as he guided her to the passenger seat. Chapter 39. I'm going to take a shower. As Chi-Yu turned on the interior light of the car, he beheld her drenched, trembling, and with a look of discontent in her eyes. He flicked her forehead lightly. Can't you avoid the rain? Xia Shuran sighed softly. I didn't have time. Chi-Yu instructed her to remove her coat. Underneath, she wore a knitted top with a V-neck, cinched at the waist to accentuate her figure. Originally a pale lavender, it had darkened to a deep violet from the rain. The contours of her form clung closely, making her feel a touch shy as she attempted to conceal herself slightly. With a silly grin, she explained to Chi-Yu that her attire was not intentional. She had merely chosen it casually. Chi-Yu raised an eyebrow, but said nothing, gesturing for her to proceed. Hey, you're being a rogue, Xia Shuran exclaimed in embarrassment as she hugged herself tightly, her cheeks flushed. It'll take at least half an hour to get to my apartment. Do you want to catch a cold? Chi-Yu replied, take off your clothes, and I'll wrap you in my coat. Completely? She stammered. Otherwise? What about my underwear? Chi-Yu pinched her cheek lightly. Not necessary. That hurts. Xia Shuran pouted, reluctantly beginning to undress. Underneath her sweater lay her bra. She had no intention of wearing cumbersome thermal wear. Slowly, she pulled off her sweater, stealing a glance at Chi-Yu, who was focused on driving and oblivious to her actions. As soon as he entered the car, he had tossed his coat beside her. She immediately slipped into his outerwear, a dark, thick hoodie that could serve as a dress for her. Next, she removed her pants, shoes, and socks, curling up snugly within the warmth of his hoodie, which still bore his body heat. A faint, refreshing scent enveloped her. Was it the aroma of someone who favors a light diet? Heaven truly favored him, for he bore none of the unpleasant odors typically associated with men. His skin was fair and his physique well-defined, neither overly exaggerated like a fitness trainer nor too frail. Xia Shuran wished to hold him close every day, reluctant to let go. In a brief moment while waiting at a traffic light, she leisurely grasped the hand Chi-Yu had placed on the gear shift. What's the matter? He asked softly. Xia Shuran pressed his hand against her cheek and planted a gentle kiss on the back of his hand. It's cold. Chi-Yu's hand was warm. Apart from the hoodie, he wore only a black t-shirt. He had mentioned before that he was naturally resistant to cold. Now, as Xia Shuran's skin felt icy, his hand served as her personal warm pack, warming wherever it touched. Noticing her chill, Chi-Yu couldn't help but feel concerned. The car's heater was set to the maximum. How can you be so cold? Xia Shuran did not reply, her focus solely on caressing his hand. She traced the veins on his hand all the way to his forearm, feeling a bit bashful after a few moments, her ears reddening as she withdrew her hand. In mere seconds, she took hold of his hand again, placing it against her forehead, then shifting it to her neck, alternating between the two spots. Chi-Yu managed to steer with one hand without issue, allowing her to indulge in her whims. He was eager to hasten their journey, hoping to get back so she could take a warm shower and avoid falling ill. Xia Shuran engaged him in idle conversation. Aren't you working late tonight? Not necessarily. Xia Shuran pouted. Even the world's richest person isn't as busy as you are. I can't even catch a glimpse of you at school. Oh, right. I just got caught in the rain. My makeup must be a mess, right? Xia Shuran opened the mirror in the car and took a glance. It seemed fine. She murmured, the cosmetics advertised as waterproof, and it appears they were not deceiving me. Chiyu interjected casually, it's also sweat-proof. Xia Shuran replied, how do you know? Noticing Chiyu's silent smile, she straightened up. Did you hear that from another woman? Chiyu, with a lazy smile, replied nonchalantly, Miss Kiara informed me. Nonsense. I didn't tease suddenly. Xia Shuran recalled something and abruptly fell silent. Wait a minute, that morning, it seemed she had left the house with makeup on. After a night of activity, her makeup surprisingly remained intact. Goodness. Chiyu, unfazed by Xia's subsequent blush and silence, drove the car into the garage. He opened the door, stepped out, and walked around to the passenger's side to open the door. The girl, embarrassed, buried her face deep in the hood of his sweatshirt, her delicate, pale legs curling under the hem. He bent down and ruffled her hair before walking away. Seeing her remain motionless, humming softly, Chiyu simply lifted her up and cradled her in his arms. Xia Shuran offered no resistance, obediently wrapping her arms around his neck. On their way, Chiyu inquired, are you cold? Xia Shuran, trembling her lips, replied in a whisper, cold. From the underground garage to the apartment, she felt Chiyu's long strides hastening their journey. Upon arriving at the door, Chiyu still held her, needing her to input the code to unlock it. The code was a familiar string of numbers. His birthday followed by 3 zeros. This was the same password for her bank card and phone lock screen. Xia Shuran remarked, if a thief figures that out, all your electronic devices will be compromised. Chiyu replied lazily, I can't be bothered to think about that. Who would have thought that even a 24K disciplined youth could have moments of laziness? He said, my energy is devoted to work and you. Everything else is secondary. Xia Shuran lounged on the sofa, sprawled out, the room warmed by the heating, still clad in Chiyu's oversized coat. Chiyu went to prepare the water in the bathtub for her. Xia Shuran called out from the bathroom. Chiyu, should I come up with a code for you? How about using your birthday plus mine? She straightened up, awaiting his response. All right. Chiyu emerged from the bathroom, already stripped of his black t-shirt, his upper body bare. Xia Shuran gasped and covered her eyes. Chiyu replied calmly, I got wet while filling the tub. It's ready for a wash. Do you want me to carry you? Xia Shuran, blushing, hurriedly slipped on some slippers. They were Chiyu's men's slippers. He had no other options. So she had to wear his. They were significantly oversized, and in the large slippers and baggy sweatshirt, she resembled a child who had stolen an adult's clothing. Xia Shuran covered her eyes and dashed to the bathroom, exclaiming, I'm going to take a shower. Chiyu chuckled as he watched her struggle to close the bathroom door without nearly tripping. Chapter 40. Scorching temperature. Xia Shuran luxuriated in the comforting warmth of the bathtub, the rising steam enveloping her like a delicate veil, rendering her vision hazy. Yet, her thoughts surged with an unusual excitement. Chiyu resided in this very apartment, conveniently situated near his company. This was the only bathroom in the apartment, implying that he too had indulged in this tub. A flush crept across Xia Shuran's cheeks as she could not help but wonder how Chiyu must have bathed in this very tub, perhaps reclining in the same position as she was now. The skin that made contact with the tub became acutely sensitive, her heart racing as if it might break free of her ribs. Her mind spiraled into uncontrollable fantasies, images that ignited a profound embarrassment within her. She bit her lower lip, struggling to maintain decorum and to dismiss such inappropriate thoughts. How mortifying! With a sudden splash, she stood up, water cascading around her, and exhaled deeply before stepping out of the tub to commence her shower. Chiyu's shower gel and shampoo bore the same fragrance, a subtly sweet floral aroma. Strangely, it was different from the scent she typically associated with him. A glimpse at the Italian label on the bottles caught her off guard. No wonder it felt so familiar. It was a brand she had used during her studies abroad. Upon closer inspection, she noted that the bottles were nearly empty, suggesting they were regularly used by Chiyu. She recalled using the same series, the same fragrance of hair oil during her time in Italy, applying it almost daily, the scent lingering impressively for days. In contrast, bath products seldom retained their fragrance beyond the next day, leaving only a faint afternote. It was likely that the refreshing scent she detected on Chiyu was derived from the lingering floral notes, which made sense. But why would he use a brand primarily targeted towards women? Suppressing her curiosity, Xia Shuran hastily completed her shower and lifted her gaze to find a dry towel that Qiyu had prepared for her, unsure whether it was new or perhaps his. The black towel, his favorite color, made her cheeks flush slightly as she used it to dry her body, contemplating the sequence of blow-drying her hair and applying skincare before stepping out. Rummaging through the drawer of the vanity, she located a hairdryer, black and gray in color, confirming his penchant for minimalist tones. The items on his vanity were notably sparse: toothpaste, a toothbrush, a cup, and a pack of tissues for drying off water droplets from his face. And that was all. A glance around the bathroom revealed only a single black towel hanging. The minimalism made the already spacious bathroom feel even more expansive. Despite the subdued tones of the bathroom, Xia Shuran recognized quality. Even the most commonplace marble was of the highest grade, not to mention the extravagance of the bathtub that could cost a fortune. The size of his bathroom rivaled that of an entire 4-person dorm room at Jing University, and yet the furnishings were so few. Did he lead such a minimalist lifestyle? Clad in her original undergarments and his oversized sweatshirt, Xia Shuran began to dry her hair. Before long, a voice from the doorway called out, inviting her to emerge for the blow-drying. Xia Shuran declined, requesting him to retrieve her small bag, which contained her lotion, essence, and eye cream. Qiyu seemed puzzled, wondering why girls needed to layer so many products for their skincare routines. Yet he still heeded her request and moved away to retrieve the bag. He picked up the chain handbag she had left on the floor and, after rummaging for a while, finally unearthed an item resembling a skincare bag from a corner. He knocked on the door and inquired if it was a light pink one. Xia Shuran, with her damp hair gathered, hurried to open the door, confirming excitedly, yes, yes. However, she only opened a small crack, extending 2 fingers to retrieve the bag. Qiyu chuckled softly, teasing her, "What are you hiding for? I've seen everything." Xia Shuran pouted, still only opening a narrow gap, urging him, "Hurry up and give it to me." Qiyu handed the bag to her fingers, cautioning, "Don't stay in there too long. Has the ventilation system been activated?" From the bathroom, Xia Shuran's voice rang out, bright and cheerful. "Yes, it's on, don't worry." She began applying serum and a face mask. When she emerged, half an hour had elapsed. A golden mask adorned her face as she continued to pat it gently. Clad in an oversized sweatshirt and men's slippers, she appeared quite casual. Qiyu, seated on the sofa, had changed into a deep gray short-sleeved shirt. He exuded a relaxed demeanor, legs apart, elbows resting on his knees as he leisurely fiddled with the television remote, unusually not attending to work matters. Hearing a sound, he lifted his gaze towards the hallway leading to the bathroom. A girl, freshly bathed and flushed from the steam, appeared before him. Xia Shuran approached. A hint of shyness in her voice, "I'm done washing up." Qiyu acknowledged her with a brief sound, gesturing for her to sit beside him. Xia Shuran nestled her arm around his, joining him in watching global financial news, the lengthy English segments lulling her like an incantation. She excused herself to the restroom to remove her mask and wash her face before returning to his side. Feeling drowsy, she confessed, "I'm so sleepy. My head is spinning." Qiyu turned to her, his voice gentle. "Are you tired?" Xia Shuran leaned against his shoulder, eyelids drooping, and nodded slightly. He pressed a kiss to her forehead, then gently grasped her chin, allowing their lips to meet softly before gradually deepening the kiss. Xia Shuran wrapped her arms around his neck, surrendering to the embrace, feeling drowsy from his affection. She felt his hand slip beneath her shirt, caressing the small of her back, his warm palm gliding along her waistline. Xia Shuran could have resisted, yet she did not, permitting him to continue. After a while, she shyly inquired about the sensation of his touch. He replied, "It's slightly smaller than a basketball, but softer." She retorted, "Who asked you to compare it to a basketball?" Qiyu responded, "I've only touched a basketball." Soon, the air between their lips thickened, pressing Xia Shuran back against the sofa. He shed his shirt, and in the dim light, his well-defined muscles glimmered softly. His prominent collarbone, slender chest, and distinctly sculpted abs captivated her. In a daze, Xia Shuran observed how his once cold, piercing gaze now brimmed with fervent desire. Her senses felt magnified, and she could feel his sweat trickling onto her skin. As time slipped into midnight, Chiyu leaned over her, planting tender kisses on the corners of her reddened eyes. He sat beside the sofa, gently combing her drenched hair and softly asking, "Shall we take a shower together?" Xia Shuran, feeling lethargic, merely wanted to lie down, playfully grasping his hand and giving it a gentle bite. She went to shower first. Xia Shuran turned over on the leather sofa, which creaked slightly under her movement. She froze momentarily, her cheeks flushing crimson. She had heard that sound all night. Sitting up, she hastily donned a piece of clothing. The sound of water trickling from the bathroom filled the air, while outside the expansive glass floor-to-ceiling windows, a torrential downpour blanketed the night in darkness. Peering outside, she saw nothing but an oppressive blackness. Xia Shuran exhaled a sigh of relief, although she had forgotten to draw the curtains. She reassured herself that no one could see in. After all, they were on the top floor, and the outside was shrouded in shadow. Once Chi-Yu finished showering, he took her for another wash, albeit clumsily. He fumbled while washing her hair and drying her body. After completing the task, he carefully dried her with his only bath towel, as there was no alternative. He took the time to dry her hair thoroughly before settling her onto the bed. By the time he returned from the bathroom with the hairdryer, he noticed that she had obediently curled up under the covers. Chi-Yu sat at the edge of the bed, as Xia Shuran sleepily called out, "Brother, stay with me." He smiled and kissed her forehead, whispering, "Sleep now, my dear." Chapter 41. Chi-Yu rose and made his way to the living room to tidy up the clothes. He held her lace-trimmed lingerie in his hands, contemplating a dilemma. Could this be washed in the washing machine? His own undergarments were laundered in a small machine specifically designed for such items. It did not seem appropriate to share, as it would be unhygienic for a girl. After pondering for a moment, Chi-Yu searched online for instructions on hand-washing clothes. Having never washed his own garments before, he quickly learned from the guide. He first found a basin, filled it with water and detergent, and then began to scrub. The tutorial videos on the internet appeared deceptively simple, but as he set to work, Chi-Yu found himself quite clumsy. The girl's belongings were as delicate as her form, and he dared not apply too much force, carefully completing the task. Upon returning to the bedroom, he found Xia Shuran fast asleep. As he lifted the covers and lay beside her, she instinctively turned towards him like a magnet, snuggling up against him. With her eyes closed, she accurately found his shoulder, then buried her head into the crook of his neck, sweetly calling out "brother" before drifting back into slumber. Chi wrapped his arms around her waist, enveloped in her familiar fragrance. It was the scent of a shampoo, although they used the same brand. Hers always seemed to carry a sweeter note. Since returning from Italy, Chi found it impossible to forget that night, the image of the girl lingering persistently in his mind. After searching for a long time for a fragrance similar to hers, he eventually switched to his current bathing products. Although he generally disliked sweet scents, he found himself drawn to it because it was hers. He had just turned 18 that night. Previously, he had regarded women's overtures and confessions as trivial distractions, foolishly diverting energy to such mundane matters. His sole intention had been to reject them, wishing not to be disturbed in his studies and life. That night in Italy, he had consumed a local drink, and within minutes, a peculiar restlessness surged within him. He steadied his breath and requested a room upstairs from the owner. Once inside, he splashed himself with cold water repeatedly. His body was drenched, his athletic were soaked through. With his hair wet and clinging to his forehead, he felt agitated, pushing it back to reveal his smooth brow, which enhanced his sharp, cold demeanor. Upon exiting the bathroom, he was taken aback to find a woman lounging on the carpet. Chi froze, rooted to the spot, suppressing the tumult within him, his thoughts a chaotic swirl. He assumed this was someone his friends, Chi Mingyu and the others, had arranged for him. In a hushed yet urgent tone, he insisted, "I don't need this. Please leave." The girl, hearing his voice, lifted her head. The dim lighting obscured her view of the tall man's face. Xia Shuran, still dazed, steadied herself against the door handle and rose to her feet. She approached him, and Chi took a step back, his brow furrowing as he said brusquely, "Don't come any closer." Xia Shuran, in her stupor, leaned against him as soon as they made contact. Her arms and legs entwined around him. Chi could have evaded her, but the heat surging within him eroded his rationality. He merely pushed her gently away, murmuring for her to let go. Yet his hand remained on her shoulder, unable to detach. Her hands roamed over him, and Chi-Yu, blushing, tilted his head back, his breath growing fervent. As Xia Shuran reached downward, the moment her fingers made contact, he seized her wrist. In a low, fierce tone, he asserted no. His face connected to his neck, flushed a deep crimson, while his gaze became increasingly dazed, tormented by the surging sensations within his body. Xia Shuran gently pressed against his damp shirt, emitting soft, pleading hums that threatened to dismantle Chi-Yu's defenses, igniting a feverish warmth within him. His breath quickened, and as Xia Shuran struggled, he gradually loosened his grip, surrendering to her. When she tiptoed closer to kiss him, he turned his head slightly, but moments later, he could not resist glancing at her again. This was the first instance he truly observed her. In the dim light, he discerned her features. She was undeniably beautiful, or so he presumed. The truth was, he could not quite comprehend the girl's beauty. It should be classified as lovely. Yet, in moments of clarity, he would not have regarded her at all. His heart was indifferent to such matters. To him, even the most exquisite woman was no different from a mushroom on the ground. However, in this moment of overwhelming physical emotion, the strings in his mind snapped. He gradually embraced her, pressing his lips against hers. The following morning, she was gone. Chi-Yu sat at the edge of the bed, staring vacantly at the ocean view outside the window. The waves, glistening under the sunlight, seemed to echo the tumultuous and intricate rhythm of his heart. He could hardly believe he had engaged in such absurdity. That woman had vanished. Was it due to his inexperience? He recalled the previous night, a blush inadvertently creeping onto his cheeks. She had appeared to be in considerable distress. Had he been excessively harsh? He was uncertain. Having never ventured down such a path before, how could he know how to control his strength? Perhaps she had gone for breakfast. He decided to wait a little longer for her. After such an encounter, was romance expected? How was one supposed to initiate such a thing? The young man was plagued by uncertainty. Thus, he sat by the window, basking in the golden sunlight, waiting for her for what felt like an eternity. After this experience, it was as if a nuclear bomb had detonated within the heart of this 18-year-old boy, shattering his previously unawakened understanding of emotions. Kiara was no longer merely a mushroom in his heart. After a night of relentless rain, the morning light broke through the clouds. Xia Shuran rubbed her eyes awake, the ache in her body prompting her to rise early. Upon opening her eyes, she beheld Chi-Yu's fair neck. His arm was still draped around her waist. Xia Shuran blinked and remained still. His arm rested against her back, cradling her waist, and they had slept in this position the entire night. His arm was not numb, but her back was beginning to feel the strain. Nonetheless, nestled in Chi-Yu's embrace, which bore a delightful fragrance, she was content to linger a little longer. Like a child, she raised her gaze, curious about his sleeping visage. With his eyes closed, the sharpness of his features appeared softened. His breathing was gentle, unhurried, and relaxed. Chi-Yu's long eyelashes lay softly against his cheeks, and his thin lips were slightly pursed, a childlike expression that could only be witnessed in his unguarded slumber. Xia Shuran leaned in closer and gently kissed his chin. Afterward, feeling triumphant like a child who has stolen candy, her lips curled into a smile, nearly bursting into laughter. Xia Shuran gazed at his face for an extended period, occasionally planting kisses on him and caressing him, ultimately rousing Chi-Yu from his dreams. He opened his bleary eyes, and Xia Shuran instantly embraced him with a soft smile, asking if he was awake. Chi-Yu rubbed his chin against the top of her head, his voice still hoarse and lazy from sleep, and replied with a soft He and she embraced affectionately for a moment before he announced his intention to prepare breakfast. As he sat up, Xia Shuran caught sight of his bare upper body, marked with several red scratches on his back, evidence of her earlier grip while on the sofa. A blush crept onto Xia Shuran's cheeks as she bit her lip, suddenly feeling a pang of guilt. The marks appeared quite severe. In that moment of passion, she and T realized her grip had been a tad too forceful. Chi-Yu wore a pair of deep gray casual trousers on his lower half. They seemed to be an expensive pair of pants, which he had unexpectedly repurposed as sleepwear. Observing Chi-Yu scanning the bed, Xia Shuran understood he was likely searching for his t-shirt, which she had worn as pajamas the previous night. Had he forgotten? It seemed even Chi Yu could occasionally experience a brief lapse in memory. Xia Shuran playfully stuck out her tongue and gently reminded him, "It's on me." Chapter 42. Chi Yu gazed over with a teasing smile, then take it off. Xia Shuran, devoid of any clothing beneath, made a playful face at him and quickly burrowed under the covers. Chi Yu leaned closer and threw the blanket amidst her joyous laughter. He playfully smacked her backside twice before departing from the bed. "Hurry up and brush your teeth and wash your face." Xia Shuran, like a mischievous imp, peeked out from the edge of the blanket, her eyes sparkling with mirth. "I don't have my toothbrush. Can I use yours?" It seemed that Chi Yu had only just realized this. "I bought it online. It will be delivered." "Is it your assistant who's getting it? They need rest too. You know, don't be a tyrant towards the working class." Chi Yu's brow twitched slightly. His salary covered that task. "How much do you earn?" Chi Yu replied languidly, "More than what you make selling 3D models." "Hey, I've earned quite a bit too. That pair of limited edition sneakers I gifted you was from my 3D model sales." Chi Yu chuckled at her early morning antics. Xia Shuran felt a surge of energy to leap up and hit him, but her body ached and protested against her intentions. Chi Yu had been ruthless on the sofa. She merely let out a soft grunt. "I'll just order something. I need not just a cup and toothbrush, but also slippers, a towel, and clothes. I have nothing to wear." "Honestly, you have nothing here." Xia Shuran pouted, her expression resembling that of a distressed melon. Chi Yu raised an eyebrow in agreement, casually remarking before he left, "What else do you expect in a single man's apartment?" Xia Shuran's eyes sparkled with realization. "Oh, I see." Her whimsical tone effectively halted Chi Yu's steps. "What about it? A single man's apartment has that. You know that." Xia Shuran maintained a knowing demeanor. "I understand. I completely understand. You've been single for so many years. I can comprehend." Chi Yu was aware of what she implied, bemused by the chaotic thoughts swirling in her mind. He smiled lightly. I don't believe you." Xia Shuran squinted at him. "Even if you don't have it now, you must have had it before." To her surprise, Chi Yu admitted, "I've seen it before, but nothing beyond that." His candidness made Xia Shuran feel a bit shy, and she murmured, "All right then." Chi Yu went to prepare breakfast. He wasn't particularly skilled in the kitchen, but neither was she. They could only select the lesser of two evils. Xia Shuran had purchased disposable toothbrushes online once. As for everything else, Chi Yu suggested they venture downstairs to the large supermarket together. Xia Shuran leaned against Chi Yu's pillow. The bedding was a deep gray, and aside from the bright hue of the bedside lamp, the entire bed exuded a cold and sterile atmosphere. She stared vacantly at the understated chandelier on the ceiling, each crystal refracting the morning light streaming through the window. After lounging in bed for 5 or 6 minutes, she finally mustered the strength to sit up, rubbing her lower back. With great effort, Xia Shuran dragged her almost collapsing body out of bed. Upon reaching the mirror, the sight of her reflection nearly caused her to faint. The marks on her neck. Xia Shuran's face flushed crimson. Thankfully, it was winter, allowing her to cover them up. If it were summer, she would linger here indefinitely, compelling Chi Yu to venture out and hunt to sustain her until the marks fade away. Summer Shuran was already profoundly affected by the memories of last night. Now, confronted with so much evidence of someone's wrongdoing, it would likely be indelibly etched in her heart. Chi Yu, holding the dried undergarments and the toothbrush that had been delivered, found a dazed Summer Shuran in the bathroom. He extended them toward her. Summer Shuran sluggishly accepted them, still processing the situation. Chi Yu inquired, "Are you dazed?" With a grimace, Summer Shuran silently pointed at her neck in accusation. Observing her foolish expression and then glancing at her neck, Chi Yu concluded, "So, it's beautiful. Quite lovely indeed." In response, Summer Shuran launched a playful attack with both her hands and feet. Chi Yu prepared a few fried eggs, and, just as he placed them on a plate, Summer Shuran approached like a little bunny. "Let's head to the dining table," she urged. From behind, she wrapped her arms around him and shook him, whining, "I'm so hungry." At that moment, the toaster chimed, ejecting 2 slices of bread. Summer Shuran eagerly went to retrieve them, each in hand, her stance amusing. Chi Yu took the bread from her, wrapping his arms around her waist, guiding her out of the kitchen to wait outside. Thus concluded Summer Shu Ran's culinary adventure, and she obediently sat at the dining chair, awaiting the meal. In less than 10 minutes, Chiyu emerged with 2 plates, each adorned with the same delectable fare: bacon, eggs, salmon, and bread. Summer Shu Ran marveled at their shared tastes, realizing that she and Chiyu were indeed kindred spirits, even in their culinary preferences. She adored this light and refreshing experience. With playful seriousness, Summer Shu Ran clinked her fork against Chiyu's. Although he did not quite grasp her whimsical gesture, he engaged nonetheless. "All right, let us eat." "Thank you, Yu, for preparing this delightful meal," she said with a smile. Chiyu silently accepted the affectionate nickname she whimsically bestowed upon him, which she claimed was a term of endearment. Chapter 43. A gift for my girlfriend. As they savored their meal, the doorbell rang. Chiyu appeared to be prepared for this moment. He opened the door to receive a beautifully packaged gift box containing hot soy milk. Xia Shuran noticed the logo on the box belonged to a top-tier restaurant. She had previously researched and discovered that their establishment did not offer delivery services. To her astonishment, someone had managed to deliver it right to Chiyu's doorstep so early in the morning. She had just overheard the delivery person respectfully addressing him as Mr. Chi. When would the world ever treat ordinary citizens with the same esteem afforded to capitalists? Noticing her in a daze, Chiyu asked if she didn't tea like the drink. Xia Shuran sighed theatrically, expressing her concern that she was on the verge of becoming a beneficiary of the nefarious capitalist system. "Allow me to preserve my pure soul for 5 more seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, I have succumbed. I am now your puppet." Raising her glass of soy milk, she declared, "Let me down this cup of poison that has plunged me into the abyss." Chi replied, "I can arrange for you to consult a psychiatrist." During this extended holiday, Chi would not return to Haicheng and, regrettably, could not accompany Xia Shuran. His company had long since moved its core operations to the capital, leaving only the old residence in Haicheng, as he had work obligations in Beijing. Xia Shuran was set to depart in the afternoon, leaving her with some free time. Chi decided to take her shopping for everyday clothes and necessities to stock in her apartment. As they prepared to leave, Chi found 2 outfits in the smallest size for her. Upon seeing his wardrobe filled with monochromatic hues of black, white, and gray, Xia Shuran felt overwhelmed. She donned the sweatshirt and casual pants he had chosen, but after glancing in the mirror, she felt disinclined to step outside, believing the colors made her look drab. Chiyu noticed her distress. It seemed she was on the verge of tears simply because she found the clothes unattractive. To him, comfort was paramount, and he spoke his thoughts aloud. Xia Shuran, holding back her tears, finally let one fall, exclaiming, "You just don't understand. This looks utterly hideous." Chiyu, perplexed, thought she looked quite adorable. Did all women possess such a fervent desire for beauty, or was it just her? Unable to fathom her perspective, he suggested he would step out to buy her a different outfit before they headed out together. Xia Shuran had been waiting for this very offer. She quickly wiped her tears and eagerly agreed. Chiyu ventured into the luxury store within the mall. As a VIP customer, he was well remembered by the sales staff, especially given his striking appearance. Colleagues from Haicheng had mentioned a cool and handsome young man who would often come to collect clothes for his mother. Sometimes, he would arrive straight from basketball practice, oblivious to the high-end atmosphere, yet the sales staff welcomed him warmly. Knowing his mother was a genuine socialite who had spent a significant amount of money there, Chiyu video called Xia Shuran, wanting her to select what she liked to ensure he picked something she would appreciate. As soon as she answered, she recognized that he was in a VIP salon of a luxury brand. VIP clients usually enjoyed private rooms when shopping, a privilege Xia Shuran had experienced before. In Italy, the VIP rooms are adorned with champagne and delectable desserts, enveloped in a soft and comfortable glow. The sales associate attentively remembers the guests' sizes and preferences, ensuring a well-stocked selection for their choosing. Designers even present the latest seasonal collections, with models showcasing the garments. Guests need only recline comfortably on the sofas and select their desired attire. As the scene shifts, one notices models gracefully parading in the spacious area before the sofas. "See," remarks one character, "I do not select women's clothing." However, the other, with a mind clouded by worries, reflects on the level of service that such luxury demands, a fortune in the millions. The garments purchased for her by this gentleman do not reach such extravagant sums. Who then is he buying for? She despises her own unfounded suspicions, feeling neither rational nor elegant. Yet, she cannot quell her anxiety. His allure transcends age and gender, and the temptations of the outside world are abundant. She genuinely fears that she may not be able to hold on to him. If she does not remain vigilant, he may fall prey to the seductions lurking beyond. Amid her swirling thoughts, the sales associate bends slightly, addressing him. Does your lady wish for something more comfortable, or rather something fashionable and spirited? His expression remains impassive, his gaze momentarily dimmed as he takes a moment to respond. This inquiry swiftly clears his name. Upon closer inspection, the garments being tried on by the models do indeed lean towards a more mature and dignified style. The associate, mistakenly believing he is still selecting outfits for his mother, prepares the styles favored by her. Yet, a wave of discontent washes over the woman, for he had subtly mentioned that his mother had passed away. This realization weighs heavily upon her heart, dragging her spirits down like a sack of cement. After a brief moment of distraction, he regains his composure and replies to the associate, "This time, I am selecting for my girlfriend." The associate, understanding at once, smiles professionally and promptly retrieves a new selection of youthful and distinctive attire. Feeling both guilty and sympathetic towards him, she hastily chooses 2 pieces. As they exit the store, she remains on the line, sensing he has something to express. He reassures her calmly, "I am fine." She softly implores, "Please return quickly. I long to embrace you." He offers a faint smile, replying gently, "All right." Chapter 44. All about mushrooms in the afternoon. Chiyu accompanied Xia Shuran to the school to retrieve her belongings. Xia Shuran had 2 large suitcases, and fearing she might struggle to carry them alone, Chiyu decided to assist her. Since the dormitory supervisor was not present and her roommates had likely returned home, it seemed the perfect opportunity. However, upon opening the dorm room door, the atmosphere became palpable with tension. Chen Feifei and Su Yinshi wore frozen smiles on their faces. Xia Shuran, linking her arm with Chi Yu's, had just been sharing a joke with him, eliciting a reluctant chuckle from him despite his earlier claims of boredom. Now, confronted by the 2 girls in the room, Xia Shuran's radiant smile remained, unyielding in its brightness. Feeling a bit awkward, she stammered, Chen Feifei, you haven't gone home yet?" Chen Feifei, flustered, stood up and responded, Yes, I was just about to tidy up." Meanwhile, Su Yinchi managed a forced smile as she greeted Chiyu with a simple hi. "Chiyu." He acknowledged her with a soft hum, a mere token of response. With Xia Shuran by his side, Su Yinchi's presence seemed diminished. Yet, she was still Chiyu's friend. Xia Shuran couldn't demand that Chiyu banish all female friends from his life. Everyone is entitled to friendships. However, Xia Shuran remained unconcerned, for she was enveloped in love. Those who are loved can undoubtedly sense it. She knew Chiyu held feelings for her. The nuanced expressions of affection could not be feigned. On a related note, Chiyu had spent many years with Su Yinshi, who had boldly expressed her feelings early on. Had Chiyu merely nodded, they would have likely been together long ago. This indicated that their innocent friendship was firmly established, even without Xia Shuran. Chiyu would not have chosen Su Yinshi. Instead, he opted for a life devoted to his career. After all, in his eyes, aside from Kiara, any woman hoping to pursue a romantic relationship with him was merely a mushroom. Later, Su Yinchi learned of Chiyu's mushroom theory through Lu Qian, and she couldn't help but smile bitterly, thinking she might not even measure up to a mushroom, forever relegated to the friend zone. Su Yinchi's flight coincided with Xia Shuran's, yet she chose not to ask Chiyu for a ride. Her lingering feelings for him made it all the more painful to witness him with the one he adored. As she watched Chiyu and Xia Shuran's silhouettes fade from view, a profound sense of loneliness enveloped her. Chen Feifei stood nearby, silent for a while. The lofty young lady, who wanted for nothing, had everything she could wish for, yet had stumbled in matters of the heart. Even the most esteemed individuals cannot escape the whims of fate. Have you given up, Yinshi? They've only been together for half a year. You still have a chance. Su Yinshi lowered her gaze, her voice barely above a whisper. Half a year? Has it really been 6 months? She realized. From a moment Qiyu and Xia Shuran solidified their relationship, her opportunity had vanished. She understood him well. He was not one to easily change his affections. Once he loved, he would continue to love. At the bridge, Xia Shuran bid farewell to Qiyu, lingering in their embrace for what felt like an eternity. Remember to answer my calls, reply my messages, and don't forget me. He merely nodded gently, saying, I will inform my parents about my relationship with my boyfriend. They might wish to video call you. His voice carried a languid tone as he added, I will be prepared. Xia Shuran murmured in agreement. All right. In an instant, she leaped into his arms, rising on her toes to plant a quick kiss upon his lips. Without granting him a moment to react, she spun around and dashed away, glancing back with a playful grin. Goodbye, Yu. Qiyu wore a subtle smile as he observed her enter the cabin. Today, he donned a rather rebellious ensemble. Standing nearly 6 feet tall, his athletic build rendered the sweatshirt and loose black jeans strikingly eye-catching. A dark beanie adorned his head, framing his sharp brows and eyes, exuding an aura that was both aloof and wild. To passers-by, he appeared as a formidable and handsome figure, the kind that commands attention, possessing an aggressive charm. His striking looks evoked admiration and envy, yet no one dared to approach him. Witnesses to the playful exchange with his girlfriend marveled at her audacity, thinking how bold she was to tease him. Chapter 45. Your flirtation on the airplane. Xia Shuran encountered Su Yinqi. At that moment, Xia Shuran was engaged in conversation with the young man seated beside her. The boy, seemingly captivated by a draft of models displayed on Xia Shuran's laptop, eagerly initiated a dialogue with her. During their exchange, Xia Shuran discovered that he was a fan of her modeling platform. He appeared to be an enthusiastic aficionado of spatial modeling, fervently praising her impressive skills and innovative ideas, which had inspired him greatly. It was Xia Shuran's first encounter with a fan, as she found herself conversing with him for a while longer. Moreover, her model orders had recently diminished, with many long-standing clients having departed. Unable to discern the cause herself, she thought it prudent to seek the opinions of her admirer, thus continuing their conversation. It was at this juncture that Su Yinqi made her appearance. Clearly not part of this cabin, as all seats were occupied. She approached Xia Shuran directly without a handbag in hand, nor did she glance around for a seat. Dressed in an elegant designer ensemble and high heels, her piercing eyes and crimson lips exuded an air of authority. Her stride carried an undeniable sense of confidence. Xia Shuran was uncertain of her intentions. She raised an eyebrow, remaining still as Su Yinqi positioned herself before her. However, the first words that escaped Su Yinqi's lips were not directed at Xia Shuran. Instead, she turned to the young man beside her, her tone sharp as she declared that he should respect the fact that she had a boyfriend. The boy, still in his youth and somewhat naive, had overlooked the reality that Xia Shuran was not only a woman, but a strikingly beautiful one. His face flushed instantly as he stammered, I didn't. Disregarding him, Su Yinqi focused solely on Xia Shuran, her expression icy as she commanded her to step outside for a discussion. With that, she turned and walked away. Xia Shuran sighed, compelled to follow her. Su Yinqi halted by the cabin door, with Xia Shuran coming to a standstill behind her. What do you wish to say? Xia Shuran queried. That boy was merely discussing spatial modeling with me, nothing more. As she observed the sardonic expression on Su Yinqi's face, she continued with a scoff. Or, do you intend to act as Qiyu's family member, judging whether I am a suitable girlfriend? Taking photos of me conversing with other boys to send to Qiyu, accusing me of promiscuity? Su Yinqi shot her a sidelong glance. Your imagination is quite vivid. As a friend of Qiyu's, it is my prerogative to alert him should I see his girlfriend engaging too freely with other males. However, you are correct about one thing. I do believe you are rather flirtatious. Just look at what you are wearing. It invites men's gazes. Are you proud of that? Xia Shuran was clad in a purple sweater from the previous day. While her figure was slightly accentuated, it hardly warranted the label of indecency. Coldly, she retorted, I shall wear as I please. Even if I were to run naked on this plane, it would be of no concern to you. Feel free to remove your clothes. Who cares? Recalling that she was not there to quarrel, Su Yinqi interjected before Xia Shuran could speak again. I have come to inform you of certain matters. Su Yinqi paused momentarily, seemingly preparing herself before speaking. The betrothal between me and Chi Yu was merely a jest made by our elders during our childhood, and it hardly constitutes a serious engagement. She hesitated before continuing. I doubt even IU is aware of it, and our parents have long since forgotten that drunken jest. Only I have nurtured this sentiment deep within my heart. Su Yanqi's tone suddenly softened. Xia Shuran waited patiently, but Su Yanqi fell silent. Abruptly, she turned to leave. Xia Shuran called out to her, "So what does that mean?" "It means you should not doubt him," Su Yanqi replied as she departed, leaving Xia Shuran unclear about her final words. Returning to her seat, Xia Shuran smiled faintly. She had long been aware that no formal engagement existed between them. Even if Chi Yu had initially refrained from clarifying, she could have surmised it herself. Were it a legitimate engagement, how could both families, especially the Su family, remain indifferent after she and Chi Yu had been together for 6 months? Surely, there would have been some dramatic confrontation over the betrayal of an agreement, a poignant scene of heartbreak for her daughter. The flight was unusually punctual. Upon exiting the airport, Xia Shuran's eyes did not immediately find her parents. Instead, she caught sight of the Su family embracing in joyful reunion. Su Yanqi had a younger brother who had just been engrossed in a game with headphones on, now eagerly staring ahead. Su Yanqi playfully slapped the back of his head. "What are you looking at? Your sister is back, and you seem so distracted." "But sister, there's a beautiful girl. Look." Su Yanqi followed his gaze, and her expression suddenly sharpened. Her brother grinned. "Isn't she lovely? Do you think I could ask for her contact information? She seems really nice. I bet if I asked a few times, she'd agree." After a brief silence, Su Yanqi finally replied, "She is your brother Yu's girlfriend." Chapter 46. The young man from the Chi family has a keen eye. Su's parents also glanced over. "Is it the one in the purple attire?" Su Yanqi turned away, no longer looking, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Her brother's smile faded. He was the only one in the family aware of his sister's affection for Chi Yu. He draped an arm around Su Yanqi's shoulders and playfully remarked, "Sister, men are like chewing gum. Once they lose their flavor, you simply replace them. Do you have any idea how many men there are on this planet?" He exaggeratedly gestured. 3.5 billion. Su Yanqi playfully swatted him. "Honestly, sister, let us look ahead. We are bound to encounter someone far superior to brother Yu. After all, my sister is exceptionally beautiful." Su Yanqi merely smiled and said nothing. Once the family returned to the car, Su's mother chuckled. "That young man from the Chi family has quite the discerning eye. That girl has a well-rounded forehead, striking features, a straight nose, and rosy lips. She embodies the essence of a prosperous wife. It's no wonder the Chi Family's fund in Boston has recently seen substantial profits." Su's father sighed. "How long has it been since he entered university? Chi Yu is already dating. I had hoped Yanqi could develop something with him." Su's mother, as if hearing something outrageous, immediately waved her hand. "No, Yanqi, you mustn't listen to your father. Let me tell you, men should not be overly handsome. Otherwise, there will be no peace after marriage. If he were an ordinary person, it would be manageable, but with his pedigree and strong opinions, it complicates matters." Su's father countered. "Chi Yu is a boy we have watched grow up. He excels academically and morally. Old Chi has stepped back, and he can immediately take over. Look at all these younger generations. Who stands out like he does?" Su's mother interjected, "Let us not exaggerate. If he has no intentions, what about the women outside? They could easily swoon over him. I've seen several young girls pursue him, even coming to our neighborhood." Su's mother became animated. "Our community is nestled in the mountains. Those girls had to climb up to avoid security. Just think about it. At the tender age of 15 or 16, the Chi boy is already so alluring. When he eventually takes the reins of the Chi family, I shudder to imagine. Are you willing to gamble on a man with good looks and a prestigious family being faithful? I cannot entrust my sister's happiness for the latter half of her life to such a gamble." Su's father replied, "Your concerns are exaggerated. Old Chi is a living example. He is still in America mourning his late wife." "That's survivor's bias," Su's mother retorted. "Let me tell you, a man cannot possess looks, wealth, and fidelity all at once, except for a rare few." She shifted her tone. "I do hope your father is one of the rare exceptions. He should learn more from old Chi." Su's father recognized that his wife was steering the conversation toward their own relationship and promptly ceased the discussion regarding whether Chi Yu would be a suitable husband. With her parents no longer discussing Chiyu, Suyinshi felt a sense of relief. The mere mention of Chiyu still stirred painful emotions within her. It was exceedingly difficult to forget a decade's worth of youthful infatuation. Yet, as challenging as it may be, she knew she had to let go. Chiyu, an exam on which she could never achieve a perfect score, had seemingly become her obsession. Now was the time to release it. One day, she would sincerely tell Chiyu, "We are friends," devoid of the fluttering emotions of youthful infatuation. As Summer Shuran returned home, she was greeted by the enticing aroma of freshly cooked dishes. Her mother had picked her up from the airport, and her father had prepared a sumptuous feast. Knowing you prefer vegetarian dishes, your father has been creatively cooking for you. Do try some, her mother said. Summer Shuran playfully replied, "Thank you, Dad. My daughter has worked hard in her classes. This holiday, just relax and take it easy." Her mother responded with a smile. At the dining table, Summer Shuran animatedly recounted amusing anecdotes from her time at Peking University. At a clever juncture, she dropped a bombshell on her parents. "I have a boyfriend." In turn, her parents revealed their own shocking news. A pharmaceutical company at home was being purchased at its original price. For a company facing delisting risks, not losing everything would be a fortunate outcome. Who would be foolish enough to take it on, especially at the original price? She thought, realizing why her father seemed so elated today. Her father mentioned that the contract had already been signed and assured her it was not a scam. Summer Shuran quickly inquired about the buyer's identity. "A financial investment company from the capital," her father replied, stating the company's full name. Upon hearing it, Summer Shuran froze in her seat, realizing this was one of the subsidiaries of Chiyu's family located in that 49-story building. As thoughts flooded her mind, she pondered the implications. Her father's company was a mess, and Chiyu's involvement might be due to her. That felt unfair to him. Thus, when her parents inquired about her boyfriend's family background, Summer Shuran did not speak the truth, merely stating it was average from a working-class family. She feared her family would develop ulterior motives upon learning of Chiyu's affluent background. Her father might even consider leveraging the Chiyu family's influence to restore their fortune. After all they had endured, she simply wished for her parents to live a stable life. Now that they had some financial security, she hoped they would not return to the precarious capital market. Summer Shuran understood her father well. He would only give up once he recognized there was no opportunity left. If he discovered that the Chiyu family was a substantial support, he would surely stir up trouble. She needed to conceal the Chiyu family's true power. They were so understated. Despite her extensive online searches, she had only uncovered a construction company. Even she was unclear about Chiyu's exact profession, only knowing it was finance-related. Furthermore, her parents had never penetrated the coarse circles of wealth in Haiqing. Summer Shuran felt she could keep the truth hidden for a lifetime. True to her word, Summer Shuran assigned Chiyu the identity of a civil servant. In that moment, as her parents closed their eyes, they remained blissfully unaware that their son-in-law was a wealthy magnate. They often remarked how being a civil servant was quite good, stable, and secure. When Chiyu first heard of Summer Shuran's plan, he refrained from commenting, recognizing it was her family, and decided to support her decision. Chapter 47. Mutual Deception at the Dining Table. Summer's parents meticulously inquired about every detail regarding her new boyfriend. Being their daughter's first venture into romance, they were understandably anxious, fearing that their precious girl might fall prey to a rogue. Summer, however, deflected their probing with vague responses. When her parents requested to see a photo of Chiyu, Summer found herself unable to refuse and reluctantly retrieved her phone. After a prolonged search through a gallery filled with group photos, playful poses, cheek-to-cheek heart shapes, and mirrored selfies where Chiyu hoisted her onto his shoulder, her fingers grew weary. At last, she stumbled upon a candid shot of Chiyu, captured while he was engrossed in work. It exuded an air of seriousness, making it suitable for her parents' scrutiny. Upon viewing the image, her parents exhibited contrasting reactions. Summer's father was thoroughly pleased, repeatedly praising her for securing such a handsome young man. In stark contrast, her mother reserved her judgments for the night, when she and Summer engaged in a heart-to-heart conversation. The bedside lamp cast a soft glow, illuminating her mother's anxious expression. Sensing her mother's discontent, Summer felt a wave of unease wash over her. "Mom," She called sweetly, hoping to diffuse the tension. However, her mother remained unyielding, sternly demanding details about the nature of their relationship, how they interacted, how they communicated when faced with challenges, and the boys' romantic history. Amused, yet exasperated, Summer recounted everything honestly. Yet her mother seemed skeptical. He has never dated anyone before you? Can you be certain he isn't deceiving you? No, Mom, he treats me well. Dear, appearances can be deceiving. A man's character is paramount. But he has a good character. What you perceive as goodness now may merely be a fade. I find it hard to believe that a man with such striking looks would cater to your needs entirely. Men like him are often accustomed to being adored. Do you believe you can lower yourself to appease him? Can we not deceive each other? Summer's mother, frustrated by her daughter's nonchalance, implored her to take the matter seriously. Her feelings towards Chi-Yu were mixed, leaning heavily towards disapproval. A man with such striking features could be an unstable factor, and, as a mother, she was reluctant to allow her daughter to take such risks. However, Summer mentioned that he aspired to pursue a civil service career, which offered a glimmer of hope. In conclusion, her mother cautioned Summer, stating that her approval was not yet granted. They would revisit the subject once Chi-Yu proved his academic prowess. Summer had a particularly close friend from high school, with whom she still maintained frequent contact, her confidant. This friend, Xiaohe, possessed round eyes and a cherubic face adorned with freckles, exuding an overall charm. When Xiaohe arrived, she was visibly upset. "How could you date for so long without telling me?" she exclaimed, accusing Summer of abandoning their single status. "That is a grave offense. And failing to inform me is yet another." Bold and unrepentant Summer, what do you have to say for yourself? Summer smiled, unfazed by the playful reprimand. "Very well. I grant you a glimpse of my treasures. First, let me show you the photos." Xia Shuran presented a bolder photograph to Xiaohe, revealing a snapshot of herself entwined with Chi-Yu. Xiaohe, taken aback, repeatedly magnified the image, exclaiming, "Goodness, isn't this the extraordinary handsome man I told you about?" Noticing Xia Shuran's bewilderment, she shook her shoulders. "This was my serendipitous encounter during my first year of high school." Xia Shuran, shaken to her core, finally unearthed the fragments of Xiaohe's romantic tale from the recesses of her memory. That day, Xiaohe had been unusually exhilarated, disregarding the early morning self-study session led by their teacher, and recounted her bus adventure in its entirety to Xia Shuran. "He was so handsome I nearly bled from my nose. You have no idea how embarrassing it was." Xia Shuran appeared skeptical, knowing Xiaohe was not one to swoon easily. How handsome could he possibly be? With her hands clasped over her heart, her cheeks flushed, and her gaze dreamy, Xiaohe insisted, "You simply do not understand. You must see him with your own eyes." In the following week, Xia Shuran found herself dragged along by Xiaohe, staking out the same bus in hopes of glimpsing the young man. However, contrary to their expectations, not even a trace of the handsome figure materialized. Dejected, Xiaohe sulked, ultimately spending another month alone in pursuit of this fleeting fantasy before relinquishing the idea altogether. Now, with tears glistening in her eyes, Xiaohe embraced Xia Shuran, lamenting, "Well, at least that dashing man has found his way into our circle, which serves as a form of compensation for my month-long fruitless search." "Are you certain it's the same person?" "I am confident. He is breathtakingly handsome, unparalleled by any I encountered in America. Woe is me. He shall forever be my white moonlight." Xia Shuran, speechless, watched as Xiaohe clung to her, crying, "If you do not treat me to 3 months of meals, I shall feel a profound imbalance in my heart. If I feel this imbalance, jealousy will ensue, and I, as a wicked woman, may sabotage your relationship. Will you treat me or not?" "I will, dear cousin, of course I will." Chapter 48. The indifferent boy Xiao, he came from a wealthy family and seldom took the bus, so she double-checked before boarding. The bus was already crowded, leaving her to stand by the handrail. As the vehicle moved forward slowly, swaying gently, she gazed out the window at the ever-changing scenery, gradually feeling drowsy. In a moment of relaxation, she sensed someone leaning in unusually close behind her. Alerted, she turned to see a middle-aged man grinning at her. Alarm bells rang in her mind, prompting her to shift to the other side of the handrail. Thoughts raced through her head. Should she seek the driver or call for help? However, he had yet to make any overt moves. Mere seconds later, he squeezed through the crowd again, positioning himself behind her once more. Panic surged within Xiao He as she attempted to create some distance, but he relentlessly pursued her. Having never encountered such a situation, she recalled how characters in dramas handled similar predicaments. She silently rehearsed several scenarios in her mind, gradually feeling less afraid. Just as the middle-aged man was about to encroach further, Xiao He took a deep breath, ready to speak. Suddenly, she noticed a young man standing up at the back of the bus, striding toward her. He towered over the middle-aged man, his lean muscles and athletic build reminiscent of a poised Black Panther. With a cold, indifferent expression, he locked eyes with the older man, who, without uttering a word, retreated awkwardly. To the middle-aged man, Xiao He appeared to be an easy target. Her helpless and fearful demeanor suggested she posed no significant threat. However, the presence of a young, spirited boy changed the equation entirely. Not only did the boy's physical prowess instill apprehension, but his sharp, arrogant aura indicated he hailed from a different social echelon, having navigated the complexities of society for years. The older man was unlikely to invite trouble for a fleeting moment of desire. The young man positioned himself behind Xiao He, gripping the highest handrail. She could feel the back of her head just reaching his chest, creating an illusion that he was cradling her in his embrace. Yet the space between them remained palpable, and he maintained a careful distance. Regaining her composure, Xiao He cautiously glanced up at the boy from the side. At that moment, he was gazing out the window, his eyes distant. Shadows danced across his face, accentuating his high nose and slightly pursed lips, presenting a profile that was both cold and handsome, catching her completely off guard. Xiao He felt her cheeks flush, hastily lowering her gaze to conceal her embarrassment. Just then, the bus swayed, and she felt unsteady on the verge of falling backward. The boy's hand firmly grasped her shoulder, his deep voice commanding, "Stand steady." His tone was strikingly indifferent. His hand, with distinct knuckles and slightly prominent veins, exuded an untamed strength. After he withdrew his hand, the warmth lingering on her shoulder seemed impossible to dissipate. Halfway through the journey, Xiao He remained ensnared in her shy reverie. It was only when she snapped back to reality that she realized the boy was speaking to her. In a flurry of anxiety, she exclaimed, "What? I didn't catch that." He repeated himself, but the roar of a train passing beneath the bus drowned out his voice once more. "Could you say that again, please? I beg you." Xiao He blinked, appearing rather dazed. The youth, lowering his gaze upon her, subtly raised an eyebrow. "I truly didn't hear you, I swear." Xiao He raised 3 fingers, her lips pressed together in utmost seriousness. The boy, his tone indifferent, reiterated his words. "Do you require my company until you stop?" "Yes, yes. I alight at the high school just ahead." Fearful of his possible change of heart, Xiao He nodded vigorously. He responded with a light, cool acknowledgement and thereafter fell silent, gazing quietly out the window. Indeed, the handsome boy exuded an air of aloofness. Before they reached the international high school stop, a middle-aged man, who had attempted to harass Xiao He, disembarked. With this threat gone, the boy saw no need to accompany her further. An announcement echoed within the bus, approaching stop. XXX Road. This was the most expensive villa district in Haicheng. The youth disembarked at this stop. Reluctantly, Xiao He called out to his retreating figure. "Do you live around here?" No response. Very well. The boy possessed a demeanor woven from threads of indifference and politeness. His upbringing compelled him to not ignore a girl in peril. Yet, his indifference prevailed. He refrained from actions he deemed unnecessary, from engaging with those he wished to avoid, and from answering inquiries he found trivial, living life on his own terms. He had a cool, crisp appearance, yet his brows and eyes bore a sharpness, imbued with a hint of wildness that rendered him captivating. Xiao He felt a twinge of fear towards him, yet she mustered her courage and softly uttered, "Thank you, you're quite handsome." Surprisingly, the boy heard her this time. He glanced back briefly as he exited, though offered no reply. Perhaps he had grown accustomed to such declarations from unfamiliar girls. The bus doors closed. Xiao He remained rooted in place, her gaze fervently following the gradually vanishing figure of the youth. A gentle breeze swept through her hair outside the window, stirring her heart, entwined with longing and reluctance. In that moment, the world seemed to pause, leaving only the rhythm of her heartbeat and the sounds of the bus. Chapter 49. Sharing a selfie. Xia Shuren's holiday consisted of languishing at home or indulging at the beauty salon, traversing between these 2 points until her break was squandered. Xiaohe accompanied her several times, but soon found herself unable to endure it any longer. The beautician's incessant poking at Xia Shuren's face prompted her to make a hasty retreat. Xiaohe could hardly comprehend how Xia Shuren maintained her meticulous skincare routine for a decade. Being a beauty was no simple feat nevertheless. Xiaohe took refuge in Xia Shuren's home, sharing meals and living arrangements. Observing Xia Shuren's daily rituals of applying creams and serums was, in its own way, a delightful experience. Who could feel discontent in the presence of such beauty? As the eve of the new year approached, they finally bid farewell to Xiaohe. The Xia family had few relatives to visit. After Xiao's father achieved prosperity in recent years, relatives lined up seeking loans, only to neglect repayment. After numerous disappointments, Xiao's father severed ties with them. With their parents long gone, he felt little sentimentality towards the remaining uncles and cousins. In recent years, the Xia family had celebrated the Spring Festival as a trio, finding joy in their tranquil togetherness. On New Year's Eve, Xia Shuren reclined on the sofa, engrossed in her phone, seizing red envelopes from group chats while savoring sweet tangerines, thoroughly content. The television played cheerful songs, the Spring Festival Gala yet to commence. Her parents busied themselves at the dining table, rolling dumpling skins and filling them. They teased Xia Shuren, suggesting that her laziness might lead to physical atrophy, a notion not entirely implausible. Xia's mother called from the living room, urging her to rise and contribute, admonishing her for her habitual idleness. "Get up, Xia Shuren. I've refrained from reprimanding you, but you must visit Grandma Li to pay your respects. The red envelope is ready. Just take it." Reluctantly, Xia Shuren finally sat up, acknowledging the request. Last year, the Xia family had moved from their villa to a high-end apartment complex with 2 units per floor. The neighbors were relatively cultured, fostering a harmonious atmosphere. On the same floor lived an elderly woman, Grandma Li, whose children had all pursued successful careers abroad, leaving her in the care of a single housekeeper. Last year, Grandma Li had gifted Xia Shuren a generous red envelope, prompting her to pay a visit. Upon knocking on Grandma Li's door, a pouting little girl answered, indicating that Grandma Li's family had returned for the new year. This child, presumably Grandma Li's granddaughter, appeared to be around 5 years old, the age of spirited mischief. With pigtails bouncing, she showed no signs of shyness. Sucking on a lollipop, she wrapped her arms around Xia Shuren's leg, chirping, "Pretty aunt." Xia Shuren was momentarily taken aback, but quickly smiled and patted the girl's head, replying, "If you call me sister, I will be even happier." The girl's parents soon emerged, swiftly pulling her away, apologizing, "I'm sorry, this child is a bit mischievous. You must be the brilliant student from Jing University next door. My mother was just mentioning you. Please come in." Xia Shuren was warmly ushered to the sofa, where she found herself overwhelmed with tea and red envelopes. She had brought a basket of fruit and handed the originally intended red envelope for Grandma Li to the little girl. The little girl had become even more attached to her, crying and insisting on sitting in her lap. Summer Shuren embraced her. As soon as the child was in her arms, she settled down and began to unwrap candies for Summer Shuren. Yime Xiaoni. Hello, Xiaoni. At Grandma Li's house, there was a mahjong table, and during the new year, the adults delighted in playing mahjong. Summer Shuren indicated that they could continue their game without concerning themselves with her. The adults were in the side room, engrossed in their spirited mahjong game. In the living room, only Summer Shuren and the little Xiao and I remained. Suddenly, Summer Shuren's phone in her pocket vibrated. While entertaining Xiao and I, she took it out to check. It was a message from Chiyu. "Happy New Year," accompanied by a photo of a Rolls-Royce Phantom. Summer Shuren was taken aback. She intended to reply to Chiyu, but had to set Xiao and I down. The child was reluctant, clinging to Summer Shuren and refusing to budge. After much coaxing, Summer Shuran finally managed to persuade her to let go. She typed a message in response. I would much rather see a selfie of you, preferably something more explosive. Chiyu replied, how explosive are we talking? Fully nude? Chapter 50. I shall marry her. Xia Shuran thought to herself. How shameless. She cast a guilty glance at the little girl, feeling it was a sin to discuss such matters in front of a child. Exhaling softly, she resumed typing. If you dare to send it, I shall dare to read it. Chiyu replied, fine, I'll send it later. Xia Shuran responded, then I shall wait. Whoever backs down is a coward. Chiyu chuckled softly and set his phone aside. At that moment, he was on a remote island in California. This island had been purchased by Chiyu's father a decade ago, and the so-called sanatorium that people spoke of was, in fact, a villa estate on the island. From the floor-to-ceiling windows of the villa, one could gaze upon the shimmering water, the fantastical rocks, and the distant lights flickering in the buildings of the state university across the land. This was where Chiyu's mother had pursued her graduate studies, and it was here that she had met Chiyu's father. Chiyu approached the window, idly observing the distant ferry. Dressed in black attire, he seemed to merge with the night. One hand languidly hung by his side, while the other lifted a cup of Longjing tea brewed by his father, taking a sip. He grimaced slightly. It was quite unpalatable. The family dinner that evening was also prepared by his father, and Chiyu mused that after all these years, his culinary skills had not improved. The fish was still undercooked. Shortly after, his father emerged from a room deeper within the house. As he passed the long row of floor-to-ceiling windows, the interplay of light and shadow danced across his face. His rugged features were complemented by sharp, hawk-like eyes that, though slightly clouded by age, still commanded respect and instilled a sense of awe without him needing to raise his voice. Dad, Chiyu turned to greet him. His father nodded and settled onto the sofa, taking a sip of tea before turning on the Spring Festival Gala to watch. He appeared quite spirited, contrary to the claims of being bedridden with a severe illness. We shall set off tomorrow. Chiyu stood nearby, maintaining a relatively relaxed demeanor. Very well. His father glanced at him, seemingly displeased with his attire. Do you conduct business dressed like that? Chiyu lowered his gaze. Were it not for business, he would never don a suit. He loathed the feeling of confinement. He replied coolly, I have recently tailored several new suits. I shall not neglect my professional responsibilities. Amidst the lively background of the Spring Festival Gala, his father stated, once you have dealt with the bribery issues concerning the collateral relatives, you will officially assume the role of CEO of the construction company. Ming should have informed you. The share transfer agreement will be drafted soon. Chiyu's eyes narrowed slightly. How should we handle the uncles and aunts? You decide how to manage that. Perhaps a sum to support their retirement? His father suddenly chuckled. If your approach is to simply offer them money, I might reconsider whether to cultivate you further before passing on my responsibilities. His father's tone grew somber. Ensure they're taken care of. Chiyu sighed imperceptibly, understood. His father gestured for Chiyu to sit, and the two of them quietly watched the Spring Festival Gala for several minutes until his father suddenly spoke. On this trip back home, take your little girlfriend to visit your grandmother. Chiyu hesitated. She'd probably make the arrangements. I will do my utmost. I inquired about Ming, and he is indeed unwaveringly loyal to you. I have seen the photo, but I am unaware of anything else. I have entrusted my people to you, and I am disinclined to engage in further arrangements. Have you investigated the background? Yes, it is clean. Clean? Hifuchakuld. For clean signifies a lack of power and influence. If her family situation falls below the middle class, I advise you to withdraw. The disparity in status is too great, and you will ultimately tire of it. Do not waste her time. Chiyu's expression remained inscrutable. I will marry her. Your marriage is your own affair. You may decide for yourself, but do not involve her in company matters, nor grow too close to her family. Chiyu lowered his gaze, feeling that if her family needed assistance, he would help. He could not be so heartless. Xia Shuran returned home after the New Year's Eve dinner, during which she fortuitously found a coin in her dumpling, lifting her spirits. The Spring Festival Gala was airing on television, and her parents lamented annually that it lacked the festive spirit of yesteryears. Yet they remained steadfastly glued to the screen. If one day passed without her parents' familiar critiques of the gala, Xia Shuran would find herself feeling oddly unsettled. Outside, Fireworks flickered, and the sound of firecrackers echoed faintly. Xia Shuran clutched her phone, awaiting Chiyu's message, while simultaneously engaging in light-hearted banter with her roommates in their group chat. After half an hour of playful exchanges, the notification from Chiyu finally arrived, a photograph. Cautiously glancing at her parents, Xia Shuran seized the moment and swiftly retreated to her room. Her mother chided, "Don't hide away in that pigsty of yours every day." Once the door was shut, all external sounds were effectively muffled. In the tranquil confines of her room, the sound of her accelerated heartbeat became increasingly pronounced. With a smile, Xia Shuran exhaled, quickly saving the photo, fearful that Chiyu might retract it. She then reopened it to admire it slowly. In the dimly lit shower, he had removed his shirt and was taking a selfie in front of the mirror. His phone obscured his face, revealing only his straight nose and chiseled jawline, with droplets of water cascading down his abs, trailing along the defined lines of his physique, disappearing into his trousers. Yet, he was clearly wearing long pants. Xia Shuran messaged, "Hey, you're not being trustworthy." Chiyu, bare-chested and clad in gray sweatpants, had just finished drying his hair and was lounging against the headboard in a relaxed manner. After a brief half-minute, she received his reply. "Is it about the video?" Although the message was in Chinese, she found herself perplexed. Xia Shuran responded with a questioning hum. Not comprehending. "Which one?" Chiyu replied, "The one about doing it." Chapter 51. All right, just wait. Xia Shuran nearly dropped her phone. "Are you in America right now? Your father is ill, and you still have the leisure to think about this?" Chiyu replied, "My father is not sick." Xia Shuran retorted, "Then he handed the company over to you?" Chiyu responded, "He simply no longer wishes to work and has taken to studying Buddhism, tea art, Christianity, and the Tao Te Ching." Xia Shuran remarked, "Your father is quite knowledgeable." Chiyu interjected, "Let us not stray off topic." Xia Shuran, feeling both embarrassed and indignant, said, "It's New Year's Eve. Aren't you afraid your father will overhear? We're in 2 separate villas, equivalent to the distance of 2 football fields. Do you really think you can shout that loudly?" If only Chiyu were before her, she would undoubtedly give him a good thrashing. After exchanging a few barbs, Xia Shuran firmly declined his proposal. What nonsense! Her parents were just in the living room, separated by a thin wall. Her home did not have walls as thick as 2 football fields. After being rejected, Chiyu ominously stated, "Fine, just wait." Xia Shuran chuckled. "Oh, I'm so scared. Come and punish me if you dare." Chiyu replied, "I'll return to the country tomorrow." Xia Shuran scoffed, "I don't believe you." Chiyu ceased responding to her, and Xia Shuran made a face at her phone screen. The following morning, Xia Shuran was awakened by a call from Xiaohe. With disheveled hair and gritted teeth, she thought, "You better be trapped in a house fire or kidnapped by a murderer to be calling me." Xiaohe's cheerful voice, mingled with the sounds of firecrackers from the streets, came through the phone. "Look outside. It's snowing. Even if it's a blizzard, I want to sleep." Xia Shuran fumed and hung up. After another half hour of restless sleep, she finally got out of bed and opened the curtains, revealing a world blanketed in white. Only then did she realize how rare snowfall was in High City, a southern city, truly a once-in-a-decade spectacle. On the first day of the new year, Xia Shuran's family visited Grandma Li to pay their respects, just as Xiao and I was clamoring to go outside and play in the snow. Xia Shuran promised to take her later. With someone willing to entertain the little rascal, Xiaonie's parents were more than happy to enjoy some peace. The snow continued to fall until evening. After dinner, Xiao and I, wearing a tiger hat, tiptoed to the door. "Annie, we're ready to go." Before leaving, Xia Shuran turned back to wrap a scarf around her neck. As she held Xiaonie's hand and reached the bottom of the community building, Xiao and I dashed out like a wild horse, and Xia Shuran struggled to keep up. By this time, the sky had darkened, but the community was brightly lit, and the green spaces were filled with children playing in the snow. Xiao and I had already started a snowball fight with a little boy, and Xia Shuran found herself reluctantly joining the fray. With a barrage of snowballs, Xiao and I was relentless, and Xia Shuran laughed while pleading for mercy. Just as Xiao and I was about to deliver a decisive blow, she suddenly stopped, pointing behind her in a daze. "There's a big brother." An inexplicable premonition stirred within Xia Shuran, her heart racing. She turned to look and saw a tall, handsome youth in a parka standing not far away. Glimmers of light danced in his narrow, dark eyes, accompanied by a subtle, charming smile. Xia Shuran was momentarily taken aback, and then, as if driven by instinct, she hurled the snowball and sprinted towards him. Qiyu chuckled lightly, stepping forward to embrace her. "Slow down, my dear." He enveloped her in his arms, planting a gentle kiss on the crown of her head. "Do you miss me?" Xia Shuran clung tightly to his waist, her fingers tracing his taut muscles as she pressed her cheek against his chest, listening to the rhythm of his heartbeat, pouting slightly, though she did not feel an overwhelming longing. Qiyu chuckled softly, lifting her chin and allowing his gaze to linger over her features, ultimately resting on her rosy lips. His eyes darkening slightly. With a fleeting thought, his kiss descended lightly. Mindful of their outdoor setting and the presence of others, he withdrew almost immediately. Xia Shuran looped her arm through his, tilting her head back with sparkling eyes. "Why did you come back?" "I missed you," he replied, his voice husky, the teasing lilt of his tone sending shivers down her spine. "What about your dad?" "He returned as well. My grandmother is in the hospital, and we came back to see her." "Is she ill?" "She sprained her foot while dancing." Xia Shuran exclaimed in surprise. "Your grandmother is a dancer?" Qiyu was amused by her navet, leaning closer to her ear and enunciating each word. "A square dance artist." "Xia Shuran." She playfully swatted him. It was unexpected that a family like Qiyu's, one that had never known poverty for generations, also engaged in square dancing. His grandmother was a lively elderly woman, unable to remain idle at home, and had taken to dancing with her old friends, only to twist her ankle just before the new year. Qiyu had first accompanied his father to the hospital to visit his grandmother and had dinner at his grandfather's before hurrying to meet Xia Shuran. When she inquired how he knew about her family, Qiyu raised an eyebrow and replied it was merely a guess. Xia Shuran narrowed her eyes, then shifted the conversation to her father's company being acquired. Qiyu admitted it was his doing. Xia Shuran remarked, "There was no need for that. My father's company was on the brink of bankruptcy, suffering losses for consecutive years. How could you venture capitalists have conducted market research?" Qiyu laughed. "Turning a pharmaceutical company from loss to profit is not difficult. The fundamentals of this company are sound." He playfully pinched her cheek, raising an eyebrow. "Well then, let's engage in something else." Chapter 52. Not yet over. Baby Little and I, with her mischievous spirit, spotted her beautiful aunt embracing a tall gentleman from a distance. In a flash, she darted over, tugging at Qiyu's clothing with her round, innocent eyes fixed upon him. Qiyu furrowed his brow slightly, attempting to step aside, but Xia Shuran affectionately called out to the child. "Who is this?" he inquired. Before Xia Shuran could respond, Little and I piped up, her chubby cheeks puffed out like a miniature adult. "I am Little and I. She is the child from my neighbor's house." Qiyu remained indifferent. The child, perceptive as she was, sensed that this handsome brother did not favor her. With a soft huff, she turned to Xia Shuran, seeking her embrace. "Come here, dear," Xia Shuran said. However, Qiyu, with an expressionless face, intervened, stating, "This is my girlfriend. If anyone is to hold her, it should be me." Xia Shuran, amused yet exasperated, shot him a playful glare. "Stop teasing the child. If she cries, you're responsible." Little and I pouted, indeed appearing on the verge of tears. Qiyu, growing impatient, averted his gaze. He harbored a disdain for children. Xia Shuran noticed this and chuckled inwardly, as if she had discovered a new world. Little and I could no longer contain herself and burst into tears. Having witnessed Little and I cry several times before, Xia Shuran remained calm. "You should comfort her," she urged, pushing Qiyu toward the child. "Hurry, there are so many people around. They think we're mistreating her." Qiyu, unusually flustered, wore a foul expression as he coldly instructed Little and I, "Be quiet." This only intensified her wails, resonating through the air and drawing the attention of onlookers. "Why are you so harsh, father?" one elder remarked. "Just hold her and comfort her. It's not that difficult." Faced with the crowd's scrutiny, Qiyu had no choice but to crouch down, stiffly patting Little Knee's back with a tone of disdain. "Stop crying." However, Little and I, undeterred by his stern demeanor, continued to sob uncontrollably. Qiyu's face grew as cold as ice as he turned to Xia Shuran for help. Xia Shuran, stifling her laughter, reveled in witnessing the usually composed Chi-Yu in such a predicament. Ultimately, she effortlessly lifted little Ni into her arms and soothed her with ease. After bidding farewell to little Ni, Xia Shuran led Chi-Yu to a secluded patch of snow. She tiptoed and placed a gentle kiss upon him. Chi-Yu squinted, feigning ignorance as he asked, "What are you doing?" "There's no one here, I promise," Xia Shuran replied, biting her lip, her eyes glimmering with determination. The girl before him, with her sparkling gaze and a nose tinged with frost, had her dark hair tucked into a wide scarf, her delicate face exuding an innocent charm. Yet, her eyes bore an alluring quality, hinting at a willingness to be swept away. Chi-Yu, merely raising an eyebrow, regarded her with a casual air. He observed her rosy lips, his gaze deepening with mischief as he reached out and playfully pressed against them. All Xia Shuran desired was a simple kiss from him. Chi-Yu, that scoundrel, deliberately teased her without kissing. Enraged, she leapt onto him, clinging tightly. Chi-Yu laughed as he encircled her waist, playfully remarking, "What's this? Seeking a warm embrace? You wicked rascal, the worst of the worst," Summer Shuran exclaimed. She then jumped down and, taking advantage of Chi-Yu's unguarded moment, swiftly lifted his coat and burrowed inside until her face emerged from his collar. Chi-Yu paused in surprise before wrapping his arms around her, playfully swatting her backside. "Your clothes are covered in snow, yet you still crawl in here, heartless." Beneath his coat, he wore only a short-sleeved shirt, its soft cotton texture warmed by his body heat, and Summer Shuran pressed herself against his firm, muscular frame. His chest muscles pulsed with each heartbeat, causing her face to flush with warmth. With a mischievous grin, she teased, "If you catch a cold, I'll take care of you." Chi-Yu raised an eyebrow, a nonchalant smile gracing his lips. "You have great stamina? Why have you not complained halfway through?" Hearing him mimic her tone, Summer Shuran, embarrassed and indignant, stood on her toes and playfully bumped her head against his chin. "Don't say that." Chi-Yu, like a teasing child, gently pressed her head down and pushed her further into his clothing. "Chi-Yu," she exclaimed, her voice muffled as she found herself enveloped in his garment, only to hear his gleeful laughter nearby. "All right, let you laugh." With determination, Summer Shuran lifted his short sleeve. Leaning in, her face quickly pressed against the skin. She planted a few hasty kisses, her curious hands exploring his defined abs, the sensation exquisite. Chi-Yu esse gaze sharpened. The girl's delicate touch igniting a fire within him, blissfully unaware of the effect she had. When Summer Shuran noticed his laughter cease, she cheekily asked, "Are you satisfied?" Seizing the moment when he remained silent, she poked her head out. Her face was a vivid shade of red, a triumphant grin adorning her lips. However, Chi-Yu merely narrowed his eyes at her, an unnameable intensity radiating from his gaze. An inexplicable fear gripped Summer Shuran. She cleared her throat, but resolutely stood her ground. In the next instant, he leaned down and kissed her fiercely, their breaths mingling in the cold air. With her eyes closed and lashes trembling, she felt her lips pried open, overwhelmed by his passionate assault. This was the kiss Summer Shuran knew well, brutal, audacious, and utterly unrestrained. Before long, her legs grew weak, and she clung to Chi-Yu as if he were a lifeline in turbulent waters. Flushed and breathless, she urgently patted his shoulder, imploring him to cease. Yet his hand slipped around her lower back, his breath growing hotter between them as he lazily murmured, "Baby." Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until he finally relented, supporting her as she leaned against him. Summer Shuran's lips, swollen and tinted a deep red, nestled against his neck as she gasped for air. Chi-Yu, with a languid expression, stroked her hair and teased, "It's not over yet, darling. Shall we head to my apartment next?" Chapter 53. Exhilarating. Chi-Yu possessed a pair of muscular, elegantly contoured legs. Whenever Xia Shuran gazed up at him, his eyes held a shadowy allure. With the corners slightly raised, his teasing yet indulgent expression acting like an irresistible hook that ensnared her completely. In that moment, the girl's eyes glistened with tears, her long eyelashes barely brushing against her cheeks, presenting a heart-wrenchingly delicate visage. So pure, so intoxicating. Chi-Yu's dark eyelashes could not conceal the depths of his gaze. He unabashedly roamed over her form, finally resting on her beautiful eyes. He spoke slowly. My dear, let it out. I wish to see you cry. This apartment belonged to Chiyu, perched atop a prestigious high-rise in Haicheng, renowned as a haven for the affluent, having gained considerable notoriety online. It was a gift from his family for his 16th birthday, and it remained the residence he frequented the most in Haicheng. The linens still retained his scent. Outside, the glimmering lights filtered softly into the room. In the dim light, Xia Shuran lay on her side, drenched in sweat, her body aching. Chiyu embraced her from behind, his large hand languidly tracing her waist, playfully patting her backside, precisely where a small mole resided. Xia Shuran pouted and let out a soft whimper of pain. Chiyu chuckled softly, leaning close to her ear, his warm breath sending shivers down her spine, leaving her in a daze. With the other hand that embraced her shoulder, he gently grasped her chin, compelling her to turn and meet his gaze. Xia Shuran resisted for a moment, but ultimately pouted and stared at him, questioning his intentions. Yet, drained of energy by the alluring presence beside her, her glare lacked any real force, feeling rather weightless. Chiyu's eyes sparkled with satisfaction, a lazy smile playing on his lips. Shall we do it again? Xia Shuran's eyes flashed with mock anger as she nudged him with her elbow. Chiyu teasingly tilted her chin, his casual demeanor accentuating his charming allure. If you utter those sweet words, I might spare you. Xia Shuran huffed. You're insufferable. You know that? Chiyu laughed, his eyes narrowing in delight. Come on, what was it you just called me? Though Xia Shuran attempted to resist, an unsettling realization struck her. No, not again. In an instant, panic surged through her as she instinctively tried to retreat, only to be pulled back by Chiyu. His tone remained languid, but his piercing gaze was undeniably assertive. Will you call me? Xia Shuran, utterly exhausted, felt her strength to protest dissipate. If he continued, she might truly perish, that rascal Chiyu. With no other recourse, she reluctantly leaned closer to his ear and uttered a name. Chiyu raised an eyebrow, amused, claiming he hadn't heard her clearly. Frustrated, Xia Shuran bit his earlobe. In a moment of surrender, she repeated the difficult name over a dozen times. Pouting, she declared, Is that sufficient? Chiyu chuckled softly, drawing her close, burying his head into the crook of her neck like a playful wolf. Xia Shuran, exasperated, ruffled his hair with both hands, commanding, Go take a shower. Chiyu nestled in her neck, his voice languid and teasing, almost like a child pleading, No, I want my wife to hold me. Though Summer Shuran still harbored some irritation, this sentiment softened her demeanor. She pressed a gentle kiss to his brow and embraced his head, holding him tightly. Chiyu lavished kisses and playful nibbles on the tender flesh of her neck, his hands wandering restlessly. Summer Shuran found herself unable to escape, compelled to wrap her arms around his neck. Chiyu's gaze deepened, and he captured her lips in a kiss, stealing away her breath. Startled by the intensity of his kiss, she pushed against his shoulders, momentarily evading him, gasping, No. Yet, before she could finish, the lustful beast enveloping her silenced her once more. Chiyu restrained her wrists, pinning her entire body against the bed. As the night deepened, snow began to fall again. Chiyu leaned over her, kissing her brow and eyes, while Summer Shuran felt as if her body had melted into a puddle, surrendering to his whims. He wore a mischievous smile, gazing at her as he teasingly asked, Do you like it, baby? With a feeble gesture, she slapped him, her voice soft yet hoarse. You shameless rogue, you're not trustworthy. Chiyu, however, seized her hand, his gaze lingering on her as he nonchalantly kissed the back of her hand, even playfully biting it. Still want to hit me? Weren't you just kicking and punching me enough? His roguish demeanor ignited her ire. She attempted to strike him with her other hand, but he had both of her wrists firmly in his grasp. With a languid voice and a playful glint in his eye, he teased, Do you not want your waist anymore? Summer Shuran shot him an indignant glare, straining against his grip. However, Chiyu, using barely a fraction of his strength, held her securely. Frustration welled within her, and her eyes glistened with unshed tears as she whispered, It hurts. The man, who had been so dominant moments before, instantly released her upon witnessing her pain. Chiyu gently rubbed the red marks on her wrists, lowering his gaze as he murmured, I didn't use much force. Summer Shuran pouted, ignoring him. He then straightened, enveloping her entirely in his embrace. His fingers caressed her hair and shoulders as he soothingly cooed, "Be good," nestled against his chest. Summer Shuran whimpered softly, tears blurring her vision. She finally spoke, her voice barely above a whisper. "Why weren't you this gentle earlier, you big bad wolf? You took everything and now pretend to be sweet." Chiyu kissed her forehead. "You prefer tenderness. I'll be gentler next time, all right, baby? You say that every time, and then you act ferociously." Unable to contain herself, she playfully struck him again. Chiyu held her in his arms, soothing her for several minutes, showering her with kisses until she finally ceased her tears. Chapter 54. I will help you wash after soothing the delicate little bunny. Chiyu proceeded to take a shower. As he swung his long legs off the bed, he inadvertently stepped on Xia Shuren's black lace lingerie, which lay on the floor. With a slight raise of his brow, he picked it up. Having been together with Xia Shuren for over half a year, he was quite familiar with her. His curiosity was minimal, especially since the garment was already damaged, torn by him, no less. He carelessly tossed it onto the bed and headed straight to the shower, lazily remarking, "Next time, remember to buy something of better quality." Xia Shuren retrieved the lingerie, examining it from various angles. It was indeed unwearable. She huffed. "Is this a matter of quality? Clearly, someone lacks the patience to unfasten it." The sound of water soon filled the shower room, and droplets glided down the frosted glass, providing a faint silhouette of Chiyu. Xia Shuren stole glances, scolding herself for her lack of composure, yet unable to resist looking again, until Chiyu's voice, teasingly low and languid, echoed from the shower. "Are you watching me?" Startled, Xia Shuren quickly turned her head, retorting, "Of course not." "Narcissist." Chiyu's voice was a gravelly murmur. "Baby, if you want to see, just come in and look." "Who wants to see? Hurry up and finish, I want to wash," Xia Shuren exclaimed, pulling the blanket over her head to hide. The gentle sound of the falling water was like a lullaby, and the pillow bore Chiyu's scent, bringing her a sense of comfort. Gradually, she succumbed to drowsiness. She was already quite fatigued, her body aching, and soon fell into a deep sleep. When Chiyu emerged from the shower, he was clad only in a deep gray towel wrapped around his waist. He approached the bed, his eyes crinkled with mirth as he gazed down at the girl curled up beneath the covers. Hearing the water stop, Xia Shuren, still in a fog of sleep, wondered if he was done. There was no response. Rubbing her eyes, she was about to lift the blanket when another hand seized it first. Chiyu leaned closer, playfully wagging his damp hair like a puppy. Water splashed onto Xia Shuren's face, prompting her to wipe it away while pushing him back. Unable to stifle her laughter, she chided, "What a child." Chiyu, still chuckling, swept her into his arms in a princess carry, rising to head toward the bathroom. "What are you doing?" she protested. "Helping you wash." A shriek echoed from the bathroom. "No, I can wash myself." "Let go." "Chiyu, you rascal." The winter morning felt as if it were veiled in a layer of frost. Haicheng had been graced with a heavy snowfall, and pedestrians donned their snow boots while vehicles left trails of compressed snow on the roads. The room's heating had been turned off the night before, making it uncomfortably warm, and now a chill was setting in. Xia Shuren nestled into Chiyu's embrace, awakening with a shiver. Chi got up to turn on the heating, then returned to the bed, enveloping her in his arms once more. Yet, Xia Shuren found it difficult to fall back asleep. She reached for her phone on the bedside table. The moment she unlocked the screen, a wave of terror washed over her, rendering her motionless. Chiyu, amused by her reaction, rubbed her head, his voice hoarse. "What is wrong, baby?" The expression on Xia Shuren's face resembled that of someone facing an apocalypse. With tears welling in her eyes, she turned the phone towards him, seeking solace in his presence. 61 missed calls, all from Xiamu. Chiyu raised an eyebrow, inquiring about her family. Xia Shuren covered her head, exclaiming, "Yes. What should I do? I haven't returned home all night." At that moment, she truly felt overwhelmed. If only she had taken a minute or two last night to inform her parents, it would not have escalated to this extent. Tears glistened in her eyes as she stared blankly at Chiyu, uncertain of how to proceed. Chiyu, however, remained remarkably composed. He drew the girl closer and gently kissed her cheek, assuring her, It's all right, I will meet your parents. However, Xia Shuran was far from prepared for such an encounter. How could she explain it to her parents? She had just promised her mother to manage the pace of her romantic endeavors, only to be caught in a compromising situation with a man. In her parents' eyes, her image as the obedient daughter was now utterly shattered. She swore to the heavens that she was a good girl. Throughout her high school years, she had endured baseless rumors, been pursued by those rowdy boys under duress, and had been coerced into agreeing to a candlelit confession beneath her dormitory by her peers. She had weathered it all, still a girl without a first love by the end of her freshman year. Until that fateful drink and the encounter with Chi Yu, the charming rogue. Chi Yu seemed to perceive her thoughts. He squinted, tracing the bite mark on her nape. What's wrong? Are you unwilling? Am I not presentable? The mark was his doing, causing her immense pain, with traces of blood evident. It was clear how deeply he had bitten, displaying a lack of mercy. Xia Shuran grasped his hand, forbidding him from touching her. Chi Yu nudged his chin, his tone growing colder, urging her to speak. Xia Shuran sensed his irritation and sighed. Knowing he could be easily appeased, she nestled into the crook of his neck, embracing him gently, her voice softening. It's not that. I just don't know how to introduce you to my parents. When the girl spoke in that endearing tone, it was irresistibly captivating. Chi Yu held her around the waist, pressing her firmly against him. How else could I be introduced? He replied indifferently. Xia Shuran pouted. It's just difficult to explain. Chi Yu chuckled softly, as if a thought had struck him. Oh, I see. You were crying and pleading to call me like that last night, which does indeed complicate things with your parents. Upon hearing his languid tone, Xia Shuran felt a sense of unease. Embarrassed, she quickly covered Chi Yu's mouth, exclaiming, Chi Yu. Just then, her phone rang out, breaking the tension. Chapter 55. You shameless creature. Chi Yu had seized the phone first. Xia Shuran was in a frenzy, pleading for it back. Despite her frantic attempts, she could not wrest it from him. Chi Yu merely raised one arm slightly, pinning her against his chest with his other hand, rendering her immobile. Her eyes widened in fury, resembling a frantic rabbit. I will give you 3 seconds. Surrender quickly. Chi Yu teased, raising an eyebrow and leaning closer to whisper in her ear, who is truly the captive now? He waved her phone tantalizingly before her, and as she lunged for it, he pulled it back with a chuckle. The sight of her eyes, flushed with indignation, was utterly delightful. He gently tucked a stray hair behind her ear, leaning in to kiss the tip of her nose. Don't fret, my dear, he said languidly. Let me first see who is calling. With that, he freed one hand to peruse her phone. He was well acquainted with all her electronic passwords. They had both established the same code, a combination of their birthdays, differing only in the order of the digits. Xia Shuran watched helplessly as Chi Yu unlocked her phone, a wave of regret crashing over her. They should never have set the same password. Moreover, she was completely oblivious to the passwords related to Chi Yu's work. In his presence, she felt transparent, while he remained shrouded in mystery. It was profoundly unfair. Chi Yu noted that her screensaver and wallpaper featured a photograph of them embracing, a gleam of pleasure flickering in his eyes. He had yet to thoroughly investigate the little rabbit's phone. Having instructed Ming to meticulously scrutinize Xia Shuran's entire life history, he felt reassured after learning the myriad details of her existence. However, he had not yet delved into her phone. Determined to clarify the nature of the call, he decided to investigate further later. The call had been from someone named Xiaohe. Chi Yu raised an eyebrow and inquired of the fidgeting little rabbit in his embrace. Who is Xiaohe? Male or female? Xia Shuran's eyes darted, bewildered by the timing of the call. She had anticipated it might be her mother. Could Xiaohe be seeking her out to view the snow? That insufferable pest. Struggling twice, she was once again subdued by Chi Yu, rendered immobile. She resigned to nestle against his chest, her cheek pressed uncomfortably against his prominent collarbone. Chi Yu held the distinctly feminine pink rhinestone phone, his rugged hands appearing incongruous against the dainty device, the veins on his hands starkly contrasting with the sparkling diamonds. Answer my question, darling, he said slowly. Frustrated, Xia Shuran blurted out in retaliation, it's a guy. A handsome guy. Happy now? Upon hearing this, Chi Yu turned her face towards him, narrowing his eyes dangerously as he silently scrutinized her. Which pretty boy dares to carry such a name? Xia Shuran met his gaze defiantly, feeling a twinge of fear yet emboldened by her anger. She feigned a hum, questioning what a name could truly signify. Allow me to enlighten you. Xiao He is an exceptionally handsome young man, with a physique and appearance that are nothing short of extraordinary. My goodness, even a woman would be completely entranced by him, and I have known him since childhood. We have shared every moment together in high school. Our bond is profound. If he is calling me at this moment, it is undoubtedly out of concern for my well-being. Upon hearing Xia Shuran's words, Qi Yu's demeanor darkened, and she quickly pressed her lips together. Is that so? Very handsome. Are you quite fond of him? Qi Yu's eyes narrowed, as if brewing a tempest. Cornering her against the bed, he loomed over her, his gaze inscrutable and laden with pressure. Xia Shuran felt a tremor in her shoulders and instinctively recoiled. Yet, Qi Yu grasped her shoulder, holding her firmly in place. His large hand enveloped her shoulder with a grip that, while restrained, still caused her discomfort. At that moment, Xia Shuran's shoulders were bare, and the heat of Qi Yu's dry palm made her cheeks flush, intensifying her fear. Qi Yu observed the girl, noting not only her face but also the reddening of her neck and the area behind her ears, even a hint of pink beneath her collarbone. Her fair complexion contrasted beautifully with her long black hair cascading along her inner arms, rendering her extraordinarily captivating. She breathed shallowly in her trepidation, her form rising and falling in rhythm with her anxiety. The dark emotions swirling in Qi Yu's eyes were palpable as he slowly kneaded her delicate shoulder, his touch laced with a hint of malice. Xia Shuran felt her heart race, calling out to him, Qi Yu. His voice emerged low and resonant, seemingly calm. Yet the undertone was undeniably ominous. Is he your childhood friend? Xia Shuran bit her lip, mustering her courage to respond, yes. What of it? Are you the only one allowed a childhood friend? I have one too. ISN T one? Qi replied coolly, she is merely my friend. The coldness in his gaze remained unyielding. As for who this person is, I will discover that upon answering the call. Ming was known for his diligent and steady approach, but he too could overlook details. Qi was eager to uncover the identity of this Xiao He, this interloper who dared to encroach upon his territory. Xia Shuran, unable to intervene in time, exclaimed no, as she helplessly watched him press the answer button, deliberately activating the speakerphone. On the other end, Xiao He's frantic voice soon filled the air. What on earth is going on, Xia Shuran? Your mother just called me. You should be thanking me. I told her you were still at my place from last night, and if you have any decency, you should call Aunt Xia back immediately. Hello. Speak. A weight lifted from Xia Shuran's heart. Just as she prepared to respond, Qi Yu covered her mouth with his hand. Xia Shuran. Qi Yu, with a teasing smile, turned his attention to the phone, addressing the caller. Is this Xiao He? The clear, deep voice of the young man caught Xiao He off guard, sounding so familiar, so melodious. Instinctively, she replied yes. After a moment's realization, she finally understood that the person on the other end was a man. Hey, wait a minute. Who are you? Let me speak to Xia Shuran. Have you kidnapped her? The laughter of Qi Yu deepened, unfazed by the commotion on the line. He simply gazed at Xia Shuran, observing her flushed and embarrassed demeanor, and slowly remarked, so, someone's childhood sweetheart turns out to be a girl. Xia Shuran, feeling both ashamed and indignant, bit his hand and seized the opportunity to shout into the phone, Xiao He, I'm Yufine. I will call my mom shortly. Thank you for last night. The meals for 3 months will now be covered for a year. I owe you one. Xiao He, in a state of urgency, responded, wait a minute. Who was that man just now? Really, Xia Shuran, having a white moonlight male deity isn't enough for you? You're out there sowing wild oats, you scoundrel. Hey. Stop. Xia Shuran wished fervently to leap through the screen and seal Xiao He's mouth with cement. What if that was overheard by him? Indeed, Qi Yu's expression darkened as he said, white moonlight male deity. Xia Shuran felt as if she wished to bite her tongue in despair. Qi hung up the phone, but refused to let Xia Shuran off the hook. His gaze was calm, yet exceedingly dangerous. Xia Shuran understood that the more tranquil his expression, the angrier he was. Qi knelt before her, firmly grasping her flailing feet with one hand, while the other pinched her chin with a gentle yet threatening grip. His tone was casual, yet laden with intimidation. Darling, Honesty brings leniency. Xia Shuran crossed her arms and curled up, her body aching, now confronted by the instigator of her troubles. She longed to kick him forcefully, but alas, he had her restrained. Observing her pitiful state, with the corners of her eyes tinged with red, Qiyu raised an eyebrow, silently suggesting she was withholding the truth. Holding her feet captive, he narrowed his eyes and slowly began to caress her delicate, pale feet with an ambiguous intensity. Xia Shuran could no longer withstand his lascivious actions. Her face flushed crimson, and she instantly capitulated. All right, I'll tell you. You shameless scoundrel. Chapter 56. Be good. Brother won't do anything else. Xia Shuran recounted everything to Qiyu, starting from their chance encounter on the bus during Xiao He's first year of high school, to how she had crowned him with the title of White Moonlight Male God. Yet, Qiyu appeared to have no recollection of it whatsoever. Xia Shuran insisted. This is a true story. I am not deceiving you. Qiyu pondered for a moment, but ultimately shook his head, declaring, I do not remember. Xia Shuran could not help but reflect silently that while he was regarded as a white moonlight by someone, he had promptly forgotten about it. With a huff, she remarked, What can be done? You, a noble person, simply forget things often. Qiyu raised an eyebrow lightly, exuding a languid air, and nonchalantly replied, Let us assume what you say is true. As Qiyu relaxed, Xia Shuran quickly retracted her feet, stealthily tucking them beneath the covers to avoid being seized by the peculiar individual beside her. Stealing glances at Qiyu, she noted the faint smile gracing his lips and recognized he had chosen to overlook her antics. Only then did she dare to shift her body slightly away from him, finally liberated from the pressure of his knee. She let out a muffled whine, feeling the ache intensify. Qiyu, observing her discomfort, could not suppress a light chuckle. He was well aware that she was prone to such reactions even before he had truly teased her. With a glint in his eyes, he playfully suggested, Shall I help you massage it? Xia Shuran blushed deeply and quickly covered her face, refusing the offer. Rising, she slipped into a strappy dress while Qiyu, accustomed to sleeping in just his trousers, remained bare-chested, unaffected by her change of attire. He returned her phone, stating, Let me first reassure your mother. Xia Shuran's gaze swept over the alarming 61 missed calls, and she could easily envision the wrath her mother would unleash. She dialed back, and the call connected almost instantaneously. Naturally, she could not evade a scolding. She had to respond meekly, like a quail, to whatever her mother said, not daring to breathe too heavily. With tears welling in her eyes and her lips pulled down in a pitiful frown, Qiyu watched with keen interest, gently teasing her by brushing his finger against her nose in a playful manner. As Xia Shuran endured her reprimanding, she was taken aback when the annoying presence beside her decided to intervene. A flicker of reproach danced in her beautiful eyes as she could not resist shooting Qiyu a glare. Unbeknownst to her, this glance seemed to amuse him, eliciting a lazy chuckle from his lips as he wrapped his arm around her slender shoulders. His hand glided down her body's contours before settling on her waist, half forcibly drawing her into his embrace. While Xia Shuran struggled to focus on her mother's words to avoid misinterpretation and inciting further fury, she found herself unwillingly nestled against Qiyu. After a few futile attempts to break free, she resignedly settled against him. Yet, Qiyu, feeling a surge of interest, desired far more than mere cuddling. Sensing that he intended to lift her onto his lap, Xia Shuran trembled with fear. Turning her head, her eyes filled with embarrassment, she raised her hands in a feeble attempt to warn him against such behavior at that moment. She resembled a small rabbit caught by a predator, futilely kicking her legs in a desperate attempt to intimidate the beast. The expression on Qiyu's face was remarkably composed, devoid of any awareness of impending mischief. He raised an eyebrow and silently mouthed to the girl nestled in his embrace, Brother will help you put on a jacket, nothing more. Xia Shuran was filled with skepticism 1,000 times over. Yet, having already fallen into the wolf's den, she had little choice. Qiyu, gripping her waist, gently lifted her so that she settled obediently onto his lap, soft and fragrant. He leaned in close, bestowing a subtle kiss upon her temple, his low, husky voice whispering in her ear, Good girl, brother likes you very much. Meanwhile, in her other ear, The incessant chatter of her mother emanated from her phone. This juxtaposition of sensations sent Xia Shuren's mind spiraling, engulfed in a cacophony of conflicting emotions. A tingling warmth spread from her ears throughout her body, visibly reddening her skin. Her mother's voice, relentless and distant, felt like an ethereal sound, muffled under a veil. Xia Shuren found herself utterly unable to focus, as all her senses were consumed by Qiyu. The robust man pressed closely against her, his warm breath brushing against her ear, igniting a fire deep within her heart. Chiyu's arm encircled her waist while his other hand retrieved one of his own garments. Adopting a tone reserved for a small child, he affectionately leaned closer, murmuring, "Shall we try on brother's clothes?" Xia Shuren, her mind clouded, was gently pecked on the lips by Qiyu. He first guided the collar over her head, rewarding her with a tender stroke of her hair, such a good girl. Then, with gentle care, he lifted her hands to slip the sleeves on, treating her like a delicate doll to be adorned. The attire was oversized, aware that she preferred fitted clothing. He tightened the fabric around her waist and tied it into a knot, accentuating her curves. Chiyu's dark eyes glimmered with a knowing smile, his expression laden with meaning. Embracing her from behind, he pressed in close, his voice a playful whisper, "Doesn't this look lovely on you?" Xia Shuren felt her body weaken, desperately biting her lip to stifle an involuntary gasp. After a prolonged silence, her mother's voice suddenly escalated in volume. "Xia Shuren, are you listening?" Startled, she straightened abruptly, elbowing backward instinctively, but Qiyu was quick to catch her arm. Their silent exchange spoke volumes. "Are you attempting to murder your husband? Who told you to act so recklessly? Scoundrel." Chapter 57. "This is my husband." Xia Shuren cast a sidelong glare at him, choosing to ignore him. However, Qiyu continued to embrace her closely. With the girl perched on his lap, he playfully bounced his legs as if soothing a small infant. Xia Shuren felt a rush of embarrassment, yet she was pressed for time and hurriedly replied to her mother. "Mom, I heard." "You heard? Heard what? Repeat it back to me." Xia Shuren stammered, that. What on earth are you up to outside? You've never stayed out all night before. Do you think I don't know what you're thinking? Are you trying to use Xiao He as an excuse?" "What? I'm really at Xiao He's house." Xiao's mother suddenly sneered. "Fine, have Xiao He answer the phone. I want to hear her voice." Xia Shuren. Qiyu also overheard the conversation on the phone, his eyes sparkling with amusement, reveling in her predicament. He leaned closer. "Darling, why not just confess?" He even placed a gentle kiss on the corner of her lips. Xia Shuren, flustered and at a loss, pouted and clutched her phone tightly, unsure of what to say. "Out of ideas, huh? I suspected you two were in cahoots. Now tell me, what did you do last night? Also, last night, Xiao and I mentioned seeing a big brother who said you were together, and Woon Ti let her hug you. Who was that?" Xia Shuren felt a jolt at her temples, rendered speechless. Upon hearing his name mentioned on the call, Chiyu's expression darkened as he contemplated seizing the phone to speak for himself. Just as the two engaged in a silent yet tense tug-of-war over the phone, Xiao's mother suddenly interjected. "Out of words? Let me tell you, when I couldn't reach you last night, I was frantic. Grandma Li also found out. With both our families united, Xiao and I spilled everything. That guy said you were his girlfriend, and Woon Ti let her hug you. I'm not wronging you, am I?" Xia Shuren closed her eyes, adopting a resigned expression as if awaiting her fate. Even when Qiyu snatched the phone from her, she remained indifferent. Xiao's mother had more to say, but suddenly a male voice came through the phone. "Hello, Annie." Xia Shuren let herself fall back in despair. Forget it. Let the world explode. That day, she only remembered Qiyu feigning innocence while conversing with her mother. Whatever spell he cast by the end, Xiao's mother's anger had significantly dissipated. The call ended. Qiyu, smiling, strolled over to the girl as if to boast of his triumph. "Andy asked me to come visit in a few days." Xia Shuren's expression was as still as a tranquil lake, like a lifeless corpse drained of vitality. "Oh." Qiyu clicked his tongue. "Someone is too clever for their own good. And he seems quite pleased with me. Unlike someone who is like, oh, it's just so hard to make an introduction." Xia Shuren let out a weak huff, refusing to look at him, turning her face away. Qiyu bent down and playfully flicked her forehead. These words, "This is my boyfriend, this is my husband. Do they poison you or something?" Xia Shuran covered her forehead and buried her face into the blanket. Chi Yu prepared breakfast, and, as they sat at the dining table, he asked her for her phone. Xia Shuran poked at the soft-boiled egg on her plate with a fork, marveling at how Chi Yu had mastered the art of cooking it to perfection. Yet, her mind was consumed with anxious thoughts about introducing her boyfriend to her parents, rendering her unable to enjoy her meal. Noticing her furrowed brow and persistent poking, Chi Yu raised an eyebrow and said, "I asked you, did you hear me? Hand me your phone." Pouting, Xia Shuran reluctantly handed it over, questioning his intentions. Chi Yu remained silent, taking her phone and attempting to untie the knot at the back of her dress. Instantly, she wrapped her arms around herself, exclaiming, "Hey, if you keep that up, I might just bite you. I just tied the knot myself. What's the problem with me untying it?" Chi Yu replied lazily, a mischievous smile playing on his lips as his gaze lingered on the curves of her body. "I must have tied it too tightly. It's uncomfortable for you, isn't it? Or perhaps you enjoy it this way." He leaned closer, whispering something suggestive in her ear. Xia Shuran, blushing fiercely, swatted at him, prompting Chi Yu to catch her wrist. Grinning with playful defiance, "You've already used up your quota for slaps today. Save it for tomorrow, darling." He began to peruse her phone with deft fingers, unlocking the screen and scrolling through with ease. Xia Shuran watched in confusion, entirely oblivious to his true intentions. Her naivety, coupled with the absence of any wrongdoing, rendered her unsuspecting. If there were truly something amiss, she would have been far more alert. After all, even the most unscrupulous individuals take their phones to the shower. Biting into a slightly undercooked steak, which still bore traces of blood, she inquired, "What exactly do you need my phone for? And could we please have it well done next time?" Realizing her faux pas, she quickly added, "I meant fully cooked." Chi Yu continued to fiddle with her phone, chuckling softly at her words. "Even if you were to eat with chopsticks in a Western restaurant, I would accompany you." Xia Shuran felt a flicker of joy and was about to link her arm through his to steal a kiss when she suddenly noticed Chi Yu browsing through her search history. What would remain of a person if their search history were laid bare for all to see? Alarmed, Xia Shuran lunged for her phone, but Chi Yu held it high above his head, raising an eyebrow at her exaggerated reaction. "Such a strong response? It seems there is something to uncover." Panicking, Xia Shuran leaped up and threw herself at him, exclaiming, "Chi Yu, you sly fox. Give it back." Chapter 58. Are you really crying? Chi Yu embraced the girl, holding her against his chest with effortless ease. A mischievous smile played on his lips as he clutched his phone with one hand, scrolling through the screen, intent on discovering what had provoked such urgency in her. Xia Shuran was compelled to lean against Chi Yu's chest, her tears dampening the fabric of his black short-sleeve shirt. With a pitiful whimper, she protested, "Don't look." Noticing her eyes welling up once more, Chi Yu hesitated for a brief moment before deciding to continue his exploration. After all, he could always comfort her for a little while longer. As he scanned through the content, his amusement only grew. He ruffled the girl's hair, almost losing a finger to her playful bite. "You naughty girl, searching for such inappropriate material online every day." Xia Shuran, sobbing softly, demanded, "Give it back." Chi Yu leaned closer, brushing against her cheek, and asked gently, "Are you truly crying?" Xia Shuran pouted, trying to suppress her tears, and swatted at him lightly. "You're so annoying." Setting aside his phone, Chi Yu cupped her face in his hands, tenderly wiping away the tears clinging to her long eyelashes. "All right, I won't look anymore," he said softly, his cool, rich voice infused with warmth, akin to the tranquil melting of ice beneath a gentle spring sun. "Please don't cry." He placed a gentle kiss on her shimmering eyes, apologizing as an older brother would, with both hands cradling her cheeks. He treated her as if she were the most precious thing in the world, his gaze falling reverently upon her. He kissed her forehead, her nose, and finally her lips. Unable to resist the tender affection radiating from Chi Yu, Xia Shuran wrapped her arms around him, still sniffling, but now with an air of reluctant acceptance. "All right, this is the last time." Chi Yu's eyes sparkled with an unexplainable delight as he caressed her back, murmuring softly, "Good girl." The little fool remained blissfully unaware, still clinging tightly to the bad guy. This time, Chi Yu thoroughly investigated Xia Shuran's phone, leaving no stone unturned. As for her claim of last time, he had seen everything he needed to see. He'd delve into her social media, searching for keywords such as baby, deer, bath, sleep, love, and phrases she often sent him, checking if she had shared them with anyone else. Fortunately, there were no such instances. He also reviewed her spending records on platforms like WeChat and other shopping apps, scrutinizing expenditures during holidays, such as Valentine's Day, for any suspicious transactions or ambiguous numbers like 520, 521, or 1314. To his satisfaction, all the transactions were directed to him. Next, he examined her frequently used apps and short video platforms, opting to check recent messages and the individuals she often forwarded videos to. Ultimately, only Chi Yu's name appeared. Xia Shiren had not shared videos with anyone else. What a well-behaved girl she was. Indeed, she frequently sent him amusing videos featuring pets, both cats and dogs. Chi Yu continued to explore the mapping software on Xia Shiren's phone, primarily focusing on her recent navigation history, ride-hailing records, and exercise routes. The trajectory was a straight line, leading to an upscale beauty salon, with all other activity confined to her home. Chi Yu, it would be better if his wife were to perish from laziness. In the end, Chi Yu scrolled through her food delivery app and shopping platform. After a thorough examination, everything appeared to be in order. The girl had ordered some tattered garments, which, when worn, seemed refreshingly scant. He had scrutinized them all. To be precise, the girl donned those outfits solely for his gaze. For apart from his presence, Xia Shiren always opted for long dresses when venturing outside. Chi Yu had expressed to her that she looked lovely in short skirts or shorts, and he championed her freedom of attire. Yet, each time she was about to step out, she would return a change into a long dress. When Chi Yu inquired, Xia Shiren merely shook her head. This was a matter she needed to reconcile within herself. Chapter 59. My mother-in-law Chi Yu informed Xia Shiren that he had promised her mother to take her home at noon, but he would not accompany her inside. He planned to visit formally after the 7th day of the Lunar New Year, as it held auspicious significance. Xia Shiren teased him, questioning whether he was still adhering to the old almanac's do's and don'ts, remarking that even her parents had abandoned such superstitions. Chi Yu shot her a sidelong glance, suggesting that if she wished for him to visit today, they could set off immediately. Xia Shiren fell silent, conceding that if it could be postponed by a day, she would take that chance. Seeing her look of feigned grievance, Chi Yu chuckled and pinched her lips, teasingly exclaiming that they were about to curl up to the heavens. Xia Shiren pretended to bite him, prompting him to release her. Yet, before a second had passed, he grasped her chin once more, giving it a playful shake and assuring her that he would prepare a gift that would not disappoint his future mother-in-law. Xia Shiren blushed momentarily, stammering, What mother-in-law? Who said you could call her that? Just as Chi Yu was about to tease her further, his phone in his pocket rang. While soothing the increasingly exasperated girl by holding her close, he checked the message. Xia Shiren leaned against his chest, inadvertently catching a glimpse of the screen. Chi Yu made no attempt to hide it, leaning down to share the view with her. The message was succinct, stating that his father wanted him to bring his girlfriend to the hospital at noon. Chi Yu winked at Xia Shiren, asking if she would join him. Xia Shiren stood frozen, pointing at the term girlfriend and then at herself, bewildered. Me? She questioned. Chi Yu narrowed his eyes, lightly lifting her chin. Why not? Today seemed to be her unluckiest day, marked by the ominous prospect of meeting the parents. The future was long. There was no need to cram everything into this one day. As Xia Shiren's mind raced, she mused that the term girlfriend was rather ambiguous. Could perhaps refer to a pet dog instead? The more she considered it, the more plausible it seemed to her. Yes. Does your family have any pets? Perhaps your father was referring to them. Chi Yu's brow twitched. Was he really meant to engage in conversation about a dog? Despair washed over him as he realized that hope was slipping away. Xia Shiren covered her head with her arms, fiercely ruffling her hair, clearly on the brink of a nervous breakdown. Why didn't you tell me sooner? How can I meet your father looking like this? I need at least half a month's preparation. As she paced the living room, her mind raced with thoughts. I must decide what to wear. Should it be a sophisticated trench coat or a more demure cotton jacket? Something that exudes grace, as elders tend to prefer that. Should I wear makeup, light or heavy? What if your father dislikes my appearance and claims I'm a bad omen for you? Then, there were the gifts. What would be suitable for his parents? Your father enjoys tea. right? Perhaps I could gift him a tea set. Suddenly, an epiphany struck her, and she slapped her palm in regret. But high-end tea sets require custom orders. It takes at least 10 days to 2 weeks. See, this is why you should have informed me in advance. With a resigned smile, Chi remarked, "What? Is my father some kind of national leader? Do you expect me to establish a company to prove my financial prowess? After all, compared to any tea set, my father holds a greater affinity for wealth." Upon hearing this, Xia Shuran, as if struck by enlightenment, hurriedly approached Chiyu, her gaze alight with determination. "Yes, I shall register a company right now." Chiyu, however, was acutely aware of the anxiety hidden beneath her seemingly carefree exterior. He sighed and enveloped her in his embrace, gently soothing her back and planting a tender kiss atop her head. "My dear, are you afraid?" Xia Shuran paused, her lashes fluttering as tears welled in her eyes, and she gradually nestled her face against his chest. With a voice tinged with vulnerability, she confessed, "I fear your family may disapprove of me. I am at a loss for what to do." Chiyu's prestigious background placed him at the pinnacle of society, while her own circumstances felt worlds apart. The affluent Qian family was notoriously particular about social standing, and the elders would undoubtedly expect a match of equal status. Chiyu appeared to find her worries somewhat amusing, a gentle smile dancing in his eyes as he tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear, his warm fingertip brushing against her cool earlobe. "Have I ever mentioned that who I choose to love has nothing to do with my parents? But your father, does he not have an opinion? Is he aware that my company has gone bankrupt?" With a playful chuckle, Chiyu ruffled her hair. "Wasn't it acquired by me? Let's not use the term bankrupt." His humorous tone coaxed a smile from her, and he tenderly wiped away a lingering tear from her eye. "There are no issues on my father's end. Just trust me, all right? Really? I would never deceive you, my dear." Gradually, Xia Shuren's tumultuous emotions began to settle. Chapter 60. His little tale. Chiyu visited his grandmother in the hospital, primarily to pay her a visit, with the secondary purpose being to meet the parents. Chiyu mentioned he was going to buy a gift for Xia Shuren, who would then deliver it. Xia Shuren refused, as it would imply a lack of thoughtfulness on her part. Chiyu raised an eyebrow and remarked, "If I don't say anything, and you don't either, who would know?" Xia Shuren huffed, "You simply don't understand. I want to prepare a gift myself to express." My Chiyu smiled lazily. "To express your love, how sentimental." Xia Shuren felt a blush creep up, embarrassed by her own subconscious thoughts. She muttered, "Respect for your family." Chiyu replied, "It's not about respect, dear. You simply don't know what my father likes. I'll handle it more reliably. Then tell me, what is your father like? Tea, then what should we gift him?" "Tea sets." Xia Shuren was tempted to jump up and tug at his hair, shouting in frustration, "You're utterly useless." Noticing her cheeks flush with anger, Chiyu found her adorable. He couldn't resist pinching her soft cheek. He coaxed, "It doesn't have to be customized. Buying a ready-made one would suffice. My father won't mind. He has plenty of tea sets. Besides, don't place too much importance on my father, all right? Of course he is important. He is your father." Chiyu suddenly chuckled, leaning closer to her ear, lowering his voice to a teasing tone. "I'm the one who is more important." Seeing him so nonchalant at such a moment infuriated Xia Shuren, prompting her to twist his ear. Yet, as soon as she made the motion, her inner self halted her. What was this? A couple-esque quarrel? A wicked daughter-in-law twisting the ear of an honest man? Had she watched too many rural family dramas? Unfortunately, she was not the wicked daughter-in-law, and she was certainly not the honest man. He was a cunning, charming rogue, impeccably dressed, yet with a heart of darkness. Chiyu noticed her expression shift, a hint of guilt crossing his face. He scoffed, "What is wrong? Are you secretly cursing me in your heart?" Xia Shuren remained silent. She attempted to argue about the gift matter, but Chiyu insisted. "It's settled then. What I buy counts as what you buy. Do we need to be so calculative?" "My wife." His words caught her off guard, leaving her blushing and speechless. This visit wasn't just to see Chiyu's father, but also his grandparents. Chiyu shared that his grandfather had a long-standing hobby of fish-keeping since his youth. In his grandfather's room, there was a long aquarium stretching across an entire wall, filled with exquisite fish, including a small freshwater shark, the ball shark. Xia Shuren was astonished at the idea of keeping sharks with other fish. Chiyu chuckled. I don't know. My grandfather is quite curious. Perhaps he wants to see if his precious pet fish can survive a shark's jaws. Did they survive? No, but not due to the shark. They met their fate from their own mischief. Xia Shuran suggested purchasing several identical fish as gifts for her grandfather. However, she was apprehensive about her fish being consumed by a shark. Rest assured, her grandfather had mentioned that the shark did not feast upon smaller fish. It languished in sorrow after their demise, refusing even its favorite meat paste. Xia Shuran mused that this shark was rather peculiar, resolving to acquire pet fish. She hurriedly urged Chiyu to accompany her to the pet market. Chiyu acquiesced to her request. Upon arriving at the underground parking lot, Chiyu tossed the car keys to Xia Shuran. She anxiously caught them, fearful of damaging the luxury car keys, and softly inquired, "Why?" Chiyu, with a languid arch of his brow, replied, "You drive." Xia Shuran gingerly cradled the car keys, as she possessed little experience with luxury vehicles and worried about potential mishaps. Moreover, her back ached from fatigue. Xia Shuran trotted to keep pace with Chiyu's long strides, resembling his little shadow. With her eyelids drooping, she called out to his retreating figure, "Lazybones, why aren't you driving?" Chiyu paused abruptly, a mischievous smile dancing in his eyes. The sudden stop caused the girl, who was half a step behind, to collide with his back. Today, Chiyu sported a deep blue and white windbreaker that exuded a refreshing, youthful vibe. The back of his jacket featured two stylish metal loops, precisely where Xia Shuran had bumped into him. With his broad and sturdy back, the impact made Xia Shuran wince in pain, covering her forehead, feeling a bit dazed. A glimmer of amusement flickered in Chiyu's eyes as he turned to see the girl rubbing her forehead, igniting his desire to tease her. Xia Shuran looked up, meeting his gaze, her expression one of innocent grievance as she questioned, "Why did you stop suddenly?" In the midst of her tearful frustration, Chiyu enveloped her shoulders, pulling her into his embrace. He rested his elbow on her shoulder and playfully tousled her hair as one would with a puppy. Her meticulously arranged hairstyle was now in disarray, while he wore a triumphant smile. Infuriated, Xia Shuran retaliated with playful slaps and kicks, yet this rascal effortlessly subdued her. Chiyu, with a teasing glint in his eyes, pressed a soft kiss to her cheek, his voice low and affectionate, urging her to obediently assist him in driving. Chapter 61. Is the baby tired of me? Xia Shuran shot him a glare, her annoyance palpable. Upon seeing the lazy smile in Chiyu's eyes, she knew that this irritating fellow was about to utter some teasing words. Swiftly, she turned her face away, denying him the chance to speak, only letting out a huffy sound. The girl, puffed up with indignation, had her slightly reddened nose quivering, wrapped in a wide, light-colored scarf that framed her delicate face. She glared fiercely, yet appeared endearingly charming. She pouted and said, "I'm not feeling well. If it turns out poorly, we might as well stroll hand in hand through the clouds." Chiyu couldn't help but chuckle at her dark humor. His sense of amusement had always been rather high, yet it seemed to have shifted since he entered a relationship. Last time, after reporting his work in the office, Ming specifically noted that the atmosphere in the company had become much more relaxed. Chi was baffled by this. Later, as he passed through the break room, an older female employee approached him, subtly hinting at introducing a girl to him, as if playing matchmaker. Chiyu's expression soured at that moment. Despite being the youngest in the company, he held the highest position. The affectionate look in that woman's eyes, regarding him as a mere child, shocked him enough to quicken his pace, leaving in silence, his demeanor cold as ice. Upon hearing about this, Ming found it utterly hilarious and took the time to explain it to Chiyu. Since Chiyu had first appeared at the company, he had maintained a stern expression most of the time. Ming understood that Chiyu did this deliberately. Being young, he feared that if he didn't appear serious, he might lose control over his subordinates. However, others were unaware, assuming that the young prince had a bad temper. Moreover, with Chiyu's naturally sharp and cold features, he was not someone to be trifled with, causing everyone to approach him with trepidation. Yet over the past 6 months, Chiyu had occasionally allowed a hint of a smile to escape, suddenly appearing much more approachable to those beneath him. This transformation was akin to a heartless ice block thawing into humanity. Some female employees, now mothers with children in high school, inevitably saw reflections of their own kids in the 18 or 19-year-old boys around. Qiyu, narrowing his eyes, continued to touzle Xia Shuren's hair, realizing that it was all due to his own little bunny's antics. Xia Shuren retorted, "What's so funny? The pain I'm in is all because of you. I'm exhausted, and you still expect me to drive? How heartless." Qiyu smirked, playfully pinching her chin and shaking it slightly. Who is truly exhausted here, With two prominent dark circles under her eyes, Xia Shuren walked as if her bones were dislocated, while Qiyu radiated vitality, his lips rosy and teeth white, looking so healthy that even an old traditional Chinese medicine practitioner would give him a thumbs up. So who, indeed, was truly exhausted? He must be a creature that siphons the life force from others. Seeing Xia Shuren's expression of feigned injustice, Qiyu's eyes glimmered with mischief. He sighed softly. "Someone is quite fickle. You used to pay me for my services, and now you're reluctant to even drive. Ah, the heart of a woman. It seems that after being together for a long time, the fervor wanes." He leaned closer, his gaze taking on a mockingly pitiful look. "Baby, are you tired of me now?" Xia Shuren. "Report. Officer, there's a green tea man lurking about. Hurry and apprehend him." The stark contrast between Qiyu's cold demeanor and his playful antics could be utterly captivating. Xia Shuren felt her cheeks flush as she leaned in to tenderly kiss his brow, softly whispering, "I really, really like you." Qiyu, emboldened, smiled mischievously and kissed the corner of her lips, playfully tapping her nose. "Good girl." Xia Shuren felt utterly defeated. This battle had been too humbling. She was unwilling to concede. Just as Qiyu was about to get into the passenger seat, Xia Shuren suddenly called out from behind him, "I know you're exhausted this time, brother, even too tired to drive. You really should take it easy next time. I'd hate to see you struggle." Qiyu turned ominously, his tone darkening. "What did you just say?" Xia Shuren's heart soared with joy. Bingo! She had hit the nail on the head. Indeed, men could not bear to hear they were incapable. Finally, she had turned the tables. With her innocent eyes sparkling, she replied, "I'm just worried about you, brother." Qiyu strode toward her, wordlessly snatching her up and hoisting her onto his shoulder. Xia Shuren gasped and clung to his neck, her legs flailing in panic. The triumph she had felt moments before vanished, replaced by sheer alarm. "Qiyu, what are you doing? Don't be reckless." He playfully smacked her pert backside, a mix of coldness and mischief in his demeanor. "Be good." Xia Shuren feared he might take her back for another round, as this madman was certainly capable of such antics. Yet, he merely placed her in the passenger seat and pocketed the keys, raising an eyebrow. "Let me show you what a true driver is." Xia Shuren sighed in relief, chastising him for his childishness. As the car exited the parking lot, Qiyu grasped the steering wheel, stating nonchalantly, "We're short on time today. After the hospital, I'll take you home. Consider yourself fortunate this time." He cast her a knowing glance, as if to say he would reclaim his due next time. Xia Shuren felt a shiver of trepidation. When Qiyu engaged in such matters, he could be genuinely fierce, and her cries or pleas were of no consequence. He would only occasionally soothe her with kisses and low, teasing whispers like "good girl." Though he claimed to comfort her, his actions were often far more intense than she could handle. It was difficult not to feel apprehensive. As fate would have it, upon returning to the capital, Xia Shuren found herself at Qiyu's apartment, more accurately, in the swimming pool, exhausted from his relentless teasing. At this moment, she quietly pondered whether Qiyu feared her sudden accusations of mistreatment before his family. If he was mad, did that mean she couldn't be mad as well? Chapter 62. The charming Nun. The flower, bird, fish, and insect market was not far away. After traversing several stretches of straight road, they arrived almost effortlessly. On the way, Qiyu suggested that a homemade meal would make a splendid gift for Grandma. This was indeed a delightful idea, and Xia Shuren promptly agreed, exclaiming that they would visit the vegetable market shortly. As she spoke, she began searching on her phone for what nutritious meals the patient would prefer. Qiyu, watching the girl with her earnest demeanor, couldn't help but ruffle her hair affectionately. "You're such a good girl." Xia Shuren pouted. "You've completely messed it up. I'll have to straighten my hair again with a flat iron." She playfully chided, "You have no idea how troublesome hair maintenance can be." Qiyu chuckled. "I like your hair no matter what." Xia Shuren, with a hint of curiosity, asked, "What about if I had curly hair?" "That would look beautiful," he replied. but I've never curled it," she exclaimed, realizing she had a desire to try a slight wave. After years of sporting straight, long hair, she occasionally yearned for a change in style. A gentle wave could convey a softer aura and might indeed complement her appearance. "My dear, you would look lovely in any hairstyle," Chiyu remarked, gazing at her with a glimmer of warmth in his sharp, elongated eyes. The winter sun, following a fresh snowfall, cast a warm glow on his profile, where a subtle shadow fell from his prominent nose. His lips curved into an enchanting smile, his eyes sparkling with delightful mirth. When he smiled, he transformed into a picturesque scene, akin to a stark ink painting brought to life with vibrant colors. His discerning eyes, though narrow and piercing, carried a hint of warmth. With their delicate double eyelids and slightly upturned outer corners, they held an alluring chill that was utterly captivating. Despite having been together for quite some time and sharing countless moments, Xia Shuran found it challenging to hold his gaze for more than 10 seconds. Those eyes seemed capable of drawing her in entirely. During their workouts, Chiyu would encourage her to look at him, yet she often hid shyly in the crook of her arm, overwhelmed by embarrassment. With a faint blush on her cheeks, she lowered her gaze, pondering for a moment before whispering, "What about a bald head?" Chiyu's eyes twinkled mischievously. "Ah, that would make you my charming nun." Xia Shuran burst into laughter, her eyes crescent-shaped with playful mischief as she teased. How shameless. She felt increasingly at ease around him. Having once been reserved about showing her bare face or letting him witness her morning rituals of brushing her teeth and washing her face. Fearing embarrassment, she had been cautious, but now she seemed to embrace her true self with him. This was a testament to her trust. Chiyu adored her authenticity. He found her even more beautiful as she unveiled her genuine self. He wished for her to be relaxed and to be herself in his presence. Every facet of her, the good and the bad, was cherished by him. Seeing the girl laugh freely and without restraint, Chiyu couldn't help but mirror her joy. The snow along the road had melted significantly, and the sound of water trickling beneath the tires punctuated the air. As they waited at the traffic light, which seemed to linger, Xia Shuran, holding Chiyu's hand, grew restless, playfully poking and pinching him, her gaze wandering to the signs across the street. Auto repair, fruit, snack shop, hair salon, a barber shop. Chiyu, playfully entwining her small hand in his, smirked. "What is this? Are you really considering going bald?" Xia Shuran cast a glance at him, choosing to ignore his presence as she continued to read leisurely. XX shopping station, e-pharmacy, smoking area. At that moment, she suddenly realized that Chiyu seemed not to smoke. In the past 6 months, she had never seen him with a cigarette. Whenever they met for a date, he had never smoked either. Curiosity piqued, Xia Shuran inquired, "Do you smoke?" Chiyu shook his head decisively, replying, "No, I detest the smell of smoke." The Chi family refrained from smoking. Even Chi Mingyu, who was accustomed to the nightlife, had no craving for cigarettes. Xia Shuran remained skeptical. Isn't it necessary in business settings? Many middle-aged people smoke, don't they? These very individuals are the pillars of the business world. Surely, you must socialize with them. Noticing the girl's doubt, Chiyu chuckled. During social events, if someone offers a cigarette, I accept it, but I merely pretend to smoke. At this, Xia Shuran felt reassured. A sense of joy welled up within her. She too despised the smell of smoke, having endured her father's habit until he finally quit in recent years. One of her birthday wishes during middle school had been to find a boyfriend who did not smoke. It seemed that wish had come true. She quietly closed her eyes, smiling inwardly in gratitude to the heavens. "What about alcohol?" Xia Shuran asked, immediately regretting her question. How could she forget how they had met? It was something she would remember for a lifetime. She lightly tapped her forehead in reprimand. With a teasing yet meaningful glance at Chiyu, she laughed, "Forget I asked." After a moment, Chiyu answered, "Actually, I'm not particularly fond of drinking either, but it's unavoidable in business. I can hold my liquor. It's an innate trait. If you dislike it, I'll try to drink less, all right?" Xia Shuran took his hand, planting a gentle kiss upon it before resting it against her cheek, her eyes downcast in a flurry of shyness. Chiyu chuckled, "What's wrong?" Xia Shuran's ears flushed crimson as she silently replied within, "I think I'm a bit happy. Every day, with you, seems to be filled with joy." Chiyu, oblivious to her internal musings, merely patted her head, softly saying, "Silly girl." As they reached the flower and fish market, the bustling atmosphere enveloped them. Chiyu's car was strikingly conspicuous, causing some passers-by to halt and capture photos. On the road, other vehicles had kept their distance, maintaining a 5-meter gap, yet here, they were surrounded by admirers. Xia Shuran, accustomed to Chiyu's array of luxury cars, had never encountered such an extravagant display. She recognized the license plate as belonging to a Rolls-Royce. Curiosity got the better of her, and she asked, "What kind of car is this? No matter how expensive, is it really necessary for people to stop and take pictures? We're practically surrounded." Chiyu replied with a casual smile, "It's a limited edition Phantom." Xia Shuran, lacking knowledge about cars, exclaimed, "Huh?" Chiyu winked at her, seemingly seeking praise, and added, "It's a couple's version, just like your ghost. Wife, praise me quickly." However, Xia Shuran, at that moment, was only concerned about the money, lamenting this extravagant purchase. No wonder he had asked her to drive today. Perhaps it was to make her realize it herself. Afterwards, Xia Shu searched online and finally comprehended the meaning of that statement. The Phantom he purchased for her is also a limited edition. A limited edition Rolls-Royce? Clearly, Chihu possesses wealth to indulge in such extravagant pleasures. Chapter 63. Pure and wild to my astonishment, the festive season brought an even greater throng to the flower, bird, and fish market. The weather had softened, and the snow was beginning to melt. Sunlight streamed through the clouds, casting a warm glow upon the narrow pathways of the market. Various shops adorned with spring couplets and auspicious phrases contributed to the lively chatter of the crowd, creating a jubilant atmosphere. The designated parking area was still a considerable distance away, with people jostling from all directions, while Chiyu maneuvered his vehicle slowly through the throng. Xia Shuran straightened up to assist him in observing the rear view, alerting him to any obstructions he might have overlooked. Chiyu chuckled, remarking on their long-standing companionship, where the wife guides her husband. Xia Shuran dismissed his jest, noting the overwhelming crowd and feeling anxious that their vehicle might not make it through. Meanwhile, Chiyu seemed unfazed, even finding humor in the situation. At that moment, another car surged through the crowd, aligning closely beside Chiyu's vehicle on the cramped path. This was a striking green sports car, its windows and roof open, blasting pulsating DJ music that mingled with the roar of the engine, nearly shattering eardrums. The driver, a young man with dreadlocks, exuded a brash demeanor. Xia Shuran frowned, emboldened by Chiyu's presence. She called out assertively, "Hey, this is a one-way street. Can't you read?" Chiyu smiled, appreciating her courage and intertwining his fingers with hers, silently empowering her. "My dear, you are remarkable," he thought. The young man glanced over, seemingly ready to unleash a tirade until he caught sight of Xia Shuran's face, his expression shifting to one of intrigue. Inside the vehicle were two heavily made-up women, one of whom brazenly raised her middle finger at Xia Shuran. Unable to tolerate the insult, Xia Shuran retaliated by defiantly raising her own middle fingers. This only seemed to invigorate the young man, who relished the confrontation. However, he recognized the expensive nature of the car and understood that this girl's benefactor might be formidable. Unbeknownst to him, he had yet to notice Chiyu in the driver's seat, mistaking him for an older man. The young man shot Xia Shuran a suggestive glance, clearly seeking her contact information, convinced she would oblige. He thought, surely, being with him was preferable to serving some older gentleman. These unscrupulous older men monopolizing beautiful women. He mused, eyeing the innocent girl. Her delicate face was partially hidden by a scarf, her nose reddened from the cold, and though she attempted to appear fierce, her innate sweetness betrayed her. As Xia Shuran felt the man's gaze become increasingly lecherous, she instinctively recoiled. Just as she intended to report his behavior to Chiyu, she noticed that he was already casting a cold, penetrating stare in their direction. His expression was devoid of warmth, and with that sharp, icy gaze, he could have been mistaken for a lethal predator. Having leaned back for cover, Xia Shuran inadvertently exposed Chiyu to the young man, who was caught off guard by their exchange of glances. "What the hell?" he muttered in shock, nearly losing control of his faculties. He froze in place, whispering, "Brother, you." Xia Shuran widened her eyes, turning to Chiyu, inquiring, "Do you know him?" As the traffic police arrived, they began to disperse the crowd ahead, allowing the vehicles to finally proceed. Chiyu withdrew his gaze and started the car, frowning momentarily as he recalled Chi Mingyu's dubious companions. Perhaps he had encountered them a few times at social gatherings, though their names had escaped his memory. While Chiyu may have forgotten, Chung certainly had not. Chiyu was a central figure in their circle. Whenever he chose to indulge in leisure, the prime seat at the table was invariably reserved for him. Chung stood there, dazed, watching Yu Ji's car recede into the distance, struggling to comprehend the situation. Was that young lady truly Yu Ji's girlfriend? The very sister-in-law that Chi Mingyu had mentioned? Impressive. Seeing is indeed believing. She was undeniably beautiful. Thankfully, his earlier wisdom had prevailed, preventing him from soliciting her contact information, lest he find himself in a most precarious predicament. No, he must apologize. Should Yu Sa portray him as a lecherous man before Yu Ge, his social standing would be utterly ruined. He hastily drove to catch up. Inside the vehicle, his female companions had evidently recognized Chiyu and were whispering quietly behind Cheng's back. "That was Chiyu, right? So handsome," one remarked. "I saw him last year at the bar in Haicheng during Mingyu's birthday celebration, but the lighting was dim and he didn't allow any women close. I couldn't see him clearly, but just now I truly grasped what the sisters in the circle meant when they said, 'Once you see him, you'll understand just how handsome he is.' Wait a moment, the one I flipped off was his girlfriend." The word around the circle is that Chiyu is taken, though most have never laid eyes on her. They say she is a stunningly attractive and innocent university student. The two shared a silent moment, extending a middle finger towards Chiyu's girlfriend. Who wouldn't jest about such boldness? Yet it may not be the actual girlfriend. It should be. Someone like Chiyu is known for his loyalty. They frequented the realms of indulgence and were well acquainted with men. Everyone knew the temptations Chiyu faced. Yet he had only recently sought a girlfriend, indicating a serious approach to relationships. Cold sweat trickled down, prompting her to resolve to apologize shortly. Chapter 64. I am here for you. A group of individuals hastily made their way to offer an apology. As the vehicle navigated towards the parking lot of the flower, bird, and fish market, the two female companions seized the opportunity to engage in conversation once more. "Look, that woman in the passenger seat is the quintessential good girl type. Quite unlike Su Yanxi," one remarked. She had long asserted that Su Yanxi would never win over Chiyu. Despite Su Yanxi being a wealthy heiress and having known Chiyu since childhood, one would think she had the advantage. Yet, with men like Chiyu, affection is not swayed by status. If he likes you, he does, and if not, no amount of pursuit will alter that, especially for someone like Chiyu, who is accustomed to all kinds of women. As Chiyu's car came to a halt, a green sports car rushed over, careening to a stop nearby. Chung and the two women quickly exited their vehicle. Xia Shuran unfastened her seatbelt, but remained seated, glancing at Chiyu, uncertain of what to say. Chiyu cast a brief glance at them, seemingly exhaling a sigh, instructing her, "Stay in the car while I handle this." Xia Shuran nodded obediently, watching as Chiyu leisurely exited the vehicle. Though she couldn't decipher their words, it wasn't long before one of the women appeared to say something to Chiyu. Chiyu replied coolly, "It's up to her whether she can forgive you. I cannot decide that for her." The woman stood in stunned silence for a few moments before regaining her composure and approaching Xia Shuran's car to offer her an apology. After earnestly expressing her remorse, Xia Shuran managed an awkward smile, feeling a bit restless, as she had also retaliated earlier. There was no need for an apology at all. With a flushed face, she stammered, "I apologize too. I'm sorry." Yet the woman hurriedly pressed, "Will you forgive me?" It seemed that her concern hinged solely upon that question. Xia Shuran quickly nodded. "I forgive you. Please forgive me as well." Upon hearing this, the woman visibly sighed in relief, as if receiving a supreme decree, and dashed back to Chiyu, eager to inform him, seemingly apprehensive of his reaction. Xia Shuran realized that the apology was not rooted in genuine sentiment, but rather in fear of Chiyu. Chiyu nodded indifferently, and the three women hurriedly departed together. Chiyu approached to open her car door, and Xia Shuran alighted, rising on her toes to embrace him. Chiyu chuckled softly, wrapping his arm around her waist and kissing the top of her head, calling her my dear. Xia Shuran intertwined her fingers with his, suggesting, "Shall we first buy some fish and then stroll around? I just saw so many beautiful flowers." Chiyu affectionately patted her head, replying gently, "Whatever you wish." The flower, bird, and fish market bustled with activity, the narrow streets crowded with people. Xia Shuran, who had grown up in a densely populated tenement building, found the throngs somewhat reminiscent of her childhood. Every day after school, as she stood at the base of the building looking up at the countless windows, a shiver would run down her spine. Yet, having moved on, she sometimes longed for that era of her life, reminiscing about the warmth of neighborly bonds and the vibrant essence of everyday life. In fact, the crowd around her now filled her with a sense of happiness. However, Chiyu initially exhibited signs of impatience, his expression rather sour. He harbored a disdain for crowded environments, a sentiment rooted in a life of privilege that rendered him unaccustomed to such throngs. Yet, upon witnessing the girl's silly grin, he could not help but chuckle. What a fool! Just outside the market, throngs of young people had gathered, likely just to snap a few photos and move on. The deeper they ventured into the market, the more treasures they uncovered. Here, the majority comprised elderly men and women, engaged in amusing antics with birds and cats. Among their peers, the two of them stood out in terms of appearance, free from the excessive scrutiny they typically faced. To the older generation, they were merely two handsome youths, their pets proving more captivating. Before reaching the fish shop, they stumbled upon a street brimming with flowers. Blooms lined the pathways, harmonizing beautifully with the surrounding verdant trees, resembling an enchanting garden painted in Monet's palette. Xia Shuran was entranced by the flowers, reluctant to hasten her pace. She tugged at Chiyu's hand, her eyes pleading to pause for a purchase of flowers, if only for a moment. Chiyu glanced at his phone, realizing that they had already lost a bit of time. After some deliberation, he suggested, "Why don't I buy the fish and you stay here?" Xia Shuran shook her head. She wanted to accompany him. Thus, they reached a consensus to procure the fish first and return to admire the flowers afterward. Winding through several narrow alleys, they finally arrived at a quaint fish shop, replete with an array of vibrant glass aquariums housing colorful fish. Xia Shuran followed Chiyu into a secluded section of the shop, where the owner guided them to a back room. Just a door apart, two worlds existed. In the dimly lit chamber, numerous large glass tanks revealed fish with scales of exquisite patterns and colors, breathtaking in their otherworldly beauty. The owner cheerfully encouraged them to take their time and exited the room. Chiyu surveyed the surroundings and soon located the fish he desired. But Xia Shuran remained transfixed before a tank housing Barbie fish. Noting her captivated gaze, Chiyu crouched beside her to peer through the transparent glass at the shimmering pink fish. Their heads nearly touched as he whispered, "Do you like them?" Xia Shuran was merely astonished, marveling at the existence of such large, pink-hued fish. They swam in schools within an aquarium reminiscent of an underwater realm, undeniably captivating. Chiyu then declared, "I'll buy you one." Xia Shuran turned to him, nearly bumping her head against his. She laughed and continued, "When I was a child, I once had a hamster, but it only lasted a week in my care. Perhaps I should refrain from raising animals." The light reflecting off the water in the aquarium shimmered softly against Chiyu's face, accentuating his distinct features. Suddenly, Xia Shuran reached out and playfully pinched his nose. Her laughter sweet and charming. "I think I'll stick to dealing with people." Chiyu leaned closer to her face, nuzzling her affectionately like a puppy. "I agree. I am quite agreeable to your dealing with me." Chapter 65. A gift from Sister's soft light emanated from the glass fish tank, casting a hazy glow around. Chiyu's gentle kiss descended, their embrace serene and discreet under the watchful eyes of the little fish. The fish cared for by Chiyu's grandfather were known as the golden lace fish, and Xia Shuran followed Chiyu to their aquarium. She couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, how beautiful!" The golden lace fish had plump bellies, and it was uncertain whether they were overfed or naturally shaped that way. Their bodies were triangular and swollen, resembling ingots. Though small in size, their tails were long and wide, most sporting four small openings akin to butterfly wings. As they swam, their tails fluttered gracefully, appearing particularly light. Noticing the girl crouching by the glass, Chiyu smiled as she meticulously counted the tail splits with her fingers. Unable to suppress his amusement, he affectionately ruffled her hair. A thought suddenly surfacing. How could my wife be this adorable? The scales of the golden-laced fish shimmered with a faint glow amidst the interplay of light and shadow. The delicate combination of pale pink and pure gold patterns made Xia Shuren ponder that while they were indeed beautiful, they also seemed quite expensive. Buying one or two would surely lack sincerity, yet acquiring more would exceed her budget. Although Chi Yu had provided her with a supplementary card and linked his intimate payments to the payment app, the staggering limit was still his money. Most of the funds Xia Shuren had saved from selling models had been spent on gifts for Chi Yu, leaving her with little after a few purchases. It wasn't that she intentionally bought expensive items, but when gifting her boyfriend, she felt compelled to choose from the brands he regularly wore. Initially, Xia Shuren had discreetly noted the brands Chi Yu wore and, upon searching their English websites, was nearly overwhelmed by the prices of seemingly ordinary black t-shirts adorned with mere graphic designs. Why not rob a Swiss bank? She mused. Nevertheless, she gritted her teeth and still made the purchase. After all, he was her boyfriend, and love demanded such sacrifices. Money could always be earned again. Rising to her feet, Xia Shuren bit her hand as she attempted to recall how much personal savings she had left, enough to buy a few golden-laced fish. Chi Yu embraced her, holding her hand and gently admonishing, "Stop biting, you can't seem to break that habit, can you?" Xia Shuren frowned slightly, playfully bumping her head against his shoulder in mock irritation, and replied softly, "I'm just thinking." Chi Yu, with a mischievous grin, pinched her mouth into an O shape, forbidding her from biting her fingers. Did you hear that? Xia Shuren had been ordered by her mother to abandon this bad habit back in the 4th grade. She only resorted to biting her index finger on rare occasions, unnoticed by her parents or friends. Yet Chi Yu was remarkably perceptive. With a scrunched nose, Xia Shuren muttered, "I got it." Chi Yu stepped out to consult the shop owner, deciding to purchase 5 fish, reasoning that more would be cumbersome to carry. When Xia Shuren saw them re-enter the chamber, the owner held a small fish tank containing the 5 fish. Standing behind Chi Yu, she felt his hand guiding her as she watched the owner struggle to scoop the lively, golden-laced fish from the water. Their vivacious nature made them swift swimmers, their movements agile and lively. They weaved through the aquatic plants and pebbles, evading the fishing nets, some even blowing bubbles towards the glass, seemingly in provocation. Xia Shuren stealthily hides behind Chi Yu's shoulder, covering her mouth as she giggles. The golden fish are delightfully charming. No wonder Chi Yu's grandfather enjoys keeping them. After much effort, the owner finally manages to catch 5. He is so exhausted that he breaks a sweat, yet he smiles as he hands the fish box to Chi Yu. Chi Yu expresses his gratitude, takes it, and leads the girl away. It is only then that Xia Shuren realizes he has already paid. Once outside the fish shop, she hurriedly inquires about the cost, eager to cover it. Chi Yu gently pats her head and casually mentions a figure. Upon hearing it, Xia Shuren is pleasantly surprised by its affordability, well within her means, and immediately prepares to transfer the money to him. As she inputs the numbers, it suddenly dawns on her, what on earth is 1314? "Hey, Yu." He chuckles softly, saying, "All right, let us go." Xia Shuren pouts, asking how much it truly is, insisting he shouldn't be so precise. Chi Yu bends down to kiss her, saying, "All of my money is for you." Blushing, Xia Shuren feels her heart flutter at his sweet words and playfully punches him, calling him a rogue. On their way back, they pass a street lined with flower vendors. Suddenly, Xia Shuren seems to remember something and jogs over to a stall, asking the owner if they have carnations. She selects a bouquet, intending to gift it to Chi Yu's grandmother. She remarks, "Look, I almost forgot the most important part. When visiting someone in the hospital, shouldn't one bring flowers first?" Luckily, I remember to check back. "You said you didn't have time." Chi Yu immediately smiles and admits his fault, saying whatever his precious one says is correct. Xia Shuren feels her ears flush but ignores him, continuing to select flowers. She has a fondness for roses. After all, what woman doesn't adore roses? This place boasts every variety imaginable, yellow, white, red. Xia Shuren finds herself mesmerized, ultimately deciding that quality trumps quantity. She purchases a single, vibrant red rose. After settling the bill, She turns around to find Chi Yu has wandered into a nearby pet shop. He is crouched down, playfully engaging with a little rabbit in a cage, his expression one of pure joy, completely absorbed in the moment, oblivious to the fact that he is mirroring the squatting posture of an elderly man beside him. Xia Shuren's eyes crinkle with laughter. She wishes to capture this moment on her phone. Stealthily, she appears behind him and tucks the rose into his collar. This is from your sister. Chapter 66. Shi Yu was momentarily taken aback. Then, with a playful smile, he raised his gaze to meet Xia Shuren's. He fixed his eyes on her, lifted a rose to his lips, and kissed it gently. Xia Shuren's heart fluttered as she gazed at him, entranced. Chi Yu slightly tilted his eyes, maintaining his gaze, and in a crouched position, reached out to caress the girl's calf, kneading it up and down while teasingly saying, "Thank you, sister." The girl was dressed in a woolen long skirt, beneath which she wore the sheer black stockings he had gifted her. The sensation of his touch was electrifying. Xia Shuren was startled, resembling a frightened little creature, quickly retreating a couple of steps, her face flushed crimson. Aware of the multitude around them, she silently mouthed the words, indignantly calling him a street rascal, a rogue. Yet, Chi swiftly pulled her back to his side, embracing her as they squatted together. The girl was compelled to lean against his shoulder, and with a languid tone, he remarked, "Why is your face so red? Just a moment ago, you were calling yourself sister, weren't you?" She retaliated by biting him and pushing him away, but alas, her attempts at resistance were futile. All she could do was hug her knees in embarrassment, ignoring him. Chi nudged the pet cage towards her, playfully lifting the chin of the little white rabbit inside. "See, doesn't it resemble you?" Xia Shuren huffed. "Not at all. They are identical," he laughed, feeding the rabbit some vegetable scraps with one hand, while the other mischievously brought food to Xia Shuren's lips, mimicking the sound of opening her mouth. "Good girl." "Ah?" Obediently, Xia Shuren complied, then bit his hand, earnestly declaring, "Delicious." Chi Yu, however, exaggeratedly gasped, "Ouch," his tone reminiscent of a spoiled child. "I was gentle," Xia Shuren retorted, yet instinctively reached for his hand to inspect it, noting that there were no bite marks left behind. Chi Yu chuckled, while Xia Shuren, in a huff, discreetly adjusted her scarf, ensuring only he could see. "I didn't even cry out in pain. Yet you did?" The marks on her neck caught Chi Yu's eye, raising an eyebrow with a mischievous glint. He reached out to touch one of the deepest, purplish-red marks, his voice low and husky, truly beautiful. Leaning closer to her ear, he whispered, "I took a picture last night. Would you like me to send it to you?" Xia Shuren quickly concealed her neck, shooting him a fierce glare as she stood up, exclaiming, "No, keep it for yourself, you weirdo." He was incorrigible. Chi rose as well, suppressing a smile. "All right, I shall appreciate it thoroughly." Xia Shuren linked her arm with his, urging him to walk on and refrain from uttering any more lewd remarks. Upon returning to the car, Xia Shuren took it upon herself to cradle the fish tank, ensuring it remained intact amidst the vehicle's jolts. She quietly pouted at the little fish inside, mimicking their bubble-blowing antics. Noticing her enthusiasm, Chi Yu smiled, first placing the rose she had given him in a safe spot, then searching for nearby vegetable markets on his phone. Despite having lived in Haicheng for many years, he had never once visited a market. Xia Shuren glanced at him, exclaiming, "Could it be that the young master has never set foot in a vegetable market?" Chi Yu cleared his throat softly, maintaining his gaze on his phone. "What shall we purchase later?" Seizing the opportunity to tease Chi Yu, Xia Shuren particularly wished to jest a bit more, inquiring whether the young master could distinguish between winter melons and wax gourds. However, reconsidering, she decided against it, as her knowledge of vegetables paled in comparison to his. When they were together, he was the one who prepared their meals. As she clutched the fish box, Xia Shuren recited the recipe on her phone. "Let me see. We need to prepare shrimp and tofu, winter melon with clams, pork rib and corn soup, yam and red date porridge, and finally, Christian carp soup." Abruptly halting, she patted the fish box, murmuring, "Fear not, dear brother Christian. It is not you I am referring to, my sweet child." Chi Yu interjected, "Wait a moment. Whom did you just call a sweet child? You've never called me that before. You actually addressed a fish?" Xia Shuren sighed in exasperation. "I can't even refer to myself as sister. If I call you sweet child, you would surely behead me. Chiyu ceased his previous activity, his gaze firmly fixed upon her. I don't care. You must say it now. Xia Shuran feigned helplessness. What is the matter? Chiyu was resolute. I want to hear it, hurry. With no way to escape, Xia Shuran relented. All right, sweet child, is that sufficient? Absurdly, she found herself feeling jealous over a fish. Content, Chiyu smiled, while Xia Shuran muttered childish. An idea struck her, and she continued. Should we omit the Christian carp soup? Although the internet claims this dish greatly aids in recovery for patients, your grandfather raises fish. Wouldn't it be inappropriate for us to cook one? Chiyu chuckled. My grandfather adores fish, braised, steamed, or sweet and sour. He is not picky, so no need to worry about him. Xia Shuran hesitated. All right then. Silently, she clutched the fish box tighter. Golden baby, do take care of yourselves. Approximately 10 minutes later, they arrived at the vegetable market. The market during the new year was not as lively as the flower, bird, and fish markets. However, essential ingredients could still be procured. Yet, the vegetable market lacked organized parking. Those in need of a parking space had to search for any available gaps. At this moment, Xia Shuran suddenly realized a pressing concern. Who on earth drives a Rolls-Royce to buy vegetables? What if the car gets scratched or dented? The market is an unforgiving place. Chiyu appeared to be oblivious to the local customs, unusually flustered. Xia Shuran felt as though she were hallucinating. She could see a wave of melancholy wash over Chiyu's expression. Wife, what should we do? This car was a hard-earned couple's edition, and he certainly did not wish for it to be damaged. Chapter 67. Brother teaches you how to kiss. Xia Shuran greatly appreciated the rare moments when Chiyu displayed vulnerability. Despite being aware that this fade served as a prelude to his subsequent overindulgence, allowing him to inch forward with audacity, she found herself irresistibly drawn to it. Once Chiyu discerned this aspect of her nature, it became an infallible tactic. Indeed, within mere seconds, she unbuckled her seatbelt, leaned in, and gently placed a kiss upon him. With an exquisitely tender tone, she proposed, I'll help you back down. Just follow my instructions, and then reverse, all right? In that fleeting moment, Chiyu suddenly grasped the allure of inter-sibling romance. The effect of a man feigning innocence on a woman was remarkably potent. He nuzzled her nose affectionately, and before he could utter any sweet nothings like thank you, my dear, the girl initiated another kiss. Chiyu raised an eyebrow, keeping his eyes open as he gazed down at her, meticulously observing the way she kissed. Her eyes fluttered shut, her lashes casting delicate shadows, her lips brushing against his with an innocent purity. Even after all this time, she still lacked proficiency in kissing. Chiyu narrowed his eyes, his large hand traversing to the nape of her neck, drawing her closer as he took the lead, deepening the kiss with fervor. His low, husky voice emerged between their lips. How can you be a proper sister with such inadequate skills, my dear? He teasingly nibbled on her lips, a hint of mischief sparkling in his gaze. Let me teach you how to kiss, and then you can return the favor, all right? Xia Shuran playfully pushed against his shoulder, perceiving his jest as rather foolish. When she saw him grinning languidly as she exited the vehicle in a huff, Chiyu chuckled. Then you might as well embrace being my little sister. Xia Shuran ignored him, realizing that if she didn't claim the vacant seat beside her, they might soon be outdone by an elderly lady selling eggs or a gentleman peddling vegetables. She gestured to Chiyu, indicating a right rear maneuver. Slowly back up. There's a fixed circular shield here. Be careful not to scrape it. To his credit, Chiyu demonstrated remarkable driving skills during his driving test. He had excelled in the reverse parking section with flying colors. It was evident that he was particularly cautious this time, taking twice as long as usual. Standing at the rear wall of the parking space, Xia Shuran directed him with gestures, and he followed her instructions precisely. Eventually, the rear of the car halted just before her. Chiyu stepped out to inspect the surroundings, his forehead creasing with concern. To the left sat a dilapidated Wuling Hongwang, its paint peeling away, while to the right was a tricycle, the cargo box adorned with what appeared to be unidentifiable solidified substances resembling chicken or duck droppings. The stench wafted intermittently, comparable to the unpleasant aroma of snail noodles permeating the air. Xia Shuran found the situation entirely acceptable. whereas Chiyu had maintained a grim expression since exiting the vehicle. She approached and linked her arm through his, reassuring him. Finding a parking spot is quite commendable. Besides, it's the new year. There aren't too many people around. During regular times, you wouldn't even be able to smell duck droppings. They'd be tucked away near the sewers, and then you truly understand what a biochemical weapon feels like. Chiyu squinted his eyes and, with a hint of annoyance, lifted her chin. You wouldn't be deceiving me, would you? Intentionally bringing me to this place as retribution for making you cry 3 times last night? I would be the fool to deceive you. Xia Shuran retorted, playfully kicking his calf. How dare you say that? So you do realize how outrageous you can be. When shall I make you cry 3 times in return? Chiyu raised an eyebrow, gripping her chin and turning her face towards him. You may certainly try, my dear. Xia Shuran lifted her face, a touch of arrogance in her expression. Fine, just you wait. Chiyu narrowed his eyes, knowing she merely spoke without conviction. I've taught you so many times, hey? Xia Shuran exclaimed urgently, leaping to cover his mouth. Chiyu's mouth was notoriously unrestrained, lacking any discretion, utterly shameless. He grasped her hand, smirking. So now you feel embarrassed? He curled his lips. I shall wait. Xia Shuran's face flushed with shame. I was merely speaking idly. Chiyu's tone grew increasingly perilous, and Xia Shuran feared he might bring this up again in the dead of night, leading to further torment. As she pondered, Xia Shuran cast a glance at Chiyu's tall, athletic frame, broad shoulders, defined abs, and masculine waist. Who would dare provoke him? To bully him and not end up mortally wounded would be a stroke of luck. Suddenly, Xia Shuran felt a twinge in her waist, accompanied by a surge of pain. Damn it, look at that, it's become a conditioned reflex. Noticing the girl leaning against him, Chiyu chuckled. Is that all it takes to tire you out? Xia Shuran merely rested her head on his shoulder, silent and feeble. If that's the case, why don't you stay in the car while I go buy the groceries? Xia Shuran sighed in resignation. The pampered young master, one could easily guess, would never set foot in a market. The ingredients in his refrigerator were delivered from upscale supermarkets. You know nothing of the perils of the market, little muggle. Come with me and witness the magic of haggling. Little muggle, you laughed at your service. Chapter 68. A secret confided. Xia Shuran led Chiyu into the bustling market. Before departing, Chiyu cast a lingering glance at the car, his expression tinged with unease. Xia Shuran, too, turned back to glance. The luxury vehicle gleaming in the sun like it was adorned with a layer of shimmering light. In this vibrant, down-to-earth setting, it appeared rather out of place. Reassuring him, Xia Shuran declared, we shall be swift and return shortly. Their primary objective was to procure meat, specifically crucian carp, shrimp, pork ribs, and clams. Xia Shuran navigated the pork stall with ease, negotiating with the vendor for the best cuts. The purple hue and aroma of the pork shop were unfamiliar to Chiyu. He had only ever encountered pre-packaged ingredients and had never witnessed such raw forms of meat. Resting an arm around the girl's shoulders, he remained silent throughout. Observing her deftly haggling over prices, he found this side of her endearing. Xia Shuran, with her charming smile, would sweetly request a discount, and whether it was the aunties or uncles, they would willingly oblige. Chiyu mused, who wouldn't he be smitten by such a delightful and sweet-natured beauty? Yet, she was his, and no one could take her away. Upon completing their purchases, Xia Shuran took the initiative to pay before Chiyu could. Interestingly, she discovered that Chiyu had an unexpected effect on the vendors. His towering stature and stoic demeanor intimidated them, ensuring they weighed everything accurately. Xia Shuran no longer had to scrutinize the scales, which was quite a relief. Noticing her radiant smile, Chiyu playfully squeezed her shoulder, raising an eyebrow. Are you this happy? With one hand carrying all the groceries, including a lively crucian carp thrashing in a plastic bag. He rolled up his sleeves in the warmth of the market, revealing the prominent veins on his forearms. Xia Shuran rose on her toes, wrapping her arms around his neck, prompting him to bend slightly. They struck a casual pose, and with a playful grin, Xia Shuran proclaimed, I hereby declare you have been upgraded from a mere muggle to my little wand. Now, let us venture over to the vegetable section, checking her phone for the recipe. She noted the ingredients: winter melon, corn, yam, and red dates. Oh, do we have rice at home? She pondered aloud. Right, they needed to buy some rice. Qiyu, accustomed to the mundane fare of international student meals, typically relied on quick fixes like frying a few steaks or chicken breasts, paired with slices of bread. Truly, he was surviving on the bare minimum. Xia Shuran once inquired why he didn't indulge in Chinese cuisine. Was it a matter of preference? Qiyu simply replied, I enjoy it, just too lazy to cook. A sudden urge to learn cooking sparked within Xia Shuran. It couldn't be good for Qiyu to eat like this all the time. Approaching a familiar stall, she noticed the vendor, a woman adorned with floral sleeve covers. As Xia Shuran neared, the vendor recognized her and exclaimed, Ah, it's you, Xiaoran. With a sweet smile, Xia Shuran greeted Annie, observing the tall young man beside her. The vendor scrutinized Qiyu. This time, Xia Shuran took the initiative to introduce him. Annie, this is my boyfriend. Qiyu's eyes sparkled with delight as he politely addressed the elderly woman, greeting her with good day, Auntie. The woman repeated her greeting several times, commenting on the young man's handsome appearance before inquiring what Xia Shuran intended to purchase this time. Following her recipe, Xia Shuran recited the items, and the woman swiftly gathered everything. The vegetable selection was efficiently completed at this stall. After settling the bill, Xia Shuran bid farewell to the woman, and Qiyu proactively took the bag from her hands. He carried both the meat and vegetables in one hand while freeing the other to grasp hers. As Xia Shuran recalled that their vehicle was parked outside, she promptly pulled Qiyu along, quickening her pace until they were running. Qiyu adjusted his stride to match her speed, chuckling as he found that merely walking allowed him to keep up with her. Leading slightly ahead, Xia Shuran, breathless yet amused, remarked, Am I running particularly slowly? I've never passed the 800 meters in my life. Leaning closer to him, she whispered, Let me share a secret, but you mustn't tell anyone. Whenever I run, it feels like my chest is about to burst. It hurts terribly. Qiyu laughed heartily at her confession, resting his head on her shoulder in mirth. The two playfully chased each other until they reached the car, relieved to find his beloved vehicle unharmed. Qiyu felt at ease as they made their way back to his apartment, weary from the day's adventures. Xia Shuran longed to lounge on the sofa for a moment, but it wasn't time for rest just yet. She needed to cook, and afterward, they had to rush to the hospital. She had to be home by 12:30, or her mother would surely scold her. Qiyu had already prepared the ingredients in the kitchen when Xia Shuran insisted on cooking. To be honest, he felt a twinge of concern. The girl had never cooked before. Regardless of the taste, he could always call the restaurant for another order. What truly worried him was her clumsiness. He feared she might injure herself or burn herself in the process. His apprehension was overwhelming. The apartment featured an open-concept kitchen with an island. Qiyu stood behind the island, able to see the girl intently studying her recipe on the sofa. He suggested, Perhaps I should handle this. Xia Shuran, momentarily distracted, glanced up at him, noticing that he had shed his windbreaker, now only wearing a black t-shirt. He rolled up one sleeve to his shoulder, revealing the graceful lines of his arm. His pale skin accentuated the subtle definition of his muscles and the faint blue veins beneath, exuding an alluring sensuality that stirred something deep within her. Feeling a sudden shyness, Xia Shuran unwrapped a piece of candy to quell her fluttering emotions. Shaking her head, she insisted, No, I can do it. Qiyu observed her, chewing on the candy, and couldn't shake the feeling that she seemed rather unreliable. Are you certain? He asked, his skepticism evident. Chapter 69. Brother Seeks. Some favor. Xia Shuran meticulously compiled several recipes into her phone's notes for convenience. She unwrapped another piece of lemon candy and trotted over to the island counter, offering it to Qiyu. With a soft and sweet voice, she coaxed him, Brother, ah. Qiyu, with a mischievous glint in his eyes, teasingly licked the girl's fingertip before taking the pale, yellow lemon candy into his mouth. Xia Shuran felt her ears flush with warmth, feigning calmness. All right, you can go rest now. I'll take charge of the cooking. The girl playfully nudged him aside, and Qiyu, intrigued by what she might concoct, merely raised an eyebrow and allowed her to easily push him away. However, he remained close, wanted to watch over her and avert any potential mishaps. Xia Shuran held her phone to glance at the recipe while casually familiarizing herself with the kitchen. A simple yet elegant pendant light hung from the ceiling above the island. The kitchen was adorned in a uniform deep gray tone, with all the utensils sourced from a singular high-end brand, showcasing an integrated design. The stove featured multiple independent burners, allowing for the preparation of several dishes simultaneously. Adjacent to it were built-in ovens, steamers, and microwaves, with hidden storage cabinets below. Upon opening one, Xia Shuran discovered an array of tableware and kitchen tools, all at her disposal. In contrast, Qiyu typically relied on a single frying pan to fulfill his daily culinary needs. Perhaps that's why he often joked about how poorly equipped a student he was. Xia Shuran seriously retrieved several pots and bowls, then ventured into the ingredients section to rummage about. The playful exploration brought back memories reminiscent of childhood games. Qiyu leaned against the island, one hand propping him up, smiling languidly. When did our little chef begin her endeavors? Hearing Qiyu's remark, Xia Shuran mustered her courage and reached for the bag containing the crucian carp. The fish, still lively, flailed its tail vigorously as soon as she touched the plastic bag, startling her into retreat behind Qiyu, who found amusement in her fright. Qiyu wrapped his arm around her waist, playfully patting her rear. "Shall I assist you, dear sister?" Xia Shuran nestled into his chest, nodding fervently like a chick pecking at grains. Qiyu lifted her chin, leaning closer, their warm breaths mingling. "Darling, your brother seeks some favor." Enveloped in his embrace, Xia Shuran succumbed to a passionate kiss, his large hands exploring her body. Seemingly particularly enamored with her legs today, he lifted her onto the island for easier access to her thighs, continuing to kiss her. Her legs dangled on either side of his waist, shoes discarded on the floor, exposing her delicate feet clad in sheer black stockings, shyly brushing against his pants. Qiyu's hands were substantial, capable of enveloping her knees entirely, extending down to her calves, allowing him to playfully manipulate her legs. Xia Shuran found herself unable to withstand his caresses. The warmth of his palm ignited a fire within her. Qiyu indulged in the kiss until he was satisfied, gently pressing his thumb against her swollen lips before finally releasing her. In a daze, Xia Shuran struggled to regain her composure. She buried her face in the man's shoulder, evading his gaze. Qiyu, accommodating her, gently caressed her head, patiently waiting for her to regain her composure. When the girl finally revealed her face, Qiyu leaned down to kiss the tip of her nose, softly coaxing her. "Are you all right, my dear?" Xia Shuran, feeling a bit shy, nodded. Qiyu then bent down to retrieve her slippers, crouching to assist the girl in putting them on, mischievously tickling the soles of her feet in the process. The girl giggled, and Qiyu lifted her down, prompting her to hurry and wash her hands so she could begin preparing the meal. She followed him to the bathroom, where Qiyu raised an eyebrow, observing her as she stood beside him. Xia Shuran, in a soft voice, offered, "Let me help you wash." With that, she turned on the faucet at the sink, taking hold of Qiyu's hands, first wetting them before applying soap. Qiyu, with a relaxed smile, leaned against the sink, surrendering his hands to her as he watched her curiously. Her fingers slipped between his, the repetitive motion feeling oddly misplaced, yet she remained blissfully unaware. As Qiyu's gaze darkened with desire, he suppressed it, aware that time was short and they needed to head to the hospital. When she finished washing his hands, Qiyu felt as if his very soul had been elevated. The two returned to the kitchen, where Qiyu was tasked with preparing the fish, albeit with little skill, relying on a video on his phone to manage. Xia Shuran began by boiling the pork ribs in hot water, skimming off the foam. From there, she took charge of the cooking, while Qiyu recited the recipe, reminding her of the quantities of seasoning and when to adjust the heat. The final dish was a winter melon with clams. As Xia Shuran stood by the sink, meticulously washing each clamshell, Qiyu approached from behind, wrapping his arms around her slender waist. She could distinctly feel his body pressed against her back. Xia Shuran's cheeks flushed, and she playfully nudged his shoulder with the back of her head, chiding him for being in her way. Qiyu leaned closer, his voice low as he whispered, "Let me help you wash." Chapter 70. No touching. The girl wore a fitted sweater. Her slender back and the curves of her waist formed a striking contrast. While cooking, she styled her long hair into a low bun, with a few strands cascading delicately beside her face, embodying a blend of innocence and a touch of mature femininity. Paired with her attire, she resembled a sensuous yet gentle wife, exuding an irresistible allure to men. Chi Yu's hands began to wander restlessly as he embraced her from behind, his fingers tracing the seductive hourglass curve of her sides. However, at that moment, what captivated Chi Yu the most was the girl's delicate and fair neck. Typically, she wore her hair down, rarely exposing the nape of her neck. He gazed down, noticing the bite mark he had left, which now bore a hint of crimson and was slightly swollen, a consequence of having bitten down too hard the previous night. Chi Yu lowered his head and gently kissed the mark, unable to resist the urge to lick it with his tongue. The girl shivered slightly and playfully chastised him for being annoying. At such times, teasing her could lead to more than just playful banter. Chi Yu continued to kiss her neck, alternating between biting and licking the soft flesh nestled within her collarbone. The sensation of his warm tongue gliding over her skin sent tremors through her, causing her to lean back slightly against his shoulder, seeking closeness. Amidst their playful intimacy, she caught his mischievous hands and whispered, "No touching, it hurts from your squeezing." Chi Yu smirked, his expression a blend of mischief and affection. He tightened his embrace, his heated breath tickling her ear as he murmured, "All right, brother won't touch." She pressed his hand into the sink, playfully placing a clam in his palm. Her tone teasingly whimsical, "Wash it." Chi Yu affectionately kissed the tip of her ear, resignedly starting to wash the clams alongside her. This position allowed him to tease her with splashes of water, prompting her to laugh and scold him for being childish, yet ultimately finding herself nestled against his chest. Their playful water fight filled the kitchen with light-hearted laughter, painting them as the most juvenile couple in the world. After overcoming numerous challenges, the dishes destined for her grandmother were finally complete. Chi Yu held several thermal containers while Xia Shuran carefully placed each dish and a bowl of congee inside. These meals were intended solely for her grandmother, as others visiting would have already dined before arriving. Chi Yu then returned to the kitchen to prepare lunch for the two of them, consisting of steak and eggs accompanied by a few leafy greens. Xia Shuran pouted, wondering what she was truly expecting. However, preparing a light Chinese meal proved to be quite a challenge. The seemingly simple dishes designed for patients' nutritional needs turned out to be particularly laborious. Yet, both Chi Yu and she shared a preference for lighter flavors. Given Chi Yu's busy schedule with work and studies, he lacked the time to master the art of Chinese cooking, making his inability entirely understandable. Noticing the girl deep in thought, seemingly lost in contemplation, she hardly touched the food on her plate. Chi Yu assumed she had grown weary of his haphazard Western cuisine. He gently stroked her head and suggested, "Perhaps next time I could explore ways to simplify Chinese cooking." Shan Shuran rested her cheek against his shoulder and replied, "Brother, let us study it together." Chapter 71. I cherish you most. On their way to the hospital, Chi Yu received a call from his father. Xia Shuran, seated in the passenger seat, perked up her ears to listen to the conversation on the other end. It was likely an inquiry about their departure and estimated arrival time. Chi Yu's father's voice was notably serious, deep and resonant, exuding authority. However, Xia Shuran could discern a relaxed undertone in his demeanor. Chi Yu provided a rough estimate of their arrival, and the call concluded. Noticing that the girl seemed somewhat anxious, taking quiet, deep breaths, Chi Yu reached over to gently ruffle her hair, reassuring her, "Don't be afraid. I'm here." Xia Shuran grasped his hand. His comfort had a slight effect, though not significantly. The thought of meeting his parents made her nerves spiral out of control. Before leaving, she had meticulously checked her outfit and makeup repeatedly. She confirmed her appearance with Chi Yu countless times. Long hair, subtle makeup, a light woolen coat. Asking, "Is this appropriate? Do I seem like a good girl? Will I be well received by the elders?" Chi Yu embraced her from behind, kissing the tip of her ear. "What do you mean by like?" "My darling is the epitome of a good girl." He breathed warmly near her ear, "The good baby that I adore the most." Xia Shuran felt almost overwhelmed with anxiety, her fingers trembling slightly, while Chi Yu appeared thoroughly amused by her flustered state. How irritating. Chi Yu parked the car in a serene rural area. The hospital was situated in the outskirts, a private establishment belonging to the Chi family. Xia Shuran followed him out of the vehicle. Chi Yu carried a fish box and a thermal lunch container, leaving him with only a compact tea set. Xia Shuran took it upon herself to collect the tea set, which Chi Yu had arranged to be delivered. She was unsure how he had managed it, but the tea set was indeed of high quality. Custom ordering something like this would likely be far more complicated. One of the tea pets, a wooden carving of a piccio, was crafted by contemporary master, one she had encountered in her Italian textbooks. As Xia Shuran walked alongside Chiyu down a narrow path flanked by dense thickets, a few taller trees released droplets of melting snow. The collar of her turtleneck sweater nearly dipped into the icy water, sending a shiver through her. She glanced at Chiyu's attire, noting some snow had settled on his jacket, which he still wore. She brushed it off for him, casually asking, "With you dressed this way, and me in this coat, do I look a bit older?" The coat was suited for a slightly more mature woman, while Chiyu's outfit exuded youthful vigor. In less than 5 minutes, Xia Shuren caught sight of the hospital building ahead. Her heart raced, gripping Chiyu's arm. She asked once more, "How does my makeup look? Is my hair all right?" For the 100th time that day, Chiyu replied, "You look beautiful, very obedient. I absolutely adore it." The girl pouted, "What does your opinion matter? It's your family's approval that counts." With his hands occupied, Chiyu leaned in, resting his forehead against hers, playfully nudging her cheek with his nose like a playful cub. His low voice carried a hint of tenderness, proclaiming, "What matters most is that I like you. Nothing else holds greater significance." The devout and gentle expression on the youth's face presented the most vivid hues in this desolate, wintry realm. Xia Shuran cherished that glance for many years. So much so that, years into their marriage, when Chiyu embraced her in a wrought tan chair and playfully inquired when she felt the most captivated by him, she responded, "It was at that moment." The fervent heart of that young man would forever occupy the first place in her affections. As Chiyu led her into the hospital lobby, the front desk staff seemed to recognize him and promptly approached. To Xia Shuren's surprise, the employees displayed an unusual level of respect towards her, leaving her feeling somewhat uneasy. Unbeknownst to her, after they entered the elevator to the ward, the staff began to converse about her. "This is my first time meeting the wife of Director Chi. She has such a pleasing appearance. Did you see how sweetly she smiled just now? She compliments young Master Chi perfectly. Seeing them together feels like a cleansing of the eyes." The hospital room was situated on a mid-level floor, as Chiyu's grandmother preferred not to reside on the higher levels. Upon exiting the elevator, Xia Shuran halted abruptly just a few steps away from the ward, her eyes brimming with tears as she looked up at Chiyu. He smiled indulgently, answering for the 101st time, "I like you." What she longed for him to say was that her father would approve, that her grandmother would be fond of her, that her grandfather would be pleased. He was aware of all this, yet he refrained from saying so, for the girl only needed to know that his affection was sufficient. From that moment onward, he would be her greatest source of strength. Chapter 72. The bride is settled. Chiyu gently tapped 3 times on the hospital room door, which opened from the inside to reveal his father. "Dad," Chiyu greeted. His father's piercing gaze fell upon Xia Shuran, who, caught off guard, froze under the intensity of his hawk-like eyes. Chiyu stifled a laugh, recognizing this as his father's usual demeanor, albeit with an unusual hint of warmth. Nevertheless, it startled the girl. Inwardly, Chiyu chided his father, "Old Chi, this stern face of yours, look what it has wrought." The remaining words were voiced by his grandmother, a spirited and slightly mischievous tone resonating from within the room. "Why is it so quiet at the door? Who frightened my granddaughter-in-law?" Chiyu's father closed his eyes momentarily, appearing somewhat resigned. "Mother." At this moment, Xia Shuran finally thawed. Hastily bowing and greeting Chiyu's father with "Hello, uncle," he responded, a faint smile flickering across his face. Chiyu found it amusing. It seemed his father had received a lecture from his grandmother recently. He felt a rush of joy, recalling how he had relished his father's misfortunes at the hands of his grandmother when he was younger. This was one of the few pleasures he had apart from attending a few sports classes and successfully investing in leading stocks. His grandmother eagerly sat up, exclaiming, "Come in quickly. Let me see my precious granddaughter-in-law." His grandfather chuckled as he assisted her. "All right, no one is going anywhere." Chiyu's father promptly stepped aside, signaling Chiyu and Xia Shuran to enter first. As Xia Shuran followed Chiyu inside, her first impression was that the hospital room was remarkably spacious. The private room boasted 2 large windows, allowing ample natural light, though the trees outside stood bare without leaves. Oh, the dreaded winter. All necessary amenities were present, including a washroom, shower, and even a living room and kitchenette, resembling a small apartment. Grandmother's bed was positioned by the window. Xia Shuran beheld a vivacious elderly lady with a kind demeanor, undoubtedly a beauty in her youth. Seated beside her was her grandfather, tall and cheerful. The elderly lady immediately beckoned Xia Shuran over, warmly calling, "Come here, dear. Let me have a look." As Chi Yu entered, he set down what he was carrying and wrapped his arms around Xia Shuran, gently patting her to ease her nerves. His reassuring gaze imbued Xia Shuran with courage. She approached, and the elderly lady took her hand, exclaiming how radiant she was and inviting her to sit beside her. Clearly delighted, adding, "You are even more beautiful than the photo little you showed me." Xia Shuran, slightly taken aback, stole a glance at Chi Yu, who wore a lazy smile. So, he had shared her photo with his family. The atmosphere was harmonious, and Chi Yu's family treated her with warmth. Even his typically reserved father conveyed kindness. All of Xia Shuran's prior anxieties melted away, proving to be mere figments of her imagination. After enjoying the meal, grandmother praised the flavors and urged both grandfather and Chi Yu's father to sample it as well. Chi Yu stood by, extolling the virtues of the dishes, and the golden fish and tea set garnered everyone's approval. Xia Shuran marveled at how seamlessly her first encounter with his family unfolded. Grandmother remarked that this visit to the hospital was not formal. She suggested that both families should find time to meet. She also presented Xia Shuran with a jade bracelet. Taken aback, Xia Shuran glanced at Chi Yu, who was equally astonished, yet he nodded reassuringly at her. Yielding to her grandmother's wishes, Xia Shuran allowed the bracelet to be placed on her wrist. It felt heavy, somewhat cold, yet smooth against her skin. At that moment, Chi Yu turned his gaze towards his father, who maintained a serene expression. In an instant, Chi Yu comprehended that the elders had made a decision without his knowledge. The bracelet belonged to his grandmother, which his father had given to her, and she was now bestowing it upon Kiara. This signified an implicit acknowledgement of her as a prospective daughter-in-law. Chi Yu mused that his father must have investigated Kiara thoroughly, as it was only after being personally convinced of her worthiness that such a decision was made. Subsequently, Chi Yu's father retained him, instructing Chi Yu to ask the girl to wait for him in the lounge. He would return shortly. Chi Yu first inquired, "Dad, what is this about?" His father replied, "Knowing your character, since you like her and her family is respectable, the only concern regarding the company has already been addressed. What more is there to discuss?" Chi Yu hesitated. "Dad, are you not upset? You are referring to that pharmaceutical company?" "Indeed," his father replied nonchalantly. "A trivial sum. Consider it a gift to her family. After some time, both families will meet." Noticing Chi Yu's uncertain expression, his father narrowed his eyes. "Don't tell me you can't handle her parents?" Chi Yu cleared his throat, feeling slightly anxious. While he could navigate his interactions with the girl effortlessly, he found it challenging to conceal his feelings in front of his father. After all, it was his first encounter with her family, and his affection for her made him apprehensive about the possibility of failure. His father chuckled, "Prepare well. Do not bring shame to the Chi family. It's better to settle this soon. Once that is secured, your career will flourish." Chi Yu felt a surge of happiness. Having held back his emotions for so long, he finally expressed his gratitude. "Thank you." The father-son duo seldom exchanged sentimental words. Chi Yu's father waved him off, urging him to hurry. Xia Shuran sat on a leather chair in the lounge, watching as the wind outside began to pick up, uncertain whether it would snow again. On the small round table in front of her, a receptionist had delivered hot black tea, wisps of steam rising from the cup. Xia Shuran gazed at the jade bracelet in her hand, her other hand resting nervously on her knee. Her heart was still fluttering with anxiety. The jade bracelet was a vivid, translucent green, exquisitely crafted, exuding an aura of purity and elegance. Xia Shuran hesitated to touch it, her hand hovering near her leg, fearing she might inadvertently press against the bracelet on her wrist. Lost in thought, she suddenly spotted Chi Yu's silhouette emerging from the hospital corridor. Overjoyed, Xia Shuran promptly stood up to greet him. A smile radiated from Chi Yu's eyes as he embraced her gently, murmuring, "Good girl." Chapter 73. People can be quite compliant. Xia Shuran glanced at the time. It was already 11 minutes past 12. She had promised to be home by 12:30. Chiyu's driving speed had noticeably increased, and Xia Shuren inquired about the jade bracelet. Chiyu smirked with a hint of mischief, stating that she was already the daughter-in-law of the Qi family. A tumult of emotions surged within Xia Shuren, leaving her in turmoil. Noticing the girl's dazed expression, she cautiously raised her hand adorned with the jade bracelet. Chiyu chuckled, tousling her hair, urging her to feel no pressure and to regard it merely as an ordinary piece of jewelry. Xia Shuren bit her lip, thinking it impossible. She was too hesitant to even move her hand. Upon arriving at her home, Chiyu cradled her face and gently kissed her forehead. Xia Shuren heard him mention that he had to rush to the capital that night for work. His eyes gleamed with warmth as he promised, "I will return on the 8th to meet your parents. Wait for me." Xia Shuren's eyes glistened with unshed tears. She couldn't bear to part with him. Tightly wrapping her arms around his waist and burying her face in his shoulder, her soft voice tinged with a hint of sorrow. "After finally seeing you, you're leaving again." Chiyu caressed her long hair, reassuring her, "I'll be back soon, my dear." Xia Shuren held him for what felt like an eternity, but time was slipping away. She wiped her tear-stained eyes and, on her tiptoes, took the initiative to kiss his lips. For the first time, she shyly pried open his lips, venturing forward. Chiyu leaned into her, reciprocating and allowing her to take the lead. A smile graced his lips. He was pleased to see her learning the art of kissing. Xia Shuren returned home just in time. Her parents were at the dining table, eating with little enthusiasm. With their daughter absent, they had lost all motivation to prepare a meal. Earlier, her mother had many things to say over the phone, but now she called Xia Shuren to stand before the dining table and listen closely. Xia Shuren's father, adopting the role of the peacemaker, quickly interjected when her mother's words grew intense. All right, as long as you're back, wash your hands and eat. I'll cook a couple more dishes." As her father headed to the kitchen, her mother remarked, "I listened to that boy speak. He seems quite compliant. The idea of staying out late was yours, wasn't it?" Xia Shuren could only respond with silence. Seeing her daughter in a state of despondency, her mother continued, "You didn't bully him, did you?" Xia Shuren sighed inwardly. "My boyfriend is a bit of a show-off. What should I do if I want to die?" After that day, Xia Shuren carefully stored the jade bracelet in a velvet box, placing it in the safest spot. She dared not wear it often, fearing it might shatter, and with it, her heart would break. Longing for Chiyu, she sent him messages, but he often replied late at night, by which time she was already asleep, forcing her to respond the next day. Xia Shuren worried he was overexerting himself. "Oh, dear heavens, he is my only boyfriend. Please watch over him." Thus, Xia Shuren maintained a series of sporadic conversations with Chiyu over the next few days, eagerly anticipating the 8th. While Chiyu had not been particularly busy, her parents had begun their preparations days in advance, even making special trips to the mall to purchase new clothes for the occasion. On the day itself, they rose early, bustling about to prepare a lavish spread, having cleaned the house, eagerly awaiting the arrival of their son-in-law. Xia Shuren felt utterly embarrassed to face her father. Even before his arrival, she had already summoned her fiancé. What was more perplexing was her mother's lack of protest. She recalled that her mother had initially disapproved of the match, so how had a mere phone call swayed her? What kind of sorcery had Chiyu employed? At 11 o'clock, the doorbell rang punctually. To be honest, the tension that had been coiled tightly within Xia Shuren instantly relaxed. She had been anxious that Chiyu might arrive late due to work commitments, fearing her parents would misunderstand him. Thankfully, he arrived right on time. Upon reflection, in such critical moments, Chiyu had never faltered. Her mother gave Xia Shuren a light slap, snapping her out of her reverie, urging her to open the door. Xia Shuren dashed to the entrance, taking a deep breath. Suddenly, a wave of nervousness washed over her. Why was she the one feeling anxious about introducing him to her parents? It seemed unfair that she was the one trembling in anticipation. Just before Chiyu could knock again, Xia Shuren opened the door. At first glance, Chiyu greeted her with a radiant smile, leaving her momentarily stunned. She had never seen him smile like that before. His entire demeanor appeared transformed. He was no longer as imposing or fierce. Although his features still bore a cool intensity, they seemed considerably softened. Upon recognizing her, Chiyu immediately ceased smiling and raised an eyebrow playfully. This shift in expression could easily earn him the title of a master of disguise. Xia Shuran shot him an annoyed glance. It seemed he possessed multiple personas. Qiyu entered, carrying a bag brimming with gifts, and casually remarked, "Darling, are you not going to let me in?" Xia Shuran pouted and stepped aside, softly scolding him for being bothersome. He appeared somewhat disappointed that it was not her parents who had opened the door. In the midst of his busy schedule, Qiyu had practiced a sincere smile in front of the mirror, ready to greet Xia's parents. Little did he expect it would be his little bunny who answered the door, rendering his carefully crafted expression a wasted effort. Chapter 74. A visit to the bar. At this moment, Xia's father and mother approached with warmth, eagerly accepting the items from Qiyu's hands. Qiyu donned a charming smile, his voice sweetly obedient as he greeted uncle, aunt. In a corner, Xia Shuran felt an overwhelming sense of discomfort. At the dinner table, he carried on in the same manner, toasting her father while discussing future financial developments, and engaging her mother in conversation about civil service examinations and recent trends in career placements. No matter the topic her parents introduced, Qiyu seamlessly responded, showcasing himself as a veritable polymath. Consequently, Xia Shuran found herself portrayed as a mere underachiever, subjected to her parents' open admonishments at the table. "Shuran, you ought to learn from Qiyu. How can two peers differ so greatly?" Xia Shuran thought to herself. "Excuse me, how is it that Qiyu, who has only been in our home for a few minutes, is already being referred to as little Qiyu?" The dinner felt agonizingly stifling. At the table, her activities were limited to furtively picking at her food, while she was taken aback by Qiyu's seemingly perfect demeanor. Yet, her elders were thoroughly charmed by this act. This led to her parents' perception of Qiyu remaining firmly fixed on the notion of him being exceptionally considerate, mature, and sincere. "Shuran, you should truly cherish him. Mature. Sincere. Who are you talking about? Qiyu?" Xia Shuran internally scoffed, asserting that even if these descriptors were applied to a mere paramecium, they would be more fitting than for Qiyu. Thus, after just one visit, Qiyu had nearly secured her parents' approval. As the family bid farewell to him, Xia's father, slightly inebriated, repeatedly referred to him as son-in-law right in front of Qiyu. With his thick skin, Qiyu accepted it without a hint of embarrassment. As the door closed, Qiyu discreetly raised an eyebrow at Xia Shuran, his expression radiating smugness, as if his tail were poised to soar into the heavens. Xia Shuran, hiding in a corner, pressed her finger to her cheek and made a face at him. That evening, as Xia's parents organized the gifts Qiyu had brought, they soon realized their extravagant value. Rare fruits, gold and silver jewelry, Maotai liquor. The total of food, drink, and other items easily exceeded 200,000. Xia Shuran watched, her heart racing in trepidation. Her mother, armed with a calculator, tallied each item's price, and with each addition, Xia Shuran felt her heart tighten. Desperate to maintain her composure, she had previously warned Qiyu against extravagant gifts, but she had forgotten that this privileged young master had a vastly different perception of money. When questioned, he would merely respond, "It's just 200,000, pocket change." With no other option, Xia Shuran had to fabricate a story for her parents, claiming that he placed great importance on this visit, and thus made every effort to present the finest gifts. As she spoke, she pinched her own flesh, reminding herself to suppress any laughter. Her parents believed her, resulting in an even more favorable impression of Qiyu. To Xia Shuran's astonishment, they began discussing dowries in her presence. They declared that to compensate Qiyu, the Xia family would cover the expenses for the house and car. After all, with the company sold and newfound wealth in hand, they could not possibly shortchange their only beloved daughter and her future husband. As Xia Shuran felt a twinge at her temple, unable to endure the conversation any longer, she rose with a bittersweet smile and retreated to her room. The holiday had passed in a blur. Qiyu had departed for the capital ahead of schedule, leaving Xia Shuran to fly solo. Upon her arrival at the dormitory, she found the other three already gathered. The moment Jiang Xiaoya spotted her, she exclaimed with delight and rushed over to embrace Xia Shuran, fervently expressing her longing for her idol. Xia Shuran affectionately patted her head. Jiang Xiaoya had brought an array of local delicacies to share, and as the four of them indulged in these treats and sipped on the beer purchased by Chen Feifei, Laughter and chatter filled the air. They exchanged amusing anecdotes from the holiday season, and inevitably, the conversation drifted to the increased academic burdens of the upcoming semester. They lamented the multitude of early morning classes that loomed ahead, bracing themselves for the harsh reality of rising early once more. Seizing the moment, Chun Fei, slightly inebriated, proposed an excursion to a bar for some revelry, a final celebration before the arduous days ahead. Jiang Xiaoya, having never visited a bar before, eagerly nodded in anticipation, while Su Yao also voiced her agreement. All eyes turned to Xia Shuran, who felt a pang of embarrassment. If Qiyu were to discover her venture into a bar, it would spell trouble. However, Qiyu seemed to have recently assumed a significant position and had been exceedingly busy with social engagements, so perhaps her absence would go unnoticed. Most importantly, she did not wish to dampen the spirits of her friends. With a sense of brave resolve, Xia Shuran nodded to the other three, affirming her willingness to join them. Chapter 75. Longing for her, Chun Fei contacted the reservation manager of a bar she frequented to secure a private booth for the evening. The group began to adorn themselves with makeup. Su Yao removed her glasses, and Chun Fei assisted her in putting in colored contact lenses, which proved to be a painful ordeal, prompting Su Yao to cry out in distress. Jiang Xiaoya joined in the fun, seizing a foundation from the table and applying it haphazardly to her face, resulting in a layer of pale powder. Upon closer inspection, Jiang Xiaoya had transformed herself into a character fit for a grand performance. Chun Fei teased her, remarking that if she entered the bar looking like that, others would surely mistake her for a ghost. Their playful banter filled the air, yet none dared to disturb Xia Shuran. During the makeup process, it seemed that every beauty possessed her own sanctum. Xia Shuran sat before the mirror, immersed in her realm, unfazed by the surrounding clamor as she meticulously applied her makeup. After applying a light touch of cosmetics, she gazed at her reflection and felt an unexpected sense of weariness towards her current appearance, as if it had lingered for too long. Perhaps it was time for a change? An impulsive thought crossed her mind. Why not try curling her hair? As she contemplated this, uncertainty gripped her, and she instinctively reached for her phone to consult Qiyu, regardless of whether he could respond promptly. After considering her words, she sent him a message. "Do you think I should curl my hair?" To her surprise, Qiyu replied in less than half a minute. "Have you arrived at school?" Followed by, "Did you forget to inform me again?" Xia Shuran felt a flush of embarrassment. She had merely been slightly tipsy from her earlier drinks. Nonetheless, she couldn't shake the feeling that Qiyu's insistence on her reporting every detail was an undue exploitation of her independence. After all, he never divulged where he was during his work hours. Why should he expect her to report every movement? It felt as though he regarded her as a subordinate, and she was on the verge of rebellion. "Then where are you now? You should tell me," Xia Shuran retorted. Qiyu leaned back in his office chair, appearing somewhat fatigued. "At the company, just finished a meeting." He recalled the girl, envisioning her puffed cheeks and irritated expression. A smirk tugged at his lips as he added, "If I'm not at the company, I'm on my way to discuss a project. If you're worried, I'll send you the locations of my meetings." Xia Shuran quickly agreed, challenging him to a bet, insisting he must not back out. Otherwise, he would face dire consequences. Qiyu's eyes sparkled with amusement, tinged with a hint of mischief. He longed to pull the girl onto his lap, embrace her tightly, and shower her with kisses. How he missed her! This moment of levity was one of the rare instances of respite for Qiyu amidst a tumultuous period. Recent investment decisions had not yielded the anticipated profits, and he held himself to an exceedingly high standard, while others around him harbored immense expectations, leaving no room for error. The pressure loomed over him like an insurmountable mountain, making it difficult to breathe. His current state of mind echoed the feeling he experienced as a child when he first ventured into the secondary market and faced losses. Feeling insignificant and inadequate, he was burdened with numerous responsibilities and an abundance of weaknesses to address. The position of CEO still felt precarious, with many seasoned employees beneath him questioning his authority. Ultimately, it is the youth and inexperience that constrain him. The complexities of the market are far from the simplicity he envisions. This may indeed be a transformative period from boyhood to manhood. A challenging and solitary path unfolds within his vibrant spirit, one that no one can traverse on his behalf. The wealth amassed over generations by his forebears. The empire they established serves merely as a supportive foundation. The true journey, however, is one he must embark upon alone. He can only advance, carving out his own broad avenue through the thickets of thorns that lie ahead. Xia Shuran exchanged a few words with Qi Yu before he mentioned he had matters to attend to and consented to her curling her hair. He requested that she send him a selfie once it was done, eager to see the result. As Xia Shuran retrieved the curling iron, she took a deep breath before plugging it in. The other three friends, noticing her significant undertaking, gathered around her. Jiang Xiaoye, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Goddess, are you changing your hairstyle? It's bound to look fabulous." Chun Feifei raised an eyebrow and suggested, "Shall I assist you with the curling? I'm quite experienced. I've been curling hair since high school." She continued, "With your face shape, any hairstyle would suit you, but curls paired with bold makeup would be stunning. Your current look is a bit too understated." After considering Chun Feifei's advice and completing the intricate curling process, Xia Shuran deepened the hue of her lipstick, transforming it from a delicate pink to a sultry red. The combination of her dark, wavy hair and crimson lips utterly redefined her previous image, leaving her roommates in astonishment. Despite the stylistic change, Xia Shuran's naturally innocent and delicate features remained ever present. With this makeup, she exuded both allure and purity, earning her the title of a pure and desirable beauty on the school forum, an assessment that was far from inaccurate. She had the power to evoke a protective instinct in men while simultaneously stirring a desire to see her in tears. Jiang Xiaoye leaped up and declared, "Goddess, you should have done this long ago. Your previous innocent look was beautiful, but those men only saw you as someone easy to bully. Now, you appear stunningly fierce." Chen Feifei could not help but inwardly scoff at Jiang Xiaoye's remark, thinking, this oaf believes that a brighter shade equates to aggression. Xia Shuran's features were inherently soft and ethereal. No amount of makeup could mask her celestial purity. Yet the bold makeup undeniably enhanced her allure, making her appear vibrant and tempting, causing those insufferable men to only desire to tease her further. Chapter 76. Her little wolf dog Xia Shuran gazed at her reflection in the mirror, oblivious to her roommate's chatter. Her mind was solely preoccupied with thoughts of whether Qi Yu would appreciate her appearance. Consequently, she found herself in a quandary over what to wear. The bar was undoubtedly going to be warm, and shedding her outerwear would reveal her true ensemble. After much deliberation, Xia Shuran ultimately retrieved a white dress, adhering to her usual habits. However, Chun Feifei remarked that if she were to pair the white dress with her current makeup and hairstyle, it would be a futile endeavor. Taking the initiative, she helped Xia Shuran search for an alternative and unearthed a red spaghetti strap dress that was simply perfect. Chun Feifei spread the garment out for comparison and exclaimed, "This dress suits you so well. How come I've never seen you wear it before?" Xia Shuran hesitated, stammering, "But this one has a V-neck. So what if it does?" Chun Feifei insisted, "Just wear it." Internally conflicted, Xia Shuran felt apprehensive about donning anything too revealing due to past rumors that had wounded her confidence. Her mother had also advised her to be more reserved, suggesting that Xia Shuran attracted too much attention and should maintain a lower profile. Yet, in that moment, her resolve began to waver. Perhaps it was the past 6 months of Qi Yu frequently assuring her that he supported her in wearing any style she fancied. As long as she was happy, those words gradually seeped into her thoughts. Dressing should be an expression of freedom, unshackled by the unkind remarks of others. Xia Shuran accepted the red dress from Chun Feifei, her gaze falling to the fabric in her hands as her fingers lightly caressed it. Her mind was a whirlpool of emotions, but she sensed that the shadows within her heart were beginning to lift, revealing a glimmer of light. Overwhelmed with thoughts, she could not make a decision just yet. Perhaps she should let Qi Yu assist her in choosing. She snapped a photo of both the white and red dresses and sent them to Qi Yu with a succinct message. "Choose one." Qi Yu replied, "You would look beautiful in either." Despite her turmoil, Xia Shuran managed a smile. It seemed Qi Yu thrived on teasing her. "Be serious. This matter is quite important to me." Qi Yu responded, "Is it?" Then followed with, "You wouldn't dare wear the red one outside, would you?" she could only muster the courage to wear it in front of Chi-Yu. With a sigh, Xia Shuran thought, "Must you be so blunt?" Chi-Yu continued, "I choose the red one. If you heed my advice, it means my darling has finally come to her senses, and we can celebrate your first day of dressing freely." At last, Xia Shuran beamed with joy. "All right, I understand. You may retreat now." Chi-Yu replied, "I withdraw, and this withdrawal shall last a lifetime," accompanied by a playful meme. Xia Shuran thought to herself, "Chi-Yu must be driven mad by work, resorting to such abstract humor." She changed into the red dress in the dormitory bathroom. As she adjusted the neckline in front of the mirror, she felt a twinge of shyness. Yet she was undeniably taking a brave first step. The red dress featured a V-neck, spaghetti straps, and a fitted waist, accentuating her curves beautifully. As she stepped out of the bathroom, her 3 roommates were left speechless. Xia Shuran felt awkward, almost forgetting how to walk. 3 individuals gathered around her, meticulously attending to her hair and dress, striving for perfection. Xia Shuran did not forget that she still needed to send a selfie to Chi-Yu. She settled in front of her desk, allowing her curls to cascade down her arms. Supporting her face with her hands, she sweetly smiled at the phone camera, playfully winking. Chun Fei observed as Xia Shuran sent the photo, unedited and without filters. "Wow, such a beautiful woman can be so carefree," she thought. Xia Shuran forwarded the picture to Chi-Yu, asking, "What do you think?" However, Chi-Yu did not respond. He had mentioned needing to review some data, likely engrossed in work. Xia Shuran eagerly awaited Chi-Yu's feedback, clutching her phone as she anticipated his message. Even the final moments before entering the bar, she was still checking their chat, but there was no reply. Pouting slightly, she slipped her phone into the pocket of her coat and followed Chun Fei and the others into the bar. Inside the bar, the atmosphere was a stark contrast to the outside world. Traversing the dimly lit corridor illuminated with purple lights, vibrant music enveloped them. Even someone as loud as Jiang Xiaoya had to lean in close for Xia Shuran to hear her clearly. Chun Fei had intentionally arrived at midnight, the peak of the bar's lively ambience, ensuring an enjoyable experience. Xia Shuran felt a surge of anxiety, grappling with a sense of guilt for indulging in revelry away from her beloved little wolf dog. Yet deep down, she silently vowed not to overindulge. Her visits to bars were infrequent, perhaps 5 or 6 times, all during her time in Italy. The idea of going to a bar while dating a boyfriend felt particularly inappropriate. She pondered how she would feel if Chi-Yu were to secretly visit a bar alone. She would undoubtedly be upset. Nevertheless, she knew Chi-Yu disliked such nightlife. Aside from necessary business engagements, he rarely ventured into nightclubs or bars. His preferred method of unwinding leaned more towards outdoor activities, like hiking and climbing. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, her guilt intensified, and she felt an urge to leave immediately. One of her motives for accompanying them to the bar was that both Su Yao and Jiang Xiaoya were first-timers. It was merely an outing with friends, and nothing excessive was likely to occur. Chapter 77. Inebriated. Their booth was situated in close proximity to the dance floor. On their way, Xia Shuran turned down several advances from eager suitors. Upon reaching the booth, Su Yao and Jiang Xiaoya were startled by the raucous revelers on the dance floor. They huddled in the corner of the booth, rendered nearly speechless. Chun Fei teased them, remarking on their earlier enthusiasm to come out, now reduced to silence. The waiter arrived with the drink menu, and Chun Fei urged Xia Shuran to make the first selection. Being mindful of the newcomers and her own desire to limit her intake, Xia Shuran opted for some low-alcohol fruit wines. Chun Fei snatched the menu from her, exclaiming, "We came here to have fun. What are you ordering?" With a sweeping gesture to the waiter, she commanded, "Bring us 2 bottles of whiskey." Xia Shuran, unable to dissuade her, sighed in resignation. "Will we even finish that? The main drinkers are just us 2. Undeterred, Chun Fei declared, "We shan't return sober." Within 5 minutes of entering the bar, the atmosphere had already become lively. Xia Shuran resolved to remove her outerwear. The lights in the bar were dim, yet Xia Shuran radiated a glow that drew attention from the men nearby. Chun Fei repeatedly deflected numerous advances on her behalf, even before their drinks had arrived. A plethora of expensive bottles had accumulated on their table, nearly filling the short space. The waitstaff informed them that someone had sent a drink for the lady in red. Chun Feifei glanced at Xia Shuran, her expression seemingly questioning. Is this how you present yourself when you go out? Xia Shuran pressed her lips together, murmuring for discretion. Chun Feifei picked up one of the expensive bottles and asked, So, Xia Shuran, shall we drink or not? If we do, Xia Shuran had encountered such scenarios before and was well prepared. She promptly replied, Of course we shall not drink. Accepting drinks from others often leads to unwelcome obligations. Chun Feifei then beckoned Jiang Xiaoya and Su Yao over, teaching them how to play dice. The trio began to drink, becoming increasingly spirited. Gradually, the two newcomers adapted to the bar's atmosphere and started to enjoy themselves. Xia Shuran intentionally moderated her consumption, sipping her fruit wine slowly. She avoided raising her gaze, knowing that making eye contact with men would inevitably lead to unwanted conversations. Jiang Xiaoya, her face flushed from drinking, insisted that Xia Shuran join in the games. Reluctantly, Xia Shuran played a few rounds with them. During this time, Chun Feifei danced with a man on the floor. And soon after, Su Yao could no longer resist the allure of the dance floor. Jiang Xiaoya attempted to pull Xia Shuran along, but she shook her head in refusal. Alone in the booth, one would expect her to be besieged by admirers. Surely those who had previously sent drinks would want to approach her. Yet, to her surprise, she found herself comfortably sipping her fruit wine, relishing the solitude. Unbeknownst to her, someone on the second floor captured her image and sent it to Chi Yu. Lu Qian squinted, chuckling softly. Are you too engrossed in work to notice your wife is out having fun alone? But don't worry, I'll keep an eye on her. Chi Yu did not respond. He was preoccupied with investment matters, engaged in socializing at a club, leaving little time to check his phone. The phone nestled within her coat vibrated for over half a minute before Xia Shuran took notice. As she picked it up, she found it to be an unfamiliar number. She answered, and a clear, youthful male voice resonated from the other end. Miss Chiara? Instinctively, she grasped the edge of her garment, realizing that the only individuals who knew her by that name were her Italian classmates, and of course, Chi Yu. No, wait, there was also his assistant. With uncertainty, she responded, Ming? It's me, came the reply. Xia Shuran was at a loss as to why he was calling her, a sense of apprehension stirring within her. After all, the ambient noise around her was quite raucous, and Ming was Chi Yu's assistant. If he happened to discover her presence in a bar and then reported it back to Chi Yu, the repercussions could be dire. Hastily, she stood up, intent on finding a quieter spot. However, before she could move, Ming's voice came through the phone. Yu is drunk and calling your name. He requests your presence. Surprised, Xia Shuran thought, how could Chi Yu, who possessed such remarkable drinking capacity, be inebriated? She hastily donned her coat and signaled for the waiter, settling the bill before rushing out of the bar. Ming had mentioned he would come to pick her up, but she declined, opting instead to hail a taxi and head to the address he had sent her. Upon arriving at the venue, she stepped out of the cab to find Ming waiting at the entrance. Anxiously, she rushed over to inquire about the situation. What is going on? The two of them swiftly navigated through the lobby and entered the elevator, during which Ming succinctly summarized the events. Disregarding certain technical jargon, Xia Shuran grasped the essence of his explanation. The gathering had been organized by the CEO of a technology company that was currently seeking funding to go public. Chi Yu was the investor, essentially the principal party. The CEO, recognizing Chi Yu's youthful demeanor yet mature disposition, more formidable than his own father, strived to curry favor with him. However, as he forbade women from approaching, the only recourse was to indulge in alcohol. The CEO, a robust man from the Northwest known for his drinking prowess, ultimately outpaced Chi Yu in their libations. Xia Shuran followed Ming to the entrance of an opulent private room and inquired, Is it just Chi Yu inside? Have the others left? Ming cast a glance at her, seemingly amused by her naivety and innocence. Chi Yu hasn't left. The others are all here seeking investment. They wouldn't dare to leave. Chapter 78. A kiss from my wife. Ming pushed the door open but did not enter. Instead, he stepped aside to allow Xia Shuran to go in first. The individuals inside immediately grasped the significance of this gesture, recognizing that the arrival of this person was of utmost importance, warranting the deference of Chi Yu's capable assistant. Could this be the fiancée of the young Master Chi? Xia Shuran steadied herself and walked in, while Ming remained steadfastly behind her, not daring to step forward. Gradually, Xia Shuran began to comprehend the underlying reason for Ming's newfound respect. Had he learned of the bracelet? This thought triggered a recollection of a detail from earlier. When she first encountered Ming downstairs, he had glanced at her wrist. Upon entering, her gaze immediately fell upon Qi Yu, who sat in the center of the room. He appeared not intoxicated, merely with his head slightly bowed, his elbows resting on his parted knees. Flanking him were middle-aged men clad in suits and shirts, one of whom was the CEO of a technology company. Lao Yue, already somewhat tipsy with a flushed face, was persistently tending to Qi Yu, raising his glass with a tone of flattery. He had not anticipated being half-drunk due to a mere young lad, a first in his many years in the capital. Originally, he sought to solicit investment, and it was ill-advised to inebriate the party he needed. Yet, as he continued to drink, he considered the young man's capacity for alcohol with admiration. And in his tipsy state, he relentlessly urged the young master to drink more. Although Qi Yu was intoxicated, he maintained his composure. It seemed his thoughts merely lagged, occasionally murmuring, "Have my wife come to get me?" It was then that Ming called Xia Shuran. The occupants of the private room quickly made space for her upon her arrival. Lao Yu and his companions were momentarily taken aback by her beauty. With a pure countenance, yet dressed in a manner that exuded charm, she resembled a delicate white flower. No wonder the young Master Qi had been murmuring about her, even inebriated. Xia Shuran settled beside Qi Yu, but before she could say much, he suddenly shot her a fierce glance, as if about to utter a sharp rebuke. Upon recognizing her, his demeanor softened. Xia Shuran was startled by his gaze, for Qi Yu had never looked at her that way before. He smiled, his intoxication rendering him alluring, and this expression gave him an air of mischief. He pulled Xia Shuran into his embrace, pressing her against his chest. Leaning in, she whispered, "Why were you so fierce just now?" With one hand still on her shoulder, Qi Yu grasped her face. His grip was firm, almost teasing, as he caressed her cheek. Exhaling a breath laden with the scent of alcohol, he spoke slowly, though the upward inflection of his voice betrayed his playful intent. "I see you as one of the women here. My dear, I apologize." Nestled in his embrace, Xia Shuran first reached to touch his forehead, asking, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine," Qi replied with a flirtatious grin, leaning in to kiss her. Xia Shuran, incensed, pushed him away, exclaiming, "There are still so many people here." Upon this realization, Xia Shuran discreetly glanced around, and indeed, all eyes were fixed upon them. Qi Yu seemed to have come to his senses. Whispering to her with a smile, his warm breath brushing against her ear, provoking a shiver from Xia Shuran. "Are you shy with so many people around?" he teased. Xia Shuran found herself unable to withstand his playful tone, laced with the languor of intoxication, which was quite intoxicating in itself. Qi Yu instructed them to leave, including Ming, who, understanding the situation, guided the others out first. Old Yu and the rest sighed in relief, exchanging pleasantries before their departure. A large group exited with great fanfare, while Ming casually closed the door behind them. In this expansive private room, only two remained on the plush, luxurious sofa. Xia Shuran felt an inexplicable tension. Throughout the past 6 months spent with Qi Yu, he had never been drunk, except for that one time in Italy. She wondered what he might do this time. The LCD screen in the room was enormous and brilliantly illuminated, positioned directly across from the sofa, yet at a considerable distance. The screen lingered on the song selection page, casting a blue glow that illuminated Qi Yu's profile. He tilted her chin with his fingers, his eyes narrowing slightly. "Is it time now?" Qi Yu teased as he pulled aside the collar of her coat, revealing the V-neck red dress beneath. He raised an eyebrow with a smirk. "Did you dress up just to see me?" Xia Shuran felt inexplicably guilty. "Aren't you drunk? Let's go home." She playfully poked his face with her finger. Qi Yu, with his enigmatic gaze, mischievously buried his face against her, demanding, "Kiss me, my dear wife." Before his words could fully settle, Xia Shuran suddenly felt a sharp pain in her chest. Qi Yu had bitten her through the fabric. She trembled all over. "That hurts. Qi Yu, you rascal." Chapter 79. Xia Shuran, with a hint of annoyance, gently ruffled his hair and playfully exclaimed, "It hurts. Loosen up quickly." Qi maintained his stance. his intoxication exuding a languid charm, the corners of his lips glistening slightly as he regarded her with a teasing gaze. He was quite the rogue. Chiyu then shifted, pressing down on the back of her head, drawing her closer, and kissed her fervently. Xia Shuran, caught off guard, found herself pinned against the sofa's backrest, forced to receive him, to endure his advances. With a few swift movements, her coat was discarded, unveiling the full allure of her crimson slip dress. The delicate and slender contours of her neck, arms, and legs revealed skin so fair it was almost blinding. In contrast to the vivid red of her dress, she appeared irresistibly alluring, captivating Chiyu's very heart. Xia Shuran instinctively recoiled slightly, fearing Chiyu might succumb to drunken folly. "You don't act recklessly." Chiyu, with a slow mind, merely chuckled lazily at her words. Her hair, tousled beneath his touch, fell in disarray, several dark curls framing her forehead, while more cascaded delicately over her fragile shoulders. Her expression was a blend of shyness and trepidation, the crimson hue of her lips having been coaxed to the corners of her mouth, creating a sense of beautifully tortured allure. Chiyu's gaze fixated on her lips, igniting a primal desire within him once more. He firmly pressed against her lips, smudging that alluring red further outward. His large hand began to caress her waist, the silk of her dress feeling tantalizingly intimate against his skin. Unable to restrain himself, he caressed her slender waist, feeling her tremble beneath his touch. With a languid smile, he leaned in to kiss her earlobe, lingering there. Xia Shuran felt enveloped by the intoxicating warmth of Chiyu, the mingling scent of alcohol and heat causing her blood to surge, her skin subtly flushed. His deep voice, laced with an air of indulgent languor, whispered into her ear, "Are you scared, baby?" Xia Shuran trembled slightly, reiterating, "Chiyu, you're drunk. Don't act recklessly. Let's go home first." Chiyu chuckled lazily, then buried his face in the crook of her neck, initially intending only a light kiss to tease her. The effects of the alcohol turned his actions into something more brazen, transforming a gentle kiss into fervent sucking. Xia Shuran felt the soft flesh of her neck being lavished with his kisses, the scandalous sounds of his ministrations echoing in her ears. A wave of tingling sensations surged through her body, prompting her to tilt her head back and wrap her arms around his shoulders, surrendering herself to his embrace. Chiyu, however, smiled mischievously, his innate roguishness shining through. Nestled against her neck, he playfully asked, "Do you like it when your brother kisses you?" Xia Shuran, her face flushed with embarrassment, clung tightly to his head, rendered speechless. Chiyu lifted his gaze to meet hers, a relaxed smile gracing his lips, exuding an air of mischief, as if he were on the verge of engaging in some wicked deed. Then, leaning closer to her ear, he spoke in a low, languid tone, laced with provocation, "Not just here." As he spoke, his hand ventured between her legs. Xia Shuran's mind exploded with heat, her face and neck instantly turning crimson. In a burst of indignation, she pushed Chiyu with all her might, yet he remained unmoved. In a state of inebriation, Chiyu resembled a wall, immovable and unresponsive. Xia Shuran, feeling helpless, could only grasp his unruly hand tightly, casting him a reproachful glare. "Don't be foolish. We are in public." "And what of it?" he replied lazily, a hint of playful defiance lacing his tone. Xia Shuran scolded him for his shamelessness, her cheeks flushed crimson with embarrassment. She delivered a sharp slap to his arm, commanding, "Silence." Chiyu, seemingly intoxicated, offered no retort, merely chuckling lazily. He nestled against her neck, his hands resting on her waist, caressing her gently. Noticing the absence of his previous mischievous demeanor, Xia Shuran realized he was genuinely drunk. She felt a wave of relief wash over her, exhaling softly. "Let us go home," she murmured, stroking his hair. Chiyu frowned, the effects of the alcohol weighing heavily on his head. He clung to Xia Shuran, nuzzling her chin like a playful wolf cub. "Wife, I feel unwell. Give me a kiss." Xia Shuran, exasperated, pressed a kiss to his temple. Chiyu remained nestled against her neck, his voice languid as he feigned innocence. "Not enough. Give me another." Xia Shuran squinted, firmly holding his chin, and pressed a kiss to the corner of his lips, teasingly nibbling at them. With a smile, she asked, "Is that sufficient?" Chiyu seemed to want to protest. But Xia Shuran interrupted. "Are you never satisfied?" A swift slap from Xia Shuran silenced him. "Let us hurry home." Chiyu's head spun. He had indeed overindulged. With her support, he straightened up to contact Ming. Upon Ming's arrival, he assisted Xia Shuran in getting Chiyu into the car. As they drove back to Chiyu's apartment, Xia Shuran sat in the back, tending to him. His head rested on her shoulder. His expression one of discomfort. Xia Shuran felt a pang of sympathy as she occasionally stroked his head, whispering, "We'll be home soon." Ming parked in the underground garage, intending to help Chiyu upstairs, but Chiyu waved him off, insisting he leave first. Reluctantly, Ming complied, handing the car keys to Xia Shuran before departing. Alone in the back seat, Xia Shuran was puzzled by Chiyu's request for Ming to go ahead. She certainly could not support someone nearly 6 feet tall by herself. As she ran her fingers through his short, prickly hair, a sense of helplessness washed over her. "What now? Can you manage on your own?" Before she could finish, Chiyu leaned in, capturing her lips with a fervent kiss that silenced her completely. The car was dimly lit, yet his eyes sparkled with a hint of drunken mischief, undeterred by the haze of intoxication. He rested his forehead against hers, murmuring, "How about here in the car?" With that, he appeared dizzy and reclined on the seat, his long legs sprawled out. Dressed in tailored black suit pants for a business meeting, the fabric clung tightly to his muscular thighs. Chiyu was still intoxicated, his head feeling heavy, causing his eyelids to droop slightly. However, this did not hinder him from concealing his languid smile while teasing Xia Shuran. He cocked an eyebrow at her with a mischievous glint, casually patting his thigh to beckon her to sit upon him. Xia Shuran, fully aware of his ulterior motives, resolutely remained unmoved. Chiyu pulled the girl closer, wrapping his arm around her waist and playfully pinching her as if to provoke her. With a low, magnetic voice that dripped with languor, he whispered in her ear, "Come on, darling, take a seat." Noticing her flushed cheeks and reluctance to comply, Chiyu chuckled softly. He gradually took her earlobe into his mouth, teasing it with his tongue, and in an instant, she melted, her skin flushing a deeper crimson, trembling slightly. With a gentle pull, she nestled against him obediently. Xia Shuran surrendered herself to the man's fervent kisses. Exhausted, Xia Shuran lay languidly against him. Chiyu held her close, planting soft kisses on her earlobe, while tenderly stroking her hair and the damp skin of her back, soothing her gently. Leaning closer to her ear, his voice, imbued with a lazy desire, murmured, "You're incredible, my darling." Chapter 80. Brother, punish me upon returning to Chiyu's apartment. He remained in a daze. Xia Shuran knelt down to help him change into slippers. Chiyu, looking down at the girl kneeling before him, smiled and gently ruffled her hair, likening her to a well-behaved puppy. Annoyed, Xia Shuran pinched his leg and assisted him toward the sofa. The moment Chiyu sank into the cushions, he made no effort to rise, sprawling sideways with his eyelids drooping. When Xia Shuran asked if he wanted hot water, he seemed to barely hear her, responding with vague murmurs. In a hazy stupor, he pulled the girl into his embrace, refusing to let go regardless of her struggles, murmuring, "Don't go, my dear wife. You treat me the best. Do you love me?" His unconscious words flushed Xia Shuran's cheeks crimson. Reluctantly, she found herself ensnared in his arms, spending the night on the sofa with him. The following morning, when Xia Shuran's mind cleared, she found Chiyu already seated at the edge of the sofa, turned away from her. He had presumably just emerged from a shower, his hair still damp and droplets cascading down his back. Clad only in black athletic pants, he revealed a robust, broad back glistening in the morning light, exuding a distinctly alluring masculine charm. Leaning on his knees, he was engrossed in his phone, seemingly oblivious to the water still clinging to his skin. Xia Shuran rubbed her sleepy eyes and sat up, draping herself over Chiyu's back, planting a gentle kiss on the nape of his neck before cuddling into his shoulder. Her voice, soft and hoarse from sleep, asked, "You're up so early?" Chiyu had been reading a message from a Qian, initially filled with anger and indignation. How could the girl conceal her trip to a bar from him? Did she not understand what kind of place it was? He had thought she donned a red dress specifically for him when she came to the club to pick him up. only to discover she had gone to the bar. First, Chiyu felt his heart shatter. Yet, as the girl nestled so sweetly against him, her voice tender, it melted away much of his ire. Xia Shuran pecked him again, feigning annoyance. Hey, why are you so quiet? She playfully complained. You made me forget to remove my makeup last night. Do you know how damaging that is for my skin? I'll need to visit the beauty salon several times this week. How annoying. Chiyu narrowed his dangerous gaze. He had yet to express his displeasure, and Xia Shuran was already voicing her grievances. Without further ado, Chiyu handed his phone over his shoulder, but still held onto the delicate, pale arm of the girl, clinging to his neck, caressing her slender limb. Look for yourself, then be honest about it. Xia Shuran took the phone, her heart sinking as she beheld the photo of herself at the bar along with Lu Qian's teasing remarks. Her mind went completely blank. Noticing the girl stiffening behind him, Chiyu let out a low chuckle. Cat got your tongue? He pulled her closer, lifting her chin, insisting, now speak the truth. Xia Shuran divulged everything. Her eyes glistened with a veil of mist, the corners tinged with a hint of red. She wrapped her arms around Chiyu's neck, pressing her entire upper body against him, deliberately arching forward so that he could instantly sense her softness. With a pitiful expression, Xia Shuran kissed the corner of the man's lips and murmured, I was wrong, brother. Punish me. Chiyu's irritation began to dissipate. His little rabbit was quite a handful. Xia Shuran found herself pinned on the sofa, overwhelmed by his advances. The events from the previous night in the car still lingered in her mind, and she could hardly bear the intensity now. It hurt. Her voice had become hoarse. Nonetheless, Chiyu had decided to overlook the matter, and she sincerely assured him there would be no next time. After confirming with the Qian that Xia Shuran had not interacted with any other man at the bar, Chiyu reluctantly let her off the hook. Otherwise, he would have made it difficult for her, keeping her close and rendering her unaware of the world outside. To teach her a lesson, after breakfast, Chiyu escorted Xia Shuran back to school. He unbuckled her seatbelt and kissed her lips, asking if she still wished to stay in the dormitory or perhaps move into his apartment for cohabitation. Xia Shuran did not respond immediately, saying she would think about it. Chiyu respected her decision, assuring her that it was perfectly fine whether she agreed or disagreed. However, despite his words, he was subtly enticing her to live with him. Xia Shuran harbored similar thoughts, yet her rationality cautioned her that rushing into cohabitation in a romantic relationship was unwise. Moreover, staying in the dormitory was an essential part of university life that would soon be fleeting. She also enjoyed the company of her current roommates. After a moment of affectionate banter, Xia Shuran exited the car. It seemed someone had captured the moment she emerged from the luxury vehicle. Following her instincts, she glanced in a particular direction but saw no one with a camera. Dismissing it, she walked through the campus, turning heads at every step. However, no one approached her, as they all knew she was spoken for. Once back at the apartment, she removed her makeup, the effect of her once curled hair dissipating as it returned to its natural long, straight form, still stunningly beautiful. Upon returning to the dormitory, she found her 3 roommates still fast asleep. Xia Shuran couldn't help but chuckle, recalling how they had taken turns calling her the previous night, worried she might be taken away. At that moment, she had been in the car with her little wolf dog, and the calls kept coming until Chiyu finally turned off her phone. It was only on her way to the apartment that she found the time to return their calls, which finally put their minds at ease. Heaven knows the shock they felt upon returning from the dance floor, only to find their beautiful friend missing from their booth. Chun Feifei was particularly shaken, her legs feeling weak at the thought that if Xia Shuran had been drunk and taken away by a man, it would have been disastrous. After all, she was the one who had brought Xia Shuran to the bar. And Xia Shuran was Chiyu's girlfriend. Was there any chance of redemption for her? Chun Feifei nearly considered calling the police, but thankfully, Xia Shuran was unharmed. Chapter 81. My beloved, I miss you as the second semester of her sophomore year commenced. Xia Shuran found herself firmly on track, with an accelerated pace of study and a burgeoning busyness. She continued to produce new 3D models on the modeling platform, striving to surpass her own limitations and refine her technical skills. Coincidentally, the platform announced a modeling competition with a cash prize. The grand prize included a parcel of land in the countryside, allowing her to recreate her spatial design in reality. Xia Shuran was immensely tempted and promptly registered for the competition. This platform is regarded as the largest and most popular in the design industry, hosting many renowned designers. Initially, Xia Shuran presumed that such prestigious competitors would not participate in this contest. Yet upon viewing the registration page, she spotted several celebrated designers. It appeared that this competition would not be easy. Thus, to secure a reward, mere hard work might not suffice. Her strength lay in innovation, and compared to seasoned designers, she could only toil diligently in her area of expertise. In recent days, every time Jiang Xiaoye and her friends returned to the dormitory, they would find Xia Shuran seated at her computer, tirelessly revising her modeling drafts. She had even set aside her concerns about her appearance, such as her skin and dark circles. The competition spanned 5 months, and although there was still ample time until the submission deadline, Xia Shuran had already scrapped and restarted several drafts, leaving her in a state of utter distress. When Chi Yu invited her to meet, she declined, resolutely stating, "I am busy." It was refreshing to finally utter those words. Chi Yu yearned for his little rabbit and contemplated rushing to her side, whisking her away while showering her with fervent kisses. However, understanding the significance of her work, he restrained himself from interrupting her, despite his deep longing for her. One fine afternoon, Jiang Xiao suddenly burst into the dormitory, exclaiming, "Goddess!" The dormitory manager said, "2 trucks of roses have arrived downstairs. They are for you." Xia Shuran lifted her gaze from her modeling materials, utterly bewildered. "Huh?" Jiang Xiaoye tugged her downstairs. By the time they reached the ground floor, a throng had gathered. As it was a rest day before the upcoming sports meet, with nearly all the female residents of the dormitory coming to witness the spectacle, Xia Shuran was ushered to sign for the delivery from the truck driver and soon discovered that these were no ordinary red roses. They were a rare variety from Ecuador, not a vibrant crimson, but rather possessing a delicate charm. This particular variety was called Liberty Goddess. In that instant, she realized who had sent them. Recently, during casual conversations with Chi Yu, he had playfully referred to her as the Liberty Goddess. Xia Shuran felt a wave of emotion wash over her. Truly, although the act of sending flowers might seem cliché, only those who have experienced it can understand the overwhelming urge to cry in that moment. The sea of red roses surged toward her, engulfing her in an ocean named love. Simultaneously, she felt a tinge of shyness as those around her gasped in astonishment, with Jiang Xiaoye's envious cheers ringing in her ears. Xia Shuran accepted the card from the driver, her heart swelling with warmth. The card bore Chi Yu's handwritten words, devoid of romantic confessions or sweet nothings. It simply read, "Wife, I miss you." Xia Shuran had yet to fully grasp the meaning when Jiang Xiaoye, eager and exuberant, proclaimed aloud, "You, do you understand what you means? Chi Yu, this is a gift for Shuran from her boyfriend. Please refrain from spreading baseless rumors about her, such as illicit affairs or being chauffeured in luxury cars." Xia Shuran was momentarily taken aback, then smiled in understanding. It seemed that during her seclusion while modeling, rumors had circulated about her once more. Yet, she remained oblivious, as her roommates had chosen not to inform her, and Chi Yu had remained silent. A warmth enveloped her, a feeling of being safeguarded by those around her, causing her eyes to glisten with unshed tears. Could it be that Chi Yu's gesture of sending flowers was also intended to dispel the rumors? Xia Shuran repeatedly caressed the card featuring Chi Yu's script. The words, penned with a fountain pen, revealed a side of him she rarely witnessed. His calligraphy was unexpectedly beautiful, vigorous and fluid, reminiscent of flowing cursive. They say a person's handwriting reflects their character, and indeed, Chi Yu's writing mirrored his appearance, sharp, wild, yet elegantly refined. That evening, nestled under the covers, Xia Shuran discreetly messaged Chi Yu, informing him that she had instructed the delivery driver to bring the flowers to his apartment, as her dormitory lacked space. Chi Yu, however, replied that his own apartment could not accommodate them either, suggesting they be sent to his villa in the western suburbs. "Make some time this month to visit, otherwise, the flowers I painstakingly chose for you will wilt. Can you bear that?" Xia Shuran could easily envision his playful tone, which made her chuckle. She believed the villa was the perfect place for the flowers, with its expansive lawn where the roses would surely look magnificent and breathtaking. A desire to see them immediately stirred within her. Unintentionally, Xia Shuran and Qiyu conversed until the wee hours of the night, only pausing when Qiyu suggested they stop. Suddenly, he initiated a voice call on WeChat. Confused yet eager, she answered promptly, careful not to disturb her roommates by donning headphones and covering her mouth to muffle her voice. "What is up?" Chiyu's low, magnetic voice resonated. "Just go to sleep." Xia Shuran, perplexed by his words, replied clumsily, "Huh? Darling, you sleep? I want to hear you breathe." Chiyu's languid tone, laced with a hint of laziness, made her cheeks flush with warmth. In truth, Xia Shuran felt hesitant. What if she fell asleep and began to snore or talk in her sleep? Chiyu would undoubtedly tease her about it. Yet, she found herself unable to refuse him. Her affection for him had blossomed immensely. Whatever Chiyu desired, she was more than willing to fulfill, just as a devoted pup would. Chapter 82. A thrilling encounter as she conversed with Chiyu, Xia Shuran found herself unable to sleep. Though he remained silent, a faint crackling sound lingered in the air. Her heart raced, and upon realizing she was still awake, Chiyu chuckled softly. "Can't the baby sleep?" In the stillness of the night, he secretly made calls, often uttering words that stirred her shyness. Xia Shuran felt a delightful tingling in her ears, and her cheeks flushed. Biting her lower lip, she softly replied, "How about I lull you to sleep?" His voice, rich and melodic, dripped with affection and charm. Xia Shuran's heart fluttered at his words, and she responded in a gentle whisper, "All right." She truly had no inkling of how Chiyu would soothe someone to slumber. After all, whenever they shared a bed, she would simply succumb to exhaustion, never needing his coaxing. Surely he wouldn't resort to telling stories. That would be rather kitsch. Yet if it were Chiyu narrating, with his entrancing voice, she found herself unexpectedly eager. Just as she settled into a comfortable position, ready to listen to the tale he would weave, he casually suggested, "Let us use voice chat." Xia Shuran was rendered speechless, akin to being struck by a bolt of lightning. What had she been anticipating? To expect Chiyu to be innocent was as absurd as expecting a sow to climb a tree. With a muffled voice, she protested, "I can't." Chiyu's laughter brimmed with mischief. "Don't worry, I'll teach you." Stealthily peeking from her blanket, she surveyed her dormitory, noting that her 3 roommates were nestled in their own beds. Although each bunk was adorned with curtain drapes, obscuring visibility, Xia Shuran felt an inexplicable sense of guilt. She burrowed back under her covers, murmuring, "My roommates are here. It might not be appropriate." Unbeknownst to her, a hint of regret colored her tone. How could Chiyu, with his keen perception, fail to notice? He smirked playfully, "My dear, are you eager?" Xia Shuran's face turned crimson, resembling an agitated little kitten. "Of course not. I'm hanging up." He called out affectionately, "Wifey, please don't go." All right, you didn't tea. It's me who wants it very much." Once he had calmed her down, he added, "This won't disturb your roommates. Just follow my instructions without making a sound." A wave of nervous anticipation washed over Xia Shuran, her breath quickening, her ears tinged with warmth. "What instructions?" Chiyu's gaze darkened with desire, and he replied, "You'll find out soon enough." That night, Xia Shuran's cheeks burned, and her heart raced, fearful that her headphones might leak sound, leading her roommates to mistakenly believe she was engrossed in something inappropriate. With the headphones on, Chiyu's sultry voice enveloped her. Yet the constraints of her surroundings compelled her to stifle her reactions. The entire experience felt akin to a clandestine affair, and Xia Shuran had to admit it was exhilarating. The following morning, Xia Shuran awoke with prominent dark circles under her eyes. Jiang Xiaoya inquired if she had not rested well. Chen Feifei chimed in, "Indeed. I've already completed several games and reached the rank of king. It seems your bed is still restless." Xia Shuran felt a sudden pang of anxiety, only daring to laugh it off. While brushing her teeth, her roommates conversed about the upcoming sports meeting. This Saturday marks the event, which holds no relevance for someone like Xia Shuran, who struggles in athletics. However, apart from her and the myopic Su Yao, both Chen Feifei and Jiang Xiaoya had signed up for various events. Chen Feifei entered the high jump and the 800-meter relay, while Jiang Xiaoya opted for the grueling 3,000-meter long-distance run. As she put it, Her lively and active nature had always made her a sports prodigy, and she was determined to take on the neglected long-distance race to bring glory to the Design Institute. Jiang Xiaoya insisted that Xia Shuran must come to watch her. Whether Xia Shuran would attend hinged on the presence of Qiyu. She had inquired early on and learned that Qiyu had not participated in any events leading up to the sports meeting, but he would be present for the final basketball match. Previously a member of the prestigious Jing University basketball team, he had stepped away due to family business commitments. After much persuasion from the entire basketball team, he finally acquiesced. The match featured Jing University against the Beatty basketball team, one renowned for its scholarly excellence and the other a coveted institution for athletes. The clash of scholars versus athletes? This promised to be quite a spectacle, potentially attracting media coverage. Xia Shuran assured Qiyu that she would be there to cheer him on. However, since the basketball game was scheduled towards the end of the sports meeting, she initially planned to skip the earlier events. Despite it being spring, the capital was already sweltering, and with the northern dryness and strong UV rays, she wished to avoid the outdoors for fear of sunburn or darkening her skin. Yet, Jiang Xiaoya's persistent pleas softened her resolve, and she ultimately agreed to watch her compete in the 3,000 meters. Jiang Xiaoya, elated, spun in circles, declaring with my goddess's support, "I am certain to bring home the championship." Chapter 83. Disdain. On the day of the sports meeting, Xia Shuran arrived at the playground in the afternoon, deliberately missing the raucous opening ceremony. Though the playground was a considerable distance from the dormitory, the vibrant atmosphere and the address by the president of Luoda could still be faintly heard by her. Upon her arrival, the men's 1,000-meter relay was already underway, with a junior from the sports department participating and a number of girls spectating. Jiang Xiaoya and her friends spotted Xia Shuran and eagerly waved her over. Jiang Xiaoya informed her that the next event was the women's 800-meter relay, and the preliminary checks were already underway at the podium. Meanwhile, Chun Feifei had complained of stomachache 10 minutes prior and disappeared to the restroom, leaving no trace. Xia Shuran raised an eyebrow, inquiring about their lunch at the snack street. Jiang Xiaoya seemed a bit sheepish, responding, "Spicy crayfish," realizing they would have to run in the afternoon. Xia Shuran remarked, "You intentionally chose to indulge despite the consequences?" Jiang Xia, witnessing her idol's exasperation, added, "I'm fine, though. I didn't expect Chun Feifei to exaggerate her tolerance for spiciness. So Yao check it, actually. Chun Feifei has been making frequent trips to the restroom for quite some time now." "Shuran, you were busy chatting with Qi Xiaoqiao, so you and T know?" Xia Shuran felt a sudden wave of embarrassment. Had she been chatting for that long? In her roommate's eyes, it seemed like a prolonged conversation. She had merely taken advantage of Qiyu's rare free time to engage in a light 3-hour dialogue. Was that excessive? Xia Shuran still felt reluctant to part from him. She lifted her phone to capture a photo of the track and another of herself basking in the sunlight, both of which she sent to Qiyu. Xia Shuran wrote, "It's the sports meeting." The girl in the photograph wore a particularly sweet and radiant smile, prompting Qiyu to smile in response. However, upon viewing the second photo of the track, he raised an eyebrow, noticing a male figure in the image. "What is this? What is so appealing about a brawny dimwit?" Xia Shuran was initially perplexed, unable to fathom what Qiyu was referring to. After reviewing the photos she had sent, she realized that her casual snapshot of the track inadvertently captured the silhouette of that athletic junior. Chuckling awkwardly, she thought, what a peculiar jealousy Qiyu displayed toward others. Was merely participating in a race worthy of his ire. Xia Shuran replied, "It was an accidental shot. Besides, anyone who gets into Peking University can't be all brawn and no brains, right?" Qiyu, with a glint in his eyes, smirked and teasingly countered, "You've started defending other men. You must not like me anymore. I find you quite irritating." Xia Shuran laughed heartily. "Rest assured, I am forever yours." Qiyu squinted. "Don't deceive me." Xia Shuran pouted playfully. "If I were to deceive you, I'd be a little puppy." Qiyu retorted, "You've long been my little puppy." Xia Shuran's cheeks flushed, and she playfully scolded him, choosing to ignore his teasing. She lifted her gaze from the screen, returning her attention to the men's relay race. The final leg was run by that charming junior, who claimed first place. At that moment, Chun Feifei arrived, clutching her abdomen and looking pale. She declared that she could no longer run and must go to the infirmary, or else she would perish. Su Yao insisted on accompanying her, while Xia Shuren urged her to hurry, lest they delay further. Jiang Xiaoya was about to make a few jibes at Chun Feifei when she suddenly noticed that the handsome athlete from the sports department was approaching their direction. His gaze was fixed on Xia Shuren, and he appeared rather bashful. Jiang Xiaoya immediately tugged at Xia Shuren's sleeve, her excitement palpable. Goddess, goddess, someone is coming your way. The other three turned to follow Jiang Xiaoya's gaze. As Xia Shuren watched, the young man came to a halt before her, seemingly unable to meet her eyes. He blushed and scratched his head, stammering, Senior Xia, I have been following you for quite some time. Watching you compete makes me exceptionally happy. Xia Shuren maintained her composure. However, the curiosity of the other three was ignited, their eyes gleaming with intrigue. He removed the medal hanging around his neck and, with both hands, presented it to Xia Shuren, asking, Is it all right to give this to you, Senior? Without you watching me, I wouldn't have had the motivation to come in first. Xia Shuren did not hesitate and promptly declined. Her primary concern was whether there were any prying eyes in the vicinity reminiscent of the last time at the bar, which had left lingering repercussions. Chapter 84. Ensnared by the fox spirit, the young boy walked away dejected. Jiang Xiaoya and Su Yao whispered to each other, reminiscing about how the goddess used to graciously decline others with a charming smile. But now, all that remained was a sense of urgency as she brusquely dismissed him. Chun Feifei, feeling physically weak, was unable to run the 800 meters and needed someone to take her place. After scanning the crowd, she surprisingly settled on Xia Shuren. Shuren, it seems there truly is no one left. Why not give it a try? Xia Shuren, resembling a frantic rattle, exclaimed, Are you out of your mind? I refuse. Asking her to compete in a race was akin to risking her life on that treacherous track. Everyone appeared to be aware of Xia Shuren's lack of athletic prowess, reassuring her, just run casually. The second leg isn't that crucial. Indeed, goddess, as long as you are faster than a leisurely stroll, it suffices. Xia Shuren's brow twitched. Even so, must they hold her in such low esteem? Cleared her throat, she timidly remarked, I don't run that slowly. Jiang Xiaoya laughed. Then that settles it. Oh, come on, it's about participation in the competition. Su Yao added, the girl from the finance department next door, who has a leg injury, is participating too. Oh, right. Her surname is Jiao. Shuren, you should know her. Jiang Xiaoya's eyes widened. Oh, I know. She's the top student in finance, consistently winning the highest honors in the school. She's impressive. Although she isn't very likable, her looks are one thing. But her gloomy personality makes her seem like a weirdo who doesn't talk to anyone. However, she appeared honest and straightforward and surprisingly made waves on Valentine's Day. Goddess, you must be aware of this. Xia Shuren rolled her eyes. Of course, she was aware. On Valentine's Day, that girl presented Chi Yu with an extraordinary mathematical quantitative model related to stock trading. Xia Shuren was not well versed in the subject, but her finance peers claimed it was exceptionally innovative, sought after by companies outside. This gift far surpassed any ordinary chocolates, cakes, or love letters, possessing far greater prestige and being quite advantageous for Chi Yu's work. This girl utilized her intellect and remarkable expertise to present a grand gift to the handsome Chi, yet he barely acknowledged her. That day, he even shared photos on social media, enjoying a date with a beautiful friend, leading the masses to just that Chi. The school heartthrob was bewitched by Xia Shuren, the alluring fox spirit, indulging in nightly revelries. That evening, as Xia Shuren lay in Chi Yu's embrace, she inquired, was that model truly impressive? Chi Yu, toying with a few strands of her hair and kissing them lightly, casually replied, it is quite a notable innovation in the industry. Xia Shuren, wrapping her arms around his shoulder, with a hint of jealousy in her tone, asked, then why hasn't T.R. Handsome? Chi responded to her, preferring to be with me, this calamity-inducing fox spirit? Chi Yu, with a languid and playful demeanor, leaned in to kiss her earlobe, grinning, brother likes you, this fox spirit. I would willingly be drained of all my vitality for you. His large hand caressed her, playfully nipping at her earlobe. Xia Shuren trembled slightly, curling up in his embrace. Stop. I can't take it anymore. Talking about that girl, and here you are. Chi Yu lazily leaned against her head and asked, "What is the matter? Did she send you a sample?" "Yes," Xia Shuran replied. "I just want to know your thoughts on it." After all, this gift was quite thoughtful, far better than the luxury brand clothes she offered. Xia Shuran felt a twinge of shame. Chi Yu placed a gentle kiss on her forehead and said, "I cherish what you gave me. No one compares to you." At that moment, Jiang Xiaoya whispered in her ear, "Goddess, I heard that after Valentine's Day, that girl sent harassing messages to Chi Yu. You wouldn't want to fall short against her, would you?" Xia Shuran was the type who could not tolerate provocation. If anyone suggested she was incapable, she would be determined to prove them wrong. Her mother understood this about her, which had allowed Xia Shuran to maintain a top 10 ranking throughout her entire third year, securing her admission to one of the top 3 international high schools in Haicheng without examination. During middle school, Xia Shuran began to experiment with makeup. Each day was spent either testing foundation and lipstick at home or shopping at counters with her friends. Her mother, concerned that this obsession would hinder her studies, scolded her repeatedly, but Xia Shuran paid no heed. After her mother confiscated everything, she secretly asked her father for money. Her father, who indulged his daughter without limits, still provided her with funds for cosmetics despite her mother's strict prohibitions. Exasperated, her mother scolded both father and daughter, resorting to her trump card. "Xia Shuran, I can't be bothered with you anymore. Continue indulging in these trivial pursuits, and when the time comes, don't come crying to me about your failure to study." Furious, Xia Shuran retorted, "How does makeup prevent one from getting into a good school? The two are completely unrelated. All right then, let us see how this unfolds. Don't come to me in tears later." This ignited a fire within Xia Shuran. Deep down, she vowed to achieve the top rank to show her mother. Thus, her academic performance soared during middle school, fulfilling her mother's intentions. At that moment, Xia Shuran felt the same resolve as when she had clashed with her mother in middle school. She was determined to outpace that girl with the injured leg, not just for herself, but for Chi Yu as well. How dare she harass her man, treating her like air? Moreover, why didn't Chi Yu mention it to her? Did he think she lacked even this capability to help him with such a minor issue involving another woman? Was that truly his perception of her? As these thoughts swirled in her mind, Xia Shuran suddenly felt a pang of sadness. On one hand, she believed Chi Yu might view her merely as a delicate girlfriend, rather than an equal partner in their struggles. On the other hand, she recognized that she needed to elevate herself quickly. His perception of her was not entirely unfounded. In reality, she was indeed distant from him, unable to assist him. Perhaps that was why he underestimated her, withholding such matters from her. He had never mentioned anything about his work to her, presumably believing she would not comprehend it. A profound sense of defeat enveloped Xia Shuran. She felt an urgent desire to enhance her abilities, yearning for equitable recognition. Beneath the weight of these complex emotions, her eyes narrowed slightly, a flicker of determination igniting within her. She nodded in agreement to run the second leg for Chun Fei-Fei, coincidentally the same leg as the girl who had harassed Chi Yu. Upon hearing Xia Shuran's consent, Chun Fei-Fei seized the moment as if she had found a lifeline, hastily handing her the pre-race checklist to complete. "Just fill this out and hand it over at the podium. No need to feel anxious, just run casually. Even a walk will suffice. I'm off to the medical room," she said, noticing Chun Fei-Fei's pale complexion, reminiscent of a ghost. With beads of sweat forming on her forehead, Su Yao offered to accompany her. To her surprise, Chun Fei-Fei declined. She headed towards the direction of that athletic freshman boy, waving at the other three with a pained smile. "I just saw that boy. He's quite appealing, still a freshman. How did I miss him during the military training volunteer work?" She lamented. "Those sneakers he wore seemed rather expensive. Since you've declined, that's mine now." Who else but Chun Fei-Fei, in her weakened state, could still think of pursuing men? Xia Shuran was profoundly impressed by her resilience. Xia Shuran completed the form and made her way to the podium, which was now urging the participants of the women's 800-meter relay to check in. At first glance, she spotted the finance major girl, who, with her head slightly bowed, indeed appeared as introverted as Jiang Xiaoya had described. However, her gaze scrutinized Xia Shuran with a distinct hostility a dark and sidelong glance that sent chills down her spine. Chapter 85. The disturbing perception. Xia Shuran felt an unsettling sensation within, an inexplicable notion that this individual was rather peculiar. Tall, perhaps standing at around 1.70 meters. She hunched her back, exuding an air of insecurity. Logically, with her commendable academic performance as a top student, such a demeanor seemed incongruous, devoid of any semblance of vitality. Was it due to her unremarkable appearance? She carried a bit of extra weight, her skin was dark, and her eyes were narrow and squinty, seemingly hidden beneath layers of flesh. At a cursory glance, one might perceive her as docile. However, upon direct eye contact, one would discern a glint of darkness in her gaze, suggesting an intimidating presence. She resembled the most ruthless type among the silent bullies in a schoolyard clique. Suddenly, an image flashed through Xia Shuren's mind, a scene of Qiyu cornered by a group of unruly girls, being bullied against a wall. Xia Shuren smirked to herself, realizing her imagination was not entirely unfounded. She recalled what Jiang Xiaoya had mentioned, having come across a post on a forum that purportedly came from a high school classmate of Qiyu. The post claimed that Qiyu had once been accosted by several girls from a nearby vocational school on his way home, who attempted to force a kiss upon him, but failed. Upon hearing this, Xia Shuren eagerly called Qiyu to inquire about the incident. After a moment of silence, he confirmed that it had indeed occurred, albeit with a hint of disdain in his tone. He rested his chin on his hand, exclaiming, "Why are you so pleased about me almost being forcibly kissed by a woman?" Xia Shuren, adopting a coaxing tone, replied, "Oh, but they didn't succeed, did they? Please, tell me more." After several more endearing pleas, he relented to share the details. Unlike other instances where girls had confessed their feelings to him, he distinctly remembered this particular episode. Qiyu maintained his aloof demeanor, refraining from engaging physically with the girls. However, they became increasingly aggressive, ultimately cornering him against a wall, nearly overpowering him. Even someone as worldly as Qiyu found himself flustered. He pushed them away forcefully and hastily departed. He recounted the experience as particularly troublesome, lamenting that he could not retaliate against women. They returned several times thereafter, proving to be quite bothersome. Xia Shuran laughed heartily, teasing him. So it appears that even handsome boys face issues of personal safety. Xia Shuran directly handed the report to the person in charge at the podium, disregarding the malicious gaze of that girl. The 800-meter relay was divided into two groups, and Xia Shuran was to take over as the second runner for Group A, succeeding Chen Feifei. Standing in the same row as the second runner of Group B, she appeared anything but an injured party. Her demeanor was sharp, and the ferocity in her gaze was unmistakable. The runner from Group B directed a piercing look at Xia Shuran, seemingly attempting to provoke her into a response with her intense gaze. Xia Shuran frowned, sensing the hostility emanating from this individual. She detested being scrutinized in such a manner. With an icy glare, she confronted the girl without fear, almost demanding, "What do you want?" A Jiao smirked, her grotesque, darkened face twisting into a malicious grin. Her voice floated lightly, reminiscent of someone who had long remained indoors, emerging into the sunlight only to be overwhelmed by it. She chirped, "Hello, sweetheart." Xia Shuran was immediately engulfed in a chill, her gaze fixed upon a Jiao's twisted smile as she uttered such words. It was far more unsettling than playing a horror game alone in the dead of night. Xia Shuran considered that everyone had gradually made their way to the track, ready to commence the race. This was her first time participating in a running competition, and she felt quite anxious. She had no desire to engage in an argument with this individual. Noticing a Jiao's lack of conversation, combined with her somewhat confrontational attitude, Xia Shuran decided to let it go. However, the next moment, a Jiao suddenly leaned closer, whispering in her ear, "Being Qiyu's girlfriend must be exhilarating, right? Tell me about the details of your relationship. How does he kiss you? How does he touch you? Share it with me, and I could offer you money." Xia Shuran was left dumbfounded, unable to even muster an expression in response to such a shocking statement. The outrageousness of a Jiao's words nearly overshadowed her obsessive tone. What manner of lunatic was this? Had Qiyu attracted a dangerously obsessive individual? Xia Shuran gradually came to realize the gravity of the situation. This was not mere harassment. With a sharp gaze, she demanded, "What exactly do you want? Violating someone's privacy is illegal. Do you understand?" A Jiao erupted into an unexpected fit of manic laughter, her expression bordering on psychotic. "Privacy? Ha 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 ha. Privacy." Her eyes fixated unblinkingly on Xia Shuran as her hand reached into her pocket for her phone. Xia Shuran was taken aback by the intensity of a Jiao's gaze, suppressing the urge to flee. A Jiao thrust her phone screen in front of Xia Shuran, insisting, "Look, Qiyu's little sweetheart. Do you see this? If this counts as an invasion of privacy, then I ought to be sentenced to life in prison. Would you like to be the one to condemn me?" With a vice-like grip, she forced Xia Shuran's hand to hold the phone, compelling her to view the images displayed. Xia Shuran was coerced into witnessing a myriad of photographs on the screen, a Jiao flipping through them one by one. They were all pictures of Qiyu, predominantly taken from the streets, capturing candid shots of his silhouette and profile. Xia Shuran stared in disbelief. The first image appeared to be of Qiyu during his youthful days, no older than 15. From the time he turned 15, there were images of him at the youth center, at the library, attending swimming lessons, crouching by the roadside to feed stray black cats, and playing basketball with friends. To the present, where he and Xia Shuran were dining at a restaurant, holding hands while shopping and sharing tender moments on the streets. Every detail of their public interactions, meticulously tracked and captured by Jiao, was archived within that phone. Spanning nearly 5 years, there were thousands of images. The more Xia Shuran looked, the more dread filled her. She feared the sight of intimate photographs. Fortunately, there were none. Qiyu frequented upscale venues, and his garage was inaccessible to outsiders. No matter how deranged Jiao was, she could not capture anything within those confines. Xia Shuran watched as a Jiao broke into a wide grin, reveling in her palpable fear. Anger surged within Xia Shuran as she seized a Jiao's shoulders, her voice fierce. "Have you lost your mind? Does Qi know about all this?" He remained oblivious, unaware. A jolt of eager longing flickered in a Jiao's gaze as she implored, "If you tell him, he will surely approach me to converse." She murmured the final words in a cryptic whisper. Xia Shuran snatched her phone. Intending to delete the photos, she had already discarded several. A Jiao, realizing her intent, lunged forward like a ravenous beast, exclaiming, "No, do not delete them. Return it to me, you vile wretch." Xia Shuran, not as robust, was struck by an elbow, losing her balance and being forcefully toppled onto the ground. Debris from the grass scattering over her. I have harbored a secret affection for him for years, scarcely daring to utter a word to him. Merely stealing glances at his photos in the night, consumed by thoughts of him. I have devoted countless years and heartfelt effort to compile this data sample for him. Yet he remains indifferent to me. I could assist him if only he would acknowledge me. And you, what do you possess beyond that face? What right have you to earn his affection? What gives you that prerogative? A Jiao pinned Xia Shuran down, exerting her strength to pry her fingers away from the phone. Yet Xia Shuran clung desperately to it. Fury ignited within her. What was there to fear? If it came to it, she was ready for a fight. Did he grant you permission to take clandestine photos of Qiyu? Is he aware of your daily fantasies about him? A Jiao's expression shifted abruptly, her face contorting in anguish. "No, I love him. I am the one who loves him the most in this world. It is you, you shameless harlot, who has seduced him. You are the temptress." With that, she attempted to strangle Xia Shuran. In a swift motion, Xia Shuran raised her phone and struck a Jiao's head with a forceful blow, drawing blood. Ignoring a Jiao's grip on her, Xia Shuran seized a Jiao's hair, her newly manicured nails raking across a Jiao's face, leaving it marred and bruised, eliciting pained cries. A Jiao, filled with resentment, tightened her grip around Xia Shuran's neck. Xia Shuran's face flushed crimson as she vaguely heard the sounds of people rushing towards them, a cacophony of footsteps converging. Knowing that their arrival would signal the end of her opportunity, Xia Shuran, unyielding, delivered a fierce kick to a Jiao's head and tore at the bandage on her leg. As she ripped it open, her nail punctured the flesh, blood gushing forth, causing a Jiao to writhe in agony, loosening her hold on Xia Shuran's neck. Seizing the moment, Xia Shuran flipped a jiao on the ground, unleashing a flurry of slaps upon her face. How dare you indulge in fantasies about my boyfriend? Who gave you the right to invade his privacy? I have never even seen him at 15, so tender in age, and yet you, this perverse creature, dared to take clandestine photos of him. You are wretched beyond measure. A sense of responsibility to protect Qiyu in his youthful innocence surged within Xia Shuran, intensifying her blows. A crowd began to pull Xia Shuran away, while a jiao's face had swollen grotesquely. Xia Shuran's neck bore bruises, and tear stains had dried upon her cheeks. No one anticipated that the renowned beauty would engage in such a brawl, and many paused, capturing the moment on their phones. Luo Wen's voice was stern as he instructed them not to take photographs, dispatching members of the student council to collect their mobile phones, one by one. Xia Shuran felt dizzy and disoriented. Despite being supported by Jiang Xiaoye and her companions, she could not prevent her body from leaning backward uncontrollably. It felt as though an illusion had descended upon her. How else could Xia Shuran perceive that someone behind her was gently supporting her body and calling her softly with an endearing tone? Good girl. Chapter 86. Do not fear. I am here. As soon as the people on either side of Xia Shuran spotted Qiyu, they instinctively stepped aside. With no support left, Xia Shuran leaned against Qiyu, who gently wrapped his arm around her shoulders, his gaze fixated on the girl's bruised neck, his eyes as cold as ice. Alarmed by Qiyu's frightening expression, Xia Shuran quickly covered her neck with her hand. However, Qiyu took the initiative to grasp her hand. His voice tender as he addressed her, "Do not touch it. It will hurt." Xia Shuran smiled nonchalantly. "Oh, it's nothing. She's worse off than I am. Don't worry, I'm not at a loss." Xia Shuran had indeed emerged victorious from the confrontation. Yet, the crux of the matter remained the incident of a jiao secretly photographing Qiyu. While she had vented her anger, it was Qiyu who was the true victim. His eyes remained deep and piercing, and he said nothing. Holding the girl, a wave of self-reproach washed over him. In a low voice, he murmured in Xia Shuran's ear, "I'm sorry, my dear." Instantly, Xia Shuran intertwined her fingers with his, asserting, "It was I who wanted to fight. It has nothing to do with you. Even if you had come at lightning speed, you would still be too late." She was already astonished by his swift arrival. Qiyu's presence had a significant effect on Xia Shuran. She could have continued as a steel-clad warrior, but now, with him by her side, she felt an overwhelming urge to cry. It was akin to a child who, after a fall, weeps uncontrollably upon receiving their mother's concern. Only a cherished child is entitled to feel aggrieved. At that moment, Xia Shuran longed to bury herself in Qiyu's embrace and weep freely. However, mindful of the throngs of onlookers, all students from Peking University, she stifled her emotions, discreetly clutching the hem of Qiyu's shirt instead. A jiao had already fainted, and no one dared to approach her. Her phone lay broken from Xia Shuran's earlier actions. Xia Shuran glanced up at Qiyu, who gently patted her head and whispered soothingly, "Do not fear. I am here." Xia Shuran pressed her lips together, wishing only to retrieve that phone. Fear was not her concern. A jiao was in a far worse predicament. Squeezing Qiyu's fingers lightly, she signaled him before quietly jogging to pick up the phone, cradling it in her palm. The Peking University students kept their distance from a jiao, whose head continued to bleed. If she were left to languish on the grass, unknown consequences might ensue. Luo Wen hastily bandaged a jiao's wound and then lifted her, carrying her to the infirmary. A jiao's drool and blood-stained Luo Wen's clothes. He frowned slightly, clearly reluctant to continue holding her, yet he did not release her. With an almost imperceptible sigh, Luo Wen thought that if even he did not tend to this female classmate, no one else would. Whispers circulated among the crowd, praising the chairperson's spirit. Why does she deserve to be carried by Luo Wen? I'm truly baffled. As he passed by Xia Shuran, Luo Wen remarked to Qiyu, "Ayu, your girlfriend was quite fierce this time. Shall we head to the infirmary to discuss the follow-up?" As if he had not heard, Qiyu cast a disdainful glance at the girl in Luo Wen's arms, his eyes narrowing coldly. Xia Shuran was perplexed as to why Luo Wen did not speak to her directly. She was clearly present, having been the one to confront a jiao. Any communication should have been directed towards her. Why did he choose to speak to Qiyu first? She was not merely an appendage to Qiyu. Did Luo perceive her in such a manner? Or was this the general consensus among others? Xia Shuran felt an inexplicable embarrassment. She was not Qi Yu's canary, and she loathed this feeling. Stepping forward, she addressed Luo directly, insisting that he should first attend to her injuries, asserting that regardless of the severity, she would take responsibility, including any financial implications, and that Qi Yu had no bearing on the matter. Yet Luo continued to gaze at Qi Yu, who instructed the girl to wait for a moment. Qi Yu and Luo, when moved aside, engaged in conversation. Qi Yu's expression remained frosty, and from his lip movements, it seemed he indifferently stated that this matter was not over. After a few more exchanges from Luo, he nodded before departing. The surrounding crowd was dispersed by the student council, and as everyone drifted away, Jiang Xiaoya and Su Yao exchanged glances with Xia Shuran before following the throng. In this space, only Xia Shuran and Qi Yu remained. Time and again met with disregard. Xia Shuran pouted in distress, unable to contain her emotions as tears spilled forth. Qi Yu embraced the girl, gently patting her back, assuring her that he would help her with the medication. He then took a Jiao's phone from her hands. Xia Shuran surmised that Qi Yu might have learned about the clandestine photographs. During the altercation, Luo had been the first to intervene. He likely saw the pictures on a Jiao's phone and had just informed Qi Yu. Xia Shuran yearned to comfort Qi Yu. After all, being stalked by a pervert for 5 years would unhinge anyone. Only Qi Yu remained so composed, managing to find the emotional bandwidth to console her. Yet, Xia Shuran found herself ensnared in her own feelings, unable to escape. The anguish of being perceived as Qi Yu's subordinate and the pain of being overlooked deeply saturated her heart. She could not stem the flow of tears, soon dampening the fabric of Qi Yu's shirt. That foolish Qi Yu! He had no idea why she was crying. Whether her neck ached was of little consequence. The frustration she felt toward the Jiao had long dissipated. What truly troubled her was that everyone regarded her as merely Qi Yu's someone, even a Jiao. Even she had referred to herself as Qi Yu's little sweetheart, never once uttering Xia Shuran's name. It felt as though she had transformed from a subject into an object. It was only in Qi Yu's presence that she felt whole, a thought that suddenly surged within her, filling her with dread. A newfound strength welled up inside her. She resolved to enhance her skills in design. For this was her career, and she must persevere. Retracting from Qi Yu's embrace, she shook her head, declaring that she still needed to run. Run? Qi Yu appeared somewhat taken aback. He lowered his gaze, coaxing her gently. Be good. Let us attend to your wounds first. Your brother will take you. As he reached out to take Xia Shuran's hand, she did not shy away, yet she remained resolute in her decision to finish the race. Qi Yu keenly sensed that the girl had undergone some subtle transformation. He raised an eyebrow, believing it to be a positive change. Very well, I shall accompany you. Chapter 87. The end of lousy. Xia Shuran exhaled softly, leading Qi Yu towards the position for the second leg of the relay. With a smile, she urged him to capture her graceful form on the playground. However, upon noticing the bruises adorning her neck, Qi Yu felt a pang of discomfort and managed only a faint smile in response. Xia Shuran removed her jacket, handing it to Qi Yu. Beneath it, she wore a fitted shirt that revealed a hint of her slender waist. Her figure, already alluring, seemed almost provocative in such attire, especially when considering the sweat and flushed cheeks that would accompany her exertion during the race. Standing behind her, Qi Yu cleared his throat, instinctively shielding her slightly and brushing off a few stray blades of grass from her hair. Kiara, are you certain you wish to run like this? He inquired. Xia Shuran tugged at her shirt, feeling a touch of embarrassment, yet defiantly replied, Why not? The jingling embellishments on her jacket restricted her movements significantly. As she stepped onto the track, Qi Yu wrapped his arms around her shoulders, halting her in her tracks. Confused, Xia Shuran asked, What's the matter? He removed his own athletic jacket, intending to drape it over her. Xia Shuran playfully blocked his attempt, raising an eyebrow. I assented about supporting my freedom of dress. Now you want to cover me up with your jacket? Qi Yu merely responded, It's different. Raise your arms, and let me help you. Unable to resist his insistence, she complied, lifting her arms for him to assist her. What is so different? She questioned softly, as Qi Yu helped her into the jacket. She felt as though he were embracing her from behind. Biting her lip, she gazed at the students from Peking University in the distance, suddenly feeling a wave of shyness wash over her. Chiyu gently freed her hair from the confines of the clothing and zipped it up for her. "Let me touch your head," he said, extending his hand. Pouting, Xia Shuran raised her hands like a little zombie, playfully sticking out her tongue. Chiyu chakodwarmli, rolling up the excess sleeves of her jacket with tenderness, revealing her delicate wrists, which he kissed gently. "All right, off you go. I'll be waiting for you at the finish line," he encouraged. Blushing, Xia Shuran withdrew her hands. Chiyu's kiss was warm, and she could still feel the lingering sensation of his gentle lick on her wrist. Tucking her hands into the pockets of his jacket, she felt a comforting warmth envelop her. As she took her strides, the jacket nearly reached her knees, creating a comical sight. Whenever she heard laughter from others, she instinctively thought they were mocking her, causing her to lower her head in embarrassment. Xia Shuran took Chiyu's hand from her shoulder, gripping his index finger tightly in silent reproach, feeling like a little mouse caught in a grain sack. Yet, rather than acknowledging her plight, Chiyu leaned in to kiss her. Determined, Xia Shuran pinched his face to prevent the kiss, rising on her toes to nibble at his collarbone. Chiyu raised an eyebrow with a hint of mischief, gently intertwining his fingers with the girl's delicate hand, whispering softly, "I'll help you with your medicine when we get back. I might just kiss you to death." Startled, Xia Shuran recoiled, summoning all her strength to withdraw her hand. Darting away like a frightened rabbit, she turned back to make a face at Chiyu, sticking out her tongue playfully. Chiyu remained rooted to the spot, his gaze fixed on the slender silhouette of the girl, a dangerous glint flickering in his eyes. Xia Shuran positioned herself at the second baton spot on the track, striking a pose that mimicked a sprinter's readiness. Jiang Xiaoye and Su Yao, brandishing glowing cheer sticks they had somehow procured, stood by the sidelines, enthusiastically waving their props and chanting, "Go Goddess! Go Goddess!" Xia Shuran responded with a gesture indicating her determination, though anxiety gripped her heart, causing her clenched fists to tremble. At that moment, Chiyu approached the edge of the track, donning a black baseball cap pulled low to obscure his brow and eyes, revealing only the sharp contours of his jawline. He had lent his jacket to his girlfriend, leaving him clad in a sleeveless black vest, which accentuated the prominent lines of his collarbone, hinting at the remnants of passionate marks. His overall demeanor exuded a wild, carefree allure, complemented by loose, dark cargo pants. One hand casually rested in his pocket while he held his girlfriend's soft jacket in the other. The stark contrast of his muscular arms, defined by taut sinews and prominent veins, rendered him both rugged and alluring. As he stood there, relaxed yet imposing, his sharp brows and cold gaze emanated an air of nonchalance, yet there was an unmistakable intensity in his presence. Just moments before, the area had been bustling, thronged by admirers of Xia Shuran, the school's beauty. However, now, it seemed as though a sudden hush had fallen, the crowd scattering like startled birds at his approach. Jiang Xiaoye and Su Yao, trembling, retreated 10 meters away, still clutching their cheer sticks, but too intimidated to shout. Xia Shuran shot a bemused glance at Chiyu, questioning his sudden fierceness. With his dark, languid eyes seemingly laced with amusement, he nonchalantly remarked, "Did I say anything?" Xia Shuran shot him a reproachful look, then, realizing the race had yet to commence, approached him. Chiyu raised an eyebrow, observing her as she turned her back to him, her voice muffled as she requested, "Could you help me with my hair? The hair tie is in my jacket." Chapter 88. Brother helps you with your hair. Xia Shuran waited for quite a while, yet there was no sign of Chiyu moving. With a huff, she turned around to retrieve a hair tie from her coat, preparing to style her hair herself. However, Chiyu playfully teased her, lifting his arm so that the girl could not reach it even on tiptoe. Annoyed, she called out, "Chiyu!" Her voice, inherently soft, took on a flirtatious tone that made Chiyu's ears perk up. "Hurry up, I'm about to start." Xia Shuran clung to Chiyu's arm, tugging at the edge of his coat. Chiyu gazed at the girl's flushed nose and the delicate blush at the corners of her eyes. How adorable! Unable to resist, he leaned down to plant a gentle kiss on her forehead. "All right, brother will help you with your hair." Only then did Xia Shuran let her heels touch the ground, giving Chiyu's arm a playful swat. Why grow so tall if you're just going to tease me? She often found herself on tiptoe, neck craned back, which was exhausting and painful. Chi retrieved several sparkling hair ties from her coat. He wrapped his arms around her, kissing the tips of her slightly reddened ears before starting to style her hair. Xia Shuran felt his warm fingertips gliding through her hair, occasionally pausing to gently massage her scalp. The human scalp is quite sensitive. A simple touch can send delightful shivers throughout the body. In truth, it felt wonderfully soothing. Xia Shuran bit her lower lip, her cheeks faintly flushed. Though Chiyu had styled her hair multiple times, she still found each experience novel. Each time felt like the very first. Chiyu, with a hair tie clenched between his teeth, skillfully maneuvered her hair. This scene did not go unnoticed by other students at Peking University, who were utterly astonished. A strikingly handsome young man, exuding an air of wildness and aloofness, was behaving like a devoted pup, dutifully styling his girlfriend's hair. Many had already captured this moment on camera, ready to ignite a frenzy on the forums. Focusing intently, Chiyu gathered Xia Shuran's hair into a single bunch, freeing a hand to grasp the hair tie. For him, the next step was the most challenging: how to secure the hair tie. Xia Shuran had taught him countless times, and he had barely grasped the technique. After twisting the tie twice, he managed to secure it on the first attempt. Chiyu playfully flicked the high ponytail he had fashioned, reminiscent of a schoolboy teasing a younger girl. Xia Shuran snatched her hair back, casting him a glare, clearly implying that someone must have bullied their female classmates in their youth. Chiyu chuckled softly. In his childhood, he had never paid attention to girls, pretending not to notice those who passed him love notes. He had never experienced such intimacy before. This was his first time. Xia Shuran huffed, turning to leave, only to have Chiyu firmly grasp her ponytail. His languid voice broke through, ungrateful. Aren't you going to thank your brother? Xia Shuran quickly shielded her hair, fearing that this rascal would mess it up again. She feigned weakness, gently stroking the back of Chiyu's hand, obediently saying, "Thank you, brother." Chiyu's eyes sparkled with delight as he released her. "When you run later, don't rush, and be careful not to fall." His tone resembled that of a caregiver admonishing a little child. Xia Shuran pouted, "I know." She took a few steps, but then turned back. She turned back to grasp the remaining hair tie, lifting her gaze to Chiyu, her eyes sparkling with delight. Chiyu understood that the girl was determined to act on a whim, and he could only indulge her. His tone, reminiscent of soothing words, was low and imbued with a uniquely masculine charm, tinged with gentleness. "What is it?" Xia Shuran tilted her head, fixating on Chiyu, her eyes blinking playfully. "Can I wear this one on your hand?" Chiyu furrowed his brow, staring incredulously at the shimmering pink hair tie. "This? Yes," Xia Shuran exclaimed, immediately taking hold of Chiyu's hand and fastening the hair tie onto his wrist. The pink accessory snugly encircled his wild, masculine wrist, creating a striking contrast. Chiyu's brow twitched. "Kiara, take it off." "No." Xia Shuran meticulously adjusted the hair tie. She couldn't help but touch it fondly, breaking into a joyful smile. Although Chiyu was not fond of wearing such an overtly feminine item, seeing the girl as happiness softened his heart instantly. He tousled her hair, grinning alongside her. "Baby, why are you so happy? Now everyone will know you have a girlfriend," Xia Shuran boldly teased, lifting Chiyu's chin. "It shows that you belong to me." Chapter 89. "Baby, you bite." Chiyu squinted, wishing to embrace the girl, but she slipped away. The teacher was already urging them on, prompting Xia Shuran to hastily take her position. In the final moment before the race commenced, Shuran felt as though the world had stilled, leaving only the thunderous heartbeat in her chest and Chiyu's low, melodic voice encouraging her, "Baby, go for it." As she grasped the baton from the first runner, Shuran's mind was consumed by a singular thought: to run forward, to run forward. The sound of the wind intertwined with the clamor of the crowd, and Shuran thought of nothing. Her body moved almost instinctively, navigating through the fog of her chaotic thoughts, until she spotted Chiyu waiting for her at the edge of the third leg's track. The boy stood under the sun, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he welcomed her, despite the seeming eternity of the stretch ahead, which felt as if no matter how hard she ran, the finish line remained elusive. Shuran knew she had fallen significantly behind the other team. The first runner had led by a considerable margin, yet her own speed had noticeably diminished. Biting her lip, Shuran summoned every ounce of strength, expending her last reserves to pass the baton. Chiyu swiftly enveloped the girl in his embrace, tenderly stroking her back, murmuring, "You did wonderfully, my dear." His sincere tone, akin to that of a caring guardian, made Shuran feel as though she had just won an Olympic gold medal. Just as young boys are often praised for their accomplishments, Shuran felt similarly cherished by Chiyu. The girl in the third leg took off. Shuran clung to Chiyu, watching her retreating figure, and suddenly broke into a silly grin. She mused that although her own pace was slow, at least she hadn't faltered. For someone like her, who was not athletically inclined, this was a source of satisfaction. A wave of joy surged through her, and she relaxed completely, the soreness in her legs creeping up on her unexpectedly, leaving her feeling weak. She willingly surrendered herself to Chiyu, lazily nestling into his embrace. Team A ultimately triumphed, and Jiang Xiaoya and Su Yao approached to celebrate with Shuran. However, hesitating due to her being cradled by Chiyu, they dared not advance. Shuran winked at them in acknowledgement, signaling them to proceed without her. Chiyu kissed the girl's forehead, asking, "Now can you come with me?" Shuran, nestled against his chest, mumbled a soft, "Okay." Chiyu patted her lower back, raising an eyebrow as he teased, "Then let us go." Yet, Shuran had no strength left to walk, puffing her cheeks and remaining motionless in his arms. Suddenly, Chiyu flashed a mischievous grin before lifting her effortlessly to the side, cradling her with one arm as if she were a mere basket of vegetables. His strong arms wrapped securely around her waist, providing a profound sense of safety. But at that moment, Shuran simply wished to be set down. Unable to push him away, she resorted to flailing her legs. Chiyu remained unfazed, amused by her antics, and remarked casually, "Now you seem to have energy?" Shuran, a beat behind, realized how ridiculous her flailing was and promptly ceased. She wrapped her arms around Chiyu's neck, seemingly resigned to her fate. With playful annoyance, she removed the baseball cap from his head and placed it upon her own, pulling the brim down to cover her face entirely. Chiyu cast a fleeting glance at the shy girl nestled in the crook of his shoulder. She was undeniably adorable. Tilting his head gently, he planted a soft kiss on her cheek, murmuring, "Good girl." Xia Shuran, her face flushed with embarrassment, remained silent as he held her close and continued walking. Unbeknownst to them, countless eyes were upon them, and many had likely captured this moment. Although she attempted to conceal her face, it was evident to others who she was. Overwhelmed with shyness, Xia Shuran felt an urge to disappear into the ground. In a huff, she chastised Chiyu, calling him a rogue. The unabashed Chiyu, with a mischievous grin, casually admitted to it. Xia Shuran's blood surged with heat, and in a fit of indignation, she blew softly against his earlobe before playfully biting it. Her warm breath, infused with a subtle floral fragrance, enveloped him as her delicate tongue traced the side of his ear, leaving a wet mark, while she continued to nibble. Chiyu's heart raced, and a blush crept over him. He restrained his desires, his narrowed, cold eyes glinting with an assertive intensity, nearly losing control. "Damn it!" The sweet, soft voice of the girl echoed in his ear. "Does it hurt? That LL teach you to provoke me?" "Oof." Xia Shuran pouted, anticipating Chiyu's plea for mercy, but he paid her no mind, merely quickening his pace. Nestled against his neck, she whimpered, "Put me down, or I'll bite again." Chiyu's voice dropped to a husky whisper, "Go ahead, my dear, bite." The moment she heard this tone, she froze, instinctively aware of what it signified whenever he became fervent in bed. Internally, Xia Shuran scoffed at his words. "My dear, go ahead and bite," clearly implied. "If you have the audacity to bite, I won't spare you." Noticing her obedient stillness, Chiyu suppressed his yearning gaze, a roguish smirk dancing across his features. Did he think he could tease and then escape unscathed? How amusing. "Kiara, your time tonight belongs entirely to me." Chapter 90. I will be gentle later, fortunately. The playground is not far from the school parking lot. By taking a small path from the rear, one can shorten the distance. As Chiyu stepped onto this verdant path, Xia Shuran exhaled a sigh of relief. She was finally able to escape the scrutinizing gazes of the students from Peking University. She adjusted the cap on Chiyu's head and tidied his bangs. Inwardly, She marveled at his striking appearance. Chi possessed sharp, piercing features, defined brows, a straight nose, and thin lips, presenting an image that was both intimidating and alluring. This air of aloofness only intensified his magnetism. He spoke little and often exhibited a disdainful demeanor towards others, except when he playfully teased her with some embarrassing remarks. This side of Chi was known only to her. To everyone else, including his childhood friends and female companion Su Yanqi, Chi remained reserved and indifferent. The most authentic version of Chi was a mystery even to his family, yet Xia Shuran had glimpsed it. She recalled how chaotic his breath would become during their kisses, how his eyes would glimmer with desire under the midnight sky. She remembered how he would call her baby in a husky voice, coaxing her to continue. These intimate moments were secrets known solely to Xia Shuran. Lost in thought, she felt her cheeks flush, scolding herself for indulging in such musings. Yet, an unusual sensation welled up within her, amidst the throngs of admirers. It was she who shared a bond with Chi, having witnessed his concealed, tender side. This was not mere vanity. She genuinely cherished him. Even if Chi were not as popular among girls, her affection would remain unchanged. Yet, it was undeniable that his looks would attract attention. Chi's appearance and character were precisely to her taste. He was her first love, making it nearly impossible for her not to adore him. To put it bluntly, ever since that night in Italy, her dreams had been filled with thoughts of him. She had yearned for Chi for so long, and now, it felt as though her secret crush had blossomed into reality. Chi mentioned that upon returning from Italy, he switched to the same fragrant shower gel she used. Surely, he must have been thinking of her as well. Xia Shuran recalled a time after their intimate encounter when Chi casually mentioned that he had once indulged himself in the scent of that shower gel while in the bathroom. His tone was as nonchalant as if he were discussing a meal. What a shameless fellow. In ancient times, he would undoubtedly have been charged with obscenity. It was hard to fathom how Chi, who appeared cold and unapproachable in public, could behave so audaciously in private. As Xia Shuran's thoughts wandered, they spiraled endlessly. Unbeknownst to her, she had been blushing intensely under the watchful gaze of Chi, who had been observing her with narrowed eyes for quite some time. Startled, she locked eyes with him and, feeling a surge of indignation, exclaimed, "What are you doing?" Chi, with a hint of mischief in his eyes, replied, "Someone seems to be daydreaming about me." Xia Shuran, feeling guilty, bit her lip and retorted, "I'm thinking about something important." Xia Shuran timidly leaned against Chi-Yu's shoulder, and in her movement, her toes inadvertently brushed against. Feeling a sudden shock, Xia Shuran wondered how this was possible. Hesitantly, she lowered her head to look. Fortunately, no one was around, and Chi-Yu's loose work pants concealed the situation quite well. Xia Shuran felt a wave of embarrassment for him, had he not favored baggy trousers. The consequences would have been mortifying given his. Chi-Yu had initially intended to tease the girl, but he fell silent. The tension remained unrelieved, his breath growing heavier. "Chi-Yu," she called him, her voice laced with apprehension. Before he could respond, she spoke in a soft, pleading tone. Was she truly so frightened? Chi-Yu raised an eyebrow, playfully. You. Xia Shuran found it difficult to voice her thoughts. Is this what you meant? Chi-Yu's expression was carefree as he seized her foot. Xia Shuran, caught in his grasp, felt her cheeks flush with shame, almost crying out in embarrassment. She bit down on her lip, nearly breaking the skin. Chi-Yu's mischievous demeanor was unmistakable. His deep, sultry voice rose to a teasing pitch. "You better take responsibility." Xia Shuran realized that this was not the moment for banter with Chi-Yu, as it would only lead to her own embarrassment. Retreating into the crook of Chi-Yu's neck, she allowed him to hold her foot, refusing to utter a word in response. As they endured the tension, they finally arrived at the parking lot. Chi-Yu first helped her into the passenger seat, bending down to fasten her seatbelt. He pressed a gentle kiss to her brow and whispered in her ear, "Don't be afraid, my darling. I'll be gentle." Unable to push him away, Xia Shuran playfully struck his shoulder. She dared not meet his gaze, burying her face in the crook of her arm. Chapter 91. This is my wife. Chi-Yu lingered in the school parking lot, not in a hurry to leave. He first made a phone call, seemingly to a doctor, speaking with a tone of utmost respect, as one would address an elder. Chi requested the doctor to wait at the apartment. He turned on the car's interior light, leaned towards the passenger seat, and gently examined the girl's neck for injuries. The glow of the light was eclipsed by Chi Yu's robust figure, creating an overwhelming presence within the confined space of the car. Not to mention, he was quite close. Xia Shuran instinctively pressed against Chi Yu's shoulder in fear, biting her lip slightly. She tilted her head to avoid looking directly at him as he adjusted the angle of her neck. Noticing her wariness, Chi Yu seemed to smile. He gently parted her lips with his fingers, urging her to stop biting down as she was already bleeding. His deep, tender voice reached her ears, easing her tension. Chi Yu gradually leaned closer, allowing her ample time to react. When their noses brushed, he playfully nudged, coaxing her with an enchanting voice. "Come on, give your brother a kiss, won't you?" Xia Shuran found herself unable to refuse him, slowly realizing just how adept Chi Yu was at soothing others, if only he wished to. He tenderly kissed her lips, playfully sucking and licking away the droplets of blood that had oozed forth, followed by a gentle peck at the corner of her mouth. Chi Yu caressed the top of her head, assuring her, "Don't be afraid, I won't touch you until your neck is treated." Captivated by his gentleness, Xia Shuran could no longer resist embracing him, although a sliver of rationality remained. This meant, after the medication, he would indeed come closer. She had just been in a fight, her neck still pained, and her legs sore from running. "Chi Yu, the merciless." Xia Shuran murmured softly in his embrace. Chi Yu raised an eyebrow. "You say your legs are sore?" Xia Shuran pouted. "Of course, I ran with all my might today." As she spoke, she patted her legs, and indeed a wave of soreness surged through her. Unable to stifle a soft whimper, she was met with Chi Yu's response as he started the car. Hands on the steering wheel. His voice was casual. "Brother will help you massage them when we get to bed." Xia Shuran thought, "Never expect humanity from a beast." Upon arriving at Chi Yu's apartment parking lot, Xia Shuran alighted from the car, refusing to let him carry her further. She feared that an accidental touch might provoke him to take liberties. Chi Yu wrapped an arm around her waist, half supporting her as they made their way to the door. Upon entering, they encountered the doctor, a middle-aged man with a dignified appearance, impeccably dressed, carrying a large medical kit. Xia Shuran instinctively sensed his medical expertise. Chi Yu pulled out a chair and helped her sit down. "Uncle Yin, this is my wife. I spoke with you on the phone. She has an injury on her neck. Please take a look." "What wife?" A little flirtation in private is one thing, but introducing her like this in front of others? Xia Shuran was on the verge of embarrassment. She could only feign calmness and offer a polite smile to Uncle Yin. As Uncle Yin examined her neck, Chi Yu remained steadfastly by her side. Uncle Yin produced several boxes of oral medication and a tube of ointment, stating that it was merely a superficial injury, not serious, and that the marks would vanish within a week. Xia Shuran had anticipated this. In truth, she felt little pain, though the purplish bruising appeared somewhat alarming. "Conversely, Chi Yu visibly relaxed." He was about to see Uncle Yin off when, before departing, Uncle Yin flashed him a smile, remarking, "You rascal, since you entered, you haven't offered me even a sip of tea. Your wife is injured, and it seems you are quite worried." The teasing tone of Uncle Yin brought Chi Yu back to his senses. He had been so preoccupied with Kiara's injury that he had forgotten to attend to his elder guest. Hastily, Chi Yu invited Uncle Yin to sit a moment longer while he rushed to prepare tea. Uncle Yin waved his hand with a smile, saying, "I hear from Lao Chi that my daughter-in-law is settled. She's quite an understanding child. Today's meeting has indeed been pleasant. You should cherish her, for my son is still wandering abroad, and I am quite anxious." With that, Uncle Yin took his leave, and only then did Xia Shuran realize he was the father of Hua Xiaoyong, the director of the most renowned hospital in the country. She stood up in alarm, saying, "I only have a superficial injury. Why did you summon such an esteemed person?" Chi Yu pondered silently, knowing it was indeed out of concern for her. However, he refrained from responding, content that the girl's injury was not serious. Chapter 92. Little One is unafraid. Xia Shuran nestled on the sofa, holding a tube of ointment. Glancing around cautiously, she opened the cap and delicately took a whiff, employing a methodical approach. A standard medicinal scent wafted forth, slightly bitter, neither unpleasant nor agreeable. Chi was in the kitchen preparing hot water for her, stating that she should take the oral medication first before applying the ointment. Xiaoshu Ran could only sit on the sofa, idly waiting for him. Reclining back, she clutched the ointment, leaning closer to examine the small print on the packaging, softly murmuring the words. Her two fair legs rested on the armrest of the sofa, occasionally flicking playfully. When Qiyu emerged with the steaming water, he was greeted by this charming sight, prompting a soft chuckle from him. How delightful! Upon noticing Qiyu, Xiaoshu Ran instantly sat up with a beaming smile. Her voice sweet. Is it ready? Qiyu settled beside her, and she eagerly wrapped her arms around him, nestling into his embrace. Planting a random kiss on his neck and burying her face against his chest, seeking his warmth. Qiyu encircled her waist, gently caressing her body, whispering tenderly, calling her his little treasure. Xiaoshu Ran bit her lip, her fingers shyly brushing against him, in a rather intimate manner. Blushing, she looked up at him. Brother, may I help you with my hands? Qiyu smirked, his breath a tantalizing mix of danger and allure, simply replying, First, let us take the medicine. Feeling bashful, Xiaoshu Ran burrowed deeper into his embrace. Qiyu chuckled softly, ruffling her hair, presenting the hot water to her lips, accompanied by 2 small pills. His tones softened deliberately, adopting a soothing cadence as if coaxing a child. Come, let us take our medicine. Xiaoshu Ran complied, taking a small sip from his hand. Qiyu caressed her side gently, leaning down to place a tender kiss on her cheek, checking, is it too hot? He had tested the water temperature several times, ensuring it was just right. He was ever cautious, not wanting her to be burned. This little bunny required careful tending. Xiaoshu Ran wrapped her hands around Qiyu's forearm, her obedient posture inviting an affectionate kiss. Yet, she took the initiative, sweetly kissing his chin, shaking her head. Her voice obedient, it's not hot, brother. You have a little bruise appearing on your chin. Xiaoshu Ran reached out to touch it, feeling a slight sting, which was oddly comforting. Then she playfully rubbed her cheek against it, giggling joyfully, happier than a child who has just stolen candy, feeling so delightful. She was blissfully unaware of how captivating she appeared in that moment. Unable to resist, Qiyu tightened his embrace around her, his gaze darkening. He longed to pull her onto his lap, to indulge in the temptation of her body, to plunge deeply into her mouth, entwining their essences. Qiyu grasped her cheek, a hint of desire flickering in his eyes, yet his words remained composed. First, take your medicine, and once you've done that, I shall apply the ointment. Xiaoshu Ran had always loathed taking medicine, especially the 2 small white pills in Qiyu's hand, which looked decidedly bitter. However, Qiyu had already brought the pills to her lips, gently coaxing, one at a time, my little one, do not be afraid. Xiaoshu Ran whimpered, burying her face in his chest. Qiyu sighed softly, it's merely a medicine, Kiara. Xiaoshu Ran nestled in Qiyu's embrace, acting like a little rascal. I don't want to take it. Qiyu continued to coax her, but Xiaoshu Ran stubbornly refused, clinging tightly to his waist. Deep down, she knew that taking the medicine was imperative today. Feeling vexed, she sought some form of consolation to soothe her taste buds and spirit after enduring the bitterness of the medicine. With her beautiful eyes blinking, an idea struck her. She sweetly wrapped her arms around Qiyu's neck and, in a playful tone, suggested, Brother, if you eat a piece of candy and then come kiss me, I'll take the medicine. How does that sound? Qiyu was eager for this little darling to take her medicine promptly. They had some lemon honey candies left from the last purchase. As he stood to fetch the candy, Xiaoshu Ran clung to him like an octopus. The girl, all soft and pliable, demanded to be held. Qiyu gently tapped her adorable, blushing nose and said, Good girl, but get the candy now. Xiaoshu Ran, with a pout, refused to let go. Qiyu chuckled helplessly and lifted her, cradling her like a baby, supporting her thighs with one arm, allowing her to rest against his shoulder. The candy jar was just a few steps away on the kitchen island, and he quickly retrieved it. However, with one arm occupied holding her, he had only one hand left to unwrap the candy. Xiaoshu Ran had longed to help him with this task. She eagerly took the candy, unwrapped it, and brought it to his lips, sweetly urging him to open his mouth. Hubby-ya. Qiyu savored the candy and mischievously raised an eyebrow. What did you call me? Xiaoshu Ran fell silent, quickly wrapping her arms around his neck and hiding her face. She rarely addressed him this way. Only when the playful allure struck her in bed would she whisper hubby in his ear. Maintaining his hold on her, Qiyu stood by the island, using his other hand to gently grasp her chin, his fingers caressing her cheek as they shared a sweet, lingering kiss. The tangy sweetness of the candy mingled with the wild, masculine scent that enveloped them. The sound of their kiss was intoxicating, leaving Xia Shuran a bit dazed, clinging to Qi Yu as the lemon candy found its way into her mouth. Chapter 93. Are you comfortable? The kiss melted Xia Shuran's thoughts away. After she crushed and swallowed the candy, she obediently took her medicine, grimacing at the bitterness as she stuck out her tongue. Burying her face in Qi Yu's embrace and weeping softly, Qi Yu lifted her onto his lap, cradling her in his arms, gently stroking her back and soothing her in a low voice. He tenderly wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes and kissed her nose, murmuring, "Good girl. No more crying." With reddened eyes, Xia Shuran wrapped her arms around Qi Yu's neck, affectionately pressing her face against his. Qi Yu reached for the ointment, coaxing her to sit up. He opened the lid, dabbing a bit of the white cream onto his fingertip, glancing at her with a reassuring smile. "I will help you apply the medicine. I'll be gentle. It won't hurt." Xia Shuran sniffled and nodded, touching his arm as she leaned closer, inviting him to apply the ointment. When the cool cream met her skin, she shivered slightly, prompting Qi Yu to halt his movements. "Does it hurt?" he inquired. Xia Shuran shook her head, encouraging him to continue with a gentle touch on his arm. His movements were incredibly tender, each motion executed with utmost care. The ointment was evenly spread around her neck, the bruised skin now concealed beneath the white cream, appearing less alarming. As Xia Shuran observed Qi Yu's serious demeanor, with his lowered gaze, an inexplicable sweetness filled her heart, surpassing even the taste of the lemon candy she had just enjoyed. Once he finished, Qi Yu secured the lid and set the ointment aside. He casually grabbed a tissue to wipe his fingertips, as the tissue brushed against his slender, pale fingers. Xia Shuran felt her cheeks flush. That gesture seemed so familiar. It was the same every time he assisted her, always concluding with the same motion. Mischievous boy. In an instant, her ears and neck turned crimson. Qi Yu, having discarded the tissue, noticed her flushed face. He had been preoccupied with the bruise on her neck, unaware that she had been lost in thoughts about his gesture. Finding her rosy cheeks amusing, he teasingly tilted her chin up, his voice husky. "What's wrong now?" Xia Shuran turned her face away, unable to meet his gaze, muttering, "It's nothing." Qi Yu's hand slid from her lower back to her calf, playfully squeezing, his grip lacking restraint, causing her to let out a soft sound. With a lazy smile, he placed a light kiss near her lips, then, without waiting for a response, lifted her effortlessly, heading towards the bedroom. Xia Shuran felt a flutter of nervousness, yet she did not resist, merely wrapping her arms around Qi Yu's shoulders and biting her lips slightly. Her voice was barely above a whisper, lacking confidence, yet she conveyed her intent. "It's broad daylight. I only use my hands." Qi Yu let out a playful scoff, choosing not to respond. Xia Shuran puffed her cheeks and tapped his shoulder, insisting, "Hey, did you hear me?" He gently laid her down on the bed, a lazy smile gracing his face as he pinched her rosy cheek. As he began to remove his shirt, his strong physique was revealed, rendering her face crimson. In the next moment, he leaned down, kneeling on the bed, his gaze dark and intent as he gradually closed the distance between them. Xia Shuran felt a twinge of fear, her body instinctively recoiling. However, she was swiftly subdued by Qi Yu, who grasped her feet, rendering her immobile. His expression bore little emotion, yet an air of danger hung about him, a calmness that concealed a tempest. Xia Shuran was all too familiar with this demeanor, akin to the stillness before storm. She attempted to struggle once more, her voice soft and pleading as she called out to him, "Qi Yu, brother." Qi Yu traced his fingers along her legs, coaxing her to remove her trousers. Xia Shuran felt paralyzed, acquiescing to his will. Stripped of her outer pants, she was left in only her triangular underwear. Yet, Qi Yu did not proceed further. Kneeling before her, he placed her legs upon his shoulders, his gaze glinting with mischief. He placed his hands on her legs, surprisingly tenderly offering a massage. The warmth of his palms pressed against her veins, diligently working the tense muscles. Initially, Xia Shuran felt a slight discomfort, yet as time passed, the sensation transformed into one of comfort, prompting soft, involuntary sounds to escape her lips. Qiyu squinted his eyes, casually inquiring, "Does it feel good?" Xia Shuran bit her lip, shyly nodding in response. Entangled in his alluring gaze for less than 5 seconds, she quickly lowered her head, unable to maintain the connection. For at least half an hour, Qiyu continued to massage her legs. Xia Shuran felt a pleasant warmth enveloping her limbs, the circulation restoring, alleviating the swelling pain. Qiyu's voice was low and nonchalant. "Now, it seems it's time for brother to feel comfortable." Chapter 94. Wife baby Xia Shuran was drenched in sweat. Qiyu, this beast, had tormented her for an entire afternoon, leaving her in tears. After it was over, Qiyu turned the girl around, attempting to comfort her. Xia Shuran, in her displeasure, kicked him with all her might, though it barely compared to a cat scratch. During his high school years, he occasionally fed stray cats by the roadside, and even a scratch from a cat on the back of his hand was more painful than her kick. Observing the angry girl with tears glistening in her eyes, he couldn't help but chuckle softly, still laughing. How shameless! Xia Shuran, infuriated, turned her face away, using her arm to shield her eyes. Qiyu leaned closer, gently kissing the corner of her lips, slowly moving her arm aside to kiss her tear-filled eyes. Cradling her face in his hands, he caressed her tenderly. "Good girl," he cooed. Xia Shuran, feeling petulant, retorted, "I am not your good girl." Qiyu, suppressing his laughter, replied, "You're my wife." "I'm not. You are my treasure." "Not. You're my baby." "Not. You are my obedient baby." Xia Shuran was utterly speechless, pouting and ignoring him. The more she behaved this way, the more adorable Qiyu found her. He embraced her, resting his face against her chest. His hands gently explored her waist as he called out softly, "Wife baby, I like you so much." Xia Shuran's ears burned with embarrassment, her heart fluttering, her breath quickening as her chest expanded. Qiyu noticed and laughed softly. Mortified, Xia Shuran pressed his head down firmly onto her chest, refusing to let him laugh. Even muffled against her, Qiyu continued to speak suggestively. Unable to outplay him, Xia Shuran resorted to covering his mouth. They frolicked for a while until Qiyu's phone suddenly rang. The phone was in his pants pocket, which had conveniently slipped down to Xia Shuran's side. She took the liberty of grabbing his phone first. Qiyu remained nestled against her chest, lazily urging her to answer the call. As Xia Shuran unlocked Qiyu's phone, she was greeted by a selfie of herself as the lock screen, a particularly unflattering one where she had playfully donned a pig nose. It was taken during a late-night game they had played in bed, where she had lost and was forced to take the picture, being someone who valued her appearance. Xia Shuran wished she could destroy it immediately. Yet, Qiyu had set this picture as his lock screen, not just on his phone, but also on his computer. The very computer in his CEO office displayed her unflattering image as the desktop background. Upon discovering this, Xia Shuran felt her temper flare. However, Qiyu insisted he liked it and refused to change it. The thought of this made her lose her appetite. Qiyu teasingly informed her that many people had seen it, partners, subordinates. When they inquired whose picture it was, he proudly claimed it was his wife. The mere recollection of this made Xia Shuran feel utterly humiliated. The call was from Luo Wen. Xia Shuran, upon seeing the lock screen, found herself devoid of the inclination to answer Qiyu's call. With a hint of irritation, she thrust the phone into his hands, huffing, "You answer it." Qiyu planted a tender kiss on the girl's chest, embracing her reluctantly before donning his trousers and shirt to take the call. Xia Shuran remained oblivious to the conversation on the other end, likely concerning a jiao, yet Qiyu's expression seemed relatively untroubled. Perched at the head of the bed, he conversed while gently caressing the girl's cheek, occasionally lifting her chin in a teasing manner. This interaction carried an air of playful intimacy, his hand capable of enveloping her delicate visage entirely. The sensation of his touch felt akin to a playful dalliance, causing Xia Shuran's cheeks to flush. Resting her head against Qiyu's thigh, she found herself enveloped by his youthful, untamed aura. Unconsciously, she wrapped her arms around his waist, burying her face against the side of his thigh. As she listened to his side of the conversation, a wave of drowsiness washed over her, compounded by the fainting spell she had experienced earlier that afternoon. Exhaustion settled heavily upon her, her eyelids drooping as she gradually succumbed to slumber. Noticing that the girl had closed her eyes, Chi Yu softened his movements, merely resting his hand beside her face, stilling it. Chapter 95. The desire to lick on the phone. Luo Wen mentioned that the girl had awakened with a strong desire to meet Chi Yu. Chi Yu, with a flicker of his eyelids, coldly declined. After ending the call, he cast his gaze down at the girl who had fallen asleep beside him, resting her head on his lap. His eyes softened as he gently lay down, enveloping her in his embrace and kissing her tranquil, long eyelashes. Since being with Kiara, he had developed a habit of caressing her earlobe to fall asleep. A single day without this comfort made him restless and unable to find slumber. When she was absent and unable to share the bed with him, Chi would toss and turn for over an hour before he could finally drift off. This habit, formed since their romance blossomed, vexed him yet brought a hint of sweetness, a perplexing contradiction. Chi tenderly stroked Xia Shuren's earlobe, his eyelids heavy, as he leaned against her hair, surrendering to sleep alongside her. Xia Shuren was roused by Chi-Yu's gentle kisses upon her lips. His face rested against her forehead, and with a slight dip, he could kiss her effortlessly, a convenience he relished. It seemed he had only just awakened, his voice husky as he murmured between kisses, "Darling, it's time to rise." Nestled in Chi-Yu's neck, Xia Shuren murmured sleepily, "Brother, I want to sleep a little longer." Outside, the sky began to turn a soft shade of blue, the unique twilight hour following dusk. They say blue embodies melancholy. If one were alone, awakening after dusk to an empty room, gazing at the sky outside, a profound sense of abandonment could envelop them, a lonely existence. Yet at this moment, with Xia Shuren clinging to Chi-Yu, she felt none of that. Instead, a sense of security and warmth filled her chest, and she wished for time to freeze at this instant. She desired to remain in Chi-Yu's embrace forever, even until they were both toothless. Unbeknownst to Chi-Yu, the girl in his arms was chuckling softly, buried in his neck. He couldn't help but smile in return, leaning down to affectionately kiss the top of her head. Checking the time on his black mechanical watch, he noted it was 1917. He gently whispered to the girl, "We haven't had dinner yet, darling." Xia Shuren, still nestled comfortably in his arms, stuck out her tongue and said, "Then don't eat. Brother, you go and make it." Chi-Yu tousled her hair. "How about you sleep a bit more?" Xia Shuren clung tightly to him, shaking her head adamantly no. Seeing her vigorous head shaking, Chi-Yu's heart fluttered with concern for her injury, and he quickly steadied her head, saying, "Be good, darling. No twisting your neck." Xia Shuren smiled as she reached for Chi-Yu's hand, assuring him, "It's fine. My neck doesn't hurt at all. It feels quite comfortable." As she attempted to move her neck again, Chi-Yu held her chin firmly, maintaining control. With a cool gaze, he urged her to behave. Xia Shuren noticed the shift in Chi-Yu's demeanor, sensing his underlying frustration. She pouted and buried her face in his shoulder, lapsing into silence, her little temper flaring once more. With a resigned sigh, Chi-Yu reflected on Xia Shuren's previous assessment of him, that his appearance suggested he was difficult to approach, his expression often conveying strong, unyielding presence. Despite his desire for interaction, others dare not approach him due to his reticent demeanor. Chi-Yu acknowledges this reality. His innate character and appearance foster a certain aloofness in his dealings with people and matters alike. He often adopts an attitude of wanting to be left undisturbed. However, Kiara is different. He does not genuinely wish to frighten her. His icy demeanor merely intimidates the little rabbit. Chi-Yu gently comforts her, caressing the girl's back. As Uncle Yin mentions, it will take a week for things to improve. "Be good. Shall we take this seriously?" Xia Shuren, holding back tears, nods at Chi-Yu's shoulder and stammers, "Brother, don't be angry with me." Chi-Yu pulls the girl closer, planting soft kisses on her brow and eyes. "All right, brother won't be angry." Xia Shuren immediately bursts into tears, sobbing in the man's embrace. Chi-Yu realizes that the girl has become increasingly emotional. The more time they spend together, the more he discovers that his precious one is quite the little crybaby. He holds her tenderly, soothing her, his large hand gently stroking her side. He first kisses her lips softly, then gradually deepens the kiss, enveloping her in a fervent embrace. Xia Shuren feels a tingling sensation as their lips meet, her body turning weak. She is enveloped in the warmth of Chi-Yu's arms, her face flushed against his chest. Breathing lightly, her mind spins, and her heart trembles with shyness, leaving her no inclination to cry any longer. Chiyu employs this tactic often, kissing her into a state of confusion, effectively stopping her tears, an approach that always proves successful. He tenderly wipes away the traces of her tears, brushing aside a few strands of hair that cling to her face and tucking them behind her ear. Xia Shuran leans in to kiss his palm, her cheeks still rosy, her expression shy. Chiyu smirks, a hint of mischief dancing in his smile as he cradles her face, finally pressing a gentle kiss on her beautiful, innocent eyes. "Brother likes you the most," he says, his tone casual yet imbued with an unspeakable yearning. His gaze sparkles with allure, complemented by his slightly rebellious eyebrows, exuding a captivating charm. Chi possesses a cold demeanor, his sharp features accentuated by his phoenix eyes, with subtly pronounced double eyelids. His piercing gaze can be quite intimidating. Yet when he relaxes, that wild, rogue spirit emerges, a quality that many women find irresistible. Xia Shuran seems to grasp why Chiyu is so difficult to approach. Yet he attracts countless admirers who eagerly pursue him. Some girls even claim on forums that they would feel content just to share a night with him. Xia Shuran occasionally stumbles upon posts analyzing Chiyu's physique, often accompanied by a photo of him in a basketball jersey, caught mid-motion, revealing a glimpse of his toned back. The comments beneath declare him to have a stud-like waist that one would wish to lick. Xia Shuran's eyelid twitches at such remarks, and she instinctively reports the post. How shameless. She has never licked him. Perhaps she should consider trying it next time? Chapter 96. Chiyu announced his intention to prepare a meal. Having recently acquired the art of Chinese cuisine, eager to impress the girl, Xia Shuran, reluctant to release his embrace, clung to him for quite some time. Ultimately, it was the rumble of her stomach that betrayed her. Well, she was indeed hungry. Chiyu chuckled softly as he rose, leaning down to place a gentle kiss on her forehead. "Sleep a little longer. I'll come to hold you once the meal is ready." Xia Shuran wrapped her arms around his neck, playfully murmuring in a sweet tone. She pressed her lips against Chiyu's thin ones, shyly extending her tongue to give a timid lick. Chiyu narrowed his eyes, grasping her chin to deepen the kiss. After a tender and lingering moment, Xia Shuran's cheeks flushed slightly. She bit her lip before finally letting him go, and he proceeded to the kitchen. The sound insulation in Chiyu's apartment was excellent. Xia Shuran could not hear any noises from the kitchen. After a brief nap, her body felt rejuvenated, the aches in her waist and hips diminished. Bored, she rolled around on the bed for a while, recalling Chiyu's advice to be mindful of her neck, which prompted her to settle down. She mused that her neck was perfectly fine, far less painful than her hips. Chiyu was the true source of her discomfort, and he had the audacity to advise her on her neck. He had certainly applied enough pressure. Xia Shuran was aware that he was cautious. It remained a troublesome habit, particularly in their intimate moments. Nevertheless, these were merely appetizers. As long as Chiyu did not exhaust her waist and hips, it could be considered a significant kindness. The list of Chiyu's transgressions was endless. With a muffled huff, Xia Shuran turned her head and caught sight of Chiyu's phone. He had numerous computers for work, both desktop and portable, countless in number. Yet, he possessed only this one phone, replacing it when necessary. He had stated that managing work matters was already quite complex, and adding more devices would only complicate things further. Xia Shuran focused intently, pondering whether she should take a look at Chiyu's phone, especially since she knew the password. While her mind hesitated, her hand had already reached out. Xia Shuran swore she was not acting with intent. She simply could not resist. The thought of checking her boyfriend's phone echoed in her mind like an incantation, endlessly looping. In truth, Chiyu was rather casual with his phone. He left it behind while showering or cooking, often asking Xia Shuran to answer calls for him, which were primarily work-related. Thus, she inadvertently became acquainted with some of his close subordinates and partners with whom he frequently collaborated. When Chiyu was engrossed in his phone, Xia Shuran would lean in beside him, and he did not shy away. Typically, he was engrossed in simple data spreadsheets, with the more intricate details reserved for his computer. Nestled in his embrace, Xia Shuran would often doze off after a glance at the screen, while he remained focused, flipping through page after page with seemingly tireless enthusiasm, truly a stalwart. Over the past 6 months, she had ample opportunity to peruse Chiyu's phone, but her nebulous moral boundaries had held her back. That she had managed to resist until today was no small feat now, with Chiyu's phone in her grasp. It felt as if she were holding a searing iron. Xia Shuren's hands trembled, connected to her heart, overwhelmed with anxiety. Her eyes darted to the bedroom door, fearing that Chiyu might unexpectedly appear. With trembling fingers, she cautiously unlocked Chiyu's phone. The applications on his phone were few, presented in a minimalist layout. Most of the apps were work-related and in English, leading one to believe he lived abroad. However, it was also possible that these were foreign apps, particularly many paid ones, which could indeed enhance efficiency in handling venture capital tasks. Xia Shuren, focused on her objective, opened his WeChat. He had numerous work-related contacts, with conversations solely revolving around professional matters. Xia Shuren sighed, realizing she had indeed fallen for a workaholic. Aside from his work-related acquaintances, he had few remaining friends, totaling no more than 100, including former classmates from middle and high school, as well as various relatives such as uncles and aunts. Xia Shuren felt a bit embarrassed. Her own count exceeded 200, including several from Southern Europe. She clicked through the contacts one by one. Lu Qian, Su Yinxi, Huo Xiaoyang, and Qi Mingyu were all present, their names fully noted. There were also classmates and professors from the basketball team at Jing University and the finance department. As she flipped to the later pages, Xia Shuren stumbled upon a particularly intriguing group labeled Miscellaneous, added after losing a drinking game, though she contemplated deleting it, feeling it might not be appropriate. The members were unnamed and had even restricted their moments. Among them was the profile picture of Chen Feifei. Xia Shuren was taken aback. She had assumed Yu would simply ignore those he did not wish to add, but to her surprise, he appeared quite cool, even possessing moments of silliness. Chapter 97. The Obedient Bunny. After approximately 5 or 6 minutes, Xia Shuren diligently examined some chat records. She discovered that Yu communicated with others in an exceedingly straightforward manner, responding with a single word whenever possible, never exceeding 2 words. Was this the same Yu she knew, who would often tease her with an abundance of playful banter? As Xia Shuren perused his work-related conversations, it became evident that he was indeed quite busy. If she were to experience a day in Yu's life, she doubted she could endure even an hour before succumbing to exhaustion. Xia Shuren scrolled through Yu's phone screen, primarily searching for female avatars. Upon reaching the section featuring Lu Qian and Huo Xiaoyang, she spotted Su Yinxi's profile picture. Intrigued, she entered Su Yinxi's chat window and was somewhat taken aback. It was astonishing to see that their conversation had ceased 6 months prior. Su Yinxi had messaged, "This Saturday evening, our high school classmates are having a reunion. Chiyu, will you be attending?" A few minutes later, Chiyu replied, "No time, I have to accompany my girlfriend." Su Yinxi simply responded with, "Okay," and thereafter, they had not communicated further. It seemed they had not been in touch for quite some time. Chiyu was indeed a conversation assassin. Xia Shuren continued scrolling through the chat history between Chiyu and Su Yinxi, reaching back to their middle school days. The scant records indicated that they had hardly conversed, allowing her to access such ancient exchanges. She meticulously read through each message. Time after time, it was Su Yinxi who initiated contact, sending lengthy messages, while Chi would respond with a mere "oh." On occasion, Su Yinxi would include pictures, such as one of the stray cat Chiyu had petted the previous day. She would seek out that very black cat, take a photo with it, and send it to Chiyu, expressing her delight at having fed the same cat together. Chiyu's response remained a simple "oh." Xia Shuren felt a sense of suffocation. How could they continue a conversation like this? It was reminiscent of the first time she encountered Chiyu on a plane, when Su Yinxi sat beside him, chattering away, while Chiyu merely stared at his phone. She finally understood why their exchanges had dwindled, with Chiyu's demeanor, who could engage him in conversation. As she reviewed the chat records from high school, Chiyu's responses grew even more aloof. Xia Shuren was perplexed, and upon seeing Su Yinxi's apology, she grasped the situation. Su Yinxi had confessed her feelings. "I'm sorry. Just take what I said as nonsense. We are still friends, right?" Chiyu replied, "Yes. Yet, It was painfully evident that he had begun to respond less frequently to Su Yinchi's messages. After finishing the chat history, Xia Shuran exhaled deeply. Her first thought was how sparse it was. The conversation records from middle school to 6 months ago were fewer than the playful exchanges she and Shi Yu shared over 2 hours of banter. Xia Shuran then turned her attention to the chat between Qi Mingyu and Lu Qian, and to her surprise, they had discussed her. They teased Qi Yu, inquiring about his relationship with her. Qi Yu replied, "Very well, we're getting married soon. Don't ask." Xia Shuran's face flushed instantly. What was going on? Xia Shuran continued to scroll through the screen, feeling a sense of curiosity. As she searched frantically, she finally discovered her WeChat amidst the family contacts. It was nestled alongside the parents of Qi Yu, labeled with the affectionate note, "Beloved wife, sweet bunny." Xia Shuran nearly lost her composure upon reading those words. What on earth? She had never anticipated that Qi Yu would refer to her in such a manner. What a surprise. Chapter 98. A brotherly embrace upon exiting WeChat. Xia Shuran yearned to peruse the short video app once more, only to discover that Qi Yu had not installed any such applications. Xia Shuran was taken aback. What kind of ascetic life was he leading? All those times she had shared Douyin videos with him, he had merely endured them on WeChat with subpar quality? He hadn't even downloaded Douyin? Was his existence truly, solely devoted to work? Suddenly, Xia Shuran recalled that Qi Yu seemingly did not engage in mobile gaming either. He only dabbled in PC games, such as The Last of Us, a harrowing survival horror game set in a post-apocalyptic world filled with zombies. He found the computer screen insufficiently large and often connected it to the television for a more immersive experience. Xia Shuran had witnessed him a few times lounging on the sofa, controller in hand, engrossed in the game. Despite the bloodshed on screen, his expression remained remarkably serene, devoid of any semblance of the chaos he was navigating. However, such moments were exceedingly rare. Xia Shuran mused that perhaps it was beneficial for him to step away from work and indulge in some gaming to unwind. After all, what would happen if he were to be driven to madness by his relentless job? Just as Xia Shuran's thoughts wandered, the doorknob of the bedroom suddenly turned. Qi Yu entered, and Xia Shuran froze, clutching his phone as their eyes met. In that fleeting moment, she came to a profound realization about herself. In times of urgency, she was the kind of fool who would not flee. Had she merely tossed his phone aside in that instant, they would not be locked in this wordless, excruciatingly awkward gaze. Qi Yu chuckled, raising an eyebrow as he leaned casually against the doorframe. Xia Shuran found herself at a loss, unsure of where to place her hands and feet. The embarrassment of being caught by her boyfriend engulfed her like a tidal wave. After several seconds of stunned silence, she stammered, I. Confronted by Qi Yu's teasing, mischievous gaze, Xia Shuran found herself utterly speechless. What's more, she could not articulate any sensible explanation. She had barely managed to concoct a clumsy excuse about checking the time earlier, but now even that opportunity had slipped away. Blushing fiercely, Xia Shuran hastily threw back the covers and buried herself beneath them. Though it may be shameful to evade, it proved effective. The blanket served as her shell, providing a semblance of comfort. This was a tactic she had employed in her childhood to ward off her fears of ghosts. However, Qi was far more daunting. The illuminated phone, lingering on the WeChat interface, lay forlornly outside the covers, betraying her transgression. Xia Shuran huddled into herself, her eyes darting nervously, alert to the sounds around her. Qi Yu approached, seemingly pausing at the bedside to retrieve his phone. Xia Shuran clutched the hem of her clothing tightly, her heart racing. Qi Yu's voice, laced with mischief, soon rang out. If you want to see, just look. I'll show you. Before he could finish his sentence, he bent down and lifted the blanket from Xia Shuran. At that moment, she felt utterly mortified, trapped in the discomfort of being discovered. How could she possibly summon the courage to face Qi Yu so swiftly? Moreover, that rascal would undoubtedly relish in teasing her. With gritted teeth, Xia Shuran could only hold the blanket down firmly, refusing to let him prevail. As was customary, Qi Yu's strength had already stirred things up, yet suddenly, there was an unexpected stillness. Xia Shuran's heart raced, unable to discern Qi Yu's intentions. Without any forewarning, he slipped under the covers, startling the girl into a shiver as she instinctively recoiled, only to be gently pulled into his embrace with a soft laugh. Leaning close to her ear, he languidly murmured, "Be good, darling. Let your brother hold you for a moment." Xia Shuren paused, taken aback. Tentatively, she nestled against his chest. "You aren't angry with me?" Qi let out a light scoff, his chest vibrating gently in response. Her profile rested against him, her ear enveloped in a warm, muffled sensation. He placed a kiss on the tip of her ear, playfully nibbling it. "If you wish to see me, I will show myself to you." The two of them embraced each other, cocooned within the confines of the blankets. The cramped space, coupled with Qi Yu's stature, rendered it difficult for even their legs to stretch out. Nevertheless, he continued to hold her close. Xia Shuren could feel the warmth of Qi Yu's breath and the steady rhythm of his heartbeat, igniting a blush upon her cheeks. Chapter 99. Good night. My little bunny Xia Shuren found herself cradled in Qi Yu's embrace, her form draped across him. As they approached the doorway, Qi Yu, unable to free a hand to open the door, subtly shifted his body. Xia Shuren understood immediately, extending her hand to push the door open. After being held for so long, it had become second nature. They made their way to the dining table, where Qi Yu had indeed prepared a Chinese meal, 2 stir-fried dishes and a soup. The delightful aroma captivated Xia Shuren's senses, rendering her unable to look away. Qi Yu lazily arched an eyebrow at her, seeking praise, and Xia Shuren fancied this moment as a playful little wolf cub seeking a reward from its master. She could almost hear Qi Yu calling her master in her mind, her eyes transforming into crescent moons with delight. Alas, it was she who often called him that in their bed. How frustrating. Would it be too much to ask for her to take her turn as the master? Even if only in her imagination? Nestled in his embrace, Xia Shuren playfully remarked that one must try to know. Qi Yu seated himself while still holding her. Xia Shuren attempted to move to the chair beside him, but he firmly pressed her onto his lap. Uncertain of his intentions, she admonished him to focus on eating. Qi wrapped his arm around her waist, his expression calm as he replied, "Yes, we are eating," with a serious demeanor. He leisurely picked up his chopsticks to serve her food. Seated sideways on his lap, unable to move, Xia Shuren could only watch as he expertly picked up the dishes, blew on them, and then offered a bite to her lips. What a peculiar scenario of being fed like a baby. Embarrassed, Xia Shuren gently pushed his hand away, softly insisting, "I can do it myself." Seeing her resistance only fueled Qi Yu's enthusiasm. He playfully squeezed her side, mischievously urging her, "Be good, hurry up." With a resigned sigh, Xia Shuren opened her mouth and accepted a spoonful of silky egg custard. To her surprise, it was delicious, smooth, soft, and lightly fragrant with the essence of oil. It seemed Qi Yu truly possessed a talent for cooking. He continued to feed her several more bites, and Xia Shuren, overwhelmed with shyness, wished to hide in his embrace and forego the meal entirely. All right, I won't tease you anymore," Qi Yu chuckled as he gently set her down, allowing her to sit in the adjacent chair. Only then could Xia Shuren calm her nerves and truly savor the dishes he had prepared. Taking a generous bite, she adorably gave him a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Delicious. You're amazing, big brother." Qi Yu affectionately ruffled her hair, replying softly, "Good girl." After their meal, Qi Yu had to attend to work and retreated to his study. Xia Shuren followed him like a devoted little tail. Qi Yu preferred solitude while working, finding distractions bothersome. Yet he permitted Xia Shuren to stay. He guided her to a comfortable chair beside his office chair, saying, "My work is quite dull. If you find it unbearable, you can go take a shower and sleep, all right?" Embracing his arm, Xia Shuren sweetly agreed. Qi Yu then opened his computer to address project matters, his hands poised over the keyboard while one arm remained cradled in the warmth of Xia Shuren's embrace. Within a mere 5 minutes of perusing the risk management document, Qi Yu found the girl resting her head upon his shoulder, soundly asleep. A gentle smile escaped his lips, a confirmation of his expectations. He carefully maintained the position of his arm, ensuring she remained comfortably nestled against him. Leaning in to observe her, he noted the rosy hue of her cheeks, likely a result of the stifling warmth in the study due to the closed window. Clad in the same black sleeveless t-shirt he wore during the day, his arms were fully exposed. Xia Shuren's profile was intimately pressed against the muscular contour of Qi Yu's arm, exuding an air of tranquility. Yet, such serene repose often leads to an unguarded sleeping posture. With her lips slightly parted, she was on the verge of drooling. Qi Yu stifled a chuckle, leaning closer to her face and bestowed a soft kiss upon her. Using his other hand, he tenderly brushed his fingers against her cheek, wiping away the moisture at the corner of her mouth. At that moment, Xia Shuren murmured in her sleep, prompting Qi Yu to halt his actions. Wary of disturbing her slumber, unconsciously, she nuzzled against his arm once more, slipping deeper into her dreams. Qi Yu, with a smile, gently grazed her nose with his fingertips. His lips were nearly touching her face as he whispered softly, "Good night, my little bunny." Chapter 100. If Qi Yu were to complete all his tasks, it would likely extend into the late hours of the night. Consequently, he decided to first carry the girl to bed. He gently supported her cheek with one hand, ensuring she maintained her sleeping position and did not topple over. With his other arm, he withdrew from beneath her, wrapping it around her waist instead. Xia Shuren's face rested on his shoulder. Qi Yu softly murmured, "Brother will carry you to sleep," as he cradled her in his arms. Xia Shuren stirred, rubbing her eyes, and sleepily gazed at Qi Yu. After a moment of drowsy contemplation, she sweetly called out, "Brother." Qi Yu responded with a gentle hum, reassuring her. "Let us get you to bed." Xia Shuren shyly wrapped her arms around his neck, murmuring, "Maybe we should take a shower first. I sweated a lot this afternoon." Raising an eyebrow slightly, Qi Yu stepped towards the bathroom. He placed her down, but as soon as her feet touched the ground, she playfully insisted that he step out so she could wash herself. Qi Yu knelt beside the bathtub, adjusting the water temperature. "Aren't you tired? Let me help you wash," he said lightly. Seeing her hesitate shyly, he took her hand and drew her closer. "Your long hair is tricky to wash. I'll just help with your hair, and you can take care of the rest, all right?" At this, Xia Shuren nodded. Supporting her with his hand, she stepped into the tub, resting her head against the edge while Qi Yu cradled it to prevent any bumps. She gathered her hair to one side, allowing him to wash just her hair. Qi Yu held her head gently with one hand while the other wielded the shower head, softly wetting her hair with warm water. The comforting temperature caressed her scalp, sending tingling sensations through her. Xia Shuren could not help but shiver slightly, smiling as she reached out to touch Qi Yu's hand. As he lathered her hair with foam, she playfully grasped his hand. Qi Yu allowed her to play, kneeling beside the tub to tenderly massage her scalp, diligently washing her hair. Her hair was long and thick, requiring careful attention to ensure every part was covered in foam. His tall stature made the once spacious bathroom feel somewhat confined. From her inverted perspective, Xia Shuren felt an inexplicable flutter in her heart. This angle accentuated the sharpness of his jawline, and his pale skin, combined with his defined facial features, made him appear like a bloodthirsty blade in the cold wind, certainly intimidating to anyone on the street. Truly, even from this angle, his good looks remained unblemished. The foam mixed with water, dampening Qi Yu's sleeveless shirt. The contours of his well-defined chest and abs were accentuated by the wet fabric, droplets glistening on his arms. After playing enough with his hand, Xia Shuren scooped up some foam from her hair, holding it in her palms to blow bubbles. She formed a circle with her hands and blew into it, watching the bubbles grow larger with each gentle puff. She delicately cupped the large bubble with both hands and hurriedly called out to Qi Yu, "Brother, quick, look at me." Qi Yu smiled as he glanced up, tenderly stroking the top of her head. "You are truly wonderful." It seemed that Xia Shuren suddenly realized Qi Yu's mindless adoration for her, and she became bashful. Blushing, she stammered, "Well, it's not that great." Chapter 101. Little one, close your eyes at this moment. The bubble in her hand seemed to exhibit a mischievous temperament. With a sudden pop, it burst. Xia Shuren was caught off guard, and some of the foam from the explosion entered her eyes. Instinctively, she shut her eyes quickly, feeling a stinging discomfort. Qi Yu, who was helping her with the ends of her hair, noticed her soft whimpers and realized something was amiss with her eyes. His voice dropped, tinged with urgency. "What's wrong?" Xia Shuren pouted, looking particularly aggrieved. "Brother, my eyes hurt." Qi Yu halted all movement, leaned down closer to her, and softly inquired, "Let me see. Does it hurt a lot?" Xia Shuran replied earnestly, yes, it hurts a lot. Some foam got in. Chiyu paused, momentarily taken aback. Xia Shuran sensed his silence. She understood him well. This was his way of expressing his exasperation. A smile crept onto her face, and she sweetly added, it's just a little painful. As she reached to rub her eyes, her hand was promptly caught by Chiyu, who stopped her. His voice was right by her ear, don't rub. I'll gently rinse it with water. A trickle of water brushed over her eyelids, causing her eyeball to shift slightly. Finally, Chiyu gently wiped away the droplets from the corners of her eyes, softly urging her to open them. When Xia Shuran obeyed, her gaze met Chiyu's strikingly handsome face. He only appeared truly handsome when his expression was gentle. Most of the time, his facial demeanor bore the cold indifference of his wild and aloof brows and eyes. Seeing the girl's dazed expression, he couldn't help but chuckle softly. He leaned down to place a tender kiss on her forehead, asking, is it better? Xia Shuran felt a sweetness in her heart, nodding in a particularly delicate manner. Having finished with the bubbles in her hair, Chiyu picked up the shower head to rinse it. His voice, low and slightly cool, possessed a naturally appealing resonance. However, Xia Shuran preferred when he spoke gently, as if the thin ice was beginning to thaw. The sound was refreshing, akin to sipping lime soda on a summer day. Invigorating and soothing, just as it was now. Little one, close your eyes. His deliberately soft voice stole her heart, making her feel as if half her body had melted. As he rinsed her hair, he gently massaged her scalp. Chiyu held the back of her head with his large hand, and Xia Shuran nearly lay in the palm of his hand. The pressure he applied was incredibly gentle. She relished the sensation, finding it immensely comfortable. Her hair cascaded down like black silk beneath the curtain of water. Once Chiyu had washed her hair clean, he intended to rise and fetch a towel. Yet, the girl clung to his arm, unwilling to let the hand supporting her head depart. Chiyu smiled helplessly, acquiescing to her wishes. All right, brother, leave. Remaining in this kneeling position, he stretched his hand to reach for the towel. While drying her hair, the girl shyly asked, brother, is this your towel? Chiyu responded with a soft, affirmative hum. Xia Shuran blinked her eyes innocently, making a startling remark. So, have you ever wiped there? Chiyu's expression darkened as he lightly flicked her forehead, replying, no, that's specifically for wiping hair. Undeterred, Xia Shuran continued her audacious inquiry. Then what do you use to wipe that? Chiyu interrupted her with narrowed eyes, a bath towel. He leaned closer to her face, adding, is there anything else you wish to ask? I promise to answer you thoroughly, leaving no detail unaddressed. The last few words were delivered with an almost mischievous tone. Xia Shuran, her cheeks flushed, fell silent, choosing not to respond. Chapter 102. Brother, your clothes are wet. Chiyu assisted the girl in drying her hair. Since she intended to take a bath shortly, he thought it would be more convenient for her if he wrapped her hair in a towel. However, handling the long hair of a girl proved to be quite challenging for Chiyu, a youth with little experience. His attempts appeared rather clumsy. Xia Shuran found him endearing and, with a playful giggle, took the hair from his hands and swiftly bundled it up. With a towel atop her head, Xia Shuran sat in the bathtub, while Chiyu stood nearby, readying the shower gel for her. As he turned around, Xia Shuran leaned slightly closer and wrapped her arms around his waist. Nestling her face against his firm abdomen, she felt the warmth radiating from him, which was undeniably comforting. Xia Shuran, blushing shyly, maintained her position against Chiyu's torso and gazed up at him. Chiyu narrowed his eyes slightly, the elongated shape of his phoenix-like gaze revealing a hint of playful danger. He gently caressed her towel-wrapped head, his touch suggesting a desire to draw her closer against his abdomen. In a teasing tone, he queried, what's the matter, darling? Xia Shuran understood the underlying implication in his words. He had a penchant for leaving his statements incomplete to appear more intriguing. Xia Shuran silently translated his meaning. What is it? Do you want something? With his roguish gaze, he might have added, I can give it to you right now. Her cheeks flushed, yet she did not retreat. With a gentle glimmer in her eyes, she softly replied, brother, your clothes are all wet. She bit her lip, adding, let me help you take them off. As she spoke, she reached for Chiyu's hand, attempting to pull him down gently. After all, he stood quite tall, making it difficult for her to remove his clothing. Yu had previously worn an expression that suggested he could engage in a more intimate encounter with the girl in the bathroom. He rather enjoyed the thought of pressing her against the glass door. Yet, as soon as Xia Shuran took the initiative, the dynamic shifted. Yu, with a teasing smile, remained standing, refusing to bend down. Xia Shuran, feeling utterly embarrassed, playfully pouted, "Brother, hurry up." Yu's eyes sparkled with mischief as he slowly stroked her delicate face, speaking in a playful tone. "If you call me something sweet, I shall grant your wish." Xia Shuran bit her lip, feeling slightly scandalized by his audacity. Was calling him brother not enough? At this moment, she was reluctant to utter anything more, still retaining a modicum of dignity. However, her sense of modesty was not overly strong. Determined to hold back her words, Xia Shuran's eyes suddenly sparkled with a clever idea. She placed her hands on Yu's taut lower back and looked up at him with an innocent smile. Yu raised an eyebrow, sensing a trick. Indeed, the next moment, the girl lifted his shirt and nestled herself against him. As soon as she pressed against his abdomen, she began to playfully bite and lick him. The sensation of her small, soft tongue gliding over his skin ignited a rush of blood in the veins of his abdomen, causing him to emit a barely audible sigh. Xia Shuran heard the deep, masculine voice of Yu, a sound exuding an undeniable sensuality. Slowly, she began to trace her tongue along the prominent veins of Yu's abdominal muscles, each stroke deliberate and languorous, thick with the essence of desire. This tantalizing act ignited a flicker of longing in Yu's eyes, compelling him to step closer, pressing the girl's head against him with an almost possessive intensity, as if urging her to continue her tantalizing exploration. The towel that had been draped over her head slipped away, leaving her damp strands cascading down her delicate, pale back. Unable to restrain himself any longer, Yu's hand enveloped her, caressing her softly, igniting a blush upon her tender skin. The contrast between her rosy hue and her porcelain complexion rendered her all the more alluring. Xia Shuran playfully nibbled at the skin near Yu's V-line, marveling at the tautness of his physique, devoid of any excess flesh. His muscles were exquisitely lean, requiring a gentle effort to grasp. She teasingly grazed her teeth against him, her proximity to his waistband revealing the deep lines of his physique that extended downward. In that moment, she could keenly sense the boy's mounting desire, a realization that sent her heart racing, for it seemed she had crossed the line. Initially, she had merely intended for Yu to comply with her wish to remove his clothing, and afterward, she had planned to embrace him affectionately before letting him go. Little did she know that Yu, a creature of unrestrained passion, could hardly contain himself. Her face flushed crimson as she quickly withdrew from his grasp. Yet, her eyes inadvertently locked with his, revealing the burgeoning desire that danced within his gaze. He appeared to revel in the sensations she had just ignited. Yu's typically sharp features were now softened by a veneer of longing. His phoenix-like eyes, usually fierce, now held a languid, predatory gleam, as though he were a beast savoring the moment before claiming his prey. Yet, he was not in a hurry. His gaze leisurely roamed over Xia Shuran's form, conveying the message that she was already his to be savored at leisure. Overwhelmed by fear, Xia Shuran dared not linger her gaze, hastily lowering her head. Stammering, she spoke with urgent undertones, I'll take a shower by myself. You should go." The moment the words escaped her lips, she pushed Yu away, desperate to create distance. Yu could hardly contain his amusement, incredulous that after drawing him to such a state, she intended to abandon him. Xia Shuran, sensing his unspoken discontent, attempted to assert herself, albeit with wavering confidence. "You can sort it out yourself. After all, you've had so many women interested in you over the years, especially during your teenage years when desire runs rampant. It's surprising you haven't been with anyone. You must have quite the restraint." Yu raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Chapter Sazharum, Al Peshenit Kish Xio Shuron. "You shall remain at home tomorrow and forego watching my basketball game." Yu's tone was unexpectedly somber, leaving Xia Shuran bewildered. However, his rare use of her full name made her feel as though her end was near. She was aware that the basketball match between Jing University and Byte Sports was scheduled for the following afternoon, which Yu had previously insisted she attend. Gradually, the realization dawned upon her Chi-Yu's unusual allowance for her absence from the game was solely because she would likely be too sore to walk. With this thought, Xia Shuran couldn't help but cast him a reproachful glance. Umph. Chi-Yu squinted, amused by her defiance. Xia Shuran, feeling somewhat aggrieved, murmured, "Well, you could manage on your own. I'm not wrong." Chi-Yu raised her chin, his gaze intent upon her, his voice low. "I must clarify that I have never suppressed my feelings before. My interest only emerged after meeting you in Italy." His face flushed slightly as he cleared his throat and continued, "Now that we are together, naturally, you bear the responsibility." Xia Shuran pondered his words, realizing that her encounter in Italy had left a lasting impression on the once aloof 18-year-old boy. The first time is always unforgettable, especially for someone like Chi-Yu, who had been indifferent and cold towards women. To pursue him through conventional means, courting him, waiting for his consent, then holding hands, embracing, kissing, and making love, was an endeavor doomed to failure. No matter how beautiful the girl, even Xia Shuran herself, she had been rebuffed at the very first step. He had offered no opportunity for connection, making pursuit impossible. Even Su Yanhui, who had grown up alongside him, had faced rejection. Xia Shuran believed that during Chi-Yu's school days, countless girls must have attempted various heartfelt gestures and sacrifices to win his affection. Yet, he remained single, indicating a lack of interest in romance. However, if one were to bypass the intermediary phases and leap directly to the culmination of passion, the outcome would be vastly different. A bomb thrown into a deep pond could shatter the surface, awakening the dormant emotions within him. Xia Shuran found it difficult to suppress her smile. The pursuit of someone as elusive as Chi-Yu was challenging, yet if one succeeded, he would remain devoted for a lifetime. This wolf cub had bestowed his first kiss upon her, a gift she knew would be hers forever. A curious thrill coursed through her veins. Straightening her posture, she looked up at Chi-Yu, eager to continue their playful banter. However, without warning, he leaned down and kissed her. The kiss was fierce and urgent. He held the back of her head, capturing her face, and with an almost reckless fervor, he pried her lips apart, kissing her with an intensity that took her breath away. Xia Shuran found herself overwhelmed, her cheeks flushed, struggling to breathe under the weight of his fervent embrace. She playfully slapped and pushed against Chi-Yu's shoulder, yet he refused to release her, their surroundings filled with an air of intimacy. Just before she was on the verge of fainting from lack of breath, he finally relinquished her lips. Xia Shuran gasped eagerly, silently pondering how experienced he seemed. Adept at timing. However, Chi-Yu did not create any distance between them. Their faces were mere inches apart, their noses touching, breaths intertwining in a heated embrace. Chi-Yu lowered his gaze upon the girl, his desire palpable, his breath heavy, as though he were waiting for her to gather herself before kissing her once more. His voice was husky, his warm breath fanning against Xia Shuran's lips. "Are you ready?" Xia Shuran remained silent, merely observing how taxing it was for him to bend down. Gently pulling him closer, yielding to her gentle tug, Chi-Yu knelt beside the bathtub, positioning himself before her. Even while kneeling, their gazes met at the same level. Yet his robust physique exuded an undeniable sense of pressure. Chi-Yu's hands braced against the tub, encircling the girl within his embrace. His eyes held a shadowy intensity, and though Xia Shuran did not meet his gaze, she could feel the palpable tension in the air. What to do? What to do? Continuing with this wild beast, Chi-Yu, would surely mean sacrificing her waist. Chapter 104. At that moment, Chi-Yu leaned slightly closer to her, burying his head against her shoulder. Initially, he intended to nestle against the curve of her neck, but recalling her injury, he settled for her shoulder instead. His voice, soft and gentle, whispered into Xia Shuran's ear in a manner reminiscent of a playful pet. "Aren't you going to help me take off my clothes? Come on." Xia Shuran felt Chi-Yu wholly leaning against her, akin to a loyal wolf dog, exuding an air of dependence. Unable to suppress a smile, she affectionately ruffled his hair, replying, "All right." Though Chi-Yu seldom revealed this side of himself, she cherished the sight of him relying on her. Embracing his waist, she gradually lifted the hem of his shirt, exposing the strong, lean contours of his back. Chi-Yu, taking the initiative, tugged at his shirt and removed it. He wrapped his arms around her, his breath warm as he kissed the side of her ear, murmuring in a low, husky voice, "Wife, I want. Would you indulge me?" With his bare torso pressed tightly against Xia Shuran, the heat radiating from him ignited a flutter within her heart. Overwhelmed by a dizzying breathlessness, she found herself turned around, now facing away from him. Chiyu brushed the hair from her back, tucking it over her shoulder. She could feel the warmth of his chest against her back. Chiyu breathed deeply, wrapping his arms around her shoulders, resting his head beside her face as he planted a gentle kiss on her earlobe. Xia Shuran felt her back rise and fall in rhythm with his chest. Her skin flushed with warmth, a delicate pink hue blossoming across her form. His hands glided from her shoulders down her arms, then to her waist, slowly caressing their way to her front. He leaned down to kiss her shoulder, his lips trailing to her back, leaving faint red marks upon her elegant, slender shoulder blades. His kisses ignited sparks across her skin, prompting Xia Shuran to tilt her head back, leaning against his chest as she reached up to press her lips against his. The heat of his breath enveloped her, tinged with desire, as his hands continued their tender exploration of her form. Xia Shuran felt utterly drained, her strength depleted. Kneeling in the bathtub, her knees were bruised and sore. Chiyu pressed gentle kisses to her, assuring her that he would apply ointment on the bed afterward. What a troublesome affair, she mused, her neck still healing while her knees were swollen. Held in Chiyu's embrace, he assisted her in bathing, lathering her with foam before rinsing her clean. Occasionally, he would lightly caress her side, tickling her playfully. Xia Shuran managed a weary smile, weakly swatting at his hand. After drying her body, Chiyu carried her to bed. He momentarily set aside work, prioritizing her comfort above all else. Gently, he applied ointment to her neck, his towering figure casting a protective shadow over her. Seizing the moment, Xia Shuran inquired, "Brother, are you aware of the situation with that girl from the finance department? How do you plan to handle it?" Chiyu continued his task of applying the ointment, his expression calm, but his tone icy as he replied, "I will deal with it according to the law." Xia Shuran exhaled with relief, grateful that her concerns about Chiyu resorting to any extreme measures were unfounded. Legally speaking, this was the most prudent course of action. A Jiao had captured numerous photographs of Chiyu, undeniably constituting an invasion of privacy. She pondered the potential consequences. How many years of sentencing might ensue? After a pause, Xia Shuran could no longer contain herself and timidly inquired, "Brother, do you know her?" Deep down, she realized it was a futile question. He surely did not recognize her. It was astonishing to expect Chiyu, afflicted with a peculiar form of amnesia regarding women, to remember anything. She quickly added, "Not even a slight impression? She has been following you since middle school." Xia Shuran felt she had inadvertently struck a nerve with Chiyu. Hastily covering her mouth and gazing into his eyes, whispering, "I'm sorry, brother. No one enjoys being stalked for so many years. I will stand by you. You need not fear." Chiyu arched an eyebrow and smiled slightly, seizing the moment to respond. "Then you must protect me well." Treating this as a matter of utmost significance, she nodded earnestly, "I will." In her heart, she resolved that no one would dare to bully her man. Chiyu then addressed her earlier question, regarding others with a detached demeanor, stating he had never heard of a Jiao and did not know her. If Lucien were present, he would likely have felt a pang of disbelief at Chiyu's words, left speechless for a moment. A Jiao was their classmate from middle school, consistently ranking first in their year, heralded by teachers as a prodigy in the sciences. How could one forget such a remarkable individual? Quite impressive indeed. Chapter 105. Does it hurt, my love? Chiyu gently applied medicine to Xia Shuran's neck, followed by her knee. A bruise encircled the delicate joint, with the center marred by a few abrasions. Despite having cushioned her initially, she still sustained an injury. Chiyu knelt on one knee beside the bed, while Xia Shuran perched at its edge, her legs held in his grasp. He cradled her calf in his hands and softly blew on the wounded area of her knee. Raising his gaze to meet hers, he resembled a remorseful puppy, his eyes reflecting guilt. "Does it hurt, my love?" "I'm sorry indeed." Xia Shuran felt pain, given the force he applied. Her ability to remain conscious was a testament to her resilience. However, seeing Chi Yu's obedient demeanor suddenly dulled the ache. She reached out to caress his head, then traced her fingers along the side of his face, playfully scratching his chin. Her tone was teasing, laced with a youthful mischievousness. "Will you behave next time, big brother?" Chi Yu took her hand, placing it against his cheek. He tilted his head slightly, rubbing against her palm, his gaze tender as he looked at her. "I will behave." In this intimate moment, his voice softened. Xia Shuran was aware he was being disingenuous. He would never truly behave. Raising an eyebrow, she contemplated teasing him further. But to her surprise, Chi Yu gently brushed his tongue against her palm. His hand enveloped hers, fingers entwining, knuckles bending slightly. His face pressed closely against her hand, illuminated by the dim, warm light of the bedside lamp, which cast a gentle glow that made his eyes appear glistening. In a low, restrained tone, he murmured, "I like you." As the words fell from his lips, his enchanting gaze remained fixed on her, licking her palm like a devoted puppy while gazing up at her with a vulnerable angle. Xia Shuran could barely bear it, her body flushed crimson, her breath quickening in sync with her racing heart. Typically, she was the one making such advances toward Chi Yu, and this sudden shift in dynamics left her momentarily flustered. The overwhelming surprise morphed into apprehension. Goodness, how could she suddenly assume the role of a dominant figure? She lacked experience in such matters. The thought of a little rabbit being licked by a wolf only led to the inevitable conclusion of being devoured. This notion had firmly rooted itself in Xia Shuran's mind. After all, Chi Yu, that rascal, always played the innocent card strategically. His guise of a harmless creature merely served as a buffer for the impending chaos he was about to unleash. Like a bomb concealed beneath a sugar coating, he consistently rendered Xia Shuran compliant. After a few tender licks on her palm, she felt her hand tremble slightly. Chi Yu lazily raised an eyebrow, his voice teasingly rising. "Do you like it?" Xia Shuran, blushing fiercely, dared not meet his gaze, diverting her attention to the warm yellow glow surrounding them. After a few seconds, she finally replied in a muffled voice. No. Chi Yu leaned down to kiss her palm playfully, a mischievous smile dancing on his lips. His brows slightly arched in a languid manner. His tone feigned a sense of grievance as he added, "Then it must be nothing." Xia Shuran pursed her lips, her gaze drifting towards him. Noticing her attention, Chi Yu lifted the corners of his eyes, glistening with a hint of allure, and pressed another kiss to her palm. Xia Shuran succumbed to his charm. She found herself leaning towards Chi Yu, her body drawn in closer to his face. Their breaths mingled as she paused just at the tip of his nose, her eyes lingering on his with a hesitant intensity. As the moment lingered without progression, Chi Yu offered a gentle smile, silently urging, "Hurry and kiss me, my darling." Chapter 106. Xia Shuran gradually comprehended his intentions with a slow reaction. She gently pressed her soft lips against his, closing her eyes and gradually deepening the kiss, her breath shy and tender. The entire moment was orchestrated by the girl, with Chi Yu yielding to her, allowing her to lead him. He lowered his gaze, watching her immerse herself in the kiss, a gentle smile gracing his lips. After the kiss, Xia Shuran was overwhelmed with embarrassment, her hands tightly clutching her nightgown. She quickly straightened up, then shyly bowed her head, nearly burying herself against her collarbone. She heard Chi Yu emit a soft chuckle. Chi Yu lazily glanced at her knee, suggesting, "Shall I help you bandage it? We happen to have some iodine at home." As he prepared to stand, Xia Shuran grasped his hand, softly saying, "A simple band-aid will suffice." Chi Yu chuckled, ruffling her hair, and softly replied, "All right, as you wish." He rummaged through the medical box at home for a while before finally locating a delicate pink band-aid, which he carefully applied to her knee. Mindful not to choose an unattractive one, fearing it might displease her, given her love for beauty, Xia Shuran blew gently on her knee before curling up under the blanket, wrapping herself snugly, leaving only her small head peeking out. Chi Yu leaned down to kiss her forehead, his voice low and tender. "I'm going to study now. Will you sleep well?" Upon hearing this, Xia Shuran quickly reached out to embrace him, refusing to let him leave. "No," she implored softly, "stay with me." She sweetly kissed the corner of Chi Yu's mouth, her demeanor obedient and charming. "Brother, stay with me." Unable to resist her playful coaxing, Yu reciprocated her kiss, lifted the blanket, and lay beside her, wrapping his arms around her. Sleep now, my dear. Shuran nestled into his embrace, holding his waist, one foot boldly resting on his leg, and murmured sleepily, I can't sleep. The floor-to-ceiling windows of the bedroom had yet to be drawn, revealing a breathtaking cityscape from the top floor of the apartment. As midnight approached, the lights of the capital were not as brilliant as usual. Yet the moonlight was exceptionally captivating, gracefully illuminating the room. Brother, look, the moon outside is so round. Is today the 15th of the month? Yu casually squeezed her thigh, not looking at the moon, but instead focusing on her rosy, adorable profile. It's the 16th, he replied lazily. That still counts as mid-month. The moon is always round at this time. He gently brushed away a fallen eyelash from her cheek. Nestled against Yu, Xia Shuran felt secure, her mind filled with the boundless thoughts of a young girl. She randomly pulled one thought, asking, Brother, are you good at basketball? I've never seen you play. I'm all right. What position do you play? She inquired. Yu caressed her slightly warm earlobe, slowly rubbing it as he felt drowsy. I can play any position, mainly small forward. Xia Shuran, not well-versed in basketball, resembled a restless child unable to sleep, needing to tug at an adult's sleeve, asking questions, requiring someone to accompany her through the sleepless night. She curiously inquired, what is a small forward? Yu tightened his embrace around the girl slightly and offered a succinct reply. It's someone who scores. Yet, Xia Shuran remained perplexed. Nonetheless, she feigned understanding, promptly exclaiming, Oh, I see. That means you're quite impressive, brother. Yu let out a quiet chuckle, fully aware that Kiara had not truly grasped the concept. However, he simply smiled and playfully tapped the girl's little nose, choosing to say nothing further. Chapter 107. I am here. Xia Shuran absent-mindedly grazed her fingers over Yu's sculpted chest, pondering a topic. Yu, did you start working out quite early? I read online that a physique like yours is not easily attained. It requires an impressively low body fat percentage. Yu contemplated for a moment, recalling that he began around his first year of high school. Xia Shuran, with her limited understanding of fitness, mentioned a few common exercise methods. Weightlifting? Crunches? Running? Yu responded with a casual affirmation, acknowledging them all. Xia Shuran lifted her gaze, giving him an admiring look. Yu chuckled softly and placed a gentle kiss on the girl's cheek, saying, Sweetheart, you still seem a bit frail. Next time, I'll take you to the gym. Xia Shuran, feeling indignant, retorted, Where am I weak? I am full of energy. She could spend an entire day modeling in 3D at her computer. Yu narrowed his eyes playfully, his tone laced with teasing. Is that so? Suddenly, Xia Shuran grasped his implication, and her words faltered. Blushing, she quietly countered. It's not just you. Yu smirked, exuding a carefree demeanor. What about me? It's just that you're being unreasonable. Xia Shuran huffed lightly. In any case, I refuse to work out. Life is already exhausting. Why should I further torment my body? That's inhumane. Is working out tormenting the body? Yu queried, amused. For me, it is. Given the time, I'd rather sleep for an entire day and ensure a stroke of good luck the next. Yu laughed, conceding, all right then. It's up to you. If you don't want to, so be it. Xia Shuran suddenly sighed. Brother, look at you. After exams, you have to work, and after work, you still need to exercise. Even the oxen in the fields don't endure as much as you do. Yu replied, Baby, if you have nothing to say, you don't have to. Xia Shuran insisted, I mean it. You should take a break once in a while. Yu paused for a moment, then smiled faintly, devoid of any emotional undertones, just a simple smile. It seemed that apart from his mother, no one had ever truly cared about whether he was tired. He felt the constant pressure to be the exemplary child, to excel in academics, athletics, his major, and social interactions. Everyone had set the highest expectations for him. Qian and Su Yinchi would say, of course he can achieve that. He is Yu. Hua, Xiaoyang, Qi Mingyu, and Yu Ge were all considered naturally gifted, capable of success without effort. Those who resented him would gossip about the privileges of having a good father, suggesting that everything he achieved was merely a consequence of standing on the shoulders of giants. They would argue, he was born with a silver spoon. Were we ordinary people even comparing to? Truth be told, if it weren't for his looks and background, Would those women still be enamored by him? And his father, the phrase he had heard most throughout his life, was, "Chi-yu, I hope you won't let me down." He missed his mother so much, feeling utterly exhausted. Chi-yu fell silent for a while, and Xia Shuran, puzzled, looked up at him. "Brother?" With a calm expression, he kissed the girl's hair, his low voice trembling slightly as he replied, "I am resting right now." Xia Shuran embraced him, sensing that Chi-yu was behaving unusually. Although she could not pinpoint the exact reason, her intuition compelled her to hold him tightly, whispering, "Brother, I am here." Unbeknownst to her, the youth resting upon her shoulder had tears welling at the corners of his eyes. "Mother, did you see? There's another person who can give me a hug." Chapter 108. Xia Shuran had been holding Chi-yu for quite a while, and her arms were beginning to feel numb. Yet, Chi-yu showed no intention of leaving her embrace. She yearned to cup his face and plant a kiss upon him. However, Chi-yu stubbornly buried himself in her shoulder, remaining utterly unyielding. Xia Shuran sighed, "Brother, I merely wish to kiss you." Chi-yu remained silent, taking a moment before finally mumbling, "All right, just wait a little longer." His voice carried an unusual timbre, tinged with a hint of suppressed sobs. In Xia Shuran's world, the cool and composed Chi-yu could never be one to cry. Even if the heavens were to collapse, he would not spare a glance. Xia Shuran preferred to believe her ears were deceiving her rather than accept that Chi-yu could weep. He was undoubtedly just teasing her. "Humph," she retorted. "What are you waiting for? I want to kiss you now." Chi-yu managed a wry smile, thinking, "Damn it, let me finish crying first." After a few moments, he lifted his head with feigned nonchalance, wearing an expression that seemed to suggest everything was perfectly fine, even adorned with a faint, careless smile. Xia Shuran puffed out her cheeks and leaned in, delivering a forceful kiss. More of a collision, really. Chi-yu winced at the impact on his lips. How heartless. "What benefit do you gain from ruining my mouth?" Xia Shuran shot him a playful glare. "If you make me wait like this again next time, I will." Chi raised an eyebrow nonchalantly. "Is that so?" Summoning her courage, Xia Shuran declared ominously, "Next time, during that certain moment, I shall not hold back my teeth." Chi-yu. The most toxic poisons in the world, corydalus, aconite, and the heartbreak grass, pale in comparison to the venom of his wife's heart. Xia Shuran found herself pinned in Chi-yu's embrace, tickled mercilessly. He targeted her most ticklish spots, causing her to erupt into bubbly laughter, writhing against him. All right. I concede, brother. I was wrong. Ha, I was wrong. Please stop tickling me." After their playful antics, Xia Shuran lay breathlessly against Chi-yu's chest. He brushed her loose strands behind her ear, announcing that he was ready to sleep, lest he struggle to rise the following day. "I can't sleep," Xia Shuran replied. "Still not sleepy? I'll coax you to sleep." "Okay." Chi-yu, with a casual demeanor, inquired, "What shall we do?" Xia Shuran, exasperated, closed her eyes, fully aware that he was anything but serious. Pouting, she said, "I'll hit you. Just tell me a story." "A story?" Chi-yu seemed to ponder for a moment, his tone languid. "Once upon a time, there was a little white rabbit." Before he could continue, Xia Shuran covered his mouth, her expression a mix of annoyance and playfulness. "Change it," she demanded, her voice sweet yet firm. Upon hearing Little White Rabbit, she recognized his intent to tease her and quickly urged him to move on to the next tale. "Hurry up," she insisted. Chi-yu, with his mouth covered, continued to speak with a mischievous smile in his eyes. The little rabbit, blushing, propped herself up, lunging toward him with her lips sealed. Chi-yu halted his laughter, swiftly catching her and wrapping his arms around her waist, holding her close. The girl, in her impulsiveness, made him anxious, fearing she might hurt herself. He gently pressed her into the crook of his neck, tenderly stroking her small head. All right, brother will tell you another story," he reassured. At that moment, she was entirely draped over him, nestled against his neck, her voice muffled as she urged, "Hurry, I want to listen." Chapter 109. Chi-yu let out a silent smirk. He had never regaled anyone with tales before. Yet, thrust into this situation, he had no choice but to muster his courage. Should anyone witness this scene, their jaws would surely drop in astonishment. Outwardly, Chi-yu presented himself as a cold, indifferent figure, but in private, he was coaxing his wife into listening to bedtime stories. With gentle, rhythmic pats on the girl's back, He racked his brain for an appropriate tale. His thin lips parted slightly as he began. Once upon a time, there was a peculiar fungus known as cordyceps. One day, it mutated. Xia Shuran immediately sensed that something was amiss. And when humans become infected, the fungal threads infiltrate the host's brain, controlling their actions, turning them into mindless parasitic entities. Thus, the world faced its end, and zombies emerged. Xia Shuran, yearning for a comforting bedtime story, was instead confronted with the harrowing notion of an impending apocalypse. Who could comprehend the feeling of salvation at the mere mention of zombies? Noticing that Xia Shuran had suddenly gone still, Chi raised an eyebrow. What's wrong? Is this story not captivating? You. Perhaps it's best if you refrain from storytelling. I would rather. Start over, she replied. Chi felt a twitch at his temple, lightly swatting the girl's backside in mild annoyance. All right, I shall cease my tale and merely pat your back until you drift off. Does that sound agreeable? Nestled against Chi-Yu's neck, Xia Shuran nodded sleepily. He continued to gently pat her, inhaling the fresh scent that clung to him. Her eyelids grew heavy, fluttering momentarily before she succumbed to slumber. After a while, Chi-Yu observed the steady rhythm of her breathing and realized she had fallen asleep. He carefully lifted her and placed her on the bed, where she murmured softly, smacking her lips, and curled up with the blanket as if cradling a doll. Chi-Yu pressed a tender kiss to the corner of her mouth, unaware of the gentle smile that adorned his face as he did so. He tucked the corners of the blanket around her snugly. As he prepared to leave, he cast one last glance at her and whispered softly, "Good night, my dear." He then turned off the bedroom light and quietly closed the door behind him. Retreating to his study, he resumed his examination of project documents. It was only after midnight, following a refreshing shower, that he returned to the bedroom. He slipped into bed with utmost care, embracing the girl and caressing her earlobe until he gradually succumbed to sleep. As dawn's light filtered into the room, Xia Shuran seemed to awaken under the weight of something pressing down on her, struggling to catch her breath. Blinking in confusion, she opened her eyes to find Chi-Yu's head nestled in her neck, his arm casually draped around her waist, his tall frame encroaching upon her space. Xia Shuran chuckled softly as she tousled his disheveled hair, noting the faint red marks left on her collarbone for where his cheek rested. Leaning slightly forward, she could plant a kiss atop his head, and she did so, savoring the delicate scent of floral shampoo. The boy's long lashes rested peacefully against his skin, and after observing him for a while, Xia Shuran could not resist kissing his lashes. Chi remained asleep, though the corners of his mouth curled up in an unconscious smile. With a gentle laugh, Xia Shuran embraced him and asked, "Brother, are you awake?" Chi emitted a low sound, pressing his face tightly against the girl's neck. He languidly inquired about the time. Xia Shuran absent-mindedly tousled his hair, which was soft and round. She found herself unable to restrain her hands, constantly yearning to caress it. A few strands of his unruly hair stood on end, prompting Xia Shuran to playfully tug at them. Chi chuckled softly, still caught in a haze, not yet fully awake. Chapter 110 yet. He remained preoccupied with the passage of time and inquired once more, "Darling, what time is it now?" Xia Shuran extended her hand to retrieve her phone, glanced at the screen, and softly replied, "It's 8:50. Chi nestled into the girl's neck, his voice muffled, almost as if he were conversing with himself, murmuring, "I will get up shortly." Despite his words, he remained motionless, tightening his embrace around her. He continued to mumble, seemingly urging himself to rise. His voice was low and slurred with sleepiness. "I must get up. I have to go to the office. Their essay meeting. In the afternoon. Basketball." Xia Shuran observed that his eyes struggled to open, with a multitude of tasks awaiting him that day. She couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy for him. After all, he rarely lingered in bed. It seemed he had stayed up late once again the previous night. Gently caressing the boy's jawline, she said, "Brother, how about you take a break today? I can go to your company and request a leave for you, and you needn't participate in the basketball match this afternoon." Chi smiled lazily, remaining silent. Xia Shuran understood that his silence implied a firm refusal. She scoffed inwardly, wondering why the CEO of a company must toil daily. Was it truly mandatory for him to participate in the school basketball game? He had agreed, but one could always retract an agreement. Well, That does seem rather unwise. Surely the basketball team has substitutes. The Jingda basketball team can manage without Chiyu, can it? With this thought, Xia Shuran spoke with unwavering determination. I mean it, brother. You should rest today. I'll handle things at your company and school. I'll speak with them. Before Chiyu could respond, she sprang up with a burst of energy, as if propelled by a rocket to accomplish her earlier declarations. At this, Chiyu finally opened his eyes, still drowsy yet adorned with a faint smile. He grasped the girl's hand, lazily remarking, "All right, see, I am indeed getting up." Seeing her steadfastness, Chiyu sat up as well, leaning against her shoulder while encircling her with his arms. His voice was hoarse. "I must go to the office and play in a basketball match. I merely stayed up late reviewing documents last night. A brief rest will suffice." Xia Shuran's expression betrayed her concern. Although she knew Chiyu had boundless energy, this was excessive. She worried about his health. Chiyu playfully pinched the girl's puffed-up cheeks, grinning lazily. "Don't worry, okay?" Xia Shuran turned her head to glare at him, her tone fierce. "Chiyu, if you faint on the basketball court today, I shall confine you at home for a month. No, 6 months. You are forbidden to work." Chiyu chuckled softly against her shoulder. "All right, if I feel even the slightest bit fatigued today, I shall submit to your wishes. How does that sound?" Xia Shuran narrowed her eyes, leaning closer, speaking with a mischievous glint. "I will keep a close watch on you today." Chiyu cupped the girl's face, playfully kissing the corner of her mouth. "My dear." Xia Shuran pouted, glaring at him. "No slacking off. What I say must be adhered to. You are not permitted to renege." Chiyu gazed at her with mischievous eyes, and I wondered how I could be so audacious. Xia Shuran displayed an expression that unmistakably suggested he intended to be tricky. Yet fortunately, she was well prepared. "I will confine you within the house, binding you with ropes." And then, well, Chiyu tilted her chin, his eyes narrowing in a languid manner. "What are you gazing at now? Engaging in some playful bondage?" Xia Shuran's face flushed crimson as she hastily retorted, "Absolutely not. I merely intend to prevent a certain someone, who is a potential threat, from escaping. It's merely the act of securing ropes, you lewd creature." Chapter 111. With a casual scoff, Chiyu decided to let her off the hook. Just as Xia Shuran breathed a sigh of relief, his voice drifted softly into her ear, laced with an intriguing tone. "If you wish to play, I can indulge you. How do you intend to bind me?" He gestured playfully across his chest, and then placed his hands behind his back. Casting a seductive glance at Xia Shuran, he continued, "And what about my legs? How do you plan to restrain them?" Chiyu exaggeratedly moved his legs, a low murmur escaping his throat. "Like this?" Xia Shuran's mind was in a whirl. She couldn't bear to look at him. She quickly turned her face away, indignantly scolding him for being a rogue. Chiyu chuckled, his chest vibrating with laughter, thoroughly enjoying the teasing. Xia Shuran felt an overwhelming urge to give him a good smack. As he leaned closer to embrace her once more, she struck him playfully. "Ah!" Chiyu touched his arm, feigning a pained expression. "Dear, it hurts." Xia Shuran huffed. "Good, let it hurt you." Despite her words, she sneaked a glance at his arm, concerned that she might have hit him too hard. She reflected on her strength, wondering if she had indeed struck him with too much force. In bed, no matter how much she yelled, Chiyu never ceased his antics. Thus, she could only muster her full strength against him, which seemed to have no effect whatsoever. Having grown accustomed to this playful dynamic, Xia Shuran felt no reservations about using that level of force, even if it had become a habit. It was peculiar that he would complain now when he usually bore it without a fuss. She took his arm, scrutinizing it closely, only to find no traces of redness. She glared at him, accusing him of feigning injury. Chiyu chuckled and nudged her shoulder. All right, I won't tease anymore. I'm getting up now." Xia Shuran quickly replied. "I'm getting up too." Chiyu grabbed a black t-shirt from the bed and slipped it on effortlessly. He tousled his hair and placed a gentle kiss on Xia Shuran's lips before getting out of bed. Xia Shuran, however, was not as swift. "Wait for me, brother. I want to join you. Let's brush our teeth and wash our faces together." Chiyu responded softly, "Of course." Xia Shuran nestled into the covers, first removing her nightgown, then reaching for something at the edge of the blanket. Chiyu chuckled lightly, bending down to hand her the lingerie that her increasingly impatient hand had yet to grasp. As soon as Xia Shuran's fingers brushed the lace, She seized it and retreated beneath the covers to put it on. Chi Yu's voice, tinged with amusement, floated in from outside. What is it that I haven't seen before? Why do you hide when getting dressed? Once Xia Shuran had donned her lingerie. She emerged from the covers, asserting, it's early morning. You can be bare-chested, but I cannot. Understand? Her tone was a soft protest. Chi Yu raised an eyebrow, feigning ignorance. I don't understand. Xia Shuran dismissed him, sitting up with her hands still behind her back, her bra unfastened and her urgency palpable. Chi Yu stood at the edge of the bed, looking down at her. Do you need me to help you? Xia Shuran made several more attempts. Her hands nearly twisted behind her back, yet she still could not manage to fasten it. Frustrated, she sighed deeply, her body relaxing as her hands fell to the bed. She glanced at Chi Yu and pleaded, Brother, could you assist me? Chi Yu responded with a simple acknowledgement. Having helped the girl numerous times before, he possessed the necessary experience. Leaning down, he aligned his gaze with her back, took hold of either side, and swiftly secured the fastening. Xia Shuran adjusted herself a bit, and it was nearly perfect. Chapter 112. Xia Shuran descended from the bed to take Chi Yu's hand, leading him to the wardrobe. As Chi Yu observed the girl opening several glass cabinet doors, a subtle smile graced his lips. Shall I choose? He inquired. Xia Shuran playfully nodded, linking her arm with his as she stood beside him. Do select something appealing, as we are going to watch your match today. Chi Yu began to sift through the array of beautiful, delicate garments in pastel hues. He examined each piece, with Xia Shuran mirroring his movements. He eventually selected a fitted short-sleeve top, declaring, This one is lovely. Xia Shuran took the garment, admiring its design. The color scheme of soft pink and black created a modern take on Baroque sweetness with a touch of coolness. Raising an eyebrow, she asked, Do you fancy this one? She was genuinely unaware of Chi Yu's aesthetic preferences. He always complimented her attire, regardless of what she wore, seeming to possess no particular bias. Chi Yu replied, If you don't like it, I can choose another. It primarily depends on your taste. He held no regard for what she donned, as long as it was she who wore it. Moreover, he had little knowledge of women's fashion, and his attempts at coordinating outfits were likely to be misguided. Kiara would undoubtedly find them unattractive. Xia Shuran seemed to hear his unspoken thoughts as she leaned against his arm. This time, I promise not to voice any objections. I shall wear whatever you select. Noticing Chi Yu's skeptical expression, she added, I swear. Chi Yu acquiesced, though he knew he would have to concentrate fully on the task at hand. The top remained that pink and black short sleeve. As he pondered over the bottom, he stepped from one side to the other, with Xia Shuran trailing beside him, patiently observing without haste. She quietly gazed at his profile, occasionally stifling a giggle. She found his slightly furrowed brow, hinting at his mild frustration, rather endearing. Let us go with this, he finally decided, pulling out a pair of denim shorts. Xia Shuran's lips twitched in surprise. These are quite short, she remarked, measuring the shorts against her legs. Chi Yu gently tousled her hair, but you purchased them. I have yet to see you wear them. Xia Shuran retorted. That last part is the crux, isn't it? She turned the shorts over in her hands, her expression revealing her inner conflict. I bought these ages ago. I can hardly recall if they still fit. She playfully stuck out her tongue at Chi Yu. They might squeeze my thighs. Chi Yu was curious to see how she would look in the ensemble. He had rarely seen her in skirts or shorts outside of their home. Although she had become less reserved in her clothing choices, such styles were still a rarity for her. He offered her a gentle smile, wrapping his arm around her shoulders. Give it a try. I want to see. His smile and tone exuded an encouraging warmth. Xia Shuran, who had been wavering, felt a surge of confidence in his gentle gaze and agreed. Chi Yu then stepped into the other room, awaiting her to change. At that moment, a message arrived on his phone from the captain of the Kyoto University basketball team. Ayu, Pansy told me this morning that he injured his foot while getting into a fight. It infuriates me. He is so young, yet already on the national youth team. Just look at I and then at him, Sai. Ayu, you must maintain your form. Without Pansy, the burden of dribbling through the defense falls solely on you. With one key player absent, Chi Yu felt an even greater weight upon his shoulders. After reading the message, his expression remained impassive, yet his breath inevitably grew heavier. This afternoon's match would prove exceedingly challenging. Chapter 113. Xia Shuran stood before the mirror in the fitting room. Glancing left and right, her lips pursed slightly. The outfit fit her quite well. She had initially worried that wearing a garment that exposed her collarbone would highlight the marks on her neck. However, upon closer inspection, the traces had nearly faded after just one night. They were hardly noticeable unless scrutinized closely. The medication provided by Uncle Yin was remarkably effective. It seemed that Chiyu's technique in applying the ointment and his massage skills also contributed significantly. Xia Shuran had always believed that Chiyu possessed an innate talent for massage, yet he claimed he had never formally learned it. His natural aptitude was evident, reminiscent of his self-taught ability during their first trip to Italy. The short-sleeve top was fitted, and its length was rather brief. Raising her arms suddenly would reveal a hint of her lower back. A minor issue, not overly conspicuous. Such garments, designed to embody both sweetness and boldness, typically followed this style. The high-waisted denim shorts appeared quite short when held in hand, yet upon wearing them, they reached mid-thigh, a length that Xia Shuran found acceptable. After spinning around in front of the mirror and deeming the outfit satisfactory, she called Chiyu in. Xia Shuran trotted over to Chiyu, lifting her gaze to him with sparkling eyes. "What do you think?" Chiyu, unable to discern the quality of women's clothing, found that Xia Shuran looked lovely in whatever she wore. He nodded and affirmed that this ensemble was perfect. Xia Shuran tugged at the hem of her outfit, conceding that she would wear this one. Chiyu was just about to search for his basketball attire and equipment in the wardrobe, and Xia Shuran decided to accompany him. Chiyu had purchased a considerable number of clothes and bags for Xia Shuran, and with her previous collection, there was barely enough space in the dormitory. Consequently, she had moved a significant portion of her belongings into Chiyu's apartment. The wardrobe in the apartment was spacious and ample. However, Chiyu's own collection was quite substantial, predominantly in shades of black, white, and gray, with a casual street style and suits comprising roughly 60 and 40, respectively. Xia Shuran noted that he had not possessed such an array of suits just a few months prior. It appeared that his frequent visits to the company necessitated a greater number of formal occasions. With Xia Shuran's belongings added alongside Chiyu's, the wardrobe began to feel somewhat cramped. Xia Shuran playfully complained that her clothes required ample space to avoid becoming wrinkled. In response, Chiyu cleared a significant area in the center, squeezing his items into the corners. He crouched before the glass cabinet, rummaging for a while before retrieving his basketball jersey and some small essentials, such as headbands and knee pads. Xia Shuran picked up a black wristband, examining it closely. "Is this meant to be worn on the wrist?" she inquired, attempting to try it on. It was too large for her wrist. Chiyu's wristband was made of elastic nylon, yet her wrist was too slender to even reach the smallest elastic width. When she removed the wristband, it slid down her arm effortlessly as she held her arm vertically downwards. Chiyu seemed to be searching for something else. His attention focused on the cabinet as he muttered a soft acknowledgement. "Is it possible to injure one's wrist while playing basketball?" She pondered. It was unlikely. So why wear a wristband? What purpose did it serve? Chiyu finally unearthed what he had been searching for, though it turned out to be of little significance. After much effort, he retrieved a pair of compression shorts that he had worn beneath his basketball shorts. They were pure white, form-fitting, and slightly longer than the basketball shorts themselves. Xia Shuran found them reminiscent of yoga shorts, characterized by their close adherence to the body's contours. Chapter 114. Xia Shuran's eyes widened in surprise. "Is this what you wear underneath?" Chiyu wore a faint smile. Otherwise, Xia Shuran was perplexed. Wouldn't wearing just basketball shorts suffice? Why a tight layer underneath? "It's breathable. It won't be stuffy," Chiyu explained as he helped Xia Shuran to her feet. He organized the basketball attire into his deep blue sports bag. Then, with a nonchalant tone, he added, primarily to prevent any unfortunate exposure. Xia Shuran was taken aback. "What?" Chiyu chuckled lightly. The openings of basketball shorts are quite wide. During movement, it's inevitable. Thus, a base layer is necessary to respect the viewer's eyes. Xia Shuran felt her cheeks warm. "All right, I suppose you are rather considerate." In the changing room, Xia Shuran selected a Y2K-style chain bag to complement her chic millennial outfit. While she pondered over her choice in the mirror, Chiyu stood beside her, cradling a multitude of her bags, with several draped around his neck. His expression was stoic. resembling a mere post for hanging bags. As she gazed in the mirror, Xia Shiran spoke. Could you pass me that pink one to try? Qiyu promptly handed her a bag. She wore it for a moment, pouted in dissatisfaction, and tossed it back to him. Qiyu caught it with a raised eyebrow, realizing he was more than just a silent porter. Xia Shiran continued, Now, how about a black patent leather bag? Qiyu glanced into his arms, murmuring, Wife, you have 7 or 8 black patent leather bags here. No matter how many bags there were, Xia Shiran was well aware of each one's design and color, her mind cataloging them like a well-organized warehouse. Without needing to look, she declared, the one with subtle glitter. Qiyu handed her another bag. After a series of exchanges, the girl finally found a bag that met her approval. She chattered about Y2K styles, a language Qiyu could hardly comprehend, finding the complexities of her fashion world bewildering. For him, a simple t-shirt and trousers would suffice. He acted on this thought, changing into a crisp dress shirt and loose trousers in under a minute. While Xia Shiran was selecting accessories, she casually picked one for Qiyu. The metallic necklace suited him well. She inquired, will wearing this to the office seem too casual? It doesn't quite align with a formal work environment. Not a problem, wear it, he replied. He was already pleased to be in a dress shirt. He would have preferred to wear a sweatshirt to meetings if allowed. Regrettably, societal norms imposed limitations. Qiyu leaned down towards Xia Shiran, inviting her to fasten the necklace. She rose on her toes to help him, shyly placing a kiss on the corner of his mouth. With a few buttons of his shirt undone, the bold black and gold chain rested alluringly against his sharp collarbone, a captivating blend of youthful exuberance and a hint of rebellious charm. Xia Shiran felt a gentle flush on her cheeks as she softly remarked, Brother, it looks wonderful. A subtle smile flickered in Qiyu's eyes, though her expression remained inscrutable. Once their attire was chosen, Xia Shiran followed Qiyu to the bathroom to brush her teeth and wash her face. Initially, they held hands, but the spacious apartment made their casual conversation seem to stretch on for quite a while. Before she knew it, Xia Shiran found herself perched on Qiyu's back. With no choice but to support her thigh, Qiyu lifted her effortlessly, teasing her for being lazy. Chapter 115. Don't cry to your brother after the commencement of this semester. Xia Shiran was oblivious to when Qiyu had purchased the feminine toiletries. The juxtaposition of the pink items with his usual black ones resembled a deliberate choice of couple-themed merchandise. During one of her visits to Qiyu's apartment, she had noticed pink slippers, a pink cup, and a toothbrush. Except he had forgotten to buy a bath towel. That rascal Qiyu. She resolved to bring one next time. Qiyu's apartment already housed many of her belongings. Some of her frequently used skincare lotions were stored there, alongside several pairs of underwear and sleepwear. Their living arrangement was akin to cohabitation, although Xia Shiran did not often spend the night. The two of them ambled towards the bathroom, and after playfully nipping at Qiyu's ear, she finally leaped off him. She was quite vexed, having failed to win their recent banter. Qiyu squeezed toothpaste on her brush, and noticing her puffed cheeks as she refused to take it, he lazily smiled and placed the toothbrush horizontally across her cup. After dispensing toothpaste onto his own brush and activating his electric toothbrush, he casually remarked, If someone neglects to brush their teeth, breakfast will be solely mine. Should you feel hungry, do not come crying to your brother. Xia Shiran kicked his calf in response, grumbling as she picked up the toothbrush and put it in her mouth. She raised an eyebrow. You haven't turned it on. I forgot. It's all your fault. Xia Shiran mumbled with her mouth full of foam, her tone defiant. I like brushing this way. Mind your own business. Qiyu, with an air of playful arrogance, replied, Suit yourself. As she attempted to retaliate, he wrapped his arms around her waist, pulling her into an embrace. Helpless against his hold, Xia Shiran squirmed for a moment before resigning herself to brushing her teeth obediently. While she was brushing, Qiyu reached out, attempting to retrieve her toothbrush smeared with white foam. However, Xia Shiran clenched her teeth firmly, opposing him. Qiyu gazed down at her, unhurriedly saying, Let me help you. Darling, don't be difficult. Moments later, Xia Shiran begrudgingly released her grip, allowing him to take the toothbrush and activate the electric switch. As he brought it back to her mouth, the toothbrush's gentle vibrations inevitably splattered foam onto her face. Letting out a soft yelp, she quickly stuffed the toothbrush back in her mouth, shaking her head like a little puppy, her head unconsciously resting against Chi-Yu's chest. Chi-Yu chuckled, using his hand to wipe her face clean. He looked down at her delicate, flushed cheeks, and an unexpected rush of affection surged within him. He held her chin, teasingly shaking it with a commanding yet playful demeanor. Little puppy. Xia Shuran, hearing this, lifted her gaze to meet his, huffing softly before returning to her brushing. Chi-Yu smiled and released his hold. He secretly contemplated how he would kiss her fervently the next time they were in bed together. After finishing her brushing, Xia Shuran lathered facial cleanser onto her hands and applied it to her face. Chi-Yu, on the other hand, simply rinsed his face with water, splashing it a few times before considering it sufficient. Each time Xia Shuran observed him wash his face, she couldn't help but feel a sense of injustice. His skin was in such immaculate condition. Could it truly be achieved merely by washing with water? How was she supposed to manage, given her unwavering commitment to skincare? At this moment, Chi-Yu, nonchalantly standing by, remarked, "Hurry up, baby, I'm waiting for you." Xia Shuran retorted with a hint of annoyance. "I know." Chi-Yu, taken aback, pondered how he had irked her. As Xia Shuran bent down to wash her face, Chi-Yu held her hair back for her. Xia Shuran reflected on the previous instance, when she had been unable to tie her hair back due to the absence of a hair tie, and she had asked Chi-Yu for assistance. She had only mentioned it that once. Since then, whenever she washed her face without tying her hair, Chi would instinctively help her hold it back. This particular quality of his was rather commendable. Chapter 116. After breakfast, Chi-Yu went to the study to retrieve several documents, and then headed to the wardrobe to grab his sports bag, preparing to leave. However, he was intercepted by Xia Shuran. She was making a fuss in the living room, exclaiming, "Wait a moment, I still need to do my makeup." With that, she dashed off to the bedroom in search of her cosmetics. When Xia Shuran returned to the living room, she sat cross-legged on the sofa. She emptied a plethora of cosmetics and tools from her bag, positioning herself towards the floor-to-ceiling window to take advantage of the natural light. Lifting a mirror to commence her makeup application. Given that Chi-Yu's home lacked a proper vanity, this was her only option. She resolved to purchase one in the future. Chi-Yu did not leave his bag behind. Instead, he approached her and said, "Babe, just do a quick one. I'm going to be late." Xia Shuran remained silent, her condescending expression conveying the message. "Every makeup look I create is a work of art. Don't you dare interfere." Chi-Yu seemed to sigh as he settled beside her, idly picking up one of her cosmetics to examine. To him, these were all unfamiliar objects. Some resembled vibrant palettes used for painting, glimmering in a myriad of colors, while others appeared menacing, such as the eyelash curler. The only item he barely recognized was lipstick, but he could only perceive all the shades as red. When Xia Shuran previously asked him to select a shade, it had been a true ordeal. They were all red. What was there to choose? As she applied foundation and prepared for her eye makeup, Chi-Yu leaned in to take a closer look, amused by the wonder on his youthful face. Xia Shuran paused and asked, "What's wrong?" Watching her take a toothpick and scorch its base with a lighter left him utterly bewildered. "What do you intend to do with that?" he inquired. With a calm smile, Xia Shuran replied, "I'm curling my lashes." Chi was taken aback. When he saw her genuinely about to use the fire-heated stick on her eyes, he swiftly grasped her hand and exclaimed, "No, you can't." He had never closely observed Xia Shuran applying makeup before. He had not realized the peril involved in her beauty regimen. "Don't worry. I've been doing this since middle school. I'm quite adept at it," she reassured him. After a lengthy explanation, Chi hesitantly released her wrist. Xia Shuran quickly finished curling her lashes, leaving Chi astonished. For the first time, he understood the lengths to which a girl would go for beauty. He suddenly felt an urge to tell her to stop, to promise never to wear makeup again, but he knew she would certainly disagree. Nevertheless, he still wanted to voice his thoughts, contemplating how to broach the subject, when Xia Shuran slid several lipsticks toward him, urging him to choose. Chi closed his eyes, bracing himself for the challenge. Under the hopeful gaze of the girl before him, he discreetly selected one in his mind. Chi assumed a serious demeanor, as if he had pondered deeply, and presented his universal remark. "This color complements your outfit splendidly." "Really?" The girl's voice danced with excitement as she took the lipstick chosen by Chi. "All right, this one is lovely too. Let us go with this." Xia Shuran faced the mirror, applying the lipstick and then pressing her lips together. The vibrant gloss rendered her pout enchanting. Once finished, she swiftly turned her face towards Chi-Yu and asked, "Brother, do I look good?" Chi-Yu affectionately tousled her hair, replying, "Yes, you look beautiful, truly beautiful." However, deep down, Chi-Yu believed the girl appeared most radiant without any makeup at all. Chapter 117. The lipstick mark. As Xia Shuran followed Chi-Yu, she noticed that he had opted for basketball shoes paired with his suit. Xia Shuran was taken aback. Chi-Yu shrugged, expressing his indifference. "I couldn't be bothered to change. This will suffice." He drove first to drop Xia Shuran off at school before heading to the office. Upon exiting the garage, they passed a convenience store at the entrance of the community. Xia Shuran mentioned her desire to purchase some snacks. "Did you not eat enough this morning? Allow me to go." "You wait here," Chi-Yu offered. He parked the car at the store's entrance, and, as he unbuckled his seatbelt, Xia Shuran playfully leaned over and planted a kiss on his cheek, leaving a delicate pink lipstick mark. Stifling a giggle, she covered her mouth. Chi-Yu, puzzled, inquired, "What is that about?" Xia Shuran gently patted his shoulder, assuring him, "It's nothing. You go ahead." As Chi-Yu exited the car, the pink imprint on his cheek was unmistakably vivid. Xia Shuran watched him with a smile as he walked into the convenience store. It was still morning, and the store was sparsely populated. Two girls in school uniforms were selecting breakfast pastries in a corner, while a young couple indulged in Odin at the windowsill. They were all affluent children from the neighborhood. A cashier was engrossed in watching a Korean drama. Initially, when Chi-Yu entered, no one paid him any mind, each absorbed in their own activities. He made his way to the snack aisle, quickly selecting items he knew Xia Shuran favored. As he reached for a bag of cookies, the two uniformed girls caught sight of him. One girl stared at his face through the gap between the shelf for a few seconds before nudging her friend with her elbow, whispering excitedly, "Look, a handsome guy." The other girl turned, gasping and covering her face in awe. "Oh my gosh." They ducked behind the shelves, whispering to each other, "So tall, so handsome. He seems quite aloof. I adore that. Look at that lipstick mark on his face. He must have a girlfriend." Handsome guys are rarely available. If only someone like that attended our school. Chi-Yu overheard their hushed conversation and, with a cold gaze, glanced in their direction, his expression unreadable. The girls gasped in surprise, their faces flushed as they hurried away. With his arms laden with snacks, Chi-Yu approached the cashier. She continued watching her drama, yet skillfully scanned the items without distraction. "That LLB 489 yuan. Will you be using Alipay or WeChat?" she asked casually, glancing up at him. Suddenly, she was taken aback. "Wow, he is incredibly handsome." Chi-Yu scanned the QR code on his phone, preparing to take his bag and leave. The cashier, now fully attentive, seized the moment to speak up. You have something on your face." Her voice was barely audible, and Chi-Yu didn't catch it. He looked up at her. "What?" The cashier felt her heart race under his gaze, her ears turning crimson. Stammering, she repeated, "You have a lipstick mark on your cheek." One could only wonder about the personality of the girl who left such a mark. Surely, she must be someone cherished. Upon hearing the news, Chi-Yu immediately understood the situation. Maintaining his composure, he gathered his belongings and departed. As he exited, the couple noticed him. The man glanced over, still chewing on a meatball, and exclaimed, "He truly is handsome." The woman playfully draped her arm over his shoulder and remarked, "What is this? Are you envious?" "Well, there are many handsome men in this world. Am I to envy each one? That would certainly exhaust me," he replied with a laugh. "But I must admit, those white and blue AJ sneakers he wears are quite appealing. I pondered for quite some time before deciding to purchase them." "Just because he looks good in them doesn't mean you will," she countered. "I don't care. I am determined to buy them. By the way, today marks the basketball game featuring Jiang Yi, the once top student from our high school. It's a shame our high school classes are so numerous. Otherwise, I would have gone to see the game at Kyoto University." Chapter 118. Victory at Kyoto University. Chi-Yu returned to the car, laden with a bag full of snacks. Xia Shuran promptly took it from him, primarily seeking candies and milk-flavored biscuits, all of which Chi-Yu had procured. As she rummaged through the delectable treats, Chi-Yu quietly opened the car mirror, revealing the unmistakable trace of lipstick left by a girl on his face. Xia Shuran, grinning, remarked, "I can help you wipe it off." She retrieved a wet wipe from her bag and applied it to Chi-Yu's face. While cleaning, She playfully inquired, "Did anyone at the convenience store tease you?" Chiyu shot her a sidelong glance. "Would you be happy if I said yes?" Xia Shuren's eyes sparkled. The thought that someone had dared to jest at Chiyu's cool demeanor intrigued her. "Really? Please tell me what they said to make me happy." Chiyu replied. "No, there was nothing." Disappointed, Xia Shuran pouted. Fine, oomph. After indulging in 2 pieces of candy and a packet of biscuits, they arrived at the side gate of Kyoto University. "Goodbye, brother," Xia Shuran said, planting a kiss on Chiyu's cheek before pulling out another wet wipe to clean his face once more. Chiyu smiled. "Don't forget my basketball game this afternoon. Rest assured, I'll definitely secure a front row seat." As she watched Chiyu's car gradually disappear from view, she turned and headed towards her dormitory. Wearing her chosen outfit of the day, she felt a tinge of anxiety while walking down the street. However, whether it was due to being Chiyu's girlfriend or her newfound indifference to others' gazes, she sensed that no one was casting her judgmental looks. Her apprehension dissipated, replaced by a sense of ease and delight. Determined to explore more diverse clothing combinations in the future, she felt as if an invisible shackle that had long restrained her had finally been cast off. The blazing sun shone brightly, and the weather in the capital grew increasingly sultry. In the stillness of the afternoon, the various paths within the Kyoto University campus were eerily quiet. The gymnasium, capable of accommodating thousands, was unusually vibrant at this moment. Xia Shuran arrived half an hour early, almost finding no available seats. She was baffled at how Su Yanshi and Chun Feifei had managed to secure front row spots. Eventually, she and Jiang Xiaoye, along with Su Yao, found a row of seats within the top 10. As Xia Shuran settled down, she noticed individuals in the front row unfurling a banner that proclaimed Beijing Sports University will prevail. She couldn't help but click her tongue in disbelief. Here, on Kyoto University's home turf, they were already facing intimidation. It would indeed be embarrassing to lose. The atmosphere in the gym was electric, and Jiang Xiaoye handed Xia Shuran a cheer stick. Initially reluctant to accept it, Xia Shuran turned around at Jiang Xiaoye's prompting, only to find nearly the entire audience brandishing inflatable cheer sticks, blue for Beijing Sports University and red for Kyoto University. Some individuals were already clashing their cheer sticks together, chanting slogans. Beijing Sports University will prevail. Beijing Sports University will prevail. Kyoto University will prevail. Kyoto University will prevail. Having never attended a basketball game before, Xia Shuran found herself swept up in the fervent atmosphere. Jiang Xiaoye and Su Yao joined in the rhythmic clashing of their cheer sticks, shouting in unison, "Kyoto University will prevail." Xia Shuran hesitated for a moment, but then decided to fully embrace the moment, joining in their enthusiastic cries. As the time until the commencement of the match stretched long, students from both schools had already engaged in several rounds of spirited competition. Xia Shuran popped a mint into her mouth, preparing to raise her voice once more. At that moment, a message from Chiyu illuminated her phone screen. "Darling, did I leave my wristband in your bag?" Xia Shuran was momentarily taken aback. She quickly rummaged through her bag and unearthed a black wristband from a hidden corner. She replied, "Yes." Chi responded, "I'll come and get it." "Where are you?" Chapter 119. Xia Shuran surveyed her surroundings. With so many people and such a cacophony, it would be quite a challenge for Chiyu to locate her. Moreover, the large group to her right seemed to belong to him. Perhaps they could be termed admirers? Referring to them as fans would be more appropriate. They waved their light sticks rhythmically, chanting Chiyu's name. Even the girls from Beatty, wielding blue light sticks, joined in the chorus. Although she had heard of Chiyu's renown, he was typically elusive, rarely surrounded by a throng of supporters. This was Xia Shuren's first encounter with such fervor, leaving her in awe. She certainly did not wish for him to appear in the audience at this moment. What if she were to be recognized? Xia Shuran sent a message to Chiyu. Don't. I'll come find you instead." Chiyu replied, "I'm in the players' lounge on the left." Xia Shuran glanced up toward the left side of the venue and vaguely discerned what appeared to be a lounge in the dimly lit corridor. Xia Shuran replied, "All right, I'll be right there." Chiyu responded, "Can you find it? Don't get lost." Xia Shuran thought, what does he take her for? She was hardly directionally challenged. Xia Shuran replied, "Don't worry, I'll be there soon." She informed Jiang Xiaoye and Su Yao before rising to leave. Jiang Xiaoya was momentarily dazed, still processing what the goddess had just said before she departed. What had she just said? It was too noisy. Did that group from Beatty consume an entire cow? They were shouting with such vigor. Was the goddess going to seek out Chiyu? It seemed likely. Who else could prompt Shuran to leave so willingly? Jiang Xiaoya chuckled to herself, imagining the goddess cheering for Chiyu in private. Would it be a hug or a kiss? Chiyu was bound to secure the title of best player. Fortunately, her musings went unheard by the Chiyu fan club to her right. However, before Jiang Xiaoya could finish her thought, two girls in the front row turned to glare at her, their tone sharp. What do you think you are to Chiyu? Noticing the blue light sticks in their hands, Jiang Xiaoya realized they were from Beatty and likely uninformed. Jiang Xiaoya scoffed. Your information is so outdated. Did you know that Chiyu has a girlfriend? I'm her roommate. No, wait, I'm her close friend. Su Yao joined in, returning their glare, yes. What do you intend to do about it? The two girls scrutinized them for a moment, their voices lowering. What about Xia Shuran? Jiang Xiaoya replied teasingly, oh, you didn't know? The two girls, serious in demeanor, retorted. So what if he has a girlfriend? An idol can have a sister-in-law. It doesn't affect our admiration. We're merely here to watch him play. With that, they rolled their eyes and turned away. Jiang Xiaoya and Su Yao exchanged glances, speechless. Meanwhile, Xia Shuran made her way down from the stands. Unfamiliar with the venue's layout, she was oblivious to the back doors and secret passages. Thus, she chose the most conspicuous route, crossing the basketball court to reach the corridor on the left. She continued onward, arriving at the first row of the audience. The individuals congesting the aisle obstructed her path. She softly addressed the girls brandishing the banner. Excuse me, could you please make way? They turned a glance at Xia Shuran, noting that the audience barrier had already been locked, rendering any descent impossible. What do you intend to do? One of them snapped. The court has been meticulously cleaned. Please do not disrupt the game. Xia Shuran maintained her smile, inwardly reflecting, what I choose to do is none of your concern. You certainly are meddlesome. It was only at this proximity that Xia Shuran discerned the inscription on their banner. Victory for Beijing Sport University, followed by additional words, Jiang Yi, best player. Thunderous dunk against Kyoto University. Xia Shuran. Chapter 120. I want to kiss you. It is no wonder that the name of Chiyu resonated more prominently among the audience. The group of girls, visibly agitated, directed their ire towards a cluster on the right. Xia Shuran felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. She had unwittingly stumbled into a peculiar fan support scene. She attempted to speak up, urging them to clear the path, only to notice Su Yanshi striding towards her, followed closely by Chun Feifei. Su Yanxi, towering in her high heels, dwarfed the girls, instantly diminishing their bravado. With a frosty glance, Su Yanshi dismissed them with a sharp retort, demanding they move aside, questioning their inability to comprehend basic civility. The girls, defiantly holding their ground, replied with insolence, what is it to you? Su Yanshi's words were laced with acerbity as she insisted on her passage, reiterating her demand to step aside, her tone leaving no room for argument. Chun Feifei chimed in, urging them to vacate the area. Su Yanshi, with her striking and formidable demeanor, intimidated the girls into submission. They huffed in defeat and retreated to their seats. Xia Shuran, taken aback by the exchange, took a few moments to gather her thoughts and hurriedly expressed her gratitude to Su Yanshi. However, Su Yanshi, avoiding her gaze, simply replied, you may leave now. Chun Feifei added, by the way, Shuran, you should inform the security guard shortly. Otherwise, he won't unlock the door. Su Yanshi, still somewhat awkward in her demeanor towards Xia Shuran, advised her, just tell him you are with the cheerleading squad, and he will let you through. Chun Feifei agreed, noting, indeed, with that outfit, you do resemble a cheerleader today. After thanking them, Xia Shuran approached the security guard. Following Su Yanshi's instructions, the guard indeed allowed her access. As she stepped cautiously onto the polished basketball floor, she was acutely aware of its immaculate condition, reflecting the effort put into maintaining it. She felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing she might soil it. Clearly, Jing University held this basketball match in high regard. In a corner of the stands, she even spotted some school officials. The court felt desolate, with Xia Shuran being the sole figure traversing its expanse. The audience's gaze was fixated upon her, from every direction. Whispers floated through the air. Who is she? She has a great figure. Is she a cheerleader? She must be from Jing University. We don't have any girls as striking as her at Baitian. Come on, Yin please. Our gymnastics team has plenty of beauties. All right. You are the most beautiful, dear. Xia Shuran caught fragments of the conversation as she anxiously grasped the hem of her pants, hurrying forward as if to take flight. From above, the court did not appear large. Yet upon stepping onto it, she realized traversing it required considerable time. The thought of Chi Yu and the other basketball players having to dribble and sprint across this space made her feel fatigued on their behalf. Xia Shuran hastened into the corridor, finally escaping the scrutiny and sounds of the audience. She exhaled deeply, relief flooding over her. After a few twists and turns, she located the players' lounge, nearly falling prey to Chi Yu's jest about getting lost. Standing at the entrance, she lowered her gaze to adjust her outfit and tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear, uncertain of how many individuals awaited her inside. There are 5 official players, and the number of substitutes is uncertain, not to mention the manager and coach. When Xia Shuran knocked on the door, she felt quite anxious. After a brief wait, Chi Yu opened the door. Upon entering, Xia Shuran immediately recognized that this was not a lounge but rather the changing room. At that moment, Chi was clad in a white basketball jersey and shorts, exuding an uncontainable youthful exuberance. He smiled lightly and said, "Oh, you've come." Xia Shuran, slightly annoyed, playfully nudged him before standing at the entrance, handing him his wristbands. "I'm leaving now," she stated. Chi grasped her hand and said, "What's the rush? Stay with me for a while." He attempted to pull her inside, but Xia Shuran resisted with all her might. In a hushed tone, she exclaimed, "Are you out of your mind? You want me to enter the boys' changing room?" "There's no one inside. Just me," he reassured her. Xia Shuran shot him a skeptical glare. "I don't believe you." "Really, I arrived early. They haven't tea come yet." Chi Yu, like a playful child, half dragged her inside. "I just want to kiss you." Chapter 121. A sudden embrace. Xia Shuran was swept into the room by Chi Yu, her legs flailing as she touched the ground. Concealed within his embrace, she cautiously surveyed her surroundings. Though shrouded in darkness, she sensed an undeniable absence of others. Nevertheless, even in solitude, she should not have been brought here. She glared up at him, her hand resting on his waist, playfully pinching his side. Chi Yu chuckled softly, leaning closer, his lips brushing against the tip of her nose. Xia Shuran could not evade him as he guided her to the window. The deep blue, heavy curtains nearly obscured all light from the changing room. Chi refrained from turning on the lights, leaving them in dimness. Held in his arms, Xia Shuran protested. "What are you doing?" He drew back a corner of the curtain, allowing a sliver of sunlight to stream in. Xia Shuran gazed at Chi Yu, his features illuminated by a faint smile, his sharp, spirited eyes reflecting her petite form. He wore a white basketball jersey, adorned with red and black trim along the neckline, armholes and hem. The letters and number 9 on his chest were also in red and black. His arms and collarbone were boldly exposed, revealing a significant expanse of skin. Suddenly, Chi Yu's voice broke the silence. "Are you mesmerized?" Startled, Xia Shuran quickly lowered her gaze, her cheeks flushed as she mumbled, "Not at all." Chi Yu grasped her hand, placing it against his chest, his eyes glinting with mischief as he teased, "Feel free to explore." Xia Shuran dared not meet his gaze, her fingers curling in uncertainty. Chi Yu looked down at the shy girl, unable to suppress a smile. He guided her hand suggestively across his body. Xia Shuran held her breath, shrinking into his chest, her lips tightly pressed together as his hand led hers across his firm physique. From his pectorals to his abdominals, she felt the distinct contours of his figure, too timid to move on her own, allowing him to direct her touch. Xia Shuran's heart raced, her breath caught in her throat. His warm breath cascaded over her ear as he murmured, "Is this enough? Would you like to reach in?" Flushed and speechless, Xia Shuran nodded almost imperceptibly, fearful that a stronger affirmation would brand her as wanton. With her consent secured, Chi Yu wasted no time, slipping her hand beneath his shirt to press against his muscles. The sensation of skin on skin emboldened him, and he guided her hand to caress the contours of his body. Unbeknownst to her, a fire ignited within Xia Shuran. Chi Yu seemed to subtly flex his muscles, heightening her awareness. His audacious demeanor directly influenced her, and her hand began to move of its own accord. In a moment of impulsive action, her hand instinctively brushed against him, her mind lagging behind. Xia Shuren bit her lip in frustration, chastising herself. "Stop, hand!" With a glimmer of mischief in his eyes, Chiyu pulled up his jersey, clutching the hem between his teeth, revealing his chiseled chest, defined abs, and the enticing V-line. He guided the girl's other hand to rest upon his abdominal muscles, relinquishing control, allowing her to explore freely. Xia Shuren's eyes fluttered with embarrassment. Her gaze cast downward as her hands moved subtly. At that moment, Chiyu leaned closer, a playful smile adorning his youthful face, his mouth still holding onto the fabric. Xia Shuren shyly averted her gaze, yet the boy inched closer, playfully nudging her nose like an affectionate puppy. His laughter radiated a vibrant youthfulness, more radiant than the sun, as he inquired with a low, slightly childish tone, "Do you like it?" Chapter 122, Dear Wife, Please. Chiyu gently cradled her face, their breaths intertwining at an intimate distance. He released the hem of his shirt, having held onto it for too long, and felt a hint of embarrassment as he brushed his lips, now adorned with the fabric's fluff. Lowering his gaze, his eyes sparkled mischievously as he ensnared Xia Shuren's attention, his voice clear and refreshing. "Could you give me a kiss, please?" Xia Shuren, flustered, could not meet his gaze and immediately looked down, pondering why he needed to ask for something so simple. Noticing her shyness, Chiyu raised an eyebrow playfully, creating a bit of distance between them and feigning disappointment. "Well then, if you don't want to." In a moment of panic, Xia Shuren grasped his arm. Her face flushed as she stammered, "Kiss, please." Chiyu bent down, leaning closer with a gentle smile, his eyes blinking in anticipation. After a brief moment of shyness, Xia Shuren decisively pressed his head towards her, standing on her tiptoes to kiss him. Chiyu responded with a smile, his hands resting on her waist. But Xia Shuren suddenly pushed him against the window. Chiyu was taken aback. Her kiss grew increasingly fervent, her hands exploring the fabric of his jersey, caressing his muscles. Her fingers grazed over his abs, moving upward, tracing his chest, and a low groan escaped Chiyu's lips amidst the passionate sounds of their kiss. Through the haze of desire, his voice found a moment to escape. "Dear wife, please, But Xia Shuren continued to kiss him fervently, silencing his words and not pausing her hands. Chiyu found himself cornered, with no desire to resist. Before long, he surrendered to her advances. Their lips entwined. He gradually wrapped his arms around her waist, his hands exploring downward, feeling the fabric of her short denim shorts, inching towards her thighs. Xia Shuren, overwhelmed by the intensity of the kiss, leaned against Chiyu's shoulder, nearly collapsing without his support. How had she, who initially held the upper hand, so swiftly lost ground to him? Chiyu, that rascal. Xia Shuren's heart raced, yet Chiyu showed no signs of relenting. Despite her attempts to halt him by tapping his shoulder, he continued to embrace her, pulling her closer into his kiss. At that moment, Xia Shuren's ears perked up, catching the sound of footsteps approaching in the corridor outside. The unmistakable noise of sneakers on the floor grew ever closer. Alarmed, she struggled fiercely in Chiyu's arms, exclaiming, "Let go! Someone's coming!" Yet, her words were muffled as Chiyu captured her tongue in his mouth, rendering her unable to finish her sentence. To him, it sounded like shy murmurs of agreement. Chiyu's lips curled into a grin as he continued to kiss her, calling her baby, unwilling to release her. Did he not hear the approaching footsteps? It was often said that in ancient times, during such intimate moments, it was the woman's duty to keep watch for any dangers. Xia Shuren pushed against his shoulders with all her might, finally managing to halt his advances momentarily. She was already breathless from the encounter. Yet even in the absence of breath, she felt compelled to speak before Chiyu, who was on the verge of madness, could kiss her again. With a speed akin to that of a pomegranate seed being launched, she exclaimed, "Someone is coming. What should I do? Where can I hide? You shameless one," she muttered under her breath. Meanwhile, Chiyu's gaze remained tender, his hands still resting on her lower back. It was as if her words had not registered with him at all. His mind seemed consumed by but a singular thought. His eyes remained fixated on her lips as he casually remarked, "Ah, but I have yet to finish kissing you." Xia Shuren felt a surge of frustration. wishing at that moment to knock him down with a single punch. In that instant, she resolved to take up Taekwondo. Chapter 123. The little red rabbit. The footsteps of the group seemed to be drawing near the doorway, and their voices grew increasingly distinct. Xia Shiran was so anxious that she nearly began to dance with agitation. Qiyu continued to chuckle at her distress. She gave him a sharp nudge and quickly concealed herself behind the curtain. Fuming, Xia Shiran declared, "You laugh now, go on. I intend to catch a glimpse of your teammates, changing clothes." Qiyu's expression suddenly shifted. He hadn't anticipated this aspect. Noticing his change in demeanor, Xia Shiran teased, "Are you happy now? Perhaps your teammates are more well-built than you." Before she could finish her sentence, Qiyu scooped her up in his arms. In a hushed tone, she exclaimed, "What are you doing? Are you mad?" Just as Qiyu was about to approach the door, Xia Shiran shouted at him, "What on earth are you doing?" With an indifferent tone, Qiyu replied, "I'm letting you go first. I won't allow you to gaze at other men." "Absolutely not. If I do, everyone will see me. And what of it? They already know who my girlfriend is. They even mocked me with your candid photos from a forum, jesting about my good fortune." The following day, Qiyu promptly requested the school to shut down a form section. Observing the rosy hue on Qiyu's lips, Xia Shiran realized he must have applied lipstick as well. If anyone were to see her like this, how could she possibly face the world? Suddenly, an idea struck her. She asked Qiyu which iron locker was his, or if there was an unused locker at ground level. "Hurry up and tell me." Qiyu tilted his head, directing her gaze to a locker on the floor. "That's mine," he said nonchalantly. Xia Shiran sighed in relief. "All right, I'm going to hide in there." Qiyu raised an eyebrow. "Huh?" With a playful kick to his leg, Xia Shiran urged him, "Come on." Although perplexed, Qiyu complied, carrying her to the locker. As soon as he set her down, she agilely darted inside like a rabbit. Qiyu chuckled softly, squatting down to tease her. However, he was caught off guard when a wet tissue was suddenly thrust towards him. Xia Shiran, armed with the tissue, swiftly wiped his mouth clean. With a huff, she remarked, "If your teammates had seen your mouth like that, you'd be the subject of ridicule for life." No sooner had she spoken than the lounge door swung open. The sounds of sports bags, hurried footsteps, and the chatter of boys became distinctly audible. It seemed a considerable number of students from Beatty had arrived today. Just ignore the jeers. Don't let it affect your mindset. Don't worry, I didn't cry when Jiangyi humiliated me in the last friendly match, did I? Hey, you're here, so early? Qiyu maintained his squat by the locker, a playful gaze directed at Xia Shiran. "Yes, I arrived early." "You haven't practiced in ages. Can you still hold your own against Jiangyi in a one-on-one?" Qiyu suddenly laughed. "Who said I ever went against him?" That was his own claim. Qiyu casually remarked, "That was sheer luck during high school." "What captivates your attention so intently?" Upon hearing this, Xia Shiran was rendered speechless, too startled to utter a single word. Yet, that rascal Qiyu had the audacity to reach out and lightly tug at her chin. His voice, imbued with an unprecedented playfulness, suggested, "Oh, it's merely that I seem to have spotted a little red rabbit with its mouth covered. Is that for real? Are there rabbits in the changing room? Ha ha! Do you really believe him, Ayu? He's just trying to fool you." Hidden within the confines of the locker, Xia Shiran glared at Qiyu with a mix of embarrassment and indignation. She attempted to pull the locker door open, only to have Qiyu block her path. Silently, she cursed him, shameless. Chapter 124. Ravaged by my affection, a group of boys seemed to be changing clothes to the left, their conversation centered around the competition, and a palpable tension filled the air as they discussed their strategies. One of them remarked that the area was too dim, suggesting that Ayu, being nearby, should draw the curtains. Qiyu raised an eyebrow, replying, "Why don't you do it yourself?" Xia Shiran exclaimed in disbelief. If anyone happened to pass by this section, they would undoubtedly catch sight of her. Gripping the cabinet door tightly, she attempted to close it, mouthing a curse at Qiyu. "Are you trying to get us killed? Why get home tonight? I'll make you regret this." Startled, Qiyu flinched and released his grip on the cabinet door. Just a second before the boy walked past, Xia Shiran hastily shut the cabinet. Before closing it, she shot a triumphant glare at Qiyu. Qiyu remained silent. Inside the cramped, pitch-black space of the cabinet, Xia Shiran felt fortunate that her small frame allowed her to hide within. Thankfully, Qiyu's cabinet was clean and odorless. Beneath her, she was seated on a shirt he wore to work. If it got dirty, so be it. She would simply buy him another one. Sensing that Chiyu had moved away from the front of the cabinet, Xia Shuren cautiously leaned forward, pressing against the ventilation gap of the metal cabinet. She peered outside, searching for an opportunity to stealthily slip away. However, as she leaned closer, she found Chiyu seated directly across from her on a resting chair. Before she could react, he stood up and blocked the gap with his body. Xia Shuren was speechless, realizing he had been watching her all along. Chiyu silently squatted down in front of the cabinet, his voice calm as he stated, "You're not allowed to look at other boys." Xia Shuren responded, "Why are you sitting on the floor?" Chiyu replied slowly, "The ground is cold. I need to cool down." "What kind of heat do you have on your backside?" Laughter erupted in the changing room. Xia Shuren, hidden in the cabinet, stifled her own giggles. Chiyu shot her a glare. "Mind your own business." One of the boys chuckled. All right, I'll pass you more balls today, so you can vent your frustrations." Having finished changing, the players gathered at the door, waiting for him. They called out, "Ayu, hurry up." It was only then that Chiyu opened the cabinet door. Xia Shuren remained quietly curled up inside. How obedient. How adorable. Using the cabinet door to shield himself, Chiyu leaned in, pretending to search for something. In reality, he lifted the girl's face and pressed a gentle kiss to the corner of her lips. In a hushed tone, he murmured, "Next time, don't wear lip gloss. It makes it hard for me to kiss you." Xia Shuren smiled and suddenly wrapped her arms around his neck, saying, "It's all right. I'll wipe it off for you later." With that, she leaned in to kiss the young man. The soft sounds of their affectionate kiss echoed within the cramped cabinet, mingling with their teammates' shouts. "Ayu, what are you looking for? Let me help you." After sharing a kiss, Xia Shuren helped Chiyu wipe the lipstick off his lips, her smile radiating sweetness. "Good luck in your match today, big brother. Afterward, let us go eat something delicious. It's on me." Chiyu tousled her hair affectionately. "All right." Chiyu picked up the sports headband beside the girl's rear. With a low voice tinged with amusement, he said, "Help me put it on." Xia Shuren accepted it, wrapping the white and blue band around his hair and placing it on his forehead. A few strands of his bangs fell onto the headband, and the sunlight outside favored him, illuminating his sharp, wild brows and eyes with a radiant glow. Xia Shuren cupped his face, feeling a genuine joy within her heart. He looked so handsome. Indeed, gazing upon a handsome man can truly uplift one's spirits. As Chiyu was leaving, he flashed a cheeky grin at the girl and remarked, "Make sure to wipe your mouth later, otherwise it'll look like I kissed you all over." After saying this, he pretended not to notice the girl's furious expression and swiftly closed the cabinet door, slipping away. Well, a handsome man's sharp tongue can be just as infuriating. Chapter 125. Xia Shuren waited for approximately 5 minutes, until the outside fell completely silent, before she clambered out from her hiding place. Indeed, it was a clamber. Crouched in the cramped space, her back ached and her waist was sore. Once free, she plopped down onto the floor, rubbing her shoulders. It hurt terribly. All of this was Chiyu's fault. Xia Shuren reminded herself that this was the men's changing room and that she could not linger for too long. With great effort, she rose to her feet. Before exiting, she retrieved a small mirror and some wet wipes from her bag. At that moment, the curtains of the changing room had been fully drawn back, allowing a flood of sunlight to pour in. Upon gazing into the mirror, she was startled to find her reflection resembling a ghost encountered in broad daylight, nearly causing her to tumble back down. Her lips were a disheveled mess, and her hair was in complete disarray. Xia Shuren poured a bit of makeup remover onto the wet wipes, scolding Chiyu in her mind as she diligently cleaned her lips. After reapplying foundation and lipstick, she tidied her hair in front of the mirror and adjusted her outfit. Satisfied with her appearance, she cautiously tiptoed to the door. Leaning against the door frame, she listened intently for several seconds, but heard nothing. It was imperative that she leave, lest she encounter another group of men. Xia Shuren swiftly opened the door and slipped out, bending low to peer cautiously down the corridor. A group of tall boys appeared silhouetted against the light, all clad in black and gray basketball uniforms. Cold sweat trickled down her back. What terrible luck! Just as she had sent off Chiyu and his friends, here came the athletes from Baitian. As they drew near, she could only play the part of cheerleader, feigning calmness while stepping aside. In her mind, she chanted, "You can't see me, you can't see me, you can't see me." The facilities at Jing University were impressive, far wealthier than her own school. Today, they would surely weep in defeat. Their only formidable forward was injured. And who else could claim the rebounds? They were merely waiting to be bested by them. And then there was Chiyu. Someone made a jest, remarking that he was too busy inheriting his family fortune to bother with basketball, claiming he would be worthless after months of inactivity. A soft voice interjected, "Still, he should be guarded against. Don't worry, he won't even make it onto the court. Hey, how come there's a girl here?" Their gazes shifted towards her, and Xia Shuran awkwardly sidestepped. She had to wait for this towering group to pass before she could navigate through the corridor. Must be a cheerleader. She looks so adorable. Surely she has a boyfriend, so don't even think about it. Xia Shuran exchanged glances with them, and a few blushed and smiled back at her. They appeared both tall and intimidating, with most resembling resolute athletes. To her surprise, they were rather charming, blushing at the sight of a girl. Xia Shuran maintained her composure, her innocent appearance and expressionless face lending her an endearing quality. Among the group, only one did not cast a glance her way. He sported a buzz cut, and beneath his dark hair, the faint hue of his scalp was visible. His eyes bore an indifferent expression, his skin fair, and his arms were lean and muscular. Quite handsome indeed. He stood out among them, possessing a certain elegance that caught the eye. His height was likely comparable to that of Chiyu, perhaps even exceeding it by a centimeter or two. However, his teammates behind him towered above, some reaching nearly 2 meters. Indeed, basketball players are giants.